Hey, what's going on, guys? So I know you haven't seen much of me lately. I've been just really busy between my personal life and also working on courses and ideas for traversymedia.com, which is my biggest focus right now. And I will be making videos soon, but I wanted to give you guys kind of a little treat. So this is the first 13 hours of my Modern JavaScript from the Beginning course, which is a 37-hour course. So it is only a portion, but it's packed with fundamentals, and we go pretty deep into those fundamentals. So things like data types, control structures, functions, loops, the DOM. So I really hope you enjoy it. And if you do want to go further and you want to watch the other 20 plus hours, I will have a link to the course in the description with a promo code. So obviously this is geared more towards beginners, but even if you're already a JavaScript developer, I can guarantee you that there's something you'll learn. All right, so let's get into it. All right, guys, so I just want to quickly go over what JavaScript is and why you should use it. So JavaScript is essentially the Java programming language, as the name implies. I'm kidding. JavaScript has nothing to do with Java other than they share a similar name and they're both programming languages. So JavaScript is one of the core technologies of the web alongside HTML, which is a markup language and is used to structure web page content, as well as CSS, which is used to style that content. So JavaScript is what brings life to the front end or the user interface of a website or a web app. And it allows us to make web pages dynamic. Not only that, but it can also be used on the server side to do things like interact with databases and work with the file system. And this is with the help of the Node.js runtime. So JavaScript is a high-level interpreted programming language used to create interactive and dynamic website experiences. And when I say interpreted, what I mean is that it's executed line by line rather than being compiled into machine code first. So the code is executed on the fly, making it a scripting language, hence the name JavaScript. So as far as what JavaScript is used for, I wouldn't be able to fit everything on this page. So I'm going to go over just the general things that JavaScript is used for. So first off, it's used to manipulate the DOM, or the document object model. And I'll be going over the DOM in depth, but you can basically think of it as a tree-like structure of nodes, and everything on the page is a node, including every HTML tag, every attribute, every piece of text, and so on. So JavaScript provides methods for dynamically changing that structure, or changing the content or the styles of the elements in the DOM. For example, you can use JavaScript to add, remove, or change text of a heading, or the content of a div, or the styles of an element, such as its color, font, and size. So this is an important aspect of JavaScript, as it allows developers to create dynamic and interactive web pages that can respond to user actions. Now, those user actions are called events, and JavaScript gives us a way to handle events. So we can respond to things like mouse clicks or drags or hovers, keyboard events, form submissions, and just about anything you can think of that you can do in the browser window. And again, this allows us to create very dynamic interfaces and things like modals or drop downs, collapsible content, and so on. So making asynchronous requests is one of the most powerful uses of JavaScript, and it's used to interact with backend servers, whether it's your own server that you created or a public API such as the GitHub or YouTube API. So we can make HTTP requests right from our code to fetch data or submit data, and this happens all behind the scenes without having to refresh the page. And this is often used in what are called single page applications, or SPAs, to dynamically load and update content without having to reload the entire page. So as far as animations and effects, there's many different ways that we can create these using JavaScript. We can use CSS transitions and animations with JavaScript. There's the request animation frame method. There's different libraries like animate.css and GSAP. So these methods allow developers to create a wide range of animations, such as fading, moving elements along a path, scaling, rotating, and so on. Now, data manipulation, which is the process of modifying or transforming data, can be done with JavaScript because it's a full-featured language with data structures like arrays, and this allows us to sort, filter, and aggregate data. So there's all kinds of powerful array methods that we can use, such as map, filter, reduce, and we're going to get into all of these later on. So JavaScript can also be used to store data on the client or in the browser using things like local storage, session storage, and cookies. We can also create single-page applications or SPAs, and these are applications that load a single HTML page and dynamically update the content without having to reload the entire page. And this provides a really seamless and responsive user experience. So no page reloading. We can create different routes and so on. And usually you would use a front-end framework for building SPAs. So you'd use something like React or Vue or Angular, but you can also create them with vanilla JavaScript. Now, everything that I've said up until this point is all client-side or front-end JavaScript. And that's where it is used the most, I would say. But you can also use it on the server side with the Node.js runtime, as well as Deno. So in addition to consuming APIs from the front end, we can also create APIs that interact with databases on the back end. And there's a ton of frameworks that you can use to help you with this, including Express, which is extremely popular. And we'll actually be creating a back-end API with Express later on. So the last thing I want to go over are some reasons why you should learn JavaScript. So one is popularity. JavaScript is one of the most widely used programming languages, with millions of developers using it to build websites, web applications, browser-based games, server-side APIs, and more. So it makes it a very valuable skill to have, and it opens up many job opportunities and allows for collaboration with other developers. So it's also very versatile. It's used, like I said, on both on the front end and back end of web development, making it a full stack language. This versatility allows developers to build complete web applications using only JavaScript. Not only that, but there's technologies like React Native, which allow you to build complex mobile applications, and technologies like Electron, which allow you to even create desktop applications. Some of the most popular desktop apps are actually built on JavaScript and Electron, including VS Code, which is the text editor that we'll be using, as well as Postman, which is the HTTP client that we'll be using. So I would say that JavaScript is relatively easy, relative being the key term. So if you compare it to other languages, especially more low-level compiled languages like C and C++, it's much easier to get into. And I think anyone who has a passion for coding can learn JavaScript. And you don't have to be some genius. You don't have to be great at math or anything like that. You just have to have some drive and the willingness to learn and put the effort in. So JavaScript also has a very, very large and active community, which provides a wealth of resources, support, tutorials, and tools for learning and improving your skills. From websites like Stack Overflow to social media, JavaScript just has a huge reach. And when it comes to tools, like actual development tools, there's so much open source software. So you have NPM, which is the Node Package Manager with, I think it's like 1.3 million packages that you can just download, install, and use. So there's no shortage of resources or tools when it comes to JavaScript. Alright guys, so in this video I want to go over the tools we'll be using as well as our environment, which is going to be very simple. We're writing vanilla front-end JavaScript, so essentially all you need is a text editor and a browser. But I do want to show you some of the extensions that I'll be using and so on. So as far as the text editor, you can use whatever you want. You probably already have a preference. I'm going to be using Visual Studio Code. That's what I recommend. It's very easy to use, it's intuitive, it has great extensions, and it's very popular. I would say the most popular for web development, especially front-end web development. And then there's some extensions I'll be using as well. So I would suggest using it, but you don't have to. If you use Sublime Text or Atom or something else, you can still follow along just fine. So the next thing I'd say to install is Git if you don't have that already. And Git is version control. So basically we can create repositories with our code, and we can also push to third-party services like GitHub or GitLab or Bitbucket. So this is not a Git course, but I will show you just the basics, and we will need to push to a service so that we can host some of our applications, some of our projects, because I do want to do a couple simple deployments. All right, and you can install Git many different ways. If you're on Mac, you can use Homebrew. You can also go to git-scm.com and you can download and install it as well. And then I'd also say install Node.js just to have it on your system. Node.js is it's a JavaScript runtime, so it essentially allows you to run JavaScript on your machine or on a server rather than just in the browser. So you can actually use Node.js as your back-end technology. Now, this, of course, is not a Node.js course, but there are some things that I'd like to talk about, especially with NPM, which is the Node Package Manager, and that comes with Node.js. So I would suggest installing that. And you can install either the long-term support or the most recent, the current version. It really doesn't matter for this course. So what I want to do now is just go into VS Code and just show you the extensions that I'm using. Now I have a ton installed, but there's really only two that I would highly recommend that you use with this course. So one is called Live Server. So if we scroll down here, let's see right here, Live Server. So we're writing front-end JavaScript, so we don't really need any kind of server. You could have an HTML file right on your desktop and have a JavaScript file linked to it, or just create the script tag in the HTML file and just open it, run it in a browser, and it works. However, Live Server gives you like a mini dev server that you can run your files with, and it'll auto reload in the browser whenever you make any changes. And that includes making changes in the JavaScript, the HTML, the CSS. If you change any of that code, it auto reloads, so you don't have to keep reloading the browser yourself. So I would definitely recommend using this. That's what I'll be using throughout the course. And then the other thing that I would suggest is Prettier, which is a code formatter. It just keeps your code nice and clean. In fact, I'm going to bring over a file real quick. And you guys, of course, don't have to do this, but I'm just going to open this up. It's a file from the course. And I'm going to show you my settings in a minute, but basically you'll see if I tab a line way over here and then I go and I save, it'll put it right back. Okay, so it keeps your code nice and clean. And then you can also set like the spacing. You can set if you want to use semicolons or not, because in JavaScript semicolons actually are not, they're not mandatory. So you can set those to on or off. As you can see, I have them set to on. So if I miss a semicolon and I save, it adds it automatically. And you can also set it the other way around, where if you have a semicolon and you save, it gets rid of it. And then the other thing that I want to show you are quotes. So you can see this string is wrapped in single quotes. I prefer to use single quotes, so I have it set so that if I have double quotes in here and then I save, it automatically gets set to single quotes. All right, now where you can configure this stuff once you install Prettier is if you go to the settings, so right here, settings, and then just search for Prettier. And then you'll find all these options here, but the ones I want to show you are right here. So semi, you can see I have this checked, so it's going to add semicolons if I forget. If I uncheck it, it'll do the opposite. And then down here, I have single quote checked, which by default, I believe this is not checked, but I prefer single quotes, so I do have it selected. And then here, my tab width, I believe the default is 4, but I have mine set to 2, which makes it a little more compact and neater in my opinion. All right, so those are the settings. Now to make sure that your code formats when you save, just search for format in the settings, and right here, format on save, just make sure that that's checked. All right, so we can close that up, close that. But that's it as far as the tools that I'm using and our environment. So let's move on to the next video. Okay, so most of the code that we write is going to be within a JavaScript sandbox, which is just a bunch of files and folders that are going to pertain to each section of the course. But before we do that, I just want to show you the very basics of just creating an HTML and a JavaScript file and running the JavaScript in the browser, etc. And for those of you that aren't pure beginners, just kind of bear with me, because I do want this course to be for everybody, even if they're just starting out with JavaScript. So you can skip some of these videos if you want, or just watch them as a refresher. So I'm just going to create a folder. So go ahead and create a folder wherever you want. I'm going to create it on my desktop, and I'm just going to call it, I'll call it my-website. And I'm going to delete this after, so it doesn't matter. Now you want to open the folder with your text editor, and there's multiple ways to do that. You can open the text editor and you can open the folder from there, or you can usually on Windows, you can usually right click, and if you're using VS Code, you'll see an option to open with code. So you can go ahead and do that. If you're using Sublime Text, I think you also have a context item. If you're on a Mac, what you can do is drag the folder down to the VS Code icon or whatever you're using, and it will open it up, and you can see on the side here is our My Website folder. So from here, I'm going to create a new file. Just click this icon, and let's say index.html. So now we have an HTML file, and with VS Code, we have a tool called Emmet, which is really great for writing quick HTML and CSS. So for instance, I could do h1 enter, gives me an h1 tag. If I want to add a class, I could say like my class, so dot my class enter or tab. And then if I wanted an ID, I could do my ID enter or tab. And let's say I wanted like 5 h1s, I could do times 5. There's all types of stuff you can do. So I do have a YouTube video on Emmet if you're interested. But another thing Emmet allows us to do is just create a kind of a boilerplate for our HTML. So I'm just going to hit exclamation enter, and you can see it gives us our head, body tags, etc. And again, if I know a lot of you guys already know this, most of you probably do, but just bear with me. So if I just hit tab a couple times, I can go to the title and just change it to, let's say, my website. And then in the body, for now, I'm just going to put an h1 and then hello world, and save that. Okay, now since this is an HTML file, I can just open it. Like I can just click on it, make sure it opens with a browser, and we'll be able to see the hello world. So you can just develop like this if you want for this course. Like I'm just going to make this smaller. So if we change something, like let's say we put an exclamation here and I save, obviously, since I just opened it on my file system, not on any kind of server, I go over here and I have to reload. Now, I don't want to have to do that for everything, so that's where live server comes in. So what we can do, as long as you have it installed, just search for live server, so right here, and get that installed. And then you'll see this go live button down here. You could click that, or you could right click and just say open with live server. And what it'll do is open up another tab, and you can see in the URL bar, this is our local host. This is 127.0.0.1. That's called our loopback address, and it runs on port 5500 by default. Now, if I were to change something, like let's say get rid of this exclamation and save, you'll see it auto updates or auto reloads in the browser, so I don't have to keep reloading. And that is with HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. Now, I expect that you guys know HTML. You should know at least the basics of CSS, so I'm not going to really get into that. To start to write JavaScript, there's a couple ways we can do it. One way is not really recommended, but I'm going to show you it anyway, and that is to just write it directly in the HTML. So to do that, what you would do is go down right above the ending body tag and create a script tag, which is an HTML tag. And then anything we write in here is gonna run as our JavaScript. So for instance, we could do alert, which is just it's a function that's on the window object, and I'm going to talk about that in a little bit. And we can pass in here, let's put a string, so we need our quotes. And again, I'm going to talk about data types and all that very soon, but I'm just going to do a hello and save. And you'll see that that's going to automatically run because we are using live server. So since the file changed, the website reloaded, and now we're seeing this alert of hello. All right, now typically you're not going to do this. You're not going to write your JavaScript directly in your HTML. It's just bad practice. You want to have your JavaScript separate. Okay, this is called inline JavaScript. Just like with your CSS, you normally wouldn't write your CSS in your HTML, you'd create a separate file. So let's create a new file, and you can call it whatever. I like to use script.js for just general JavaScript files. And this will show us our alert again because the page reloaded. And then in here, let's write something else. We'll do an alert, and let's say hello from the JS file. Now, if I save this, we're still just seeing the hello that's in the index.html because we haven't specified that we actually want this file to run. So to do that, we'll come over here. Let's get rid of the inline JavaScript, but we're going to keep the script tags. Now, to load this script.js file, we can just add a source attribute, much like you would do with an image tag. So let's just say script.js. It's in the same folder. You might have it in a JavaScript folder or JS folder like that, but ours is right there. So we'll go ahead and save. And now we're going to see this hello from JS file. Okay, so that JavaScript file is now being loaded. Very, very, very simple stuff. I know 90% of you probably already know this. But of course, I need to think of people of all skill levels. Okay, so what I'm going to do now is stop live server, and you can do that by hitting this button right here. You can also right click and say stop live server, and now if I reload this, it's not going to work anymore. Okay, so I'm going to close VS Code, and I'm just going to delete this my website folder, and then in the next video, we're going to start to learn about the console in the browser, which is extremely important, and we're going to start working on our JavaScript sandbox. All right, guys, so before we start learning JavaScript, I just want to quickly talk about the JavaScript sandbox. When I do a course, I don't like to just type out the code and that's that. I want you guys to have resources with all the code in the course. So what I do is create something called the sandbox, which has a folder for each section, and in each section folder, you have a folder for each video with that code. Okay, so as you can see, I'm just starting out here, so I have my variables and data type section with the first video, which is going to be about the console. And then in that is just an index.html, which right now is empty, and a script.js, which is empty. Okay, now for the most part, most of the learning modules that aren't part of a project in the beginning are only going to need these two files. So you don't have to use the sandbox. You can create your own files. Now, in the downloads for this video, you will have the finished version of the sandbox, which of course is all the finished JavaScript. And then you'll have a starter version, which is going to be pretty much everything but the JavaScript. You'll have all the files and folders. You'll have the HTML, any CSS if we used any CSS, but the JavaScript will be empty. And if you want to use that starter package, you can, or like I said, you can create your own. So right now what I'm going to do in this console folder is just create a boilerplate. So I'll just do exclamation, and I'm just going to put console in the title. And I'm not going to create this in every video. I'm just showing you just for the beginning. And then since we're not dealing with the DOM or anything yet, I'll just have an H1 in here that says, well, we'll put the name of the, say console, the name of the video. And then we just want to add a script tag. We can do script:/src, and we want to link in our script.js. Okay, so essentially at the beginning, all the videos will start like this in the HTML, and then we'll proceed in our JavaScript. Now, one thing I want to mention is if you're creating folders, like if you create a folder inside of an empty folder, by default, it's going to be compact. So it's going to be like data type / and then 01 console. Now, I don't like that because it can be kind of confusing to know which folder you're in. So if you want to disable that, you can just click on settings. So we'll go to settings, microphone's in my way, and then just search for compact. And then right here, compact folders. I have it unchecked, but if I check it, you'll see it goes in this horizontal fashion, which I don't like. So you can just uncheck that if you want. All right, so now that we have this set up, I'm just going to open this index.html with live server. And we have our script connected, so we don't even need that HTML anymore. And we'll just make this a little smaller. And now in the next video, we'll start to look at the JavaScript console. All right, guys, in this video, I want to go over the console in the browser because this is something that we'll be using throughout the entire course and you'll be using throughout your entire career as a front-end or full-stack web developer. Now, every browser, no matter which browser it is, I'm using Chrome, they all have what are called developer tools or dev tools. And in Chrome, you can go to the menu and you can go to more tools and then developer tools. Or you can, on Windows, I believe it's F12, you can toggle the dev tools. And then on a Mac, you can do Command Option I. Now, you'll see there's a bunch of tabs here. You're probably familiar with the Elements tab where you can, highlight elements. You can see the CSS. You can even edit page elements. Of course, this is only on my machine. If I reload, it goes back. But you can do a lot with the Elements tab. But that's for HTML, CSS. The console is where we'll see all of our front-end JavaScript warnings and errors, and we can log things to the console, and that's what I want to get into in this video. Now, you can also go directly to the console with Command or Control. I think on Windows it's Control-Alt-J. I know on Mac it's Command Option J, and that will it'll go right to the console. Now, as I mentioned, this is where you're going to see your warnings and errors. For example, if I go into my script here and I just put in an A and I save that and it runs, we're going to see this reference error. It says A is not defined, shows me the line number and the file where it's coming from. All right, so very helpful with warnings and errors. And of course, we can log to the console from our script, which I'll show you in a second. But we can also type JavaScript right in here. So if I wanted to do an alert, I could execute that, and you'll see that we get this alert with 1. Now, we're going to see undefined on the next line, because what this is if there's a result of the expression, then it will be put here. And there's no result to alert. We're just running an alert function. If I were to do, let's say, 1 plus 1, then it's going to show me 2. All right, I can also set variables. So let's say I wanted to set x to the value of 100, and we'll go over variables and data types and all that, but I can do that here as well. I get undefined because there's no result to that. If I were to do, let's say, x plus 10, then we're going to get 110 because x is equal to 100. Okay, I could use the date function if I wanted to get the date. So there's all types of stuff we can do here, but you're not going to do that very often, and maybe to do some testing and see if something is available on a DOM element or something like that, but it's not too often you'll type JavaScript in here. Now, to clear your console, there's a few things you can do. You can use the clear function, so clear with some parentheses, and that'll clear it. Also, you can do Command or Control L, that'll clear it up as well, or you can just reload the page. All right, so I'm going to come over here into my script, and I'm going to show you how we can log to the console in a couple different ways. Now, we do this with the console object. In fact, if we go over here and we type console in the console and hit enter, we're going to see the console object. Now, objects are common in just about every programming language, and you can think of them as they're an entity that have properties and methods. A property is like an attribute or a value, where a method is a function, something that does something. And you can see that these are actually all methods. They have an F next to them. They're functions, and functions are executed with parentheses. And don't worry if you don't understand that. We'll get into functions in a little bit. Now, there's quite a bit here, but don't let that overwhelm you because you're only going to use maybe 5% of these. Most of the time, you're going to be using console log or console.log. So let's come over to our script. I'm actually going to reload the page just to clear that up. And let's look at console.log. Now, what this is console is an object. And remember, an object has properties and methods. A method is a function, so log is the method that I'm using. And to execute a function or a method, you have to use parentheses. So I'm executing the log method that's on the console object. And we use this dot syntax in JavaScript to access properties and methods. Okay, now we want to log something. So in here, in the method or in the function, we want to pass in an argument. So I'm going to pass in a number, let's say 100. And if I save that and it runs, you'll see that now in the console, we're seeing 100. Now, any piece of data in JavaScript, or really in any programming language, has a type, and this is the type of number. And I'm going to go over the data types in the video after the next one. So let's say we want to log a different type, like a string. So a string is just a string of characters. So a string has to be wrapped in either double quotes or single quotes. So I'll just say hello world, and I'll save that, and you'll see that will log the string. And notice they're different colors. So the number is purple, the string is white. Now, if you want to log more than one thing at the same time, you can do that as well. So let's say we want to log a number, we'll say 20, and then a string, and then let's say a Boolean, which is a true or false. So if I go ahead and save that, you'll see that it'll log those three things, those three values. Now, in many cases, or I'd say most cases, you're going to be logging variables or results to functions. It's not that often you'll log straight strings like that, unless it's like it worked or something, if you're running a function or something like that and you want to see if it worked. So let's just create a variable, and we'll get into variables more soon. But if I just set, let's say, x to the value of 100, then I can come down here and console.log x. And of course, that's going to give me 100. All right, now there is another extension that I don't think I mentioned, and that is, let's see, where is it? Right here, JavaScript ES6 code snippets. And it just gives you some convenient snippets, and one of which that I use quite a bit is CLG. So if I do CLG enter, it gives me a console log. So I'll use that quite a bit. There's also some other ones I use, like try catch. You can do if statements. You know, and I don't usually use it for like if statements and stuff, but you will see me do CLG and maybe a few others. Now, in addition to log, we also have console.error. So I'll say just alert, and that'll log to the console, but you can see it has this red background, red border, and it also shows you the scope. So, I mean, it's up to you if you want to use it. I typically don't. I usually use console.log for everything. But remember, the console is for the developer. This isn't for the user. Users don't come to your website and open up the console. Now, in addition to alert, we also have console.warn. So I'll just say warning. If I save that, you'll see we get the yellow background. Pretty much the same thing, just a different color. And then we can also do tables for objects. So I'm going to do console.table, and I know we haven't gone over objects yet, but there are object literals, I should say, which are key value pairs, and they're wrapped in curly braces. So I'll just do a simple object with a name as the key, Brad as the value, and then email as the next key, and then Brad at Gmail for the value. And if I save it, you'll see this object is printed out as a table, which is kind of nice. And it also shows it as the object. Next one is groups. So we can do console.group and give that group a name. Let's call it simple. And then we can add some, we'll just take these three here and put those right underneath. And then we want to end the group. So we can say console.groupEnd. And if I save that and we check it out, you'll see that we have this simple with this collapsible arrow, and the warning, the alert, and the log are now under that, in that group. All right, now this isn't something that I use, but I just want you guys to know that this stuff is available. You'll probably only end up using console log 95% of the time. But again, I do want you to know some of the stuff that's available on this console object. Now, another thing that we can do that's kind of cool, you probably won't use it much, but I do want to show it to you, is adding CSS styles to your console logs. So what we can do is create a variable, I'll call it styles, and I'm assuming that you guys know CSS, but we can put some styles in here, like let's say padding 10 pixels. We'll say, let's do background dash color, and we'll do white. And then let's do the color, the text color, which will be green. Okay, so we just have a variable with some CSS. Now what we can do is a console log, and I'll put a string in here of hello world. And the way that we apply the styles is at the beginning of the string, we can add a %C, and then as a second parameter, we can pass in our styles. Now, if I save that and run it, you'll see down here we get the string of hello world with the CSS styles applied. Now there are some other methods on the console object, but I don't want to spend too much time on stuff you're probably never going to use. So in the next video, we're going to look at code commenting. We're also going to talk about some of the helpful keyboard shortcuts that you can use while writing code. Alright guys, so in this video I want to talk about commenting and also give you some helpful shortcuts to use while you're coding. Now, as far as the code here, it's the same exact stuff that we did in the last video. We're not actually going to write any code in this video aside from comments, but I am going to show you how to kind of navigate around and use some keyboard shortcuts. Now, comments are used for documenting your code and explaining things in a more human-readable way. Oftentimes, multiple developers work on the same code base, and comments are used to explain what a certain piece of code does. It's especially important when you're working on a project with a team of developers. And comments are also used to disable code, so if you have code that you don't want to delete, but you also don't want to run, then you would comment that block of code out. You can even use commenting as like a to-do list for yourself or for other developers. So very helpful. And commenting in JavaScript is very simple. So I'm just going to go up to the top here and we can just add double forward slashes, and this is a single line of code. So we'll say this is a single line of code. If I go on to the next line and start typing, you'll see it's not commented. All right, now in VS Code and in most text editors, if you just hit Command or Control and then forward slash, it'll put the double forward slash for you. You can toggle it. All right, also if you want to comment out a line of code that's already there, like let's say this one, you can go anywhere on the line and just hit Command or Control forward slash and you can toggle it, put it into a comment and toggle it. So if you want to toggle multiple lines of code, there's a few ways you can do it. What I usually do is go to either the beginning or the end, hold shift and hit up or down, depending on which code I want to highlight, and then I'll go ahead and do Command or Control forward slash, and it will comment all those lines out. But when you do that, every line has a comment on it. There's another way to add multi-line comments, and that's with the forward slash and asterisk, and then you want to go to wherever you want the comment to end and put an asterisk forward slash. So now you can see everything that's in between that is commented out. In fact, I'm just going to put right here, we'll say multi-line comment. Okay, so those are the two ways of commenting in JavaScript. Now, as far as keyboard shortcuts, I already showed you that if you hold shift, you can go up or down and you can highlight code. You can also hold shift and go right or left and highlight as well. If you want to navigate a line of code, I'm just going to go to this one. Actually, let's go to this table right here. So if we go to this table and I hold down Command or Control and I hit right, the right arrow, it's going to go all the way over to the end of the line. If I hit left, it'll go to the beginning of the line. Okay, now if you want to go in between and you don't want to navigate every single character, you just hold Option or Alt on Windows. And you can see it'll go from this console to the end, the beginning of console to the end. If I hit right again, it goes to the end of table. Hit right again, it goes to the beginning of the object, and so on. Okay, so it's just a faster way to navigate across. Now, you can also hold down Shift, and if you do Option or Alt, right or left, it'll just highlight, it'll go across faster, and you can highlight while you're doing that. And you can also hold Shift and hold down Command or Control, and you can highlight from where you are over, either right or left. Okay, now if you want to move a line of code up or down, you can hold Alt on Windows or Option on a Mac, and you'll see this console.table. I'm just moving it up and down the file. Okay, that's holding Option or Alt. If you want to duplicate it, then you could hold Shift Option or Shift Alt and hit the down arrow, and you'll see I'm just copying the line of code down. And of course, undo is Command or Control Z. All right, now let's see, if you want to, let's say I want every instance of this log right here. So I'm going to hold Shift and just highlight it, and then in VS Code it'll automatically highlight each one. Now if you want to, well, it's not actually highlighting it like with your cursor, it's just visually. If you want to actually highlight with your cursor, I can hit Command or Control D, and you'll see it selects the next.log. If I hit Command or Control D again, it selects the next one, and I can edit those. I'm editing, all of the logs. Okay. Now, if you want to select all of them instead of going one by one with Command or Control D, you can do Command Shift L will highlight them all, and you'll see now I got all the .logs and I can edit them. All right, you can also place your cursor. So if I want to put my cursor at the beginning of the log here, I can hold either Alt on Windows or Option on a Mac, and I can just click there, click here, and click here. And then I can type in where all the cursors are. Okay, so you're not going to remember these right now. So don't worry, when you move to the next video and you forget all of these, don't worry about it. Use one or two, while you're coding. Even in this course, use one or two and learn them so that it kind of becomes second nature. And then choose another one or two and start to use that, and before you know it, you'll just do it without even thinking. All right, and then a couple others I wanted to show you. If you do Command Shift O, you can search for a file. So if we do like index, you'll see that both of our index HTMLs. If I do script, you can see our script JSs, and you can switch to those as well. All right, if you want to search, you can do, you can do Command Option F. And if I want to look for, console, it'll show me all those. You can also do Command Shift F, and you can search over here for, we'll say console, and it will show us all where console is in every file, not just the file that we're in. All right, and you can also just click on search here as well. And if in VS Code, if you want to toggle the sidebar, you can do Command B, or Control B. That'll just toggle the sidebar. What else? If you want to toggle the terminal, you can do it's Control tilde. So I can toggle the terminal down here, which we're not going to get into. Maybe we will later on in the course. But yeah, so those are kind of the most common shortcuts that at least that I use. So hopefully that helps. And in the next video, we're going to start to look more at variables. So in this video, we're going to start to look at variables and variable declarations. Now, variables are basically containers for pieces of data, and that data can be one of many different types, and it's important to understand the different data types in JavaScript. So we're going to go over that in the next video. Now, when we declare a variable, we need to use one of three keywords. So let's just say ways to declare a variable. So basically we have var. Let's make sure we comment this out. So we have var, we have let, and we have const. Okay, so these are the three ways that you'll see variables declared in JavaScript. Now, you probably won't see var very much anymore. Var was the original declaration, but in ES 2015, which is the 2015 update of JavaScript, or ECMAScript, also known as ES6, it was a huge update to the language, and they introduced let and const. And the main reason for that is due to something called scope. And I'm not going to get too much into scope right now because it'll go over a lot of people's heads that are just getting started. We're going to have a whole section on function, scope, execution context, and stuff like that. But for now, just know that when you write code just write in the file, not inside of a function, not inside of an if statement. That's the global scope. All right. Now, in the global scope, var and let work in a very similar way. Now, const is a little different because it's for constants. It's for values that are not going to be reassigned at a later time. Okay, and I'll show you const in a few minutes, but let's start by just creating some variables here. I'm going to say first name, and let's set that to a string, so we do need quotes. So we'll say John. Now, notice I made this N capital, so basically the beginning of the second word I capitalized. I'll talk about that and some other ways you can format your variables in a few minutes. But let's say first name, we'll say last name, and set that to Doe. Okay, so we're just creating some strings, putting them into some variables, and we'll do a console log of first name, and we can log more than one thing, so we'll do that here as well. And you'll see we get John Doe. Okay, and if I wanted to create a variable with another data type, like a number, we could say let age equals 30. We can console log age. Okay, now if I try to log age up here, you'll see that I'm going to get an error. it says cannot access age before initialization. When we do this right here, let const var, this is initializing a variable, okay? And you want to initialize it before you use it. Now it does act a little different if we use var. So if I say var here and I run this, we don't get an error, but you'll see that it is undefined. And this is due to something called hoisting, which is a little more advanced, and we'll talk about that at a later time. But yeah, you want to initialize your variables first. I'm just going to get rid of that. Now, when it comes to naming your variables, there's a couple conventions that we need to follow. So variable names can only be letters, numbers, underscores, and $signs. Okay, so you can't have anything else. You can't have like a plus symbol or an asterisk or anything like that. And even though that you can have numbers, they can't start with a number. So if I were to say like let one name equals Brad, that's not going to work. I'm going to get an error. But if I move that one to the end here, then that's fine. But if I try to add like a plus sign or something like that, that's not going to work. Okay, now as far as the formatting of your variables for like multiple words, just paste this in here. What I did here with first name and last name, this is called camel case, where you start with a lowercase number for the first word, and then every other word after that is uppercase. Okay, so that's camel case, and that's usually what you're going to see. Now, you have other ways to do it, like you could use underscores to separate the words, which I don't particularly like, but I mean, it's all right, I guess. You see a lot of that in PHP. And then we also have Pascal case, where the first word is also uppercase. And there are conventions, or there are certain times where this is the convention, such as in React components or most front-end frameworks. When you create a component, the file name is Pascal case, so is the class or the function name of the component. And then you might see all lowercase, which I really don't like. I don't think that it's very readable, especially if you're getting into like 3 and 4 words. Okay, so let's look at reassigning variables. So we'll say reassigning variables. Now we have a variable up here of age. We use let. We set age to 30. So if I come down here, I can then take age and then I can reassign it to, let's say, 31. Let's say John had a birthday. And then we'll just console log age again, and now it's 31. All right. Now, another thing I can do with let is just simply declare it and not actually assign a value. So let's say we want a variable called score, but that's it. I'm just going to declare it. Okay, I'm allowed to do that. I don't get any error. And then I could take score and maybe add 1 to it. Let's do a console log of score. And we get 1. And then we might have like some kind of if statement. I'll just put true in here so that this runs, and don't worry if you don't understand this. But let's say we have something happen where the score and gets added 1 again. We'll say it equals score plus 1. And then down here we'll console log again score, and now we get 2. Okay, so that's something that is very common using let. Now let's try the kind of the same thing with const. So we'll go ahead and say const, and I'll just call this x, and I'm going to set that to 100. And then let's say I want to take that x variable and then reassign it to 200. If I save that, I'm going to get an error. It says assignment to constant variable, a type error. Okay, so a constant cannot be directly reassigned like this. Another thing you can't do with const is just declare it and not initialize. So for instance, if I were to say, I already have score, so I'll say score 1. If I were to just do this, you'll see it's already giving me an error here. Const declarations must be initialized. If I save, I'm going to see the same error here. Okay, if this were a let, though, that I can do that. Okay, so just know that const can't be directly reassigned. Now, where a lot of people get confused is when you're using arrays or objects, things that are not primitive values. And I know I haven't gotten into that stuff yet, but I just want to show you a quick example that's pretty easy to understand. So if I use const and I have an array, right, and an array is just multiple values. So let's say 1, 2, 3, 4, all right? What I can't do is directly reassign by taking array and saying, well, let's do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. If I do that, I'm going to get an error because I'm using the equal sign directly reassigning. But what I could do is with arrays, you have a bunch of methods such as push. And push is a method that will add on to the end. So what I could do is say array.push5, and then if I console log my array, that works. So I manipulated this array. I changed it from 1, 2, 3, 4 to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 by simply using a method to push 5 onto the end. Okay, and then the same goes with objects. If I say const person and I set that to an object and I say name Brad, and then we'll come down here. Now, if I were to just take person and directly reassignment, you guys know that's not going to work, but I could do person.name and set that equal to John, and that works because I'm not directly changing the variable. I'm changing a property or a key inside the variable, or not a key, but a value of a key. Okay, I could also do like person.email, and I could add on, let's say brad@gmail. Okay, and then if I do a console log of the entire person object, you'll see I have name John and email Brad. Okay, so when people ask me, you know, what should I use, const, let, or both, or whatever, I say it's really preference. Now for me, I always use const unless I know I'm going to directly reassign something like this right here. Okay, now you're going to find that you don't do this very often. Okay, I shouldn't say that. I don't do this very often. We use a lot of the times we use objects and arrays, and using const with that is just fine because there's not too many, you know, you don't directly reassign this very often. You're going to do stuff like this. You're going to use methods, you know, you're going to assign properties and stuff like that. So that's my rules. I always use const unless I know it's something that I'm going to change, such as a score in a game. You know, you might add to that. But you probably, or what I would do is have it in an object and then just change that value. So I could use const in that case. So, I mean, you're going to find a lot of this stuff as preference. All right, now another thing that I just wanted to mention is we can declare multiple, let's say multiple values at once, or multiple variables. So I'll just go ahead and say, actually let's use let here. Let's say let, and I'll say ABC. So I could do that, right? I don't even have to assign it because I'm using let. And then I could also do like const. I can't just, I have to assign it, but I still can do multiple at once. So I could say like A, I can't do A because I just used it up there, but let's say D equals 10. I could put a comma and say E equals 20, and let's say F equals 30. Okay, and all of that is just fine. So if I console log D, down here, you're going to see we get 10. Now, I usually don't do this. I'll just use a semicolon and then just do const D, const E, const F. I just think it looks cleaner, but that's just, again, that's just preference. But you can assign, you know, multiple at the same time. And if you don't actually assign a value and you log it, what we're going to get is undefined. Okay, which is one of the data types, which is what we're going to talk about in the next video. All right, guys, so I want to spend a little bit of time on data types. So when you're dealing with code, any type of code, any language, and you're dealing with data, that data is associated with some kind of data type. Okay, and it doesn't matter which language you're using, they all have some kind of data types, and they can be different language by language. Now in JavaScript, you essentially have two types of types. You have primitive data types and you have reference types or objects, and I'll talk about those in a second. But I want to start off with primitive data types. Now I feel like a lot of JavaScript courses kind of skip over some important fundamentals, and what I want to do is, I'll talk more about this in the next video, but I want you to understand how these data types are stored and how primitive data types are different or accessed differently than reference types. But again, I'll talk more about that in the next video. Right now, I just want you to know what these types are. So the first is a string, which we've dealt with. So a string is essentially a sequence of characters, and a string must be enclosed in either double quotes or single quotes or backticks. Next, we have a number, which are integers, which could be positive or negative numbers, as well as floating point numbers or decimals. Now, in some languages, you actually have either a decimal and or a float type. In JavaScript, we don't. If it's an integer or if it's a decimal or a floating point number, they're all the same. They're all going to be the type of number. Okay, so keep that in mind. Next, we have a Boolean, which represents a logical entity. It can be either true or false. Next, we have null, which is the intentional absence of any object value. And a lot of people get null confused with undefined, which I'll talk about next. But just know that null it's intentional. It's supposed to be there, but it's supposed to be null. It's supposed to be empty. You can essentially think of it as empty. Now, the next one, undefined, is a variable that hasn't been defined or assigned. Okay, so null is purposeful, undefined usually isn't. All right, next we have a symbol, which I'm not going to talk too much about right now because it's kind of advanced, and it was actually added in ES 2015 or ES 6. So a symbol is essentially a built-in object whose constructor returns a unique symbol, or a symbol that is unique. All right, and we'll get into that later. It's not something you use very often, at least I don't. And then the last one is a new data type that was just recently added called big int. Okay, and it just represents really, really big integers, really large numbers that the number type can't handle. All right, and we will jump into some code in this video and just kind of show you how to store each of these in a variable. So the next type is reference or objects. Now, reference or objects, they're non-primitive, and when we assign a reference type to a variable, the variable is given a reference to that value. And again, I'm going to talk more about how reference types and primitive types are stored and accessed in the next video. But object literals, arrays, functions, these are all examples of reference types. Now, in programming, you have something called static typing or statically typed, and you have dynamically typed. JavaScript is a dynamically typed language, and what this means is that we don't explicitly define the types for our variables. So if I say like const name equals Brad, I don't have to put const name string equals Brad. It just knows it's dynamic. With many languages, you actually have to add the types yourself. Those are statically typed languages like C, C++, Java, and I'm sure that some of you have worked with some of those languages. In JavaScript, you don't explicitly set your types. However, there is something called TypeScript, which is very, very popular, and it's a superset of JavaScript, meaning that it's everything that JavaScript is. It essentially is JavaScript, but it also has some additional features, including static typing. Okay, so there are reasons to use static typing. It is more code that you have to type, but it can make your code more verbose and it can make it less prone to errors, and a lot of people really love TypeScript. So that might be something you want to look into once you really learn the fundamentals of JavaScript. Okay, so I just want to jump into VS Code and go over these types in the text editor and also show you how we can get the types of a specific variable. So let's start off with strings, which are very simple. They're just sequences of characters. So I'll create a variable, and I'm using const. Like I said in the last video, I use const for everything unless I know I'm going to reassign it. So we'll say first name, and we'll set that to Sarah. All right, now I want to console log out the value, so we'll say first name. But I also want to show you how we can get the actual type from this first name variable. So as a second argument, I'm going to pass in the type of operator. Okay, so just type of and then a space and then whatever you want to get the type of. So first name. And now you'll see it's logging out Sarah and string. All right. Now there's going to be a few variables that I want to show the value and the type, and I don't want to type it twice. So I'm going to create another variable here. We'll just call it output, and for now I'll set it to first name, and then let's come down here and put output. Now I just want to mention some little tips and tricks as we go along. I already went over some shortcuts, but just to kind of remind you, we can go to the end of this first name, hold shift and then highlight it, and then we can do a command or control D to select the next instance of first name and then replace it with output and then save. Okay, and we should get the same result. So I'll just mention little tips and tricks like that as we go along. So the next type I want to look at is number. So let's do const. We'll say age equals 30. So that's an example of a number. If I change that to age, we get 30, and it shows number from our type of operator. Now I also want to mention that decimals. So if I do temp and set that to, let's say, 98.9, and then we look at the type for that, that's also going to be a number. There's no specific float or decimal or anything like that. Everything is a number in JavaScript. So the next type is Boolean, which is really simple. It's just a true false value. So maybe we want to say like has kids, since we're talking about a person, and we'll set that to true. And then we'll come down here, we'll change the output to has kids, and we get true, and it says Boolean. So the next one is null, which is basically like an intentional empty value. So maybe we have like an apartment number, but let's say this person lives in a house, so we set that to null. There's no apartment number. There's no need for one. And this one is a little weird, because if we set this to apartment number and we look at the value, which is null, and then we look at the result of this type of, we get object. Okay, now this is a little confusing because null is not an object, it's not a reference type, it's a primitive. But there's a reason for this. It's kind of, in summary, it's kind of a mistake. In fact, I'm going to paste in the link right here if you're interested, and we can check it out real quick. So let's go to that link, and it just kind of explains why this happens. And it has to do with the first implementation of JavaScript. Values were represented as a type, tag, and value. The type tag for object was 0. Null was represented as the null pointer, which was 0x00. Consequently, null had 0 as a type tag, hence the type of return of object. So in case you're wondering why it says object and not null, that's why, but it's not that important, honestly. Now the next is undefined, and you're probably not going to purposely set variables to undefined very much, but just to show you, if we were to do, remember in the last video I showed you we can use let to just create a variable but not actually define it to something. So I'll just say let score, and then we'll pass that in here to output so we can see the value and the type, and both are undefined, the value and the type. Okay, so if you just set a variable and you don't define it, it's going to be undefined. Now you can also explicitly set it to undefined. You don't do this very much, but I could say const score, let's just comment this out, and I could just say set it to undefined, and we get the same thing. All right, now a symbol is a primitive type, but it's not something that you're probably going to use very much, especially in your early career. But just to show you, we can create, let's say, ID, and let's set that to symbol. So we're going to say symbol with parentheses, and then pass in a unique identifier of ID. And then we'll change this to ID and save, and you'll see we get symbol as our type. And then the last one is, or I should say the last primitive type is big int, which is just a really big number that is too big for the number type. So I'll say const n, and I'm actually going to just copy or paste in this number here. So it's basically this long string of numbers and then n. And if we were to put n right here and save, we get the type of big int. Now, as far as reference types, let's come down here, and in the next video I'm going to talk about the difference in how primitive and reference types are stored and accessed. But as far as what reference types are arrays, object literals, functions. So just to give you an example, we'll create a simple array. I'll call it numbers. Okay, and then if I were to, actually we want to put, let's grab this and let's put this up here. We want this above the output. And then let's change this to numbers. Okay, if I save that, it's going to show the array as the value and object as the type. Okay, any reference type is an object. So an object literal, of course, is also an object, is also a reference type. So if I say person, and we're going to learn all about objects and arrays and get much more advanced, but just to show you, we'll say Brad, and then if we change this here to person, you'll see we also get object. Now a function is also a reference type. So I'm just going to create a very simple function called say hello and just have it do a console log of hello. And then down here, let's swap this out for say hello. So you'll see for the value, for the console log of the value, it's just the function itself. I didn't call it with parentheses. And notice that instead of object, it says function. Now, it's still an object. It's just defined as a function object. And I'm going to put the documentation link here if you want to read more about that. And in the final version of the Sandbox, I'll label what these links are and stuff. So I'll make things a little neater. But yeah, that's it as far as what the types are, the primitive types and reference types or objects. In the next video, I just want to quickly go over how those are stored in memory. Alright guys, so in this video we're going to look at how primitive and reference type data is stored in memory. And one thing I want to mention is if you're a beginner and some of this is kind of confusing, that's okay. This is kind of like behind the scenes stuff. And the reason I'm putting it in the course at this point is just to give you a bigger picture of not only the syntax to write for your JavaScript code, but to also understand how JavaScript works. So if you don't completely soak in this video, that's absolutely fine. You can always come back to it later, and we'll talk more about this stuff later as well. So when we store our data, when we set a variable, if it's a primitive type, it's stored in an area in memory called the stack. Okay, if we store a reference type, such as an array, an object, a function, that's stored in an area of memory called the heap. Okay, so you have the stack, which is where your primitive data is stored, and you have the heap where your reference types are stored. So just keep that in mind. All right, now to kind of visualize how we store and access data, I created this diagram with kind of multiple scenes. So first off, let's say we create a couple variables. We have a name that's equal to John, which is a string, which is a primitive type, and then age equals 30, which is a number, which is also a primitive type. Now this box over here represents the stack in memory. So you can see age, the name of the variable, and 30, the value, are stored on the stack. Same thing with name and John. Now, if we were to create a variable called person and set that to an object, which is a reference type, you can see the variable is stored on the stack, but it accesses the data by reference, and that data is stored in the heap. All right. Now, just to kind of show you more about how this works, if we create another variable called new name and we set it to name, okay, up here, which is John, then on the stack we have a new variable called new name, and we have a new piece of data called John. Name is still equal to John, and now new name is equal to John. Let's say that we want to take that new name variable and reassign it. Remember, when we use let, we can reassign. So now we have new name equals Jonathan. So it overwrote the old value of John to Jonathan. Now let's kind of do the same thing and say, well, we're going to create a new person variable and set it to person, which is this object right here, Brad, name Brad, age 40, 41 now, but that's fine. So new person is put on the stack, the variable, and it points to the same reference that person does. Okay, so it doesn't create a whole new value like up here where we created John again. It just points to that area in the memory heap. So if we were to, let's come down here and let's say new person dot name, which is a property, this property right here, set that to Bradley. Now what's going to happen is we're changing in the heap that name value of Brad to Bradley. So new person dot name is going to be Bradley, but so is person dot name. In fact, right here, if we logged person dot name, it's going to be Bradley, even though we changed new person dot name. The reason for that is because they both point to the same reference. All right, so that's kind of what I want to get across here is with primitive types, the value is stored on the stack. So even if you change new name to something, name is going to stay John because John is there. It's solid on the stack. With objects and arrays and so on, you have a reference. So if you set a variable to another variable and change something in that, it changes the reference. So what I want to do now is jump into VS Code and show you this exact thing in the text editor. So I have this empty script.js, and we're going to do the same thing. Let's say const name equals, we'll set that to John, and then we're going to set the age equal to 30. So these are both primitive values. In fact, I'll put a comment here, and let's say these values are stored on the stack. All right, now let's say reference values are stored on the heap. So let's say const, and we'll say person equals, and let's set that to, let's say name. And we're going to have an entire section on object literals like this, so don't worry if you don't fully understand the syntax. So we'll say age 40. All right, so we have our primitive values and we have our reference values. So I'm going to do what we did in the slide, and let's say new name, and I'm using let here because I'm going to reassign it. So I'll say new name, set that to name, and let's just do a console log down here of both name and new name. So now we get John and John for both the name and new name. And don't worry about this being crossed out. It's just because name is a deprecated property on the window object. It has nothing to do with what we're doing. So now let's go ahead and reassign. We'll say new name, and we'll set that now to Jonathan. So if I save that, now we get John and Jonathan. Now let's try the same thing with the reference type. So I'll say let new person, set that to person, and then down here let's console log person and new person, and we get both, they're both the same, right? Name Brad, age 40. So now what I'm going to do is take new person, which I got the value from person, but remember these are stored in the heap and they're accessed by reference. So if I were to change the new person name to Bradley and I save that, notice both person and new person both are now Bradley. Okay, because these are both stored in the same spot in the heap, and they're being accessed by reference. And that diagram should really help you understand why it's doing this, right? You can see they're both pointing to the same spot, but with the primitive values, the values are stored right on the stack. All right, so I hope that this made sense. In the next video, we're going to look at type conversion, because sometimes your types can change, whether it's implicitly or explicitly. So we're going to talk about that next. All right, guys, in this video, we're going to talk about type conversion. So type conversion or typecasting is the process of explicitly converting a value from one type to another. For instance, you may have a string value of 5, so 5 with quotes around it, and you want to convert it to a number of 5 so that you can maybe do some arithmetic operations on it or whatever you're going to do. Now, there's also something called type coercion, which can be explicit, but it usually refers to having your types changed implicitly, okay, without you purposefully doing it. So we're going to talk about that in, I think, the video after the next one. But in this one, I'm going to show you how to explicitly convert types. Now let's say we want to convert a string to a number. So I'm going to say let amount, and I'm using let because I'm going to reassign this, but let's set it to 100 wrapped in quotes. And then let's do a console log of the amount value as well as the type. So we'll say type of amount. And if I save that, you see we get 100 and string. So there's a few reasons you might want to convert this to a number. If, let's say, someone's submitting a form and the number comes in as a string, but you want to run some operations on it, you can't do that with a string. You want to change it to a number. So there's a couple ways we can do that. The first is using the parseInt function. So we can say amount. I'm just going to reassign it to, let's say, parseInt, which is a function. So we use our parentheses, and this is going to take in the string, okay, which is in the variable of amount. So now if I save that, you can see we get 100, which is now a different color, and we get number as the type. Now another way to do it is by using the unary, I think it's called unary operator. It's just basically the plus sign, and this is the method that I like to use. It's a newer way to do it. So we can say amount equals and then just do plus amount. So if I save that, you can see that also converts it to a number. And then the third way we can do it is with the number method or the number constructor, and we do that by just saying number with parentheses, and then we can pass in a string, and I save that. You can see now we get it as a number. So those are some different ways you can use to parse it to a string to a number. And I'm just going to put a comment here. Let's say change string to number. All right, now let's look at some ways that we can change a number to a string. So I'm going to come up here and change this to 100, which is a number. If I save this, you'll see it's a number. And now I want to change this to a string. So one way we could do it is say, let's say amount equals amount, and then there's actually a method called toString. Okay, so a method is a function that's attached to an object. Now if I save this, you'll see it's now a string. Now this actually brings up a question, or it should bring up a question. We know that this right here is a number, which is a primitive type, which means it's not an object. Now methods are properties on objects, so why does this work? You know, this should be a primitive. It doesn't have methods. Well, the answer to that is JavaScript actually creates a temporary wrapper. When we use toString, it creates a temporary wrapper of the appropriate object type. So this amount, which is a primitive, doesn't intrinsically have any methods on it because it's not an object. But since we're trying to use toString on it, JavaScript creates a temporary wrapper of the associated type. Okay, so hopefully that makes sense. Now, that kind of stuff isn't really beginner JavaScript, but like I said, I want to touch on some of the fundamental concepts and how JavaScript works as you go through this course. So you might not retain little things like that, but that's okay. You know, as long as you remember the syntax and you know what's going on, that's fine. You don't really have to know what happens under the hood, but I do want to just talk about some of that stuff. Now another way we can do it is we can say amount equals, let's just comment that out. So we're going to say amount equals, and then we can also use the string constructor just like we have a number constructor. So I'll pass in here amount, and now if I save that, you can see that it is a string. Now if you have a decimal, right, so if let's say this is amount is 99.5 and you want to, let's say it's a string of 99.5 and you want to convert it to a number of 99.5, which is a decimal, there's a method you can use called parseFloat. You don't want to use parseInt because that's going to be an integer, which is either a positive or negative number. So let's come down here and let's say change string to decimal. So what we can do is say amount equals, and to use or to change it to a decimal, we can say parseFloat, and pass in the amount, and then let's save that. Now the actual type, like within JavaScript, is going to be number, but let me show you what happens if we use parse int. If I say parse int and I save, it's going to be an int. It's going to be 99. The type underneath is still number either way, but it's going to screw up your formatting if you need this to actually be 99.5. So in that case, you definitely want to use parse float. All right, and I'm just going to change this to change to convert. Okay, so the next thing I want to show you is the Boolean constructor, which will turn a number into a Boolean. Now, in JavaScript, we have a concept of Truthy and Falsy values, and I'm going to get into that soon. But for now, just know we can actually change a number. So let's make this back into 100. Actually, let's make it into a 1. And then let's come down here. Let's say convert number to Boolean. And I'm going to say amount. And I'm going to set that to Boolean. Remember, Boolean is a true or false value. I'm going to set that to amount. Let's see what we get. So as you can see, we get true, and we get the type of Boolean. Now 1 is what we call a truthy value. If we convert it to Boolean, it's going to be true. If I set this amount to 0 and we save, we're going to get false. Okay, 0 is a falsy value, and I know that that sounds confusing, but I'm going to have a whole video on truthy and falsy. And then any other number like 10 or anything else is going to be true. 0 is the only one that's going to be false. Now let's look at what happens if, I'm just going to comment this out. Let's look at what happens if we try to take a string that is not a number, or I should say is not a number in a string, like something like hello. And what if I try to parse that into a number? Let's see what we get. So we get a value of nan, or NaN, and what this stands for is not a number. Okay, it's actually a special number. As you can see, it does have the type of number, but it's a special number that represents not a number, and this is kind of confusing. So there's some really strange and quirky aspects of JavaScript. The good news is most of it doesn't get in your way in practical development. It's just when we start to dig down deeper, things can get a little weird. So nan is a property of the global window object, and it's a non-writable property. And there's actually 5 different types of operations that can return nan. And that's when a number can't be parsed, which is what we're seeing here. Also math operations where the result is not a real number, like trying to do like square root of -1. In fact, I'll just, let's say console log, and I know we haven't talked about the math object yet, but there's a square root here, and I'm going to do -1. If I save, you'll see that also gets nan. Another one is if the operand of an argument is nan, like if I do 1 plus nan, let's try that, console log 1 plus nan. Okay, we get nan. Also, if we try to do like undefined, let's say undefined plus undefined, that gives us nan. And then the last way we can get it is any operation that involves a string and is not an addition operation. So if I do like a string, let's say foo, and we'll say divided by 3, I also get nan. So those are the 5 ways that you can end up with this. But the most common thing you're going to do here is convert a string to a number, especially when you're dealing with like form data, because you might want to do some operations on a number that you can't do on a string. All right, so that's it. In the next video, we're going to look at operators. All right, so in this video, we're going to take a look at operators. So operators are symbols that we can use in expressions to do certain things. And there's a few different categories of operators. The first one I want to look at is arithmetic. So let's say 1, and let's say arithmetic operators. All right, so these are going to be pretty simple. Obviously, you guys know addition and subtraction and all that. But I'm just going to initialize a variable just to output. So I'll say let x, and then down here we'll say just console log x. And let's say x equals, and we'll just do 5 and say 5 plus 5. So this is obviously the arithmetic, the addition operator. If I save that, of course we get 10. Copy that down. Let's do minus, we get 0. Let's do, copy that down again, and we'll do multiplication. That gives us 25, and then we'll do division. That gives us 1. Now, in addition to those, the basic 4, we also have the modulus operator. So if I say, well, if I do 5 and then the modulus, which is the percent sign, and 5, that's going to give me 0 because 5 goes into 5 once with no remainder. So what this does is it gives us the remainder. If I were to do 7, we know 5 goes into 7 once. If I save that, you'll see we get 2 as the remainder. So this can come in handy for different things. Now, the next thing I want to show you is concatenation. I think you spell it concatenation. So the concatenate operator is the plus sign. So you can essentially think of the plus sign having two different functions in JavaScript. One obviously is addition, but one is to concatenate strings together. So if I use the plus sign with two strings, well, let's say x equals, so I'll say hello, which is a string, and then plus, and then another string of world. If I save that, what it does is it just concatenates or puts the two together. All right, now if I wanted a space in between, I could either put a space here, that works, or you might do another, you might concatenate again, just a set of quotes with a space. But if I want to go back to another string, then I would add another plus sign here. So that's concatenation. I came to JavaScript from PHP, like I learned PHP first, and in PHP, the period is the concatenate operator. So this does the same thing that the period does in PHP. So the next one is the exponent operator, which is a double asterisk. So let's say x equals, and what we're saying here is we want to get the result of the first operand to the power of the second. So we'll say 2 double asterisk 3, and that gives us 8. All right, so that's exponent. Then we have increment. So increment, there's a couple ways that we can increment a number. So let's say we have x, let's set it to 3. Actually, we'll set it to 1. And then let's say I want to increment it by 1. I could do x equals x plus 1. If I do that, we get 2. Or I could use the increment operator, which is double plus sign. If I save that, I also get 2. And of course, we can also do decrement. So right now, x is 2. So let's say x equals x minus 1. So that's one way that we could subtract 1. Or we can just do x minus minus, and that also gives us 1. So those are all the basic arithmetic operators. Now we're going to look at assignment operators. So the first is just a value assignment, which is very simple. We've been doing that all along. So we can just say x equals 10. That's just assigning a value. Now we also have addition, multiplication, subtraction, basically all the stuff we did up here. We can use those as assignment operators. So what I mean is I can say x and then plus equals, let's say 5. And if I save that, we get 15 because x was 10, but then this is the same as, it's the same as doing this. X equals whatever x is plus 5. And in fact, if we did 1, that's the same thing we did up here to increment, right? Same thing as this as well. And then we can also use other, we can say like minus equals, that gives us 10, because remember it was 15, but then we took 5 away. Then if we do the multiplication, so we get 50, then we can do division, we get 10, and we can also do modulus, which gives us 0. There's even the exponent. I've never used this, but you can also do that. So those are assignment operators. Now the next batch that I'm going to show you, let's say 3, these are comparison operators, which you're going to use quite a bit. So the first one is if something is equal to, and I'll comment these a little better for the final version, but I don't want to waste too much time with comments. So let's say x, we'll say x equals, and then let's say 2, and I'm going to use the equals operator, which is double equals. Okay, remember the single equal sign is assignment. That's what I'm doing right here. I'm setting something to x. But right here, I'm evaluating an expression using the comparison operator of equals. So what that's going to give me is true. It's going to give me the result of this. It's going to put that into the variable, and then I'm console logging that. Now, if I were to change this to 4, then obviously that's going to give me false. So that's equal to. Now we also have the equal value and equal type operator, which is a triple equals. So let's say 2, and then let's do triple equals 2. Now that's going to give me true, obviously, but I just want to show you, if I were to comment this out for a second, and then on the double equal change this to a string, that's going to give me true, because the double equal does not test the type. It only tests the actual value inside. All right, now if I were to uncomment this and make this to a string and save, I'm going to get false, because the triple equal not only evaluates the value, but it evaluates the type as well. So the types have to match. And in this case, this is a string, this is a number. Now, it's really preference on what you use, but what I do and what I see a lot of people do is pretty much always use the triple equals. I think that that's going to save you some headaches and save you some errors if you just always use triple equals. There are a couple situations where you might not want to. There's quite a few where you don't need to, but it's in most cases it's not going to hurt. All right, so that's just what I do. It's up to you. You'll kind of find your groove as you move along. All right, so let me just put a space here. Now we also have not equals. So I'm going to say x equals 2, and the not is represented with an exclamation. So I'm going to say not equal, but just one equal in this case. So this is basically the opposite of this, even though it only has one equal sign. So I'm going to say 2 and save that, and we get false. And the reason we get false is because 2 is equal to 2. So obviously 2 not equal to 2, that expression is going to be false. Now, same rule applies with the double equals as with this. If we were to do a string, that's still going to be false, because in this case 2 is equal to this if we're using the double equals. Now, we also have the not version of this. So if I were to copy that down, and then let's just add another equals onto that. If I save that, we're going to get true. And that's because it's true that this is not equal to this when we're checking the type as well. If I remove these quotes and save that, that's going to be false, because it's false that this is not equal to 2, because they are equal. All right, now the next thing I want to show you is greater than and less than, which are pretty simple. So let's say x equals 10, let's say greater than 5, and that, of course, that gives us true. And we'll just copy this down, and let's change this one to less than, so that's going to be false. We also have greater than or equal to, and we have less than. Let's do, I'm sorry, that's less than or equal to. Then we also have greater than or equal to. So very simple. Those don't really need any explanation if you did like 3rd grade math. So that's all I want to talk about in this video. Basically, I needed you guys to know this stuff in order to understand the next video of type coercion. So a couple videos ago, we looked at type conversion, where you, as a developer, you want to change a string to a number or a number to a string. In this video, we're going to look at type coercion, which is more implicit. And typically, coercion happens when you apply operators to values that have different types. So what I'm going to do is just create a variable of x, and I want to console log the value of x and also the type. And the reason I do this is just so we don't have to create a bunch of different variables. So let's say we want x to equal the number 5 plus the string with 5 in it, and let's see what we get. So if we look in the console, you'll see we get 55, but we get it as a string. So this is an example of type coercion where JavaScript implicitly changed this to a string, all right, because what happened here is it was concatenated with the plus sign. So if I were getting a string for some reason and I wanted to add it, then I would convert this first. So for example, actually, let's just copy it down, because I like you guys to have all the code we write. And let's just wrap this in a number. And then that will obviously add them together because now this is a number. Now, what if we were to say x equals 5, and then let's multiply a string? What do you think we're going to get here? So if I save that, we get 25, which is a number. So JavaScript in this case did the opposite. It converted or coerced this string into a number. And the reason for that is because if you use multiplication between strings, that doesn't make any sense. You're not going to get anything from that. So JavaScript decided to coerce it to a number so it could be multiplied. So let's see what happens if we do x equals, and let's say 5 plus null. In that case, we just get 5 as a number. So null is actually coerced into a 0. And we can see that if we do, let's say x equals, and we'll use the number method here and pass null in, and you'll see we get 0. Okay, and you can use this on anything, this number. So if I say number, let's do, copy that down, we'll do true and false. I'm just going to comment out this one to see what we get for true. You can see we get 1. So true as a number is 1. False as a number is 0. So with that said, what do you think happens if we say, let's add 5 plus true? Let's go ahead and save that. We get 6 because true is being coerced into a number and true as a number is 1. Okay, same if we do, let's say 5 plus false. Obviously, we're going to get 5 because false is 0 as a number. And again, we're going to talk about truthy and falsy values in a little bit. So if we do, let's say x equals 5 plus undefined, we get nan, which is not as a number. Now remember, in the, what was it? Was it the last video? I think it was the last video where we talked about nan. And if we add anything to undefined, then we're going to get nan, okay, including itself. So now you should be pretty familiar with types. We have our 7 primitive types, and then we also have reference types or objects. And we talked about how they're stored in memory. We talked about implicit and explicit type conversion or coercion. So what I want to do now is focus on individual types such as strings and numbers and start to look at how we can use them, manipulate them, use some of the methods that we can use with strings and numbers, and just get you a little more familiar with that. All right, so we'll look at strings next. All right, guys, so we've looked at the different data types, the primitive types versus the reference types or objects. We've looked at conversion and coercion and operators. What I want to look at now is individual data types and just certain things we can do. So in this video, I want to look at strings. So we'll talk about concatenation a little bit more, as well as template literals, which are really, really helpful, and also some of the different methods that we can use on a string. Now, like I said in a past video, strings are primitive. However, if we use a method like, let's say, toUpperCase on a string, which is primitive, JavaScript puts a wrapper around it and makes it a string object. So in that case, we can use methods. All right, so let's start off here by initializing a variable. I'm just going to say let x because I'm going to do a lot of output. So let's say console log x. And then we'll start off here with concatenation, which we've already gone over. We basically have our string. Actually, you know what I'll do is let's do like a sentence. We'll say hello, my name is, and then I want to put a variable, and I'll set those variables here. Let's say name equals John or whatever you'd like, and then let's say const age equals 30. Now here I want to use the name variable, so what I would do is concatenate name, and you don't want to put quotes around this because it's a variable, and then we want to concatenate back into a string. And never mind this strike through, it's just because the window object has a deprecated property of name, but it doesn't concern us. And then I want to say, and so my name is John and I am space concatenate on the age plus, and then let's do another space here in the quotes and years old. So that is, you know, kind of a pain in the ass. But if I save, we say, hello, my name is John and I am 30 years old. If we change this to, let's say, 31 and save, obviously that's going to output. Now, I want to show you how to do this same thing using something called template literals, also called template strings. So I'm going to take X and just overwrite what we just did, and I'm going to use backticks this time. Okay, so backticks are used for template literals, not quotes. And then we can do the same thing. We'll say, hello, my name is. Now, instead of having to, you know, put a space here and then concatenate here, what we'll do is use this syntax, a money sign and then curly braces. And then in here, I can put my variable. If I save that, you'll see it says, hello, my name is John. Now, this isn't just for variables, this syntax. It's for any JavaScript expression. In fact, I could just do like 1 + 1, and it'll evaluate it to 2. So we can essentially write our JavaScript in here. So I just wanted to say name, and then I'm going to just space, and then and I am. I want to put my age here. So again, I'm going to use this syntax and say 31 years old, and you can see that that output's fine. So this, to me at least, is much, much easier and cleaner than this. So you'll be using template literals quite a bit. Now, template literals didn't come into JavaScript until 2015. It was the ES 2015 or ES6 update was where template literals were introduced. Before that, you would have to do this. So now what I want to do is look at properties and methods, or let's say string properties and methods. So if I say, let's say X equals, and then hello world. Actually, I'm going to give this a different variable. Let's say const S equals hello world. So we have a string of hello world, and if I want to, let's say, get the length, there's a length property that we can use for strings. So I'm going to say X equals, and then S, which is our string, and then dot length. Now, since it's a property, we don't add the parentheses. Methods use the parentheses because methods are functions. Properties are more like attributes. So if I save that, you'll see we get 11. Now, as I said earlier, the strings are primitive, but we can use properties and methods on them because of the wrapper that JavaScript gives it when we run these properties and methods. So essentially what JavaScript does behind the scenes, let me just show you real quick. If we were to do, let's say, X equals type of, and then we'll do type of S. And let's just comment that out because that'll overwrite it. So we get string, right? But what the wrapper does when we run a property or method is it basically says new string, and it creates this string object. Now, if I save, you'll see I get object. Okay, and I'll just leave it like that. You can leave it with just quotes hello world, or you can use this new string, but I'm just trying to let you know what happens kind of behind the scenes when we use a method or a property. And we can also access the individual characters. So for instance, if I say, let's go down here, if I say X equals and then S, I can use this syntax, and it starts at 0, just like an array. If I save that, you'll see I get H. I get the first character. If I do 1, I get E, so I get the second character, and so on. Okay, and I'll just put a comment here. We'll say access value by key. So we have numbered keys. Now, another thing I want to show you, and we'll get much more into this later with object-oriented programming, is objects have what's called a prototype, and that's where the methods are stored. So if I do X equals, and the way we access the prototype is _proto_, and I'm setting that to X. So I'm going to save and show you what we get here. So if we look down here, we have all these different methods. So for instance, we have 2 uppercase, 2 lowercase, we have split, substring, all these different methods that we can use with strings. And I'm going to show you some of them, not all of them. I'll show you some of them now, some of them later, and some you'll never use, which I probably won't get to. But you can see all of these different methods that are available in the prototype. So, and if we console log s and I save that, if we look down here, you'll see prototype right here, which has the same thing. So this is the same thing as this. All right, and it even shows you the different keys, the different numbered keys. But let's put that back to x, and now we're going to look at some of these properties. So if we want to change the case, we could do x equals, let's say, our string, and then we'll do 2 uppercase, which is a method, so of course we need our parentheses. If I save that, we get hello world in all uppercase. I'm actually going to comment that down, and we also have 2 lowercase. Okay, so that will change the case. There isn't a method that will make like the first letter of each word uppercase, but we can do that in JavaScript. There's no single method to do it. I'll show you that in a little bit. So the next one is char at, and that will return the character at the specified index. So if I say x equals s dot char at, and let's say we want to get the first character, that would be 0. If I save that, that gives us h, which is essentially the same as what we did up here, where we were accessing by the key. So this will give us the same as this. Now, if we want to know the index of a specific character, so kind of the inverse of this, we could say x equals s, and we can use index of. So if we say index of, and let's say we want the index of h. If I save that, we get 0. Let's say e. Now there's more than one e. What this will do is give us the first e, which is the number 1 index, which is the second character. So this right here. It's 0, 1, 2, 3, and so on. If we put, let's say, d, that will give us 10, which is the last index. So the next one is substring, which will search a string for a specified value. So let me just show you. If we do s dot and then substring, and then this will take in 2 indexes. So let's say we want to get from 0 to 4. If I save that, we get hell. Because if we look at hello world, and by the way, this could be just a string, just the quotes hello world. If I change this s to that and save, we get the same thing. But I just did that to show you basically how to turn a string into a string object. So we get hell because it's 0, 1, 2, 3, and then it ends at 4. All right, if we want to get hello, then it would be 0 to 5. Save that, we get hello. And we don't have to start from 0. If I do 1 and save, we get hello, hello governor. If we do 2 to 5, we get LLO. All right, so you can get any, it's a substring. It's just basically a string inside of a string. And another thing we could do is run substring with a single argument, let's say 7. If I save that, we get ORLD. So what this did is it started at 7, and then it just gets the rest of the string. All right, so 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So it started here, O is 7, and then just went to the end. If I put a bunch of stuff on the end of this and save, it's going to add that to it. Now, the next one I want to show you is slice, which is very similar to substring. In fact, I'm going to just copy this, and we know that 0 to 4 will give us, actually let's do 0 to 5. That'll be hello. And actually, I'll just save it. You'll see it get hello with substring, and if we do slice, we also get hello. Now, there's a few differences. One of them is that with slice, we can start from the end with negative numbers. So, for instance, if I do, let's start, we know that hello world altogether is 10, right? It's 10 characters, or 0 through 10, I should say. And if we want to start at the beginning using negative, we could do negative 11. So if I do that, and then actually if I just do that, we'll get hello world because it starts at the beginning, -11, all the way to the end. Now if I want to get the word hello, we could do, let's see, that would be -10, 9, 8, 7. I think -6 should give us, so if we save that, yeah, so now we get hello. So we're basically just starting from the end. Yeah, so I mean, you could use substring or slice interchangeably in a lot of different situations. Another one that I want to show you is trim. So let's say s.trim, and what this does is it trims the white space. So what I'm going to do is set, let's just do this, we'll say hello world, but I'm going to add, you know, a bunch of white space here. And if I were to just do that, you'll see it adds the white space here to the beginning. But if I were to use trim and say x equals x.trim and save, it gets rid of that white space. So that can be pretty helpful. Next, let's look at replace. So I'm going to say x equals, and let's set, so we'll take string, and then we want to replace. And let's say we want to set the word world to, I don't know, John. So what we could do is search for a string within a string. That's going to be the first argument. So we're going to search for world, and then the second is what we want to replace it with. So let's say John. If I save that, we console log x, now we get hello John. Now let's look at includes, which will return true or false if a string is found within that string. So if I say s.includes, and we want to, let's say we want to find hello. If I save that, we're going to get true because this is found within that s string. If I do hell, that's going to be true. If I do hell e or hell I save that, that's going to be false because this string is not found, it's not included in the hello world string. Okay, so that'll return true or false. And then if we want to return the primitive value of a variable, so let's say x equals s dot, we can use value of, and if I save that, we're just going to get the hello world. Okay, even if we were to do this up here. So this is a string object, right? If we console log s, we get the string, which is an object. If we did type of s, it'd show object. But if we want to get the true primitive of that, which is a string, we would use value of. And then the last one I want to show you is split, which have used quite a bit. It'll split a string into an array, and it takes in a separator as an argument. So let's say s dot split, and then if I just do that on its own, it'll just give me an array with the entire string inside of it. Now let's say we want to split by the space because it's hello space world. Then we would pass in here a space, and now you'll see I have an array with two strings, and I know we haven't really gone over arrays yet, but we get an array with two strings. Okay, if I wanted to split every character into an array item, then I would just put just quotes. If I do that, now we have an array with 11 items, and each one is each character. Okay, so that's split. Now there's a lot more methods, so you can see here, and I'm going to go over some of these in future videos. Some of them I won't because they're not really used that much, but of course you can experiment on your own as well. So I hope that this helped you understand some of the things we can do with strings. Now in the next video, I'm actually going to give you guys a challenge based on the stuff we've already learned. Alright guys, so we've arrived at our first challenge. Every once in a while I'm going to ask you to figure out a problem or do something using the stuff that we've already learned. Okay, I'm not going to ask you in any challenge to do something that involves something we haven't done yet or haven't learned yet. Now if you feel stuck or you can't figure it out on your own, that's absolutely fine. I'm going to walk you through the solutions so that you can really understand how to solve the problem. Now, this one is the capitalized challenge. So basically what I want you to be able to do is take a string with a single word and just make the first letter uppercase. We know we can do like, so I could do my string dot two lowercase, which would make it all lowercase, or my string dot two uppercase would make it all uppercase. I want you to just uppercase the first letter. Now, it doesn't have to be a string with multiple words where you uppercase the first letter, because in order to do that, you have to understand some type of iteration, and I haven't gone over any loops or anything like that, so I'm not going to ask you to do that. If you already know that stuff and you want to do that, that's absolutely fine. But yeah, I just want you to basically take this my string, which has a string of developer, or it could be any word, and when you console log my new string, which should be a variable you create, that has the uppercase D for developer, or whatever the word is. Now, just to give you some hints, because this is all stuff we went over, you can use the char@at method, which will give you a character at a specific index. You could also do this format where you have, my string and then brackets and 0, 1, 2, 3, etc. So you know how to access the first letter. And then you also know how to make all of these everything uppercase, and then you also know how to basically pluck out stuff from the string, okay? Take strings from a string using either the substring or slice methods, okay? So using this stuff here, you should be able to, come up with this my new string, which will have an uppercase for the first letter. All right, so go ahead and pause the video now and try and do that on your own. So now what I'm going to do is close that up, and we're going to go ahead and solve this challenge. And I just want to open up my console over here as well. So we know that we have a variable called myString, and that's set to a word, a single word that's all lowercase. We're going to use developer. And then I'm going to have multiple solutions, but they're all going to be very, very similar. So I'm going to initialize my new string. And let's say this is going to be solution 1. So we want to take my new string, and then I want to set that to my solution. Now, let's remember the hints. Char@at is used to get the character at a certain index. You can also use the bracket syntax, and we know we want to get the first thing here, right? First character. So let's say my string, and then let's use char@, and let's say 0. Okay, and then let's just do a console log down here of my new string. And the goal of this is to get my new string to be the word developer with an uppercase D. So we know that we can get the first character like this. Now let's take that first character and make that uppercase. So we can do that by chaining on to uppercase, right? So if I do that and I save, now we have an uppercase D. So what we need to do now is basically just take the rest of the string, not including D, and concatenate it onto it. So let's go ahead, and I'm just going to close that up. Let's concatenate, and then I'm going to take my string, which is developer with a lowercase d, and I'm going to use substring. Okay, so I'm going to say substring, and I want to get just developer, okay, no D. So what I can do is just put a 1 in here, because what that'll do is take the 1 position, which is E, remember it starts at 0, and it'll get that over. All right, so now if I save this, I'm going to get developer with an uppercase D. Now, the other solutions we can use are going to be very similar, so let me just copy that down. We'll say solution 2. And then the only change I'm going to make here is instead of using char@, we can just use the bracket syntax. So we can say my string, and then we want to get 0. We're going to uppercase that, so that makes the D uppercase. And then again, we're just going to tack on or concatenate the substring, which is the rest of it, the developer. If I save that, we get the same thing. So let's grab these and copy these down. And then this is going to be solution 3. And in this case, what I want to do is instead of concatenating, I want to use template literals. So I'm going to get rid of the plus, and basically what we have here are two different expressions, right? The first one gives us uppercase D, the next one gives us developer. So I'm going to take the first expression, and let's put our backtick here, and we're going to wrap this first expression in curly braces. Okay, and then the second one here, we're going to wrap that as well. So that ends here, and then we want to make sure we put the ending backtick on, and we don't need to put a space here. So if I save that, we get developer. If I were to put a space here, we'll get uppercase D and then developer. And another thing we could do is instead of using substring, we could use slice. Okay, so it just shows you that there's multiple solutions for everything, really. And there's a lot more solutions you could have, including stuff that we haven't gone into yet. But as I said, when I have a challenge for you guys, it's going to only include stuff that we've already gone over. Now, if you wanted to uppercase the first letter of every word, you would have to iterate through it somehow. And we haven't gone over like for loops or for each or any of that. So, we have gone over turning a string into an array, so you can take that as a clue, as a hint, if you do want to try it on your own. But that's it for this challenge. Let's go into the next video. Okay, so just like we have string methods and properties that we can use for strings, and we have string objects, we have the same for numbers. So let's go ahead and create a variable here, and I'll set it to, let's say, the number 5. And then I'm going to console log down here. If I log number, we get 5. If we look at the type of this variable, it's a number. Now, we can also have number objects using the number constructor. So we can say new number, and there probably won't be too many times where you use this explicitly, but like I said before, JavaScript does put a wrapper around it and turn it to an object if you use methods. But if we look at the type, you'll see now we get object. And you can set this to 5 if you want, or keep it like this. I'm just going to keep it like this. And then I'm going to just create a variable for our output, because I just want to show you some of the methods that we can use. Now, we've looked at toString. So if we say num.toString, that's going to give us the number as a string. Now, there is no length property for numbers, so if I were to say x equals num.length, you see I'm going to get undefined. However, if you want to get the length of a number, like you want to know how many digits it is, you could do toString, right? So just turn it to a string and then chain on length, and now you'll see I get 1. If I were to add, let's say 500, then it gives me 3. All right, so that's toString. We also have toFixed, which is going to give you or allow you to specify the number of decimal points. So let's say .toFixed. You can see we have the drop down of methods here. So toFixed, and I'll say 2. And even though our number is 5, it's just going to give us 5.00. Now, if we look at the type, so if we look at the type of x, you can see it is a string. So if we take a number and then we use toFixed on it, it's going to turn it into a string representation of a decimal. So let's get rid of that. And then if I were to, let's say this number, I'll make it 5.4567. If I save that, I'm just going to get 5.46. Now it gives me 6 because it rounded this up, right? If I were to do 4.52 and save that, then I get 4.5. Now we also have toPrecision, which is kind of similar, but we count the whole number. So if we say 3, actually let's do 2, and I save it, then it doesn't give me 2 decimal places, it gives me 2 in total. So we'll do 5.5. And if I were to change this, let's say 4.5 to 4.2 and save that, it's going to give me 5.4. Right? If I say toPrecision 3, then it's going to give me 3 digits, 5.42. So that's toPrecision. We also have toExponential. So say x equals num.toExponential, and that will get us the exponential of, let's say, say 2. If I save that, then we're going to get that as a result. Let's actually change this back to 5. So 2 precision and 2 exponential are ones that I don't really use very much. Now, you might be working in a different location, a different locale. So there is also toLocale string. So if we do that, and then, I mean, by default, I think it's going to do where you are. So for me, it would be EN-US, since I'm in the US, which just gives me 5. But let's say you're in Egypt, which is, I think, AR-EG, and save. That's the representation of the number 5, I guess. I mean, I don't know the Egyptian numbers or whatever, but I'm guessing that's what it is. All right, so that's toLocale string. I'm just going to put that back to EN-US. Now, there's not too much else to look at as far as methods. If we do num and we look at the prototype, I mean, that's pretty much it, all the ones we looked at, right? I mean, there is value of as well. So if I do x equals num.value of, and we save that, let's console log x, that just gives me the value, right? Now there are, on the number object itself, there are properties. So for instance, we can get the largest possible number for the number type by doing number with a capital N dot and then all capital max underscore value. So I'm going to set that to x. So that's the largest number possible that we can use with number. And then if you want to get the lowest possible, we can do x equals, let's say, number dot and then min value, which is that number there. Okay, so there's not much else to look at in terms of methods that we can use on numbers. So in the next video, I want to look at the math object. All right, guys, so JavaScript has a built-in object called math, and this object has a bunch of methods on it that have to do with mathematical operations, and it comes in handy when you need to do things like find the square root of something or round up or round down. There's also a helpful random method that you'll probably use quite a bit. So we'll go ahead and take a look at that. I'm just going to console log the math object itself, and you'll see that we have an object here that has some properties. So it has pi, for example, and then a bunch of methods. And I'm definitely not going to go over all of these. And so some of them I don't even know what they are or what they do, and I've never used them. But we'll go over some of the common ones. So let's just create a variable to work with for our output. So we'll console log x, and let's say x equals, and let's say we want to get the square root of a number. So we'll do math dot and then sqrt. Okay, so that will get the square root of a number. We'll just pass in 9 here. And if I save that and we log out x, you can see we get 3. So that's the square root. If we want to get the absolute number, then we could use the ABS function, so our method. So we'll say absolute, and if I do 5, obviously that's 5. If I do -5, we also get 5. That's the absolute. So we can also round. Let's say x equals math dot round, and let's put in here, let's say 4.6. If I save that, we get 5. If I put 4.2 and save it, we get 4. Now you can also round up or round down. So for instance, let's do a round up, and that's going to be with the ceil method. So it's going to be ceil, like ceiling. And let's put in 4.6, or I'm sorry, let's put in 4.2, and if I save, it still goes to 5. Okay, so this will just round it like normally, and then this will always round up. So even though it's 4.2, it's rounding up to 5. Now you can do the opposite and round down with the floor method. So if I were to do math.floor, obviously that's going to give me 4, but even if I do like 4.9 and I save, that's still going to give me 4. So these are pretty common, ceil and floor. You use those in a lot of different situations. Another one is pow, so it will return the value of a number raised to a specific power. So let's say math.pow, and let's say we want to do 2 raised to 3, then we get 8. Okay. We can also do the min and max. So let's say x equals math.min. And what this will do is return the smallest of 2 or more numbers. So if I do, let's say 4 and 5, and I save, that's going to give me 4. If I do another one, pass in 3, that's going to give me 3. And we can do the same thing with max. So if I were to do math.max and pass the same in, we're going to get 5 because that's the largest of the 3. Now, a really common method is the random method. So let's say x equals math.random. All right, now if I run this, what it gives me, whoops, it should be uppercase. If you just use lowercase, it's going to look for just a variable called math. So you have to use uppercase. So what this will do is, you'll see I'll keep reloading the page, and every load it's going to give me just a random decimal between 0 and 1. Now that's not usually what you want. Usually you want to get like a number from say 1 to 10 or 1 to 100. So what you would do, and what you'll see a lot of, let's just let's use a variable of y here. So I'll say let y, and we're going to set that to math.random, and then if we multiply that by 10, let's see what we get. We want a console log. Actually, let's just use x. I don't know why I did that. Okay, let's just do that. Now what that's going to give us is a decimal between 1 and 10, right? So if I keep reloading here. Actually, I'm sorry, not 1 and 10, 0 to 9. Now if I want it to be a decimal between 1 and 10, then what I would do is add 1 to this. So let's just put a plus sign here, and then we'll add 1. Now it's going to be 1 to 10. Let's see if I can get 10. There it is. So it's going to be 1 to 10 as a decimal. Now what you want to do to make this a whole number is just round it down. So we're going to say math.floor, and we're going to surround this whole thing. And there we go. So now we're going to get a number between 1 and 10. If you want it to be between 1 and 100, we could just do that. Okay. So you'll see this exact thing you're going to see quite a bit, because there are many times in programming in general where you need a random number. And like I said, there's other methods on the math object. If you want to check those out, you can. We might be looking at some of them later on. But in the next video, what I want to do is give you a little challenge that involves numbers as well as generating random numbers with math.random. All right, so we're going to do a little challenge here. Now keep in mind, any challenge that I do, it only involves stuff we've already worked with. So I'm very limited with the types of challenges that I can create. Like I can't have you guys create a function or anything because I haven't gone over functions yet. So some of these might be a little strange, but it's all I could come up with what we've gone over so far. So basically what I want you guys to do is create a variable called x that is a random number between 1 and 100, along with a variable called y that is a random number between 1 and 50. And then I want you to create a variable for the sum, the difference, the product, the quotient, and the remainder of x and y. All right, and then log the output in a string that shows the two numbers of x and y along with the operator and result. So basically you should have some variables like this that when you log, it actually shows something like this: 31 plus 15 equals 46, and along with the difference, product, quotient, and remainder. For remainder, you can use the modulus operator. And then as far as hints, the math.random function returns a floating point pseudo-random number in the range of 0 to less than 1, so basically a random decimal. And then the math.floor function will round a number down to the nearest integer. So we talked about all that in the last lesson. So go ahead and pause the video and see if you can just do this. Go ahead and create, like I said, x and y, random numbers between these ranges, and then have these variables output these strings with the actual equation. Okay, so let's go ahead and get started. So first thing I'm going to do is create my variables. Let's say const, and we'll do x equals, and remember, x should be 1 through 100, a random number, and y should be 1 through, I think it's 150 I said. Did I say 50 or 150? I think it was 150. So let's say math.floor, because remember, we want to round this down. If we don't use math.floor, it's going to be a decimal. In fact, let's do without it first just to see. So we'll say math.random, and I'll just log stuff as we go. So we'll say console log x, and we get just a random decimal that's going to be less than 1, basically. And then if we want this to be between 1 and 100, what we could do is multiply it by 100, and that's going to give us, what, 0? That's going to include 0, so we want to do plus 1. If we do that, then it's going to be between 1 and 100, but it's a decimal, so that's why we need to math.floor and round it down. All right, so now we have a number between 1 and 100, and then y, I'm just going to copy this down, y is going to be between 1 and 150, so we'll change this 100 to, let me just check that. Did I say 50 or 150? Oh, I said 50, all right. So we'll change that to 50, and if we log x and y, then we're going to get random numbers. First one's going to be 100, second is to 50. Now we want to create variables that will show whatever x is plus whatever y is equals whatever it equals. We want to do the same for the difference and product and so on. So what I'll do is create a variable called sum, and we want to get the value first. So let's say x plus y, and we can log out here sum. So we get 19, right? So it's just generating random numbers and adding them. Now let's create another variable. I'll call this sum output. And by the way, if you did something completely different, as long as you get the same kind of output, that's absolutely fine. There's so many ways to do this. So I'm going to set that to a template literal. And in here, I'm just going to take x and then say plus. And I'm wrapping these because they're variables, so I'm wrapping them in this money sign curly braces. And then let's say equals, and then whatever the sum is. Okay, and then let's do just a console log, because I want to log them all out. We'll say const output, or console.log sum output, and we can get rid of this. And now you'll see we get 34 plus 12 equals 46, which I think is true. If I reload, 19 plus 28, 37 plus 3. All right, so we got the addition working. Now we're going to do kind of the same thing for the difference. Let's say this will get sum, or get the sum. And what we can do is just copy this whole thing here. And let's say get the difference. And let's do, we'll call this diff, and we'll do subtraction. Let's say this is going to be our diff output, and then this will be minus, this will be diff, and then diff output. Okay, so if I save that, then we get 78 minus 43 equals 35. All right, now let's go ahead and do the product. So let's call this prod. So like I said, you just have to have the same output. Not the same numbers, obviously, because it's random, but the same kind of output. It doesn't matter how you format this. It's still correct. So prod output, let's do that, and then that's going to be the product, and then this will be prod output. There we go. And then we want, what else? The quotient. So we want to do division. Let's say quote OT output, and that's going to be division, so slash and quote and quote. Okay, so we get 68 divide. Oh, that's not right. Oh, I have a plus sign here. Make sure that we change that. So 1 divided by 12. So we might get decimals here, but that's fine. All right, now the last one I want to do is the remainder. So let's say get the remainder, and I'm going to use RM for the variable, and then let's change the plus to a modulus operator, which is the percent sign. We'll say RM output, and let's make sure we change that to the percent sign. This is going to be RM, and then we want to log out the RM output, and there we go. So 43 modulo 5 is 3. Good. Now, like I said, I know that this is kind of a weird challenge, so congrats if you got it, but if you didn't really understand it, I understand that, because I only had so much to work with, you know. I couldn't have you guys do something that I didn't explain yet. So that's it. In the next 2 videos, the last 2 videos of this section, we're going to look at dates and times, because those are something that are really important in most areas of programming, especially in web development, where you have different resources like users and blog posts and all that, and you want to have dates, sign up dates and post dates, so something that's pretty important. So we're going to look at that in the next video. All right, guys, so dates and times are important in programming, and JavaScript has a date object that represents a point in time and lets you do some basic operations on it. So basically, we can instantiate a new date object with the new keyword. So I'm just going to create a variable here, just so I don't have to keep creating new ones. We'll just use this D variable. And let's set D to a new date. Now, if I do this and I console log D, you'll see down here we get Friday, October 28th, 2022. It has the time. It gives me the time zone. Now, this, if we look at the type of this, so if we say type of D, we get object. So the date is an object. Basically, anything that's not a primitive type is going to be an object. Now you can turn this to a string, so I'll say d.toString. If I do that, then that's going to be a string. All right, now if we want to set a specific date, what we could do is say new date, and then in here we can pass in a value. So let's say we want to do we'll do 2021, and let's say 6/10. And if I save that, you're going to see it's Saturday, July 10th. Now, this might be confusing because we use 6 here, but yet we're getting July, which is the 7th month. So the caveat is that the month is 0-based or 0 index. So if I put a 1 here, then we're going to get February. If I put a 0 here, then we're going to get January. Okay, so keep that in mind. Now, if you want to add a time, we could keep adding on to this. Let's say we want 12, so that'll be the hour, and then we have, and you can see right here, we have the hour, and then we can do minutes, seconds. So let's say 12 for the hour, we'll do 30 for the minutes, and 0 for the seconds. If I save that, you can see now we get 12:30. Now, instead of passing in arguments like that, you can also pass in a string, or many different types of strings, or I should say formatted in many different ways. So if I do a string, so quotes here, 2021, let's say -07, and let's say 10. If I save that, then we're going to get July. Okay, so this is going to be correct. So 7 is July. If we do it like this and we pass in the separate arguments, then the month is going to be 0-based. And if I wanted to add the time, there's a few ways I could do it. I could do T and then let's say 12:30:00. If I do that, now you'll see the time is 12:30. I could also do it this way. So let's clear this up, and I could do let's say 07 12/10/2021, and then I could do a space 12/30 like that, and we get the same thing. Now there is a known issue if you use hyphens and you use the year first, then it could be off by a day due to the time zone. So if I do, let's say, do a string of 2022, and let's use hyphens, so say 07 and 10, and then save that, you'll see it actually says July 9th, even though I said July 10th. So keep that in mind. If you do the year first and hyphen, it might be off by a day if your time zone is not set. If you put the month first, it should work. So if I were to do like 7/10/22, which is, in the US is how we format dates, then that does say July 10th. And I'm going to put a link here to a Stack Overflow that kind of explains why this happens. So the next thing I want to look at are timestamps. So the Unix timestamp is a system for describing a point in time, and what it is, it's an integer that represents the number of seconds that's elapsed, that's passed since the date of January 1st, 1970, which is an arbitrary date. So that timestamp is expressed in milliseconds. So, or I should say the timestamp in JavaScript is expressed in milliseconds. Now you can always get the timestamp by using, let's say D, so by using date.now, like that. So if I save that, we're going to get the milliseconds that have passed. If I reload, you'll see it'll just keep updating. Right, so that gives you a way to always be able to mark an exact, millisecond in time. And we use timestamps for different things, and we'll probably use them throughout the course. Now, to get a timestamp of a specific date, you can use the getTime function or method, or you could use value of. So, for instance, let's say D equals, and we'll create a new date. Let's just say we'll do the same thing, 7, we'll do 10 in 2022. Okay, and then I'm going to get the timestamp by saying d.getTime. Actually, I want to log that. So let's how should I do this? Let's set that to D so we can see that logged. All right, so this is the exact timestamp for this date. Now I didn't put a time in here, so we might want to do that. So we could do like let's say 12/30/00. Okay, so it's always going to be that exact timestamp. And then again, you can also use value of. So if I say D equals D dot value of and save, I get the same thing. If I want to get the exact timestamp for right now, this date and time, I could just clear that up and save. And obviously that's going to keep changing, okay, as time moves. So you can also create date objects from a timestamp. So let me just grab this right here, which was a couple seconds ago. And then I'm just going to say D equals new date. And just like we can put in arguments or we can put in strings, we can also put in a timestamp. And then let's save that, and you'll see it's October 28th, and it's going to be 9:49 seconds. That's what this timestamp represents. Right now it's 9:01. Okay, so that was about a minute ago. So let's see, the JavaScript timestamp is expressed in milliseconds. If you want to convert it to seconds, then what you could do is, and just ignore the D equals for all these. The only reason I'm setting it to the D is just so we can log it and see what these actually give us. But we could just do math.floor, and then we'll take the date.now, which will give us the timestamp of right now, and then simply divide it by 1,000, because there's 1,000 milliseconds in a second. We save that, and that's the timestamp in seconds. Okay, just remember in JavaScript by default the timestamps are milliseconds. So in the next video, I just want to look at some of the different methods that we can use on date objects. And we already looked at the get time and value of, but there's a bunch of others as well that we're going to look at. All right, so in this video, we're going to look at some of the methods on the date object. Now, I just want to mention, I know that this isn't the funnest stuff in the world, but it's really important to understand the basics and the fundamentals before moving on to, building projects, manipulating the DOM, and fetching data and all that. Okay, we'll get to that, but I think it's important to know the basics. So what I'm going to do here is just create a variable for our output, and then I'm going to initialize a date variable. So we'll say new date, and I'm just going to use today's date, so I'll leave that empty, the argument's empty. And then let's just do a console log of x. Now I know this might be a little confusing, this new keyword. We'll get to that later. We're going to get to object-oriented programming and get deeper into JavaScript. But for now, just know that what we're doing here is we're instantiating or initializing a date object into this D variable. Okay, now with like the math object that we used a few videos back, we would just do math dot whatever square root, and we use the math object directly. In this case, we're instantiating a date object into this variable. Okay, so I guess that's a good enough explanation for now. We'll get more into it later. So we already looked at some of the methods, such as toString. Okay, so if we do toString, it will just give us a string representation of the date. We also looked at getTime and also d dot, let's say, value of. Okay, so those will both give us a timestamp of the date in milliseconds. Now, if you want to get specific parts of the date, we can do that. So let's say we want to get the year. So we'll do d dot, and then there's a get full year method, and you can see it gives us 2022. Now, if I were to change the date up here by putting in, let's say 2020/10/12. If I do that, then the year is going to obviously change to 2020. All right, now we can also get the month. So let's say d dot get month. Now, what happened here? Oh, I used a colon. So notice that it says 9, and right now it's October, so this is actually 1 month behind. So when you use get month, just like the caveat when we use the arguments, the month is going to be 0 based. Okay, so if I were to make this date January, let's say 1/2/2020, now you'll see I get 0 for the month. So just know that that's 0 based. What you could do is just add a 1 to this, and then that will give us the correct month. All right, and then if we want to get the day of the month, so we'll say d dot, and that's going to be get date. If I do that, I get 28th. Today's October 28th. If we want to get the day of the week, then we do get day. Okay, so get day, why do I keep putting a colon? So get day will give us the day of the week. Get date will give us the day of the month. Now we also have some methods that have to do with time. Like if we want to get the current hours, we can do get hours. If we do that, you'll see I get 9. It's 9:37 right now. If we want to get the minutes, we could do get minutes. So 37. If we want to do seconds, we can get seconds. So pretty self-explanatory. And then we can also get milliseconds. So we'll say d dot get milliseconds. All right. Now there might be times where you construct a date from these methods. So for instance, if I wanted to do, let's say, create a template literal with backticks, and then I could use this syntax to put in my whatever I want to put in here, variable, any JavaScript expression. But let's say we want to get the full year, and then I'm going to go outside of that, the curly braces, and put a hyphen, and then we'll do d dot get, let's say, get month, but let's add a 1 to it, and then we'll do another hyphen, and then we want to get the day of the month, so we'll do d dot get date. And if I save that, I forgot the parentheses on the full year. And there we go. So now we have a string representation of the date using these methods. So I found myself doing stuff like this in real projects. Now there's an API that we can use for dates. It's called intl.datetimeFormat, and it's a more modern and powerful way to format dates in a locale sensitive way, because obviously different places they interpret dates and times in different ways. So we can actually pass in arguments like en-us for the United States or whatever the locale is. So let me give you some examples of that. So we'll say x equals, and it's going to be I, so capital I, ntl dot, and then date time format. Okay, and then I'm going to put in my locale, which is en-us, and then let's do dot format, and then I'm going to pass in my date, my D variable. So if I save that, I get this 10/28/22. Now, if you're in the UK, this might look a little weird to you. So what we could do is, instead of en-us, I could say -GB, and then it's going to put the day first, which looks crazy to me, but every country, every area is different. To get your default locale, you could just pass in default. All right, so if I do that, it's going to go back to the US because that's where I'm located. Now, if you wanted to just get, like, let's say the month, I'm just going to copy this down. You could add options in here. So after the default, I'm just going to put a comma and then open up some curly braces. And we could say month. Say we want to get the month, and then let's say we want the long format, so we'll just say long as a string. If I save that, it'll give me October. All right, and I'll show you some of the other options in a minute, but there's a shorter way to do this. Right now what I'm doing is calling the API, and then I'm passing in the date, which is our D variable. But on that D variable, you have a method called toLocaleDateString. And if we do that, or actually you can just use toLocaleString, and then we can pass in the locale. I'll just say default, and then I could pass in options, like for instance, if I want to do, let's say month, and get the short. And I'll paste a link in here to the documentation where you can see more about this API, but you'll see I get oct. Okay, so instead of having to do this intl date format and then pass in your date, you're just calling a method on your date object and getting the same thing. Now I'm just going to paste in here. Let's see, I'm just going to paste in this, and let me just set X to that so we can log it. And if I save that, we get Friday, October 28th, 2022. At 6:49:11 a.m., which is not correct. That's not my time zone. I don't know why I have Los Angeles here. I want to do, I think it's new_York. There we go. So that's more like it. But yeah, so you can do weekday. Now, if you just wanted, for instance, the weekday, you could just pass that in like that, and you get Friday. So this is a newer way of doing things rather than this up here. Using this date time format API, and that's what I would probably suggest using. It's more location specific, and you can format your dates and get whatever you want from the date pretty easily. All right, guys, welcome to section 2. In this section, we're going to learn all about two really important data structures in JavaScript, and that is arrays and objects, or object literals. I'm going to show you how to create them, manipulate them using specific methods, nest them, and some other stuff. Now, since this is the beginning of the course, I'm not going to get into really advanced operations yet. I'm not even going to get into like high order array methods, for those of you that know what that is, or any kind of iteration or loops. We'll do that a few sections from now. I just want you to really understand how to create and work with arrays and objects. All right, so let's get started. All right, so the first few videos in this section are going to be on arrays, and then we'll move to object literals. All right, so arrays are a special type of object in JavaScript. They're also a data structure, and they can store multiple values. So this is how an array is formatted. You can see we have a variable called ARR, and arrays are surrounded in brackets. So the values inside of an array are surrounded in brackets, and the values are called elements. Okay, so each one of these is an element in this array. Now, elements can be numbers, they can be strings, booleans, any data type. You can even have arrays within arrays. And when it comes to accessing the values or the elements within the arrays, we can use the index. So arrays are zero-based. Every language I've ever used, they're always zero-based. So they start at 0, 1, 2, 3, and so on. All right, so I'll show you how you can access whatever element you want using the specified index. Okay, so let's jump into VS Code and start to just mess around with arrays. So I'll go ahead and create an array. I'm going to just call it, I'll call it numbers. And I'm going to set it to some brackets. And in here, we'll just put some random numbers. Okay, and these, it doesn't have to be numbers. I'll create another one with a different type in a minute. But let's go ahead and console log out numbers. And we should see in the console our 5 values. Now you also see the index, and remember arrays are zero-based, so the first one is always going to be at the 0 index. Now there is another way to create an array object. So this right here, what we just did, this is called an array literal. Okay, but we can also use the array constructor. Okay, just like we have like the date constructor we used a few videos back where we said new date, we can actually do this. We can say, I'll call this numbers to, actually let's do a string here. We'll call this fruits, and I'm going to set it to a new array. Okay, it has to be an uppercase A, so new array, and then in here I can put whatever I want in my array. Let's say apple, so they're strings, so they do have to have quotes. We'll say grape and orange. So either of these are fine, right? I'll say fruit console log fruits, and you'll see we get the same type of thing. It's just an array with our strings. Now you'll probably use and see this more, the array literal, more than the array constructor. It's just more concise, but you could use either. They both create an array object. Now, if we want to access a specific item, let me just create a variable up here to output, and we'll console log x. And then I just want to show you how to access a specific item by the index. So we'll say x equals, and let's say numbers, and we'll get the first one. So that's going to be the 0 index, and you'll see that's going to log 12. And I could use this in any expression if I wanted to do like numbers and then get the first one and then maybe add on to that numbers and get the one at the 3 index, and I get 41. I could also use them inside of a template literal. So if I put backticks in here and I'll say my favorite fruit is, and then I can access fruits. And then let's say I want to get the, we'll say orange, that's going to be the 2 index because it's the third one. So it says my favorite fruit is, we'll say is an orange. All right, now there is, and by the way, you can have different types. I know these are all numbers, these are all strings, but I could do this, like I could say, we'll call this mixed. And I could set that to an array with a number, with a string, with a Boolean value, null. So you can put different types in here, just to show you that. Now there is a property on arrays called length, and you'll probably use that quite a bit because there's a lot of times where you need to know how many items are in the array. So let's set x equal to, we'll say numbers dot length. And if I save that, you'll see we get 5. If I were to add a new number onto this, then we get 6. Okay, so that's how we can get the length. Now, if you want to change a value, like let's say we want to change, let's use the fruits array. Let's say we want to change grape to, I don't know, pear. So we'll take the fruits and we know that that's at the 2 position or 2 index, and then we can set that to whatever we want. Let's say pear, and then I want to log fruits, so I'll just set x to fruits. So if we save that and we take a look, you'll see that now pear is in the 2 index. So arrays they're inherently mutable. You can mutate them, you can change them. And also the length property is not read only. So we have 3 fruits, but I could say fruits.length, and I could say that that's going to be 2. And if I save, now you'll see fruits only has 2. So you can do that as well. But I'm going to comment that out. Now let's say I wanted to add on to the end. Now there's methods that we can use to do stuff like that, and I'm going to show you that in the next video. But we could, so if we wanted to add a fruit, we know that there's 3 in there, so it's the index 0, 1, 2. Of course I could do like 3, a hard-coded 3, and I could set that to, I don't know, strawberry. And then if I log fruits, you'll see strawberries on the end, but you're not always going to know how many items are in the array. Also, that's always changing. So what you could do, aside from using a method, which I'll show you in the next video, what you could do is set the index to the length, right? So if I say fruits.length and then set that to, let's say, blueberry. If I save that, now blueberry will get added to the end. And the reason for that is the length is always going to be 1 more than the last, because this starts at 0. If we look at the length, it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And if I wanted to add one onto the next, that would be 5, right? In fact, I could copy this down. I'm kind of running out of fruits here, but let's say peach. And now that will get added to the end. Okay, but more commonly, you're going to use a method. There's a method called push. I'm going to show you in the next video that does the same thing. All right, so yeah, I mean, that's kind of the basics of arrays, of creating them and getting the length and finding the values by index. So in the next video, we'll go ahead and we'll look at some methods. All right, so in the last video, we looked at some array basics, how to create them, how to access values by index, and so on. Now I want to look at some of the methods that we can use. So let's create an array. You can put whatever you want in it. I'm just going to put some random numbers. All right, and then I'm going to just log out the array. So in addition to the values here, if we go ahead and click this arrow, you see there's this prototype chain, and this has all the different methods that we can use on this array, which is there's quite a bit here. So obviously we're not going to go over all of them right now. We're going to go over some of the really useful, kind of simple ones just to mutate the array and get values from it. And then later on we'll look at some of the more advanced stuff, including high order array methods. So let's start off with push, which will just put a value on the end of the array. In the last video, I showed you how we could do that using the length property as an index, but what you would probably do is just push onto it. So you would say array.push, and then let's say we want to add 100, and now you'll see 100 gets added on to the end. Now, if you want to take a value off of the very end, off the last element, then you would use the pop method. So array.pop, and we wouldn't pass anything in because it's just going to pop off whatever's on the end. Now you'll see that 100 is gone. Okay, if we want to do the opposite and add on to the beginning, then we can use the unshift method. And let's say we want to add 99. Now you'll see 99 gets added to the 0 index. And if I want to take it off of the beginning, then we would use shift. So array.shift, and now 99 is gone. Okay, we also can reverse the array with the reverse method, pretty self-explanatory. So now 15, which was at the end, is now at the beginning. Now, these methods that we just looked at, these are used to manipulate the current array, right? So when we console log the array after they go through these methods, it's different, right? Now it's reversed and so on. We did add some stuff on, but then we took it back off. So the next batch of methods I want to show you are ones that we can use to get something from the array, either get a value from it or just get some information from it. So I'm going to create a variable up here, just like we've been doing, just for our output. And then let's console log that variable. And I want to show you the includes method, which will allow you to check and see if a specific value is in that array. So I'm going to say x equals and then array.includes, and let's see if we pass in 20, which we know is in there, you'll see it gives me true. So you're always going to get a true or false from this based on if the value is in there. Now, if we put like 200, which we know is not in there, then we're going to get false. All right. So the next one I want to show you is index of, and what that does is it'll give you the index of a specific value. So if I do, let's say index of, and let's pass in one of these values, we'll do 15. And I save that, we get 0. Now the reason it's 0, you can look up here, and it's not 0 here obviously, but the reason it is because we ran this reverse. Okay, so the script runs top to bottom, so since it's reversed, then it's put in the 0 position. So what I'm going to do is just comment out these ones that we did that actually change the array, just so we're working with the same array we're looking at up at the top. All right, so now if we look at the index of 15, it's at 4. If we look at the index of 34, that should be the first one, which is 0. Now, if you put something in here that doesn't exist, like 340, you get a -1. Okay, so a lot of times you'll run this through an if statement, and just know that if whatever you pass in here is not there, it's going to give you a -1. Now the next two I'm going to show you are pretty similar. It's slice and splice, and both of them will return selected elements in the array. So I'm going to start off with slice, and I'll kind of show you the differences as we go. So array.slice. And what this takes in is the first is going to be the start index. So where do I want to start in this array? Let's say we want to start here, which is the 1 index. So we'll pass that in. Now, if I don't pass anything else in, what that's going to give me is that value and everything after that, as you can see here. So 55 and everything after. Let's say I want to get just 55, 95, and 20, so that and the 2 after. So then I would do 1, 2, 4. All right, so how that works is we specify the 1 index, and we want to go to the 4. So that's going to be 1, 2, 3, and we stop at before the 4. Okay, now this is returning this array, okay, the 3 that I selected, into this x variable. It's not actually changing the array. If I log the array in addition to that, you'll see it's unchanged. Okay, so keep that in mind about slice. Now splice, you can do kind of the same thing, but it does manipulate, or it does change the original array. So if I say x equals array.splice, and the arguments we pass in, or I should say the second argument, is a little different. The first is the start index, just like with slice. The second is the number of elements that we want to go over. So let's say I'm starting at 1, which is 55, and I want to go over 4. So 1, 2, 3, 4. I should get 55 to 15. So if I do 4 here and I save, now look what we're logging. We're logging x, which is what we basically plucked out, 1 to 1 and then 4 over, so 55 to 15. Now the array that I'm logging only has 34 in it because I basically plucked the rest out. Okay, so slice doesn't do that. It doesn't change the initial array. Splice does. Not only are you taking it out and putting whatever into the variable 1 to 4, but you're also changing the array. So you're not only getting the values, you're deleting them from the initial array. All right, now if you just want to, let's say you just want to delete one item, then you can, let's comment that out so that we have our initial array. What you could do is say x equals, and then say array.splice, and let's say we want to get rid of the 20. So we know that's 0, 1, 2, 3. So I'm going to put in start at 3 and just 1. I only want to take out 1. And I'll save that. And now you can see we have the 20 in X. So it's set to X. And then the array that we're logging doesn't have 20 in it anymore because we took it out. So that's how you can remove a single element from an array. Now, the last thing I want to show you is how you can chain methods. So I'm going to set X here equal to, and let's just comment out the splice because we know that changes our initial array. And let's move this down here. So I'm going to set X equal to array, and then I'm going to use slice here. So slice, let's say 1, and we want to go 4 over from 1. So that's going to basically give us, again, it'll give us 55 through 15, right? If I save this as it is, and we look at the console log of X, we don't need array anymore. If I look at the console log of X, we get 55. Well, actually, I'm sorry, I want to use splice. If you use slice, it's only going to give you the 3 because it goes to the 4 index. Splice will actually go 4 over. And then what I want to do is reverse that. So I'm going to do dot reverse. And if I save that, now you'll see it gives me that array that splice created and then reversed it. If I wanted to change that to a string, I could do toString. And if I save that, now I have it as a string. And then I could use a method on a string. Remember the char at? So char at, you basically put in an index and it will give you that character. So let's say 0, save that, and I get 1. Okay, because the first one was 15, the first number. So you can chain on methods like this, and it's not just with arrays, as you can see, it's with strings, it's with anything that makes sense. I mean, it depends on what the method returns. This splice, we know that returns an array, and I can run reverse on an array. Then I can turn an array into a string, and then I can get a character from a string. If I just run char at on the reversed array, that's not going to work. It says reverse char at, it's not a function. Okay, what it really means is it's not a function on whatever we're putting it on. If I change that back and it's a string, then it is a function. That works. All right, and you'll see chaining like this all throughout JavaScript. So in the next video, I want to get a little more acquainted with arrays. So we're going to look at things like nesting and concatenation with arrays. We're going to look at something called the spread operator, and we'll go from there. All right, guys, so we're going to mess around a little bit more with arrays. So I want to look at nesting, concatenating, and the spread operator, and a couple other things. So nesting an array is it's basically just having an array as an index inside of another array. So let's go ahead and create 2 separate arrays here. I'm going to call this one fruits, and we'll put in here apple, pear, and let's do orange. All right, so that's our first one, and then we'll do berries. And yes, I know berries are fruits. So let's say strawberry, and blueberry, and raspberry. So we have 2 separate arrays. Now, if I wanted to, I could take fruits, and we looked at the push method in the last video, which will add something onto an array. And let's say we want to add on the berries array. And then we'll go ahead and console log fruits, and let's see what we get. So we get an array with 4 items. The first 3 are apple, pear, and orange, and then we added berries, which is another array. So we have an array within an array. So that's how we can nest them. And you can go as many levels as you want. Now, to access something in a nested array is pretty easy. Basically, we can, let's set this to an output variable. So I'll say let x, and then let's log x, and we'll say x is equal to, and then fruits, and let's say I want to get blueberry, which is nested in the nested array. So first of all, I want the 3 index, right? Because it's 0, 1, 2, and then we pushed on as the 3 index the whole berries array. If I just log that, what I get is the nested array. If I want to get blueberry, that's going to be the 1 index on the nested array, so I would just open another set of brackets and then put a 1, and that will give me blueberry. All right, now let's say I wanted to create a whole new array called all fruits, and I want to nest both fruits and berries, and we'll just set X. For now, we'll just set it to all fruits just so we can log it out. And it's an array with 2 items, and both items are arrays. Okay, so we just nested those 2 arrays. And if I wanted to access, let's say, strawberry, I would say all fruits, and I want the second array, which is at the 1 index, and then I want the first item in that array, which is at the 0 index. Save that, and we get strawberry. All right, so hopefully that just helps you understand that you can nest arrays inside of arrays, as many levels as you want. If I had a 3rd level, I could then access, something within that, you know, so you can nest as far as you want. Now, that's nesting. We can also concat arrays, which is different. It's not putting the array inside the array, but it's taking the items from one array and basically adding them into a different array, okay, as separate items on the same level. So to do that, we can use the concat method. There's actually a few ways to do it, but concat is one of them. So I can say fruits, and let's say we want to do dot concat. Actually, let's comment this out because I want these to be 2 separate arrays again. And yeah, then the rest doesn't really matter. Comment that out as well. All right, so I want to take fruits, and then I'm going to concat onto that berries. And let's save that, and what we get is one single array that has everything from fruits and then everything from berries. So the berries here, they're not put in as an array, a nested array. They're just put in alongside of the rest of the fruits. So they're concatenated. Just like we concatenate strings with the plus sign, we can concatenate array items using this method. Now that's one way of doing it. The other is using the spread operator. And I'll have comments throughout this. I know I've said that a bunch of times. I just don't want to take the time to write comments for everything. So the spread operator, which is represented as 3 dots, and this can be used with arrays as well as objects. In fact, you'll probably use it more with objects, and I'll show you how to do that later. But basically what we can do is, let's say we want X, and instead of using concat, what I could do, basically what we did here was we created an array, and then we put 2 arrays inside of it. Well, let's say I just want the items that are in fruits and berries, not the actual array itself. Then we would use the spread operator with fruits, and then the spread operator with berries. And now I'm going to log X, which is this right here, and we get the same exact result that we got with concat. It just took the items from both arrays and put them, basically combined them. All right, if I took the spread off of berries and I save, now berries is going to be an array. All right, but there's going to be a lot of times where you want to take something from one array and spread those items across inside of another array. So that's where the spread operator comes in. And same thing with objects, but I'll get to that in a little bit. Now, there's also a method we can use to flatten arrays. And what I mean by that is if we have an array that has nested arrays, let's do this 1, 2, and then I'll have another array in here with 3 and 4, and then we'll do 5, and then let's do another array with 6 and 7, and then 8. All right, so I have some nested arrays in here. All right, if I set if I console log array, then you can see we have two nested arrays in here. Now let's say I want to flatten this and just make it all one array that has 1 through 8. For that, let's say x equals, and we can do array.flat. And now if I log x and I save that, you'll see now we just have a single array with 1 through 8. So it just flatten this. There's no more nested arrays. All right, so that's pretty much it for some of the methods on the array itself. Now I want to show you some static methods that are on the actual array object. Let me just put a comment in here. We'll say static methods on array object. And what I mean is if we say capital A array and then dot, there's some methods we can use. The first one I want to show you is array. So what this does is it checks to see if something is an array, and I'm just going to set this to x. So let's say isArray, and we'll pass in fruits. And if I console log x, we're going to see true because yes, fruits is an array up here. If I were to pass in like a string, then we're going to get false. So there will be some times where you have data structures that might act like arrays but aren't quite, especially when you get into like the DOM. There's like HTML collections and things like that where you want to check to see if it's an actual array, and this is how you can do it. So that is array. The next one I want to show you is from, which will create an array from an array-like value. So if I say x equals and then array dot from, and this, again, this is pretty useful when it comes to like HTML collections or node lists or whatever. But let's put in here a string of 1 through 5. And let's see what that gives us. What it gives us is an array. So it takes this string of 1 through 5 and gives us an array that has 1 through 5 as an element. Okay, so that's from. And then we also have array.of, which will create an array from a set of values. So maybe you have some variables where you want the values to all be inside of an array. So I'll just do this. Const A equals 1, B equals 2, C equals 3, and then I could say x equals array dot of, and then we can pass in here A, B, and C. If I save that, it's going to give us an array with 1, 2, 3. So basically just an array of the values of these variables. And I know this might be a little advanced for right now. You might not be able to kind of visualize what you would use this for yet, but I just wanted to throw some of this stuff in here. So in the next video, I want to test your knowledge or test what we've gone over with a couple fairly simple array challenges. All right, guys, so now I'm going to give you a couple challenges. And if you don't get the challenges, don't worry about it. I'm not that great at doing challenges where I can't use resources and stuff like that either. A lot of developers aren't. So don't take it to heart if you can't do it on your own. Now, the first one I think is pretty easy. I think a lot of you will get it. So basically, I just want you to create an array that has numbers 1 through 5, and then I want you to mutate that array using some of the methods that we've talked about and turn it into this, which is 6 through 0. All right, so there's just a couple methods that you can use. I'm not going to give you any hints because this one's pretty easy. I'd encourage you to try to remember the methods rather than go back and look, but if you have to look, that's fine too. And then the second challenge is to combine or concatenate array 1 and array 2, but have the result not have the extra 5, because if you just concatenate these two, you're going to have 1 through 5 and then you have another 5 through 10. So I want you to concatenate but then take out the extra 5. And as a hint, there's many ways to do this, but you can think of the concat method or the spread operator as well as the slice or splice methods, and I'm going to give you two solutions. All right, so pause the video now if you're going to try this out and then just come back. All right, so let's go ahead and do challenge 1. So we're going to have an array with just 1 through 5. Oops. array equals, and then the result that we want to get is going to be an array that is 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and 0. So that's what we want the result to be. So let's console log array. Now there's a couple methods that we need to use to achieve this. Hopefully you could remember them and not have to look back, but if you did have to look back, that's absolutely fine. But we're going to take the array, and there's a couple ways we can do this, and there's a couple different orders we can do this in. So we could reverse it. We know that, you know, this is counting backwards. So let's say we want to reverse the array. If I save that, then we get 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Now we want to have a 0 on the end, so we could take the array and then we could push onto it a 0. If I save that, now we have 5 through 0. And then to add on to the beginning, we can use unshift, and we can add on to the beginning a 6. And that's it. So pretty simple. Now you could have did it in a different order. Like you could have, let's save that. You could have first did the push. So we could push a 6 on. If I save that, we get 1 through 6. And then you could do the unshift, which pushes on to the beginning. So you could put your 0. And then you could do your reverse like that. Okay, now you're not going to be able to chain these because, like, push, what that returns is it just returns the number you push onto it. So if I try to, like, if I try to do this, some of you might have tried this. You know, that's not going to work. It says unshift is not a function, and the reason is because this actually returns a number, or it should. Let me just show you. If I were to set, let's say, I'm not going to keep this, but just to show you what this actually returns, yeah, it returns the number 6. So you can't chain those methods. All right, so that is my solution. If you had a different solution and it worked, then that's fine. But let's do challenge 2. So we'll go ahead and say challenge 2. And this is going to be to concatenate these two arrays. Let's say array 1, and that's going to be 1 through 5. And then const array 2 is going to be 5 through 10. And then what you needed to do is concatenate these two arrays, but they both have 5. So you need to get rid of that 5. And I'm going to give you two different solutions, and each one is in kind of the opposite order. So let's say solution 1, and I'm going to create a new array called array3 and take array 1, and basically what I'm going to do is slice that, not slice the 5 out, but slice these, the ones that I want, out, and put that into array 3. So if I say dot slice, and remember, slice takes in the start index, which I want to start at the beginning because I want 1 through 4. And then I'm going to put in 4 as the end. If I save that, whoops, we need to log this out. Array 3. If I save that, now I have 1 through 4 in this array 3. So now what I need to do is basically just add the rest of this on, right? Because I have 1 through 4. So I'm going to do that by chaining on concat, and I'm going to concat array 2, and if I save that, now I have 1 through 10, and there's no double 5s. So that's the first solution. The second solution is kind of the opposite way around. First, I'm going to concatenate it. So I'm going to say const array 4, and we're going to use the spread operator here. So let's spread across array 1 values, and let's spread across array 2 values. And if I were to console log array 4, you'll see I'll get 1 through 10, but I have my double 5s here, which I don't want. So then what I'll do is use splice. So I'll take array 4 and then splice, and I just want to take out one of those 5s. So I'm going to start at the 4 index, which is 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. So right here, and I only want to take out 1, which is that one. So I'm going to put 1 as a second argument. And then if I console log array 4, you'll see I have 1 through 10, and now that 5 is gone. So two different approaches. They both use different methods, but they have the same result. And you'll see a lot of that in not only JavaScript, but all programming. All right, so that's it. In the next video, we're going to look at object literals. Okay, so now we're going to get into another data structure, another type of object in JavaScript, which is an object literal. So basically, these are key value pairs. So I have an example here. We have a variable called person, and then in curly braces, we have just key value pairs that are separated by commas. So basically, we have the key on the left side, then we have a colon, and then we have the value, which can be a string, a number, Boolean, whatever. And these are keys, these are values. These are also called properties, like this is the name property, this is the age property, and so on. So let's jump into VS Code and let's start to work with objects. So I'll go ahead and just create the same one we just saw. So we'll say person, and I'll set that to a set of curly braces. And then inside there, we're going to have a name, let's say John Doe. And then we'll do an age of 30. And we'll do, let's say, is admin. And that will be a Boolean, so we'll say true. Okay, now, as far as accessing data from this object, first of all, let's just console log the whole thing, see what we get. So same thing, just the key value pairs. We also have our prototype chain, which has some methods on it. There's a lot that we can do with objects. In this section, I'm going to just go over some of the basics and some of the easy stuff. And then later on, we'll get into more complicated ways of working with objects. Now, to access a specific property from an object, we use the dot syntax. So I'll go ahead and actually, you know what, let's create our x variable, because there's a few things I want to log out. So let's just do that. And then let's set x to person. And then to access the name, for instance, I can say person.name. Now we can also use bracket notation. So for example, I could say person, and then I could use brackets and say I want the age. I'm sorry, this needs to be a string. And I get 30. So this, you're going to see this a lot more, the dot syntax rather than the brackets, but you can do it this way. Now let's say we want to have an object within an object, like maybe an address with some fields. So let's say address, and then we're going to set that to another set of curly braces, and in here we'll have the street, let's say 123 Main Street, and then we'll have the city, let's say Boston, let's say for the state, we'll do Mass. Now, if I want to access, let's say, the state, what I would do is say person dot and then the address and then the state. If we do that, then I get Mass. We could also have arrays in here. Like, so if I wanted to do, let's say, hobbies, set that to an array, and we'll say music and sports. And then if I wanted to access that array, I could, of course, just say person.hobbies, and that will give me the whole array. If I wanted to access, let's say, the first item or element in the array, then I would use, of course, my brackets, just like I would with any array, and that gives me music. Now, we can also update properties, so I can say person.name, and I'll set that to, let's say, Jane Doe. And then if I log x, we'll just set it to person, and you'll see now the name is no longer John Doe, it's Jane Doe. If I wanted to update, let's say, is admin, I could say person.isAdmin, or I could use this syntax, is admin. And what is it? to begin with. It's true, so I'll set it to false. And then if I log the person, we should see isAdmin as false. All right, now if you want to completely remove a property from an object, you can use delete. So I could say delete and then person dot, let's delete the age. If I do that and I log the object, you'll see there's no more age. Now the next thing I'm going to show you is that we can add a function as a property, but I know we haven't gone over functions, so don't worry about it if you don't understand this. But let's say person, and by the way, I don't think I mentioned, you can not only change properties, but you can add a new one. Like if I want to say person dot has children and set that to true, and now if I save, you'll see that has children has been added. Okay, so you can add properties as well. Now, like I said about functions, let's say we want to create a function in this property called greet. So I'll say person.greet equals a function, and this is just how we define a function. Again, I'll get into this very soon. And then I'm going to console log here template literal and say hello, my name is, and then I can actually access other properties in here with the this keyword. So I could say this.name. And now if I want to call this function, I'll have to do person dot, actually let's just, well, we'll just do that. Yeah, person dot greet, and we need to execute it with parentheses. And you'll see right here, hello, my name is Jane Doe. All right, so we assigned a function to this greet property, and we were able to access the name using the this keyword, which I'll talk much more about later. Now, another thing that you can do, but I really wouldn't suggest it, is when you're creating your keys, you can use like more than one word. So let's say I wanted to use first name, like first space name. I wouldn't recommend doing this, but if you are going to do this, then you can just surround it with quotes, right? So I could say first name and then set that to Brad, and then we'll do a last name. So let's say last space name. And now if I wanted to access, let's say I want to access first name. If I try to do this, first space name, this is another reason I wouldn't recommend doing this. Well, right now it's telling us person has already been defined. So let's change this to person two. And it's still going to give me an error because it says unspecified identifier name. Now, if you're going to do this, again, I wouldn't recommend it using multiple words like this. This should be in this form or even this form. But if you do happen to come across this and you want to access it, you have to use the bracket notation. So you would do it like this. First space name, and you'll see that will work. All right, so in the next video, we're going to look more at nesting objects within objects, but I also want to show you how to use the spread operator with objects. We saw how to use it with arrays, but we can also use it with objects. Okay, so now that you know what an object literal is, I just want to get into a couple other things, including using the spread operator with objects and some of the methods that we can use. So, and before we do that, I just want to show you there is another way that we can create objects. So let's say we want to create a to-do object. Now we could do this, which just creates an empty object, and then we could add properties either in here, or we could do like to-do dot, let's say ID equals 1, right? And then if we log that out, let's just create our X variable. And then if we go ahead and set X equals to do, and we console log X, we get an object with an ID of 1. Now another way to do this, this is an object literal, but we could also use the object constructor, just like we did with arrays. So we could say new object like that. If I save, we're going to get the same thing. So this line, this is the same as just setting it to a literal and just an empty set of curly braces. And I could continue to add on to this, like if I say to do dot name, and we'll set that to, I don't know, buy milk, and maybe to do completed, not component, completed, and set that to false. Okay, if we save that, we take a look, we're just going to have our properties on that to-do object. Now later on I'm going to show you how we can actually create our own constructors for certain objects, and we could do stuff like this, like to-do one and then set it to a new to-do. So you can create a custom constructor for a custom to-do object, but we'll get into that later on. Now I want to show you how to use the spread operator. Well, actually before that, let's just go over nesting real quick. I know we did in the last video, but just to kind of remind you, we could set person, and then we could have address, and then let's say in address we have coordinates, and maybe have a latitude value of 42 dot something, and then and then a longitude value of negative 71 dot something. And then if we wanted to access the, let's say, latitude, we could do that by setting x to person, then we want to go into address, then we want to go into chords, and then we want the lat value. All right, so that's nesting. Now as far as the spread operator goes, it works very similarly to using it with arrays. So what I'll do here is just create two very simple objects. Doesn't really matter what you have for the properties here, but I'll just do A1, B2, and then I'm going to create another object 2 and set this, for our keys we'll do C, let's say C3, and then D4. Okay, now if I create, let's say, object 3, I could nest those in here, right? So if I just pass in object 1 and then object 2, and then let's just set x to, just so we can see it, we'll set x to object 3. Save that. Now what we have is an object that has two objects inside. Okay, so the first one is object 1, second one object 2. Now if I want to just take, and you'll find yourself doing this quite a bit in JavaScript, if you want to just take the properties of object 1 and object 2 and put them in, basically combine them into this single object 3, then you can just use the spread operator. So we'll just add the 3 dots in front of each one, and now when I log out object 3, we get all of these properties within both objects all on the top level of object 3, because we took them and spread them across. All right, now if I were to take the spread operator off object 2 and save, you'll see object 1 values are on the top level spread across, but object 2 is in there as a nested object. All right, so hopefully that makes sense. Now there's a few methods on the object that we can use, and one of them is called assign. And that does the same thing as the spread operator. In fact, the spread operator was introduced in ES 2015. Before that, you had to use object assign. So let's just say we want to create another object called object 4, and we're going to set that to capital O object, just like on the array object. There's methods, there is here as well. And the one we want to look at right now is called assign. So as the first argument we pass in is just going to be a set of empty curly braces. That basically just gives us an empty object. If I were to log obj4, you'll see it's just an empty object. Now if I want to add the properties from object 1, I would pass object 1 in as the second argument, and if I save, now you'll see those are added to this obj4. If I want to take the properties of object 2, I would just add that as another argument, save, and now those get added. Okay, so whatever I pass in here, any objects I pass in here, the properties of those are going to get assigned to this empty object. Okay, so both of these lines do the same exact thing. And it's up to you on what you want to use. The spread operator to me is easier and more concise and just more modern. But if you want, you can, of course, use this. Okay, so a lot of times we're going to be dealing with arrays of objects. Any resources in the database, like, or from an API, like to-dos or users or blog posts, you're usually going to deal with arrays of objects for those resources. So let's say, what should we do here? Let's say we want to do an array called to-dos, right? So we'll set that to an array, and then in that array we'll have our first to-do, so it's going to be an object. We'll say ID1, and then name, we'll say, I don't know, buy milk again. Okay, and then I'm going to put a comma after that and copy it down a couple times, and the second object is going to have an ID of 2. This will have an ID of 3. And here we'll say, I don't know, pick up kids from school. And then we'll have take out trash. Okay, so now we have an array. An array of objects. So I'm going to set this X here to to-dos. If I do that, we're going to see our array of objects. Now, if I want to access a specific object, just like we do with any array, we use our bracket syntax. Say we want to get the first one, we use our 0 index. That gives us that object. Now, if I want to access a specific property like name, I simply do .name. All right, so those are arrays of objects. Now, later on, we're going to get into iteration and looping and being able to go through each object and do something to it or just display it, but we're gonna do that a little bit later. Now I want to show you a few other methods we have available on object. So if you want to get all of the keys in an object and put those into an array, we can use object keys. So let's say X equals object.keys. And what do I want to use this on? Let's do the to-do object we created up here. So say object.keys, and we'll pass in the to-do object. And then we want to log X, and you'll see now we have an array that has the value of ID, name, and completed. Okay, so it just took the keys from this to-do object and put them into an array. Now, there's going to be times where you're going to want to get the length of an object, meaning how many properties does it have in it. And we can't use length on that. Like if I try to do X equals, and let's take our to-do object and do length. If I do that, it's going to say undefined. So the way that we can get it is by first getting the keys and then getting the length of that. So if I just take this and put that on there, that's going to give me an array, right? And we can use length on an array. So we'll simply do length, and if I save, we get 3. Okay, so up here you can see we have 3. And I could have created an object literal as well. So the next thing is if you want to get an array with all the values, just the values, we can use object.values just like we can use object.keys. So let's say object.values, and we'll pass in to do, save that, and now we just have an array of the values. Now, if you want to get an array of the key value pairs, you can do that with entries. So let's say X equals object.entries, and then pass in our object, save that, and now we have an array with arrays that have the key value pairs. And then the last one I'm going to show you is hasOwnProperty, which will give you a Boolean indicating if the object has a specific property. So let's say X equals, and then we actually call this on the actual object. So for instance, to do. And then we can say hasOwnProperty, and let's pass in name. If I save that, we get true because it does have a name property, right? If we put in, I don't know, age, and I save that, then we get false because that to-do object does not have a property of age. So that's it. I just wanted you guys to get familiar with the spread operator and some of these really helpful methods that you have on your object. So in the next video, we're going to look at something called destructuring and also naming, because you do have a lot of properties inside of an object, and sometimes you might not want to do this because it's pretty long. I'm going to show you how you can destructure so that you don't have to do as many, as much as this dot notation. So we'll get into that in the next video. Okay, so now I just want to show you a couple things that you can do as far as naming and destructuring variable names from object literals. So first off, if you're creating an object where the key and the value are the same, if the value is a variable, then you don't have to add both. So let me show you what I mean. If we have these variables here, and let's say I want to create an object. So we'll say const person, and let's say I want to set name, or not name, first name, and I want to set that to the first name variable, right? So you would do that. And then I'll just copy that down, and this one will be last name, and this one last name, and then we have our age. Okay, so now if I come down here and do a console log of person.age and save that, of course I get 30. So I'm setting the key of first name to the value of whatever is in the variable of first name. If you do this and these are the same, you don't need to add the second one. You don't need to add the value. You can simply do this. Get rid of the colon as well. And now if I save that, we still get 30. So it saves you some typing, and I just wanted to show you this because most JavaScript developers will do this. There's no sense in repeating yourself if you don't have to. So the next thing I want to look at is destructuring. So basically what we can do here, let's say I wanted to get, well, let's create another object. So we'll create a to-do object with an ID, and let's say title, take out trash. So if I want to create a variable of ID with the ID of that to-do, I could do this. I could do that and then console log the ID. But what we can do is destructure properties from the object. So we want to set this equal to the object itself, and then any properties we want to extract or destructure are going to go into these curly braces. So if I save that, you'll see I get 1. I get the same thing. If I want to take out the name, I can do that as well. So you can, well, let me log it so you can see. So you can think of this as, I'm sorry, not name, title. It should be title and title. So you can think of this as pulling these variables out of the object. And you can go multiple levels deep. Like let's say we have a user in here, and that's an object that has a name. So if I want to get that, if I come down here and I destructure user, I'm just going to log that for now and save that, and you see that it'll pull out the object, this entire user object. If I want to get the name or any other property, what I could do is put a colon here, open up another set of curly braces, and we want to take the name from the user. So now if I come down here, I should be able to just console log name. Now another thing we can do is rename properties or keys. So let's say I'm destructuring ID, but let's say I want to rename it to to-do ID. If I want to do that, I can put a colon and then just do to-do ID like that. And then if I come down here and I console log to-do ID, I get 1. Okay, so this and this might be a little confusing. Just keep in mind that when you use the curly braces, you're destructuring. If you don't, then you're just renaming. Now, we can also destructure arrays, and I know we're talking about objects in the last few videos, but I figured it's relevant here to show you this stuff, even though it does have to do with arrays. So I'm going to create an array called numbers, and we'll set that to just whatever, 33, and let's do one more. Okay, and I just want to put a comment here that we can destructure arrays. Oops, that should be a comma. All right. So the way that we do this is we create variables for starting at the beginning for the first, second, third, and so on. All right, so let's say const, and then the way we destructure arrays is going to be with brackets. Okay, objects we use curly braces, and arrays we use brackets. We're going to set that to the array name, which is numbers. And then in here, I'm going to say first and second. So what this will do, you'll see if I console log first and second, it's going to give me the first two elements, the first two values in the array, 23 and 67. And of course, if I put third in here, that would be the next one, 33. Now, if you want to get the rest of the numbers and put them into a variable as an array, we can use what's called the rest operator. Now, it's a little confusing because the rest operator is the same as the spread operator. It's the 3 dots. But in this use case, it's often called the rest operator. And the way we use that is instead of just putting third, which would just get the next one, we would do 3 dots and then a variable name, oftentimes called rest. And then what I'll do here is log first, second, and rest. Now, what you'll see is we're logging the first and second, 23, 67, and then rest contains an array with the rest of the values in that array. In this case, is 33 and 49. If I put in 52 here and save, that's going to get added to the rest array. And just to show you, I can change this to anything. I'll just say, we'll say nums, and then if I come down here and I do nums, that's going to give me the same thing. But I'm just going to put that back to rest. Okay, so I know it's a little confusing, spread operator, rest operator. It's just when you use it in this instance or in this use case, then you might see it called the rest operator. All right, so that's it. In the next video, I want to talk a little bit about JSON. Okay, so since we've been talking about JavaScript objects, I think that this is a good place to introduce JSON, okay, which I get a lot of crap for saying it that way. A lot of people say JSON. I say JSON, but it really doesn't matter. It's JSON. Now, JSON is something that you'll be working with a lot as a JavaScript developer, and it stands for JavaScript Object Notation. And it's a lightweight data interchange format. So it's essentially a way of storing data in a simple human readable format. Now, in web development, especially in JavaScript, we work a lot with APIs and APIs to send and receive data to and from a server. And several years ago, XML, which is extensible markup language, was kind of the standard for sending data or getting data from a server, but in recent years, JSON has become the standard. So you'll very, very rarely work with XML these days. Now, JSON, the syntax is very similar to JavaScript object literals, which is what we've been working with. Now, to give you kind of an example of an API that you may work with, as a front-end developer, you're going to work with back-end APIs where you hit a URL and you fetch some data or you post some data, and we're going to get into all that later on, APIs and REST APIs and stuff like that. Now, just to give you an example, GitHub has a public API that we can use. So I'm going to go to one of the URLs just to kind of show you an example of some data we'll get back. So if we go to, it's actually api.github.com, and then we can go to /users. If I do that, we'll get an array of I think it's like the first 20 users of GitHub. So as you can see, it's an array of JSON objects, which are very similar to JavaScript objects, right? We have key value pairs. Now the difference here is that the keys are going to have double quotes around them as well. And with JavaScript object literals, we don't have quotes around the keys. And you have to have double quotes around the strings here as well. Numbers, you don't have to, but strings you have to have double quotes around, or it's not going to be valid JSON. But this endpoint here, API github.com/users, is an example of something you'd hit with the fetch API, which we'll learn about later. And you can make a request and get this data and bring it into your application. You could even do user / and then your username. So I'll put mine in here. And then that gives me some information about my account, my login, my ID number. It even gives me some other API URLs that I can hit to get other things. All right, so for example, is the repos. So this repos URL, if I were to hit that endpoint, I get an array of all my GitHub repositories. Okay, so as JSON objects. So I just wanted to kind of show you an example of an API that gives us JSON data. Now, you can also have JSON files, like if I create a new file here and I'll just say, I don't know, to-do.json. The way that I would do this, usually a JSON file is going to have an array of JSON objects. So you would have brackets, just like in JavaScript, and then each object would have curly braces, but your keys have to have double quotes as well. So I'll say ID1. This could be a number or a string. And then let's say title, say take out trash. Now VS Code will automatically validate this. Like if I take those quotes off, it's going to give me an error. If I hover over, it says property keys must be double quoted because it knows I'm in a JSON file. Okay, and then there are websites where you can validate JSON as well. You just paste it in and it will tell you if it's correct. But yeah, it's pretty much just a JavaScript object with some double quotes. So what I want to do as far as JavaScript is show you how we can convert our objects to JSON and the other way around. So let's create an object here. Let's do something different. We'll do like, what should we do? We'll do posts, like a blog post. And we'll set that to, let's say, title, say post 1. And this is just a JavaScript object literal. So title, actually let's put an ID too. So we'll say ID 1. And then let's put a body. And I'll just say this is the body. Okay. So we have a JavaScript object, right? I can console log that post. And if I want to convert this to what we call a JSON string, there's a JSON object we can use. So let's say const str string. So this JSON object has a method called stringify. So just stringify and parse are the two methods you're going to be using quite a bit when dealing with this. So stringify will turn an object into a JSON string. So I'm going to pass in here post, and then let's log str, and notice it's formatted differently. It doesn't have like the collapsible arrows and stuff like that. It's just a simple string, okay? And this is what you would send. If you were sending data to a server, this is what you would send. Okay. Now, when you use like the Fetch API or other libraries to make HTTP requests, a lot of times it does this for you. Like you can just send the post like this, and it will automatically stringify it. Where you do end up using stringify and parse, the next one I'm going to show you, is with local storage. And local storage is a way to store things on your client in your browser. And it can only store strings, so you can't store like an object like this. So what you would do is stringify your object, put it into local storage, and then when you take it out, you would parse it back into an object. And we're going to get all into local storage later. So now that we have a JSON string in the str variable, let's parse that JSON. So we can do that, and I'm going to put this in a new variable called obj, and we're going to set that to json.parse, and then we're going to pass the string JSON string in there, and then let's go ahead and log obj, and we're going to get our initial post object literal. Okay, so these are the two methods that you'll be using quite a bit when dealing with this type of thing. And then it doesn't have to just be a single object, it can be an array as well. So if we say const, let's say posts, and we set that to an array of objects, I'll just grab this one here and paste that in, then we'll put a comma and we'll create another one, and I'll just change that to a 2 and we'll say post 2. So now we have an array of objects. Let's say down here const str2, and we'll set that to JSON.stringify, and let's pass in our posts, and then if we log str2, you'll see we have a JSON string that has a couple objects inside of an array. Now, one thing to keep in mind is if you have a JSON string like this str right here, you can't take that JSON string and then try to access, like, let's say ID. Okay, if I do that, I'm going to get undefined. All right, if you need to access a specific property, you first need to parse it. So if I console log object.id, that's going to work. But yeah, I mean, that's pretty much it as far as using JavaScript to parse JSON strings or turning JavaScript objects into JSON strings. So in the next video, we're going to have just a pretty simple object challenge for you guys, and then we'll move on to functions and scope and things like that. All right, guys, so I have a challenge here for you that has to do with object literals, and it has multiple steps, but don't get overwhelmed because it's pretty easy. For those of you that already know the basics of JavaScript will have no problems with this. But we're going to take it step by step. So I'm going to read step 1. You can pause the video and do it. I'll do it, and then I'll go to step 2, step 3, etc. So step 1 is to create an array of objects called library. So have a variable called library, set it to an array, have 3 objects inside with the properties of title, author, and status. Title and author should be strings, whatever you want, whatever book title and author. And then status should be another object, so a nested object with the property of own, reading, and read, which should all be Boolean values. Okay, so if you own the book, if you're reading it, and if you've read it. So for all status, set own to true, and then set reading and read to false. So basically you just need to construct an array of objects. So pause the video now and go ahead and do that, and I'm going to do that now as well. So I'm going to create a library array here, and then inside it says to do 3 objects with properties of title. So I'll just put that for now. And then we also want author, which is going to be a string. And then we want the status, which is going to be a nested object. And status is going to have own, which we want to set to true. It's going to have reading, which we set to false. And then read, which we also set to false. Okay. So I'm going to just copy this because we want 3 of these. Okay, so we just want to make sure we had 3. And you can put whatever you want for the titles and authors. I'm going to say The Road Ahead. I'm just putting anything here. This is by Bill Gates. And then we have the Steve Jobs biography by Walter Isaacson. I think that's how you spell it. And then we have Mockingjay. And that's by Suzanne Collins. Okay, so here's step 1, right? We just created an array with 3 objects with the property specified. So now let's move on to step 2. So you finished reading all the books, set the read value for all of them to true. Do not edit the initial object, set the values using dot notation. So don't just go in and change read to true here. We're going to come down here and set all of the read values to true. So you can pause the video and do it yourself, but this is going to be pretty simple. Basically, we just want to say library And there's multiple ways you could do this. You could loop through it, but we haven't gone over loops or anything. So let's say library 0, and we want to set status, right? And then we want to set red to true. And we're going to do that for all of them. So let's say 1 and 2 as well. And then we'll just go ahead and do a console log of library. And if we take a look, we should now see in status that read is true for all of these. So read is true and status read is true. So that's step 2. Step 3 is to destructure the title from the first book and rename the variable to first book. So we went over destructuring and naming a couple videos back. So let's do that. We're going to go, let's just put a comment here and pause the video if you're going to do it on your own. Let's say step 2. And this is step 1. Okay, so step 3, we're going to destructure. So from the, what was it, the first, destructure the title from the first book and rename it to first book. So we know to destructure an object, we use curly braces, and we want to set this to the object name, which is library. We want to destructure the title, right? So I'll say title, and then let's console log title. Actually, I'm going to get rid of this console log right here. So I'll save that. We get undefined, and that's because we're in an array. It's not a single object called library. So we want to get the first book. If I save that, we get the road ahead. Now, to rename this variable, we just use a colon. So we can say colon, and then we'll say first book, and then we should be able to console log the first book variable and get the road ahead. So that's step 3. So step 4 is to simply turn the library object into a JSON string. So you can pause the video and do that, and that's pretty simple. Let's say step 4. So we'll create a new variable. We'll call it library JSON, and then let's set that to JSON.stringify, and we want to pass in the library object, and then we'll go ahead and console log library JSON. And now we should have our library as a JSON string. All right, so that's it. I know that was pretty simple for those of you that already know JavaScript basics, but if you didn't, then hopefully this helped you out. So in the next section, we're going to go ahead and start looking at functions and scope. All right, so now we're going to start to get into functions, which are a really important part of any type of programming, because you can create blocks of code that you can run anywhere and at any time. So we'll look at creating basic functions. We'll look at function declaration versus expressions. We'll look at arrow functions, something called IFFEs, or immediately invoked function expressions. We're also going to look at scope, which is really important in programming, because this lets you know what context your code is being run in, if it's the global scope or if it's within a function scope or another type of block scope. And then we're also going to look at things like the execution context and the call stack, which might seem a little advanced, but like I said, I want you to not only learn the syntax, but understand kind of what's going on under the hood in the browser, what's actually happening. And execution context is something that I think you'll benefit in learning now rather than 2 years down the road. So it's just the last, I think, 2 or 3 videos we'll be talking about that stuff, and you're not going to need to learn any advanced code or anything like that. In fact, we're going to look at very, very simple code, but just look at what is actually happening behind the scenes with the execution context, with the call stack, and so on. All right, so that's it. Let's go ahead and get started on functions. All right, so now we're going to talk about functions and scope. And I know a lot of you already understand functions, and that's fine, but I do want people that are new to JavaScript and new to programming to basically be able to start from scratch and learn what functions are and how to use them. So let's get started with some of the basics. So first of all, a function is, it's a way to group code together that you can run later. You can run at any time and as many times as you want. And it's a way to make your code more readable and easier to understand. So to create a function, there's actually multiple ways, and I'm going to show you multiple ways, but for now we're going to do kind of the basic way to create a function, and that's using the function keyword. So after that, we can give a function any name we want. Let's say we want to call it say hello, and then we need to add in our parentheses. Okay, now in the curly braces here is where the function body goes. This is the code that will run when we run our function. So I'm just going to have this function do a simple console log of hello world. All right, now if I save this, nothing is going to happen because all I've done is defined or declared the function. I haven't run it. To run it, we have to put in the function name and then a set of parentheses. So if I go ahead and save that and run it, you'll see that it'll console log hello world. So that's the absolute simplest function that you could write. Now, when it comes to passing data into a function, we do that with parameters. Okay, and there's a difference between parameters and arguments. A lot of times they're used interchangeably, which I think is fine, but just to be really specific, when you're declaring a function, like let's say we have a function called add, and when we're putting in here the variables that we want to be able to be passed in, like let's say we want x and y, or let's be a little more specific, we'll say num1 and num2. So this function takes in two numbers. These are the parameters, okay, that the function can take. And then what I'm going to have this function do is just console log num1 plus num2. So it'll evaluate that expression and log it to the console. Now, when I call this function, so I say add, and then I pass in the numbers that I want to add, let's say 5 and 10. These are arguments, okay? When you're declaring the function, these are parameters. When you pass in a value here, these are arguments. But again, people will say I'm passing in a parameter of 5, and I think that's fine. I'm not like, one of those sticklers. And just to be clear on the kind of the vocabulary, when we run a function like this, this is invoking a function or calling a function. When we do this, this is defining or declaring a function. Now, most of the time when we create functions, we're returning some kind of value. These particular functions that I just created, they're not returning anything. They're just simply doing a console log. But usually we'll return something. So to give you an example, let's say function, and we'll call this subtract. Okay, and this is going to take in, again, let's say num1 and num2. And I'll get to scope, but just know that these variables, even though these are the same, it's okay because they're function parameters in different functions. So I can use num1 here and here. I couldn't use it like in the global scope. I couldn't create num1 and then create num1 again. So in here, let's go ahead and return. We do that with the return keyword. And we're going to return num1 minus num2. Now, I'm going to go ahead and invoke this by saying subtract. And then I'm going to pass in, let's say, 10 and 2. Now, if I save this, we don't see anything in the console because we haven't done any kind of console log. What we did is returned the result of this expression. Now, I'll get into why we return values in a second, but just know that anything we do under this, like let's just console log, we'll say after the return. If I go ahead and run this, we don't see the console log. That's because we've already returned, we've already exited the function, so it's not going to run anything after. And in VS Code, you can see it's kind of a lighter contrast. Now, the reason we return something is because we want to do something with that value. So in this case, let's say we want to put it into a variable. So I can actually set, let's say right here, we'll say const, and then say result equals subtract 10 from 2, or I should say 2 from 10. And then I can do what I want with that result. So I'll just console log it. I'll say console log result, and now I get 8. I could also just console log the function. I could say subtract, and let's say, I don't know, 20 and 5. If I save that, I get 15. All right, so instead of console logging from here, this is going to hold whatever the value is that's returned. And there might be cases where you return with no value. You just write return, and that's good for, like, let's say you're sending a request to a backend or an API, and you're updating something in a database, and you don't actually need to return anything. You might just return with no value. All right. Now, in the next video, I want to talk more about arguments and parameters. I know I mentioned them here and showed you, the basics, but I want to talk a little bit more about that in the next video. All right, guys, so in the last video, we saw that we can create functions and we can allow data to be passed in by creating parameters or params. And then the data we pass in when we invoke the function are called arguments. So I want to look a little more into that. So let's create a function here. We'll call it register user. And let's say it takes in a user, which right now will just be a string. And then I'm going to just return from this, let's say user, and then I'll just concatenate on and say is registered. Obviously, in real life, you would connect to a database and insert a user and this and that, but this is just for example. So we're going to return that string, and then I'm going to just console log register user, and we'll pass in a string of John, and then in the console you can see we get John is registered. Okay, so created a parameter of user, we pass in an argument of John. Now, first off, if it's not obvious, this user variable right here, this is not available outside of the function. It's in what we call the function scope, and I'm going to talk more about scope in a video very soon. But just to clear that, just to show you that, if I console log user, it says user is not defined. So out here in the global scope, it doesn't see that user variable. Now, if I were to console log register user without passing anything in, even though I defined user, you can see I get undefined as user. Because remember, a variable that hasn't been defined, it has a data type of undefined and a value of undefined. So what we could do to have a default value, there's actually a couple ways we could do that. The old way before ES 2015, actually let's go in here, was to have an if statement. I know we haven't gone over conditionals yet, but this is pretty simple. We would just say if not, remember the exclamation is basically the opposite. So we could say if not user, whoops, meaning it didn't get passed in, then we could take that user variable and assign it. So let's call it bot. And now if I save that and we run it, you'll see it says bot is registered. Now with the ES 2015 or ES6 update, there's an easier way to have default parameters because you don't want to have to do this for every parameter that you have. So let's comment that out, and then up here what we can do is simply say user equals and then set it to whatever we want as the default. And now you see bot is registered. Okay, if I had another variable and I wanted to set it to a value, I could do it just like that, just adding the equal sign. So that's default parameters. Let me just put a comment here. So default params. And then the next thing I want to show you are rest parameters. And if you remember a few videos back when we looked at destructuring, I showed you with arrays, you can destructure values into variables, and then you could use the rest operator to basically put the rest of them into an array. And you can do kind of the same thing with your parameters or with your arguments. So let's create a function here. We'll call it sum. And I'm going to use the rest operator here with a variable called numbers. And that can be called whatever you want. And then let's just do, I want you to get used to using return. So we'll just return from here numbers. And I want to show you what we get. Now, since we use return, we do have to just console log the function. So we'll say sum, and then let's pass in 1, 2, 3. and see what we get. So it gives us an array with all of the arguments that we passed in. Okay, and I could pass in just as many as I want here. And it all gets put into an array called numbers. Okay, a function scoped array called numbers. Now, I know we haven't gone over like for loops or anything, but I just want to show you that we could use a for loop to take all the numbers that are passed in and then add them together. So let's go ahead and just initialize a variable here called total. And we're going to set that to 0. And then I want to loop through. Again, I'm going to go over for loops in depth later. But let's say const num. So we're going to say num of numbers. So basically, for each one of the numbers, we're going to call it num. And then I'm going to take that total variable, and I'm going to use the plus equals here so that I can add num onto each one after every iteration. And then I'm just going to return the total. Okay, so now if I console log sum and pass in 1 through 5, I get 15 because it's just adding them all together. Okay, if I add 6, 21, if I add 100, 121. And again, the body doesn't matter. I just want you to understand you can basically pass in unlimited number of arguments using the rest operator, and that those all get put into an array. All right, now you're not always going to get primitive values passed in as arguments. In fact, more often than not, you pass in objects and arrays and stuff. So let's say objects as params, and we did register. Let's do login user and say it takes in a user, but this time it's going to be an object. So obviously you could use any of the properties that are on that object. So for instance, we could do a console. We'll do a return. So we'll say return, and I'll use a template literal here. And let's say the user, I guess, yeah, we'll just put the user, and let's say that user has a name property with the ID of, and then we'll do user.id is logged in. Okay. And then down here, what we could do is we could pass it in a few ways. We could put it into a variable like this, and we could give it an ID and then a name, and then we could call login user, and we could pass in that user. And if I save, well, actually we returned it, so we need to actually console log it. So if I do that, we get the user John with the ID of 1 is logged in. Okay, or you could pass it in. Let's do another console log. You could also just pass in like this. Let's put the object, and let's say ID 2 and name Sarah. And then we get the user Sarah with the ID of 2 is logged in. So we can also pass in arrays. Let's say arrays as params, and now I'm going to actually create a function finally that's semi-useful. So we'll create a function that will get a random number from a specific array that we pass in. And if you want to pause the video and try this on your own, you can, because we've already looked at how to get random numbers and stuff like that. So you can do that if you want, but I'm just going to create a function called, let's call it get random, and it's going to take in an array. And then first thing I'll do is generate a random index for the array, for the element that we're getting, because remember, we access the element through indexes. So let's say random index, and we'll set that to math.floor. So we're going to round down. Remember this from a couple sections back. So we're going to round down a random number, let's say math.random. That gives us a decimal between 0 and 1. So we want to multiply that by the length of the array. Okay, so this is all stuff that we've looked at. So that will give me a random index. Now I'm just going to create a variable called item and set it to the array, and then the index is going to be random. So random index, we want to use that here. Okay, and then we'll just return, or we'll just console log the item. Okay, and then let's just call down here, get random, and we just want to pass in an array, and you can put whatever numbers you want in here. We'll do 1 through 10, and you'll see 9. If I reload, 9, 10, 3, 10, 8. So yeah, it'll just generate a random number that you pass in. Now remember the rest parameters, that will give you an array of anything you pass in. So another thing we could do here is just add on that, and then automatically whatever we pass in gets put into an array. So I could actually get rid of the brackets here and save, and I should get the same result, which will give me a random number between any of these numbers I pass in. And I didn't need to pass in an array because the rest operator will turn whatever I pass in into an array. But I'm going to put it back to how I had it, just because this is supposed to be showing you how to pass in an array. All right, cool. So in the next video, we're going to start to look at scope. Okay, so in this video, we're going to talk about scope, and in particular, global and function scope. Now, scope, it's an important concept in JavaScript, and it refers to the current area or the context of a specific piece of code. And there's certain rules for what we can access in specific scopes. Now, global means just what it sounds like. It means that your global variables are going to be accessible from absolutely anywhere. In fact, the browser has a window object. If I go ahead and type in window in the console, we'll see the window object here that has a ton of methods and properties that we can access from anywhere, whether we're just in our global page scope or if we're in a function or in a block or whatever. In fact, alert, the method alert, is on that window object. If I say window.alert and I pass in here, let's say hello, and I save that and run it, then we're going to see that pop up. Now, since window is the topmost object, it's at the top level, we don't even need to do the window dot. We could just do alert, which is what you'll usually see. Okay, and then there's other things like, for instance, we can do window dot inner width, and that will give us the browser's inner width. So you'll see down here it's logging 455. And again, we don't need window, but in this case, on something like this, on inner width, I would keep the window, but it's really preference. But just to show you, I could do it without it. All right, now we can access these window object properties and methods from anywhere. If I were to create a function and say run, and then run that function, and in here let's just do console log, we'll do window dot, let's say inner height, which is another property. If I do that, it's going to show down here my window height is 136, and it's measuring from here to the console. All right, now as far as creating our own variables in the global scope, that's really what we've been doing. If you're creating a variable that's not in a function or in a block or anything, that's in your global scope. So let's say x equals 100. And obviously I can access it from the global scope. If I do x, I'm just going to also put a string in here that says, we'll just say in global. Save that, we're going to see 100 and in global. Now, since that's global, I can also access that in functions. So I'll say console log x, and let's say in function, save it, and you can see we can access it there as well. If I have a block like an if statement, which I know we haven't talked about yet, but just to show you real quick, if I say if true, so since I put true, whatever I put in here is going to run. I'll do a console log of x, and I'll say in block. Save that. You can see we're accessing it from there as well. Now, functions have their own scope. So what I'm going to do here is create another function called add. And in here, obviously we can access x. I already showed you that. We can create variables in our function. So we'll say const y, and we'll set that to 50. And then I'll do a console log of y, and we have to run it. So if I save that and run it, you'll see that we're logging y, which is 50. Now, since I defined this variable inside the function, this is function scoped. Okay, this is not a global variable. If I go outside the function and I try to log y, I'm going to get an error. It says y is not defined because it's looking in the global scope. It's not going to go into this function and pull out variables and allow us to access them. And of course, since I created this variable y in this function, I can't go in this function and do it here either, right? If I do that, now this error is running, you can see at line 11, and that's where I just did this console log. All right, so I'm just going to undo that, and I'll comment this out to get rid of that error. Now, I can access the global variable x inside of any function I want. So if I were to go right here, let's say console log x plus y, and I'm going to get 150. All right, now if I were to, in this add function, create a variable called x, if I do that and save, you're going to see now we get 51. It's adding this x and this y. So what this is doing is overwriting the globally scoped x value. And this is called variable shadowing. Now, when you hear the term local scope, that just refers to whatever scope you're in, whatever you're talking about. If we're talking about, this y variable right here, then our local scope is this add function scope. If we're talking about this one, then where the local scope is the global scope. All right. Now, that is global and function scope. In the next video, even though we haven't gone over like if statements and loops and stuff like that, which are blocks, I think this is a good place to talk about block scope. All right, so we talked about global scope and function scope. Now we're going to talk about block level scope, and I'm also going to show you some of the differences between using var to create variables versus using let and const, because var is not block level scoped. So I'm going to create a variable in the global scope called x, and then I already showed you this in the last video that if we have a conditional, which is a block, and we try to access a global variable, that's fine, right? Because global variables we can access from anywhere. Now, if inside of this block I create a variable, let's say y, and set it to 200, of course, from here I could do like x plus y, that's going to work. But if I come out here and I try to do x plus y, that's not going to work because y has not been defined on the global scope. It's defined inside of this block, so it belongs to this block. So I'm going to comment that out, and I'm going to show you how this would work with var in a second. But first I want to show you a loop example. So you don't have to understand for loops yet to really see what I'm talking about here, but I'm just going to create a simple for loop. I'm going to use let. I'm going to say let I equals 0, and then we'll say as long as I is, let's say, less than or equal to 10, and then we're going to increment by 1. And then in here, I'm just going to do a console log of I. So if I save that, what it's going to do is just start at 0, and it's going to loop through and console log each number until it gets to 10. So very simple for loop. Now, if I were to come outside of this and do console log I, you'll see I'm going to get a reference error. I is not defined. So I is scoped in this loop, in this block. Now I want to show you the difference between var versus let and const. So I'm going to create a block here, just an if statement, and just say true. And let's create a const variable of a. So we'll set that to, let's say, 500. Let's say let b, we'll set that to 600. And then let's use var c and set that to 700. Okay, now if I come outside of that block and I console log a, we're going to get an error. If I console log b, we get an error. And if I console log c, it works. You'll see 700. So that's the big difference between var versus let and const. var is not block scoped. So if you have a variable that you created with var inside of an if statement, that's accessible from outside. And that's not really good. That's not what you want. You want your variables to be block scoped. That's how most programming languages work. So in ES 2015 or ES 6, they decided to create let and const. But of course you can still use var, because if they took var out, that would break a lot of projects. So yeah, I would always say use let and const. Now even with loops, if I used var here instead, and then I come down and uncomment this console log I, you'll see that it's actually giving me 11. So it's not throwing any type of error, it's working and giving me 11, which obviously I don't want that to happen. Now var is function scoped, so I want to make sure that I explain that. So if we come down here and I create a function called run, and then in here I say var, let's say, I don't know, d, and set that to 100, right? So obviously I can use that here. I'll say console log d, and of course I have to run the run function, and now at the bottom you'll see 100. And then if I try to come outside of here and console log d, I'm going to get an error, even though I use var, because var is function scoped. Okay, you can't access a var variable that's inside of a function outside of a function, but you can with other blocks like loops and if statements. Now there's one other thing that I want to mention about var. So let's say we have, let's say const foo equals 1, and then let's say var bar equals 2. So when we set a global variable with var, let me just comment that out, get rid of that error. When we create a global variable with var, if we look at the window object, let's just take a look here, you'll see that it actually gets added to the window object. When we use let or const, that does not get added to the window object. So you can see here there's no foo. So that's another kind of difference between const and let and var. And you're probably not going to want your global variables on the window object. All right, guys, so now we're going to look at how scope works with nested functions and nested blocks. Now, nested functions relate to something called closures, and we'll look at ways to use closures later on, but I think it's a bit too early to learn them. A lot of people are intimidated by them, but we can at least look at how scopes work with nested functions. So let's go ahead and create a function. I'm going to call it first, and then in first, we'll create a variable called x, set it to 100, and then what I can do here is nest another function. So I'm going to call this one second. Okay, so it's nested inside first, and here we'll create a variable called y and set that to 200, and then in second I'm going to console log x plus y. Now in order for second to run, I have to call it within first, right? So we're going to run second here, and in order for first to run, I have to call it here. So I'm going to go ahead and save that, and you'll see I get 300. So you can see I can access from the parent function, I should say from the child, I can access any variables that are in the parent scope. However, it doesn't work the other way around. I can't access from the parent variables in the child scope. So if in first I try and console log y, then that's going to give me an error. Okay, so remember, you can access parent variables, but you can't access child variables. So they're two separate scopes. Now, it's very similar with blocks. So let's go down here. Let's say if, we'll just say if true, and then in here I'm going to say const x, and I'm on a different scope, so I can use x. And then let's say we have another if, a nested if, and here we'll say if x equals 100. And again, I know we haven't gone over if statements. We're going to get to that soon. I just want to show you this. This is kind of the same type of thing where we have, let's say y, and we can console log here, let's say x plus y. And if I save that, we have to comment this out because it's giving us an error. If I comment that out, you'll see we get 300, right? Because I'm able to access here, I'm able to access the parent scope's variable of x. But if I go outside of this child if, or this nested if, and I try to console log y, which was created in there, then that's not going to work. okay, because this is a separate scope that I can't access. But you can access the parent from within the child. So hopefully that makes sense. I know it's a little confusing, but I figured this was a good place to mention this since we're talking about scope. Okay, so up to this point, we know how to declare functions and invoke them or call them or execute them, whatever, however you want to put it. There is another way that we can create functions, and that's with a function expression. So let's first declare a function just like we've been doing. So I'll say function, this is called a function declaration, right? So we do that by just putting the function keyword first, and then let's call this add $sign. And what this will do is take in a value and then just prefix it with a $sign. So we'll return from this a string with a $sign, and then we'll just concatenate the value. And then if we want to invoke it, we can just, well, let's do it in a console log since this is returning. So we'll say add $sign, and let's pass in here 100. So if I save that, we get $100. So that's a function declaration. We start off with the word function and then name it and so on. But we can also use a function expression where we actually create a variable. So let's call this add $sign, same idea but with a $sign, and we set that equal to a function. And that will take in a value, and then we'll go ahead and just return, we'll do a $sign, and then we'll concatenate the value. And then if we want to invoke it, we can do a console log and say add $sign, and let's do 200. And if I save that, we get plus 200. So notice that we invoke them the same exact way. We just call the function and pass in a value, but they're declared differently. The expression is just a variable. It's a function assigned to a variable. And now in JavaScript, you don't have to use semicolons. They're optional, but notice at the end of the expression, we do have a semicolon. We don't add a semicolon to the end of a function declaration. Now, there are some differences here, and it comes down to something called hoisting. Now, I'm not going to really go into hoisting as far as how it works right now. I'll do that later when we talk about something called the execution context. But in very simple terms, hoisting is the process of moving all the function and variable declarations to the top of the current scope before the code is run. So you can think of it before your code is actually executed. You can think of a step before that where it goes through and it looks for all your function declarations and your expressions and your variables and puts it all at puts all those at the top of the page. Now, even though this happens, only function declarations are available before the code is executed. So let me show you what I mean. If I take this right here where I'm calling add $sign and I move it up above where it's actually declared and I save that, it works. Which might seem a little weird because we're calling add $sign before we actually defined it. So how does it know that? And the reason for that is hoisting. Because again, you can think of it as a separate step before your code is actually executed where this is moved up top. Now, like I said, only declarations are available before the code is executed. So if I do the same with an expression, if I take this console log and I move it above where we define it, and I save that, it says uncaught reference error cannot access add $sign before initialization. Okay, so when you use a regular function declaration, you can call it beforehand. If you wanted to put all your functions at the bottom of your script, you could do that. Although I really wouldn't recommend it. I think it's much cleaner to have your functions declared or defined and then use them. But yeah, I just wanted to go over declaration versus expression. In the next video, we're going to look at another type of function expression, and that's arrow functions. So arrow functions were introduced into JavaScript in 2015. They were part of the ES 2015 or ES6 update. And there's some advantages to using arrow functions. Of course, they're more compact. They also have an implicit return, which I'll show you. And they also have a lexical scope, which I'll talk about a little later. So let's start off here by just creating a regular function declaration like we've been doing. So just a simple add function that will return A plus B, and then we'll call that, we'll just do a console log of add and pass in 1, 2. So we get 3. Now let's rewrite this as an arrow function. So I'm going to go right underneath it, and we're going to say const add. And remember, in the last video I showed you we can also create function expressions. So I could do equals function like this. Now an arrow function, we can actually get rid of the function keyword, and then instead of using the function keyword after the parentheses, we're going to use an arrow, or what we call a fat arrow. And then we can pass in any parameters. And then in the curly braces here, we can just, same thing, just return A plus B. If I save that, we get 3. So this is just the regular arrow function syntax. Now, there are some things we can do to make this even shorter. Since we only have a single expression, just one line expression here that we're returning something, we can shorten this by getting rid of the return statement and the curly braces. So instead of using add, though, I'm going to do subtract, just so I don't have to comment that one out too. But we'll say const subtract, and it takes in A and B. We have our arrow. Now instead of putting my parentheses here, I'm just going to directly say A minus B. So this is saying I want to return this expression to the right of the arrow. So this is the same as this, of course, except it's subtracting. So I'll go ahead and copy this down, and we'll say 10.5, and we're going to call subtract. And of course we get 5. So this is it's an implicit return because we're not specifying the return keyword, it's just doing it. So let's say implicit return. Now there's another way that we can shorten things up. If your function only has a single parameter, so let's say we have a function called double, and it takes in a single parameter, and then what we want to return is whatever we pass in, and then just multiply it by 2. So let me just run that down here real quick. So if we do double and pass in 10, we get 20. Now the way we can make this shorter, just a little shorter, but it's important to know this, is when we have a single parameter like this, we don't need to have parentheses around it. Okay, now the way that I have my text editor set up and prettier in auto format, if I save, it puts it in automatically. But what I can do is copy this. I'm going to copy it and then comment it out. And then over here in my console, I'll paste it in. And you'll see that that works. So if I do double, let's say double 1, we get 2. Now, if I try to define this and leave off my parentheses, but I have more than one param, that's not going to work. Okay, so you can only emit the parentheses when you have a single param. So let's uncomment these, and I'll just put a comment here, and you can say, can leave off parentheses with a single param. Now another thing that can cause a little bit of confusion is if you're returning an object. So let's say returning an object, and this is due to the formatting of having the arrow point to curly braces when you want to return an object which also uses curly braces. So to give you an example, let's say const, we'll call this function just create object, and it doesn't have to take anything in, but let's say I want this to return an object that has a name. I'll just do that, and then if I save, you'll see that Prettier automatically thinks to put a semicolon here, which obviously isn't what I want if I'm trying to make this an object. So if I come down here and I do a console log of create object, I'm going to get undefined. So all you need to do is, if you want to return an object this way, you just surround the curly braces with parentheses. And then of course we don't want that semicolon. So now if I save, you can see we're returning an object that has the name of Brad. Now, I know we haven't gone over high order array methods or callbacks or anything, but that's another great place to use arrow functions. So I'm just going to show you an example. So let's say we have an array, we'll just call it numbers, and we'll just do 1 through 5. And on arrays, there's a method called forEach. And we haven't gone over this yet, but we'll be getting deep into these types of methods later on. But just to show you, if we do numbers.forEach, what you pass in here is a function, okay? And you could do it like this. You could just pass in a regular anonymous function and just pass in whatever you want to use for each number. I'll just use a variable called n, and then I'll just do a console log of n. If I save that, you'll see it. Basically what this does is it loops through and it just outputs, logs each number. Okay, I could do whatever I want with this number, but I'm just choosing to log it out. Now this is a good place to use an arrow function because you can really shorten it up and make it neater. So let's say forEach, and instead of passing in the word function, I can just put in my parentheses, pass in, actually in this case I wouldn't even need parentheses since I'm using a single parameter, but it'll add it automatically in my case. And then we have an arrow, and since I just want to do a single console log, I don't even have to use curly braces. I can just say I want to do a console log and save. Like I said, the parentheses get added, but you really don't need them. And you can see it does the same thing. So I think that this is, more neater and shorter and concise than this. But again, it's all preference, just like most things. So this is, let's say, arrow function in a callback. So callback is basically when we pass a function into another function, and we'll get into that later. All right, so hopefully this just gives you a basic understanding of how to format arrow functions. We'll be using them throughout the course. Now in the next video, I want to get into something called immediately invoked functions. All right, so when we deal with functions, we usually define them or declare them, and then we invoke them when we need to run them. However, there is a way in JavaScript that lets us create a function or declare a function and invoke it at the same time, and that's using something called an immediately invoked function expression, or an IFFE for short, IIFE. And there's a few reasons why you may want to do that. One of the biggest is to avoid global scope pollution. So let me show you what I mean. If we have in our folder here, you can see I have a folder called IFFE. If I create another JavaScript file, I'm just going to call it otherscript.js. And this could be like another library that we're using, or whatever it might be. And let's say in this script we have a global variable called user, and I set that to Brad. And I'll just do a console log of the user. And of course it's not going to show yet because I haven't linked it up to my HTML file. So let's go ahead and add that. And we can say that this is coming from some other library that we didn't even write, so that another developer created. So we'll say another script.js. If I include that, now we're seeing that Brad value, which is in this user variable. Now let's say in our script, well, we want to have a variable called user as well. So I'm going to set const user to John. And as soon as I do that and save and it runs, I'm going to get this user has already been declared. Okay, because it was declared in the global scope of the other file, and now I'm trying to declare it in this scope as well. And there's a few ways to handle this, but one of the ways we could handle this is with an IFFE. So let's go underneath here, and I'm going to open up a set of parentheses. The syntax for an IFFE is a little strange. What we do is create an unnamed function in those parentheses, and then whatever we want to happen. So I'm going to actually bring this down into the IFFE and then just do a console log of user. Now after the first set of parentheses, we need to open up another set to invoke it, right? Because that's a function. We need this set of parentheses to invoke that. So I'm going to go ahead and save this, and you'll see now we don't get an error. We're able to have both of these variables of user because this one here is not in the global scope. Okay, it's in the scope of the IFFE. And I could even create a function within here. Like let's say we have a function called hello. We'll use arrow function, and we'll just do, let's say, console.log, and we'll say hello from the IFFE. Now, if I try to go outside here and execute hello, I'm going to get an error that says hello is not defined because, again, it's scoped inside of this IFFE. So I would have to run it inside here like that. Now, you can add parameters if you want. So let's say I'll just create another one down here. So remember, it's parentheses side by side. The first one has the function inside of it. So I could pass in, let's say, name, and then let's say I want to just do a console log of a string hello, and then I want to concatenate onto that the name. Now, where I pass that in is going to be right here. So I'm going to pass in a string of, let's say, Sean. Save that, and we get hello, Sean. So that's adding parameters to your IFFE. Now, you can have a named IFFE, because notice these are just anonymous functions. They don't have any name associated. So if I wanted to, I could say function and then give it a name like hello, which I can do because the other hello is on a different scope. And then whatever, console log hello. But you don't really see this very much because you can't call that function outside of the IFFE, outside of that scope. You can call it within it, and that's something called a recursion. When you call a function from itself, that's recursion, and it's kind of an advanced topic, which we'll get into later, much later. And I wouldn't recommend doing it. If you run this, you're going to crash your browser because what's going to happen is it's going to run hello, it's going to console log hello, then it's going to call it again, it's going to console log again, call it again, and it's just going to keep going until your browser crashes. It's going to cause what we call an infinite loop. So I wouldn't recommend doing that. But I wanted to just show you can create a named function. I guess the other reason you might do it is for debugging reasons. All right, so that's it for IFFEs. We'll probably get into these a little later in some projects. But in the next video, I want to give you a couple fairly easy function challenges. All right, guys, so we have a couple challenges to do. So there's 3 of them here, and basically I'll just do one by one, and you can pause the video after I explain each one and try it on your own. So challenge 1 is to create a function called getCelsius that takes a temperature in Fahrenheit as an argument and then returns the temperature in Celsius. For bonus points, write it as a one-line arrow function. So we'll write it as a regular function first, and then we'll see if we can convert it. And the expected result, you just pass in a Fahrenheit, like 32, and you get back the Celsius, which would be 0. And you can make the output look prettier by putting it into a string. You can even add this /xb0, which is this little degree symbol, and put it in a template string like that. And then hence the formula for Fahrenheit to Celsius is this right here. So basically this Fahrenheit minus 32 times 5 divided by 9. You can read more about the formula here if you want. So that kind of explains that. All right, and then what I'll do is open up, let's search for a Fahrenheit. I don't even know how to spell Fahrenheit. Fahrenheit to Celsius converter online. Okay, so here we have an invert, and this just shows you the formula right here. So basically we just need to output this in our JavaScript where the Fahrenheit temperature is the argument. So if you want to pause the video and do that now, go right ahead. So I'm going to just put in a comment here, say challenge 1, and let's create it as a regular function first. So we'll say get Celsius, and then that's going to take in a Fahrenheit temperature. And then basically what we're going to do, let's just do Celsius, and let's set that to the formula, which we can probably, we'll just grab it right from here. Definitely need to know that. Stuff like this, I usually find on like Stack Overflow, or using the GitHub Copilot extension is really helpful because it'll get you stuff like that. So I'm just going to paste that in, and then what we can do is replace that capital F with our lowercase f, because that's the argument that's being passed in, right? And then let's return Celsius. Celsius, right? And then let's do a console log here of get Celsius, and let's pass in 32. So if we look at down here, we get 0. So let's try something else. If we pass in 40, we get 4 point and then a bunch of 4s. So if I put in 40 here, we get the same thing. If we put in 50, we get 10. Let's put 50 in our function, and we get 10. Good. Now, we can turn this into a one-line arrow function. If you want to pause the video and do that, you can go ahead. But I'm going to just, I'll comment it out in a second. But let's do const get Celsius. We're going to set it to an arrow function that takes in Fahrenheit. And then we know that basically we just want to return this right here. Right? We didn't have to put this in a variable name. We could return it directly. But down here, we can use an implicit return. So I'm just going to paste that in. All right. And then we'll go ahead and comment this one out. And let's try it again. I save, we get 10. If I pass in 32, we get 0. All right. So this is a nice clean function. So I think that that'll do it. And we could put it inside of a template string with this little symbol. So for example, instead of just logging the answer, we could say, we could put in backticks and say the temp for, what do we do here? Yeah, we'll just say the temp is, and then put in our get Celsius with 32, and then outside of that, the curly braces, I can paste that in, and then we'll put in uppercase C. Actually, let's not have a space there. So now it says the temp is 0 degrees Celsius. If I pass in 50 and save, we get the temp is 10 degrees Celsius. So that's the first challenge. So the next one, I don't even really remember what these are. I did these quite a while ago. So create an arrow function called min-max that takes in an array of numbers and returns an object with the minimum and the maximum numbers in the array. So we want to be able to pass in an array of numbers, and then what we get back in return is an object with the minimum and the maximum of the numbers in that array. So as far as hints, you can use the math.min and math.max methods to get the min and max. You can also use the spread operator to spread the values of an array into separate arguments. Okay, so yeah, let's try that. And if you want to pause the video and do it, that's fine as well. I'm just going to put a comment in here, challenge 2. And let's create our function called min max. And then that's going to take in an array. So we'll just call this ARR. And then remember, we can use the math object min and max methods. So let's say const min, and we'll set that to math.min. And then I want to take, basically, this doesn't take in an array. It takes in just a bunch of numbers like this, 1, 2, 3, and so on. So if we want to take just the values in the array, remember, we can use the spread operator. And then we'll go ahead and add our array. And just to kind of test that out, let's do a console log of min, and then we can just call this because we logged from the function. Array is, oh, we didn't, we need to pass in an array. So let's just do 1 through 5 and save. And we get 1, which is the minimum. So now we can copy this down, and let's get the max. So max, and then I'm just going to console log max, and we get 5. If I add to this 6, then I get 6. So we know we're halfway there. We have that. Now we just need to create an object So let's go down here and let's return an object with min. Now remember, if your variable name is the same as your key here, you don't need to have the variable name. You could just do that. And then same with max. All right, so that should do it. Now we're returning, so we do need to wrap this in a console log if we want to print it out. And we'll save. So we get min 1, max 6. If I add, let's say 31 in here and I save, we get min 1, max 31. If I get rid of the 1, min will now be 2, max 31. Okay, so that should pass the challenge. Now for challenge 3, it says create an IFFE. We talked about those in the last video. That takes in the length and width of a rectangle, outputs it to the console in a message as soon as the page loads. So we know that if we write an IFFE, it runs right away when the page loads. So on page load, we should see this message. An area of a rectangle with a length of 10 and a width of 5 is 50. Okay, so the hints, the area of a rectangle is the length times the width. Okay, so it takes in the length and the width. That means we just need to multiply it. And this should get passed into the IFFE as arguments. You do not have to return anything from this function, just log to the console. So that's actually pretty easy. So it really just tests your skills to create an IFFE. So let's come down here, and you can pause the video right now if you want to. So let's say challenge 3, and we're going to create an IFFE. So remember, we have a set of parentheses, and in that is where we create our function. Now, I don't think I showed you in the last video that we can actually use an arrow function here. Like I could do just a regular function like this, but you can also just do this. So that's what I'm going to do. And it said to take in a length and width. And then inside the function body, let's get the area. So we'll say const area, and then we can get that with length multiplied by the width. And then let's just do a variable for the output we want to log. So that'll be a template literal, and we're going to say the area, let me just check this out again. I'm actually going to just copy this. So if we paste that in, and we just need to replace these values, so we know we have the length and the width passed in, so we can replace this 10 right here with the length. We can replace this 5 with the width, and we can replace 50 with the area. And then, of course, we need to add in our parentheses, and then when we pass in the arguments, that goes in here. So let's say 10 and 5. And of course, we need to output this. So let's just do a console log, and we're going to output. So the area of a rectangle with a length of 10 and a width of 5 is 50. So if I were to change this now, let's say 20 and 10, save that. Length of 20 and a width of 10 is 200. All right, guys, so I hope that the challenges, I hope the description is good enough for you to kind of understand what I'm asking you to do. I'm not the best at doing challenges or creating them, honestly, so hopefully they're sufficient. All right, so what I want to start to talk about next is the execution context, which is more behind the scenes stuff and how things work behind the scenes, which is a little advanced, especially for this stage in the course. But I said it a million times already, I want to give you a full picture of what's going on as we're writing our code. All right, guys, so now we're going to talk about execution context, which might sound a little intimidating, especially if you're a true beginner. But just know that learning this stuff now and learning the bigger picture of what's happening when your code is running is going to benefit you more than if you learn this stuff 2-3 years down the road like I did. So execution context just think of this as something that's going to happen behind the scenes. We're not looking at any new advanced code or anything like that. In fact, the example code we're going to use is just very simple stuff we've already done, just creating a variable, creating a function, running a function. All right. Now, as far as what this is, the execution context is a special environment that's created by the JavaScript engine in the browser, or if you're using Node.js, the engine that Node.js uses, which is the V8 engine. And this special environment, this execution context, includes the currently running code and everything that aids in its execution. And when it's first created, that's called the global execution context. Okay, you can think of it as like the global scope. And then anytime you invoke a function, that function will have its own execution context that'll last for the span of the function. Okay, when the function's done, then that function execution context is done. Now, to kind of visualize the execution context, I created this box. So you can think of it as a box with two sides where you have your variable, what's called the variable environment on one side. And this is going to be all the variables and all the functions in your code stored in key value pairs in memory. All right, so that's the memory. And then we have the execution side, which is the thread of execution. So JavaScript is what we call a single-threaded language. A thread you can think of as like a process, and your code is executed line by line on that thread or on that process. All right, so just to be clear, JavaScript is single-threaded and it's synchronous. So it's executed line by line. There are asynchronous capabilities, which we'll talk about later, different web APIs and stuff like that. But just know that at its core, JavaScript is single-threaded and it is synchronous. Now, there's two phases when the execution context is created. So the first phase, the memory creation phase, you can think of as like one swoop through before your code is actually run. Okay, so the memory creation phase does not actually execute your code. It does a couple things. So the first thing it does is it creates the global object, whether that's in the browser or in Node.js. In the browser, the global object is called window. In fact, if I go to Chrome real quick and I go into the console and I type in window and I hit enter, it's going to show me that window object and all the methods and properties on it. And there's a ton of them, okay, different APIs and stuff. And we're going to get into a lot of this later on. Now, and that's created by the execution context in the memory phase. Now, the second thing it does is it creates the this object and binds it to the global object. That's why if I come in the console and I type in this and I hit enter, it's going to show me the same exact thing, the window object, because it binds it to that. All right, then what it does is it sets up the memory heap for storing your variables and function references. So remember this box right here, all your variables and functions are going to get put into here during the memory creation phase. And then the last thing it's going to do is it's going to set the value to all of those to undefined. Okay, so if we look here, these values here, these are all going to get set to undefined in the memory creation phase. They don't get filled with values until the code is actually executed. Okay, which is the second phase, the execution phase, where it goes through line by line, and if it hits a function invocation, then it will create a new execution context for that function. Now, to give you a better picture, we're going to step through each line of this code, and I'm going to show you exactly what's happening within the execution context. And like I said, this code is very simple. We're just creating a couple variables. We're creating a function that returns a sum of two numbers, and then we're just creating some variables that will contain the return value of this getSum function. So a couple things to keep in mind. There's two phases we're going to go through, the memory creation phase and the execution phase. And whenever we invoke a function like this, it creates kind of a side function execution context. So let's get started. So we go ahead and run the memory creation phase, or we don't run it, it just gets run. And on line 1, it's going to set the X variable in memory. It's going to allocate it and store it as undefined. Okay, remember I said variables in the memory creation phase they're put into memory, but they're stored as undefined. It's going to do the same on line 2 with the Y variable, store that to undefined. Now line 3, it hits a function, and functions are allocated to memory, but they're not stored as undefined. I think I might have said that. all the code within the function gets stored to memory. Okay, it doesn't get executed, it just gets put in memory for now. And then it's going to skip to line 7, where sum1 is going to get allocated to memory, stored as undefined. Okay, we're not executing anything yet, so the functions don't get executed. We're simply putting the variables into memory. Same thing with sum2, that's put into memory, stored as undefined. Now what's going to happen is it's going to go through the execution phase. So it's going to go back to line 1, and in line 1 it's going to take 100 and put that into the x variable in memory. Remember, x is already in memory as undefined from the creation phase, but now that we're executing, it's going to put 100 in for x. Okay, next line 2, it's going to place the value of 50 into the y variable. Then it's going to go to line 3, but it's going to skip this function because there's nothing to execute. This is just a function definition. Then we go to line 7. It's going to now invoke getSum, because remember, we're in the execution phase, so this is a function. It's going to get run, and it's going to create a new function execution context. All right, now remember, when a new execution context is created, it has 2 phases once again. So now we're going to be in the memory creation phase for the getSum function execution context. So you can think of it as like a nested execution context. So on line 3, what it's going to do in the memory creation phase is it's going to assign n1 and n2 to memory and store it as undefined. Okay, remember, we're in the creation phase for the function execution context. So it's going to take these two and store them in memory as undefined. Then it's going to go to line 4. It's going to store sum as undefined. It's going to go to the execution phase now of the function. So n1 and n2 are going to get assigned 150. And the reason for that is because we're passing in here x and y, which are set to 150. Okay, and then on line 4, the calculation is done, and 150 is put into this sum variable in memory. Then line 5 is going to return and tells the function execution context to return to the global execution context with the sum or the value of 150. Okay, and that's going to get stored in here. The return sum value is put into the sum1 variable. Then it goes on to line 8. It's going to do the whole thing over again. It's going to open up another execution context for the function and do the same thing, just with different parameters, this time 10 and 5. All right, so just to quickly recap, because I really want you guys to get this, we run this block of code. It starts the global execution context. In the memory creation phase, it goes through each line, and it's going to set all the variables to undefined in memory. And it's going to set the function code into memory. Okay, once it does that, it starts the execution phase where 100 is put into x, 50 into y. It's going to skip the function declaration because we're in the execution context. There's nothing to execute. Once we hit 7, it sees there's a function that opens up another execution context for the function. Okay, and then it goes through the memory phase for the function, then the execution phase for the function, and then moves to line 8, and it'll have to do the same thing because we hit another function. All right, so this doesn't really affect how you write your code right now, but it will benefit you in the future just knowing how this works behind the scenes. Now in the next video, I'm going to run this block of code, and I'm going to use the browser debugger to kind of put breaks in so we can see exactly what's happening, or as much as we can see within the browser. So in the last video, we talked about execution context, and we stepped through a block of code, and I showed you what happened during the memory creation phase and the execution phase. Well, here I'm going to do the same thing. You can see I have the same exact code in my VS Code, and we're going to do the same thing from within the browser. And we can do that by using the Sources tab in the Dev Tools. And over here, you'll see our files. And if I click on script.js, we're going to see this same code right here. Now, using the debugger, I can put what we call a breakpoint anywhere I want, and that's going to stop the code from running at that point. So what I'm going to do is put it right at the beginning, so it's actually not going to execute the script. So I'm going to reload the page, and none of this is executed, but the memory creation phase has been run. So down here, you can see all these variables, x, y, sum1, sum2, They've all been put into memory and set to undefined. Because remember, with the memory creation phase, it puts your variables in memory and sets them to undefined, okay, before the execution. Now, remember, functions get stored in memory, and the entire code in the function gets stored. However, that's going to be down here in global. So that's called getSum. So if we look down here, we should see a getSum function right here. All right, so that code is stored in memory as well. Now, one interesting thing is if you used var instead of const or let, then those variables would be put on the global scope as well. And that we can get into hoisting and stuff later on. But what I want to show you now is if I step through this, so I can use this little arrow icon to execute the code line by line, and you're going to see what happens over here. So I'm going to click the arrow. It's going to run the first line, const x equals 100. And now we've started the execution phase. Okay, normally it just goes through and does it, all together, but or it does it real fast. It doesn't pause like this. But now we're pausing line by line, and you can see that 100 has been put into X. Okay, because we started at the execution. Now I'm going to click this arrow again and execute the second line, and you'll see that 50 has been put into Y. Now it skips the function definition because there's nothing to execute and goes right to this getSum where it's being invoked. Now remember, when we invoke a function, it creates a new function execution context. So I'm going to click the arrow, and now you'll see this new area called local, which is our function execution context. And the first line has ran, so N1 and N2 contain 150. Because our first function call, we passed in X and Y, which are 150. Now, if I click this again and run this line right here, it's going to put 150 into sum. So I'll click it again, and now you'll see sum has 150 in it. Now, if we step out of the function, it's going to go to the next getSum, which is being passed in 10 and 5. So it's going to open up a new execution context with 10 and 5 as the arguments here, as the variables. If I click it again, it's going to add the sum. Click it again, it's going to go to the next line, to the console log. And now our script has been run. All right, so that's what it looks like when you go through line by line. But you saw even before we executed anything, the creation phase ran and put our variables and our function into memory. But if this is confusing to you, don't worry about it. My point of doing this is just to show you what's going on under the hood and how this is actually run within the browser. So in the next video, we're going to talk a little bit about something called the call stack. And then after that, we'll get back to syntax, creating conditionals and loops and so on. Okay, so while we're on topics that are kind of behind the scenes, things that happen when we run our code, we talked about the execution context. I want to also talk about the call stack. This is something that will be important later on when you get into more advanced JavaScript. But I just want you to understand the basics of it. So when we run a function, we know that it opens up a new function execution context. It also gets added to something called the call stack. Now, a stack is a data structure in not just JavaScript, but in many programming languages. And it operates in a very specific way. It's last in, first out, or LIFO. Meaning that the last thing to come on is the first thing to come off. And the next slide will give you a better visualization of that. But the call stack is, you can think of it as a manager for your functions or a manager for your execution context. And at the bottom of the stack, you have your global execution context. And then when a function is invoked, that gets put on the call stack. When it's done, it gets popped off. All right, so if we look at this very basic piece of code here, we're running three functions or creating three functions, first, second, third, and then running them. Okay, and we're doing this all in the global scope. They're all being run in the global scope. So what happens here is the first function is invoked. It gets pushed onto the stack. That's the terminology, just like with arrays, push and pop. So it gets pushed on, first ends, and then gets popped off. Then second runs, gets pushed on, popped off. Then third runs, gets pushed on, popped off. So that's how this piece of code would work with the call stack. Now, this piece of code is a little different. So we have first, second, and third, but we're just running first in the global scope, and then in first we're running second, and then in second we're running third. So what happens is we run first, it gets pushed on. While first is running, second is run, so that gets put on top of first because first is still running, it's still open. And then in second, third gets called, so second is still running, so third gets pushed on. When third ends, third gets popped off, and then second ends, gets popped off, first popped off. So it's the same thing, it's last in, first out. So what I want to do now is show you that those same two pieces of code in the browser and show you the call stack in the sources tab. So as you can see, I have the first example I showed you here. I have the second one commented out for now. And I'm going to go to the sources tab and go to script.js. And what I'm going to do is put my breakpoint right at the first function where it's called. And then I'm going to reload the page. And right now, it hasn't run anything. Once I click this arrow, it'll run this line, the first function. And if you look down here, there's actually a tab called call stack, and you can see right now first is on top of is first on top of the global execution context. That's what this anonymous is. All right, so first gets put on the stack, and then let's step through it again, finish it up. Now we're going to run second. Second gets pushed on the stack, step through it, it gets popped off. Let's run third. That gets pushed on, we step through it, and then it gets popped off. All right, so that's how this piece of code works, just like I showed you in the slide. Now I'm going to just comment this out, and the second example, I'm going to uncomment that. So remember, this is where we're actually running second in first and third in second. So I just want to show you how this would work. So we'll come down here. Actually, let's just reload this whole thing real quick, and then I'm going to put my breakpoint right here at first and then reload. And then if we run the function, you'll see that first is put on the stack. Now it's going to go to second, which is still in first. Okay, and we'll run that, and now look, second is on top of first. Inside second, we run third. So let's do that, and now third is on top of second. So this looks exactly like the diagram that I just showed you. All right, and then if we step through, third will end, gets popped off. Now you can see second is on top. We'll run that, that gets popped off. First, that gets popped off. So I just wanted you to understand at a very basic level how the call stack works. So in the next section, we're going to start to look at control flow and logic and conditionals. Hey guys, welcome to section 4. So I know that some of you might be getting a little antsy because you want to get into the document object model stuff and creating things in the browser and events and all that, and that's coming soon, I promise. But this stuff is very, very important. These are the fundamentals. These are things that you absolutely have to know to do anything in JavaScript. So in this section, we're going to look at logic and control flow, which is something that is very important, not just in JavaScript, but in any programming language, because you need the ability to make decisions. You need the ability to run certain blocks of code if something is true or false. So we'll be looking, of course, at if statements or if-else statements. We'll be looking at switches. I want to get more into the Truthy and Falsy values. I know we touched on that a few sections back, but I really want to dive into that. Logical operators, logical assignments, shorthand if statements, and the ternary operator. So that's the type of stuff I want to get to here. And we're going to have a couple challenges as well. All right, so let's get into it. All right, so one of the main ways to have control of the flow of your application is with if statements. And if statements are in just about every programming language. If they're not, then there's most likely something similar. So the format of an if statement is very simple. We just say if, and then in here we can put either a value or an expression. So I'm just going to put true in this one. And then if that passes, so if it's true, then whatever I put in here will run. I'm just going to say this is true. If I save that, you'll see that that runs. Now, if I were to copy this down and change this to, let's say, false, and then we'll say this is not true. If I save that, that's not, this block of code right here, line 6, is not going to run because this expression that I passed in is false. All right, now we can also evaluate expressions with operators like equals or less than. So I actually have a chart right here. So we can test if something is equal to with both double and triple equal signs, or not equal to, greater than, less than, and also greater than and or equal to, or less than or equal to. So just to give you a quick example, and let's actually create a couple variables here. We'll say x equals 10, and let's do y equals 5, and we'll say if x is greater than y, then let's just do a console log, throw some backticks in here, and we could say x is greater than y. Save that, and we get 10 is greater than 5. If I want to use an equal sign or triple equals, whatever, not quadruple equals, that's not a thing. And then here we'll say x is equal to y. If I save that, this block of code isn't going to run because this is false, right? If I change y to 10 and I save, then that will run. Now this one's not going to run because 10 is not greater than 10. If I were to use greater than or equal, that will run. Okay, so we could say is greater than or equal to, save that, we get 10 is greater than or equal to 10. Now as far as if else goes, if I change y back to 5, this right here, this block of code is not going to run, but we might want something to happen if this is false. So if this is true, this line will run. Then we can add an else if we want and say, we'll just copy this, and I'll say is not equal to y. So if I save that, now we're going to get 10 is not equal to 5. So the else is going to run because this expression is false. Now, we talked a little bit about scope. We talked quite a bit about scope in the last section, but I just wanted to remind you that blocks like if statements have their own scope. So if I put, it doesn't really matter what I put in here. I'll just say if x is not equal to y. And then I just want to show you in here, if I were to create a variable like, let's do z, and set that to 20, and let's say console log, and let's see, x, I'll just say, I don't know, we'll just say z is 20. It doesn't really matter. What I want to show you here, if I save that, we get 20 is 20, but if I were to try to access that z variable, I can't do that. Z is not defined. And that's because I use const. If I use let here to define z, I get the same thing. If I use var, it actually works because var is not block level scoped. It's function scoped. Like you can't use, if I were to say var z in a function, I can't use it outside of that in the global scope. But with other blocks like loops and if statements, it's not scoped. Okay, so and it's not a good thing that this is not scoped, because then someone might want to access that z variable somewhere else and they'll be able to. So that's why let and const were actually created, was to keep block level scoping. Now the next thing I want to show you is some shorthands that we could use. I don't really do this and recommend it, but it is possible. So let's take this right here, this if statement, and let's just say shorthand if. So we'll paste that in, and I'm not talking about the ternary operator, we'll get to that later, but I can actually get rid of the curly braces here. So that is perfectly valid JavaScript. If I save that, we get 10 is greater than or equal to 5. All right, and then if I wanted to use an else, I could, after the semicolon, do else, and without parentheses, I'm sorry, without curly braces, we'll say, I don't know, it doesn't matter, we'll say this is false. and save that. And if I change, let's say y to 50 and save that, you can see this is false. Now, this looks cluttered to me. I don't like it. I would use parentheses, but everyone has their own preference. But I just want to show you that if you have multiple lines, like right here, we just had a console log, if this was true, you can do this with multiple lines by using a comma. So let's say I also want to log, let's say console.log, this is true. And if I save that, you'll see I'm not getting any errors. If I change this y back to 5 and I save, it's going to run both this line right here and this line right here. It's true. This is true. So you can do this, but I really don't like the syntax and wouldn't suggest it. All right, so that's it for just the basics of if statements. In the next video, I want to get into else if as well as nesting. Okay, in the last video, we looked at if statements and if else, where we said if something is true, do something, else do something else. Now, you might have situations where you have multiple conditions that you want to test and run some block of code based on these multiple conditions. And that's where else if comes in. So let's make this a little bit more interesting. We'll create a date. So we've already looked at the date object, and I'm going to set it to a specific date. Let's do 10. We'll do 10:30:22, and then I want to put the time, so 8. We'll do 8 o'clock, so 8, 0, and 0. And remember, you can pass a string in here if you want. It doesn't have to be these arguments. And then I want to get the hour, because that's what I want to test. So I'll say const hour, and then on the date object, we'll run the get hours method. And if we console log that, so console log hour, then we're going to get 8, right? Because I set it to 8. If you don't pass anything in here, it's going to give you your current hour. So mine would be 10. But we're going to keep it at 8, so we're all on the same page. And then let's do an if statement here. So we're going to say if the hour is less than 12. All right, so if the hour is less than 12, then let's do a console log of good morning. All right, because it's less than 12. Now, I could do else here. So if I do else, we could do console log and let's say good night. And if I run this, I'm going to see good morning because it's 8, right? Now, what if I want to say good afternoon if it's at a certain time? In that case, I would do an else if. So I'm going to go where this else is, where this first ending curly brace is, and just put that on the next line, and then say else space if, and then open up a set of curly braces. We could put this here, and let's say if the hour is less than 18, then let's say console log, and we'll say good afternoon. All right, so basically if it's less than 6 p.m., it says good afternoon. Now, we're getting good morning even though it is less than 18, right? We're at 8, but this ran first. So it's going to first look at this. If the hour is less than 12, which ours is, then this is going to run and it's not going to do anything further. If the time is, let's say, 13, and I save, now we're going to see good afternoon because this doesn't pass the first one, right? So it's going to say else if the hour is less than 18, which it is, it's 13. So now that's going to run. If I change that so that this is also false, so if this is false and this is false, like if we say 19, then the else, the final else is going to run. Okay, so that is the else if. Now we can also nest if statements. Let's say nested if. So I'm going to say if, let's say hour is less than 12. And actually, you know what? Let's just copy this because I'm doing kind of the same thing here. But I want to show you how we can nest this to get even more options. So let's say if the hour is equal to 6, if it's 6 a.m., then we want to console log wake up. So we know that in here, it's going to be, this code is going to run if the hour is less than 12. Obviously, 6 is less than 12. So what I'll do is in here, I'll nest another if statement, and we'll say if the hour is equal to 6, then let's console log, let's say, wake up. Okay, so that's how we can nest. And maybe at nighttime, let's go down here, and let's nest another if statement. Okay, and we'll say if the hour is greater than or equal to 20, then we should be sleeping. So I'll say console log, and we'll just put a bunch of Z's in here. All right, so let's save that, and we're still going to see good night because we're at 19 right now. If I were to put the hour to 6 and save, then we're going to see wake up. If I put the hour to and we're going to see good morning. If I put the hour to, let's say, 21, we should be asleep. So now we see good night and we see the Z's. So that's nested if. And you can nest as many levels as you want. You could go in here and put another if statement. But that's when you get to that level, you might want to think about something like a switch, which I'll talk about in the next video. Now, another thing we can do is have multiple conditions in a single if statement. So for instance, let's say if the hour, we'll say if the hour is greater than or equal to 7, but let's say I will also want to test if it's less than 15. In that case, I could put a double ampersand, and that's going to be the and operator. So I could say and if the hour is less than 15. So let's say that's the work day. So I'll just do console log and say it is work time. All right, so if I save that, I don't see it because right now the hour is at 21, but let's set it to, we'll say 9 a.m., and we're going to see it is work time. Now, this is just one operator, the and. We could also do or. So maybe we want to say if the hour is, let's say, equal to 6, or, which is going to be the double pipe characters, or the hour is equal to 20, then let's say that's the time we brush our teeth. So we'll say brush your teeth. Save that. Now if we put the hour at either 6 or 20, so at 6 we're going to see wake up and brush your teeth. Okay, the wake up is coming from right here, and the brush your teeth is coming from here because the hour is 6 or 20. Okay, so that's or, and then this one is if the hour is greater than or equal to 7 and the hour is less than 15. All right, so in the next video, I'm going to show you another way that we can evaluate expressions and do certain things depending on the result with something called a switch. All right, so now we're going to get into switches, which is another way to evaluate expressions and values. So let's go ahead and create a new date just like we did in the last video. So I'll say new date, and let's just do 2022. Yeah, we'll just do arguments. So 2022, 1, so that's the month, and then whatever, 10, and we'll do 8, 0, 0, so that's 8 o'clock. And then I'm going to get the month. So let's say const month equals get month. D dot get month. And then let's check that out. So month and save, and we get 1. So we're in January. All right, now I'm going to create a switch that takes in month and evaluates it. So basically we look at month, and we can create different cases for the value. So for instance, the case of it being 1, so this is the syntax, case, then the value, and then a colon, and then this is the block of code we would run. So I'm just going to do console log, and we'll say it is January. And then once we're done, in this case, we want to write a break statement. So we just say break, which is kind of like a return. It just breaks out of this case. And then we'll do case 2 colon and do a console log here and say it is February, and break, and we'll do one more, case 3, and console log and say it is March. Okay, now if it doesn't match any of these, what you want to do is have a default. So whatever you put in this default will happen if it doesn't match any one of those. So I'll say it is not January, February, or March. And we don't need to put a break on the default. So I'm going to save this, and you see we get it is January. Now if I come up here and I change the month to 2, it says this is February. If I change it to 3, it is March. And if I change it to 4 or anything else, it's going to say it is not January, February, or March. All right, but I'm just going to put it back to January. So, I mean, switches are most commonly used with immediate values, meaning it's we're checking the month directly. You can use it with ranges, though, like we did with the hours in the last video. So, for example, we could do switch, and then what we would do in here is pass in true, and then we could say case and say hour. Oh, actually, we didn't define hour yet, did we? So let's go up here and let's just do what we did in the last video. We'll say hour equals d.get hours, and then we'll come back down here and let's say case hour is less than 12, and then we'll console log here good morning, and then break, and then we'll do another case, and this one will be hour is less than 18, and we'll console log good afternoon, and then break, and finally we'll do case hour. Actually, we'll just do the default, and for the default we'll do good night, because obviously it's not going to match anything else. So if I save that, we see good morning. If I change the time, because right now the time is 8, if I change it to let's see, 13 and save, we're going to get good afternoon. And if I change it to anything above 18, like 19, it's going to say good night. So we can do it like this as far as ranges. So those are switch statements. You don't see them, they're not as common as if statements, but if you have something where you have like you know, 5, 6, 7 plus else if, I think a switch is that's a good use case for a switch. All right, you see them in like reducer functions and stuff like that when it comes to like front-end frameworks and state management and all that. So those are switches. In the next video, we're going to do a little challenge. All right, guys, so now that you know how to deal with functions and conditionals, we're going to do a little challenge. So let me just open this up here. So the calculator challenge, basically what I want you to do is create a function called calculator that takes in 3 parameters, num1, num2, and then an operator. And the operator can be plus, minus, multiplication, or division, and the function should return the result of the calculation. So if anything other than the 4 operators are passed in, then the function should return an error message like invalid operator. So as an example, if we pass in 5, 2, and plus, we should get 7, 5, 2 minus 3, 5, 2 asterisk 10, and 5, 2 slash 2.5. And then if we pass in anything else that's not one of these 4 operators, you should get an error message. You can return it or console log it or both. As a hint, you can use an if statement for the operator, but this is also a good example for using a switch statement. So it's really up to you, or you could do both. So go ahead and pause the video, try it out, and then come back. So what I'm going to do is use a switch. So let's create our function first that takes in num1, num2, and operator. And then I'm going to just create a variable called result. And then we'll run a switch on the operator. And for the first case, we're going to look at see if a plus sign is passed in, and this should have quotes around it because it's a string. If that's the case, literally, then we're going to set the result to num1 plus num2, and then we're going to break. All right, and then what I'll do is copy this down. We want 4 of these because we have 4 operators to test. So this one will be minus, and then this one will be multiplication. Make sure that you change both here and here. All right, and then what I'll do is for the default, we'll set the result, because obviously it's not going to be any of those operators, so I'll say invalid operator. And then outside of the switch, I'm going to first console log the result, and I'm also going to just return the result. All right, and that should do it. So now to test it out, we'll come down here and let's do calculator, and let's pass in, we'll just use the example 5.2. So we'll say 5.2, and then we're going to pass in plus as a string. We'll save that, we get 7. If we do a minus sign, we get 3. If we do an asterisk, we get 10. And if we do a slash, we get 2.5. And if I do anything else, like an ampersand, then we get invalid operator. All right, so that is the result that we're looking for. Now, if you used an if statement, if you used else if or whatever, that's absolutely fine as long as you get the same result. So in this video, we're going to look at truthy and falsy values. This is something for you it's really important for you to understand. So try and remember these, at least the falsy values, because anything that is not falsy is going to be truthy. And what I mean by that is if you have something you pass into an if statement that's not something equal to or is something greater than, maybe you just have a string like an email. So we'll say test@test.com, and then I pass that in here. So I want to evaluate email, and then I'll just console log here, you passed in an email. And if I save that, you'll see that that runs. So this was evaluated to true, or I should say coerced to true. If you remember, we talked about type coercion, where JavaScript implicitly changes the type. So when you pass something into an if statement, it's always going to be coerced into a Boolean. Okay, and we can even do a console log here and say Boolean and pass in email, and you'll see we get true. The reason for this is that a string with anything in it is a truthy value. Okay, so it's always going to result to true. So what I want to do is paste in, we'll do the falsy values first. So let's, we can just get rid of this. And I'm going to paste these in. So there's 6 falsy values. And what I'm going to do is set a variable, let's say const x, and I'm going to set it to the first one, which is false. And I'm going to do 2 things. I'm going to pass it into Boolean to see what it evaluates to. And then I'm going to, I'm sorry, that should be x. And then I'm going to do an if statement. So I'll say if x, and then we'll say console log this is, we'll say this is truthy if this is true, right? And then let's say else, then we'll console log this is falsy. If I save that, we're going to get this is falsy and false, because obviously false, which is already a Boolean, is going to be a Boolean false. Now 0, if I pass in 0 to x, we get the same result, because if we pass 0 into an if statement, that's a falsy value, so we're going to get false for that. If we pass in an empty string, that's also a falsy value. That's why a lot of times, like with web forms, when you're doing validation, you'll check to see if the value is there or not. So it's passed in as an empty string if it's submitted as an empty web form or an empty input. All right, so an empty string, null, is also going to be falsy. Undefined is going to be falsy, and then nan, or not a number, is also going to be falsy. Now, anything that is not falsy is going to be truthy. So anything other than these 6 values right here. But there are some things that are a little confusing that you might think are falsy, and even developers after like a year still forget that these are falsy, some of these. So I'm going to paste in some of these truthy values. Like I said, everything else is not falsy, but let's try some of these. So obviously true is going to be truthy, right? If we do 0 but within a string, of course that's truthy. Anything in a string is truthy, even a space. If I put a space here, that's truthy. But if it has nothing, then that's going to be falsy. All right, if I put false in a string, that's truthy, because that's not an actual Boolean. It's a string with something in it. It doesn't matter what it is, as long as it's something. Another thing that can be confusing is an empty array. If I do that, that's truthy. You might think if we say if and then an empty array, you might think that that's going to be falsy because there's nothing in it, but it's still an array. If you want to get the length, if you want to check to see if there's something in an array, then you want to check the length. Same thing goes with objects. If we have just an empty object, that's also truthy. If we have a function that has nothing in it, that's going to be truthy as well. So this is really important for you to remember, that it's going to be true unless it's one of these things right here. Now let's talk about some caveats. So I'm going to say truthy and falsy caveats. I was going to do this in a separate video, but we're only at 4 minutes and something. So let's say we have a web form that's asking how many children we have, and I'll create a variable to represent that. So I'll say const children equals 2. Let's say that's what we passed in. And then we want to validate the form. So we're saying if children, then we'll do something. Let's just say a console log with backticks, and we'll say you have whatever number children, and then else, then we want to tell them to enter their children, right? The number of children. So we'll console log and say, please enter number of children. Okay. And this is something you commonly see in web forms if a field is required. So I'm going to save that. We get you have 2 children, right? They passed in 2. Pass in 1, you have 1 children. Now, what do you think is going to happen if we have no children and we choose 0? Let's say it's a select field and we select 0. Well, it says, please enter number of children. Well, I have no children, so I'm selecting 0. The reason it's doing this is because 0 is being evaluated here, and 0 is a falsy value. So you can run into some issues with this. I've actually seen this same issue over and over. So a solution here, one thing you could do is say, is children not equal to undefined? If I do that, now it says you have 0 children. Another thing I could do is run children through not is nan. So is nan is not a number. And what I'm saying here is it not a number? If I save that, that works as well. You have 0 children. If I put in 3, that's going to work as well. So that's another solution you could do. But yeah, you just want to make sure you know whatever you're passing in, make sure you know what that coerces or what that evaluates to. Now, another caveat that we see is checking for empty arrays. So maybe you have an array of blog posts, and if there are no posts, you want to say like no post to show or something like that. So let me just show you. If we do const, we'll just call this posts, and we'll set that to an array, and we'll say post 1 and post 2, right? And then we'll console log, we want to do an if statement. So if we say if posts, then I'm just going to console log here list posts, else then we'll console log no posts. If I save that, it says list posts. So I mean, in real life you'd probably list your posts in the DOM, which we're going to get to soon. But if you have no posts and save, it still says list posts. It doesn't say no posts. Or we'll say no posts to list. It doesn't say that, because an empty array is truthy, right? If we go up here, an empty array is a truthy value. So that's going to evaluate to true. So again, know what you're passing in. So what you could do here, remember we have a length property on arrays. You can see that the length is 0. If I add something in here, then it's 1, okay? 1, 2, whatever, however many is in there. So what you could do is say if post.length is greater than 0. Now if I do that, it says no post to lists. If I go in there and I add in post1 and save, now we get list posts. So if you want to check for an empty array, you want to do it like this. Now with objects, let's say checking for empty objects. So we'll say const and I don't know, we'll just say user equals, and let's set it to say name and Brad. And then we want to check, say if user, then console log, and we'll just say list user, else, then we'll console log no user. All right, so if I save that, we're going to get list user. Now if I empty the properties and it's just an empty object, it also says list user. So you might want to check to see if there's anything in the object, and doing it like this is not going to work because this is a truthy value. Now we can't use length directly on an object. So if I were to try to console log user.length, you can see it gives me undefined. So we can't use length. What you would do, I mean, there's a few ways you could do this, but one of the most common things to do is to use object.keys, and we looked at this in a past section. If we say object.keys and we pass in our user, that will give us an array of the keys, right? So then, since that's an array, then we can call length on it, and we can say if that is greater than 0. Or you might want to say if it's equal to 0, then you would do this. You know, you might do it the opposite way around. So let's save that, and now we get no user if there's nothing in here. If I add in a name and save, now it says list user. Now another thing that can be confusing is using loose equality, which is the double equal sign. And this is one of the reasons that I just about always use a triple equal sign. So if we were to do a console log and say false double equals 0, okay, so we're comparing false to 0 and we're getting true. And the reason for that is because 0 is a falsy value, and obviously so is false. So if I were to do, let's say, an empty string equals 0, again, I get true. If I do null equal to undefined, I get true. So there's many cases if you're trying to compare these, you're not going to want true. So that's where the strict equality comes in. If we add another equal sign to all of these, oops, then we're going to get false for all of them because this will check the type as well. Okay, so again, I always use triple equals, but everyone has their own preference. So those are some of the caveats that you might run into when you're dealing with truthy and false values. I don't know if caveat's the right word, but some areas of confusion. So hopefully that clears that confusion up. All right, so in this video, we're going to get more familiar with the logical operators, especially the double ampersand and the double pipes, which are the and or logical operators. So the first thing I want to do is just do a console log here with a couple expressions. Let's say if 10, we'll say if 10 is greater than 20, which we know is false, double ampersand, which is and let's say 30 is greater than 15, which is true. If I save this, we're going to get false because when we use the double ampersand in this way, everything here has to be true, okay? Because it's this expression and this expression, and we can add more in here as well. Like we'll say let's say 40 is greater than 30, which is true. If I save, this is still going to be false. I could add a million more true things. It's still going to be false because this first one is not true. If I change that to 10 is less than 20, which is true, which makes them all true, then we get true for this whole thing. Now, when it comes to the OR operator, let's say 10 is greater than 20, which is false. And then I'll use the double pipes, which is the OR. And then 30 is greater than 15, which is true. If I save that, we get true. Even though the first one is false, one of these is true, which is what matters. It's one or the other. So if I make both of these false, like say 30 is less than 15, then we get false. Okay, so with the double ampersand, they all have to be true. With the OR, just one of them has to be true. Now, you're going to see these used in other ways as well. So I'm going to create a variable here. And actually, let me just put a comment because we're going to look at double ampersand. And this will return. So if we add a bunch of values and we use this operator, this will return the first falsy value or the last value. So let me show you what I mean. If I do console log A, and then I'm going to set here A equals, let's say 10 double ampersand 20. If I save that, I get 20. So if we read this again, we'll return the first falsy value or the last value. We have two values here, 10 and 20. None of them are falsy, so it's giving us the last. If we do another double ampersand and we do 30, that's going to give us 30 because, again, no falsy values, so it gives us the last. If I change this 20 to a 0, which is falsy, then we're going to get that 0. All right, if I copy this down and I do before that 0, let's say an empty string, which is also falsy, then I'm going to get that empty string. So that's how that works. Now, you might be saying, well, this doesn't look, when would I do this? When would I use this? So to give you kind of a practical example, let's say we have some posts. Usually it's an array of objects, but let's just say there's some strings. Post 1, post 2. Okay, and let's say we're getting those from a database or from an API, and we want to show them on the page, right? Let's say we want to show the first post. So I'm just gonna do a console log. You'd probably show this in the page, but for now, let's just do a console log of posts, and let's get the first one. All right, so I get post 1, right? I'm getting the 0 index of this array. Now, if this was empty, like let's say there's no posts in the database or whatever, and then I go to display this, or in this case log it, I get undefined. So if we were displaying this on a web page, you're not going to want to display undefined. So what we could do is before that is add a condition of, let's say, posts dot length, and let's say if that is greater than 0, then we're going to use the double ampersand here. Now, if I save that, it's not going to show this. If there is no post there, right? If the posts are empty, then it's not going to show it. If I add in here, post 1, post 2, and then I save, now I see post 1. So this is a very common way of using this operator. We do this a lot in React, in the front-end framework React, when we're working in JSX and we're taking stuff from an API or wherever the data is coming from, and we don't want to display something that's not there. You want to check first to see if it's there. So if this is false, it's going to return the last value. Now, as far as the double pipe, the OR operator, the way this works is it will return the first truthy value or the last value. So let's say let B, and then we'll console log B, and let's set B equal to 10, and then we'll use the double pipes and then 20. So in that case, it gives us 10, because again, it will return the first truthy value or the last value. Both of these are truthy, so it's going to return the first one. If I were to set B equal to let's say 0, which is falsy, and then put 20 on this side, then it's going to return 20 because it will return the first truthy or the last value. If I do, let's say b equals and then 0 and then null and then let's do an empty string, which are all falsy, it's going to return the last. Okay, if I put on undefined, which is also falsy, then it's going to return that, which is the last. Now, as far as other operators, we have the what's called the nullish coalescing operator, which is the double question mark. It's not used as much, but it is available. So the way this works is it returns the right side operand, so whatever's on the right side, when the left is either null or undefined. So let's say let's see, and console log C, and then we'll do C equals and then 10, the nullish coalescing operator 20, and it's going to give me 10. So again, it returns the right side when the left is null or undefined. 10 is not null or undefined, so it's going to return 20, the right side. If we were to set the left side to either null or undefined, then the right side gets returned. You can see we get 20. Let's say 30, and let's do undefined. We get 30. Now it's not falsy on this side, then it returns the right. It's just null or undefined. So if I do 0 here, it's going to return the 0. It's not looking for just falsy. It's looking for null or undefined. If I do an empty string, then it's going to return that empty string because it's not null or undefined. All right, so there'll be places where you run into this stuff, and keep this, keep the documentation and the code that we write here so that you can look back at it if you need to. All right, now in the next video, we're going to look at logical assignment. All right, so now we're going to look at logical assignment operators. And in the last video, we looked at logical operators like and or, but we also have assignment operators which look like this. So we have the or equals, the and equals, and then we also have something called the nullish coalescing operator. Now, some of these might not make a lot of sense to you right now because you can't really understand where you'd use them. I think that the or assignment operator is the most useful here. So basically, the long version of this, I'll just do an if statement here, and let's define let a, and we're going to set that to any falsy value. So we'll just set it to false. All right, and then in here I'm going to say if not a, meaning if it is a falsy value, right? Because we're saying not, then let's set a to whatever. Let's say 20, or let's say 10. Okay, so this can be useful because you want to check to see if a variable is false or null or anything falsy. And if it is, then you want to set that to a specific value. So the shorthand way of doing this using just the or operator, like we did in the last video, we could say a equals and then a or 10. So what we're saying here is just the same thing we're doing here. If a is falsy, then set the right-hand side. So as you can see, it says assigns the right side value, which is this, only if the left is a falsy value, which right now is set to false. All right, so if I comment this out and I run the if statement, well, we need to log it, you'll see we get 10. If I comment this out and then I run this, it does the same thing. We get 10. Well, there's a shorter way of doing this using the assignment operator. So instead of doing that, I can just simply say a and then or equals and then 10. If I comment this out, we get the same thing. All right. If I set this a to null, it's gonna get set to 10. If I set it to 0, 10. So anything falsy. If I set a to 20, then it's going to stay at 20. This isn't going to set it because it's not a falsy value. All right, so that can be pretty useful. Now with the and assign operator, it will assign the right side value only if the left is a truthy value. So you probably wouldn't use this one as much. But let me give you the long version of what we're doing. So we'll set a variable here. Let's say let b, and we'll set that to 20. And we're going to say if b, so if it's truthy, then we're going to set b to something else. Let's say, well, you know what we'll do is we'll set this one to 10. All right, and then let's console log b, and it's going to get set to 20 because b is truthy. Again, this will assign the right side value only if the left is truthy. So using a logical operator, we would do b equals b, and then the AND operator, and then 20. Okay, so if I save that, we get 20. This is the same as this. And then to make it even shorter, we could use the assignment operator. So we could say b double ampersand equals 20. Okay, same thing. But again, this probably isn't, you're not going to use this as much as this because this makes more sense, right? You're checking to see if it's falsy, then you're setting it. Here, you're checking to see if it's truthy, and then you're setting it. And there are cases where you could use that. Now, this right here, the double question mark equal, this is the nullish coalescing operator. So this will assign the right side value only if the left is null or undefined. With the or, it's if the left is falsy at all. So 0, an empty string, null, undefined, false. So it's checking for falsy. This will only check for null or undefined, which you might want. You know, you might not want to check for 0 or an empty string or whatever. So the long version of this would be if, let's set another variable here called c. So we'll say let c equals, and we'll set it to null. And then we're going to say if c is equal to null or c is equal to undefined, then we want to set c to whatever. We'll say 20. Okay, and if we come down here and we console log c, we're going to get 20 because c is null. If we set c to undefined, it's going to be 20. If we set c to false, which is a falsy value, but it's not null or undefined, then it's going to stay false. Okay, and then the shorter version for that would be c equals, and then we want to say c, and then the nullish coalescing operator, and then whatever, 20. So that's still false. If I change this to null, then that's going to change to 20. And then the shorter version of that would be to use the assignment operator like that. Okay, so hopefully that makes sense. And it'll probably be a while before you use something like this in an actual project. But we're going over, you know, logic and control and conditionals, so in different operators. So I wanted to include logical operators as well as these logical assignment operators. All right, so now we're going to look at something called the ternary operator, which you're probably going to use all the time. And it's a shorter way for writing a conditional. So what I'm going to do here first is do just a basic condition using an if statement, and then I'll show you how to do it with a ternary operator. So let's say using an if statement. So I'm going to say if the age variable is greater than, or let's say greater than or equal to 18, then let's do a console log and we'll say you can vote. Else, then we'll console log and say you can not vote. All right, so pretty simple. If I run that, we get you can vote because I set age to 19. If I set it to 13 and save, we get you cannot vote. So I want to show you how to write this in a one-liner using a ternary operator. So let's say using a ternary operator. Now this syntax is actually really simple, but it does confuse a lot of people when they're first learning it. So I'll try to explain it the best I can. So there's basically three parts to it. The first is going to be the condition. So in this case, we're testing to see if age is greater than or equal to 18. Okay, so that's what we want to evaluate. Then we want to use the ternary operator, which is simply a question mark. And you can think of this as the if, because what comes after this is what you want to happen if this is true, right? So in this case, we want a console log, and we're going to say you can vote, right? And then for the else, that's going to be represented with a colon. All right, so else, then let's do a console log, and we'll say you can not vote. If I save that, we're going to get the same result as this. All right, so three parts. We have where we evaluate the condition, we have what will happen if that's true, and then what will happen if that's false. So it's really simple. And if I change the age to 20, then both of those should say you can vote. Now, in a lot of cases, you're going to set a value based on a condition. You're going to set a variable value based on it. So let's put a comment here and we'll say assigning a conditional value to a variable using the ternary operator. So let's say we have a variable, we'll call it can vote. And we want this to contain, we could set it to true. Well, yeah, we'll set it to, we'll make it a Boolean. But we want that to be true if the user is 18 or over, and we want it to be false if they're under. So first thing we want to put here is the condition. So let's say if the age is greater than or equal to 18, then we want our ternary. And then next is what we want to put, what we want to store in that variable. So we could store a string that says you can vote, but I'm just going to put a true here because I want that to contain a Boolean. All right, and then else, then we want it to contain false. So let's go ahead and console log can vote. And if I save that, we get true. And then if I change that to, let's say 17, then we get false. And it doesn't have to be a Boolean that you put here. You could also, let's make this can vote too. You could have a string that says you can vote, and then if that condition doesn't pass, then we'll have a string that says you can not vote. Okay, so now if I console log can vote 2, then it has this string you cannot vote. That string has been assigned to this variable. So you'll see this a lot in all areas of JavaScript. Now we can also have multiple statements. So if we want to do multiple things, within the if and the else, we can do that as well. So first thing I'm going to do is show you the long version of what I want to accomplish with the ternary. So I'm going to create a variable called auth that represents if we're logged in or not, or if we're authenticated. And then I'm going to just create a variable called redirect, and I want to set that to something different based on if this is true or false. So I'm going to go ahead and just do an if statement first, and we're going to say if auth, so that's going to be either true or false. If we're authenticated, then I want to do an alert, and we'll say welcome to the dashboard, right? And then I want to set that redirect variable, I want to set that to /dashboard. Else, then we're going to alert, and let's say access denied because we're not logged in. And then I want to set that redirect variable to /login. All right, and then we'll just do a console log of the redirect variable here. So if I save that, we see welcome to the dashboard alert because auth is true, so this is going to run. And then when I click OK, this is going to continue, and it's going to set dashboard into the redirect variable. Right? If I set this to false, now if I save, we get access denied, and we get login put into the redirect variable. So we can severely cut down this code using the ternary operator. So I'm going to show you how to do that. So let me just comment this out. And then we're going to go down here and say const redirect, and we want to conditionally set this, right? So we're going to evaluate auth. We're going to use the, well, actually I can't, let me just comment that out too. So we're going to evaluate auth, whether that's true or false. And if it's true, I want to do two things. I want to alert and set the variable. So I'm going to put parentheses here. And then else, I'm also going to do an alert and set the variable. So I'm going to put parentheses here. So the first thing I want to do if it's true is my alert. So I'll say alert, welcome, Jesus, I can't type, welcome to the dashboard. Okay, and then I'm going to put a comma after the alert because I want to do multiple things here. And I'm going to put in here my string that I want to set, which is going to be /dashboard. So that's the true. If it's false, then in here I'm going to do an alert, and I'm going to say access denied, and then I'm going to put a comma after alert, and what I want to set the variable to is /login. So let's go ahead and save that, and you'll see since auth is false, we're getting an alert that says access denied, and when I console log redirect, it has login. If I change this to true and save, welcome to the dashboard, and then we have /dashboard. So this does the same thing as this, but shorter. And it's preference when and where you want to use the ternary. So let's see. The last thing I want to show you is that we can use a shorthand. We can use the AND operator as a shorthand if there's no else, right? Because not every if statement, not every conditional has an else. You might just want to do one thing. So let's say, for instance, if I come down here, let's say we want to evaluate auth, whether that's true or false. And if that's true, then I want to do a console log and just say welcome to the dashboard in my console. Else, then nothing. I don't want to do anything else. So in this case, if we're using the ternary, oops, I'm sorry, that should be a colon. If we're using the ternary, we need to have an else. I can't just do this. If I do that, I'm going to get a syntax error. So I have to have an else, but if I don't want anything to happen, I could do this. I could say null, right? So now it's going to, let me just comment this out because I don't want to keep getting that alert. Okay, so we see welcome to the dashboard because this is true. If this is false, then we're not going to see anything because I just set this to null. But a shorthand to this, if you don't want to do else null, is to use the $ampersand, the AND operator. So I can say auth and then $ampersand and then console.log and then welcome to the dashboard. And then I'll comment this line out and save. It doesn't do anything right now, but if I set this to true, then we see welcome to the dashboard. So this comes in handy a lot. I use this a lot when using React with JSX. If you don't know what that is, don't worry about it, but it's very convenient and very compact. All right, so that is the ternary operator. Hopefully you understand this, so let's move on to the next video. All right, guys, so most of the stuff that we've done has been pretty basic aside from a few things like scope and execution context, etc. Now we're going to step it up a little bit and learn about loops and iteration, as well as some high order array methods, which are methods that we can use on arrays that take in a function as an argument, and we can use these methods to loop through or iterate through arrays and do specific operations on each element. And these are methods that you'll be using all of the time in JavaScript. So this section is really important, and after this, in the next section, we're finally going to get into, being able to show stuff in the browser and get into the document object model, events, and all that stuff. And now you'll be more comfortable doing that, where now you know the fundamentals of JavaScript syntax. All right, so let's get started with loops. All right, so we're going to be looking at loops in the next few videos, and a loop is a control structure that provides a way to do iteration in programming. And iteration is a process where you repeat something over and over again until a certain condition is met or until a certain condition is not met. And this can help automate tasks and so on. And there's many different kinds of loops in programming. What we're going to look at right now is one of the more common ones, and this is a for loop. All right, so this is the syntax right here. This is an actual code, but this is how it's formatted, and I'll create a real for loop in a second. But just to show you what goes in here, so we have for, and then we have some parentheses, and 3 different expressions that are separated by semicolons, which are a little weird. You'll probably mess up and use commas, but it's going to be semicolons here. Now, the initial expression is where we initialize a variable or counter to use within the loop. And then the condition expression is going to be the condition that the loop will continue to run as long as that condition is met. So as long as this is true, it's going to run. Once it's false, then the loop will no longer run. And then we have the increment expression, which is going to be executed after each iteration of the loop. Okay, every time it loops, that's called an iteration. It's going to run after every one of those, and it usually increments the variable, because if you keep your variable or your counter the same, you're going to have an infinite loop. You need to increment that. And then the statement is just going to be your code executed, and you need to use curly braces like you would a function to execute a code block. All right, so let's just comment that out because that will break our script. And then we're going to come down here and let's create a for loop. Okay, so just like a function, parentheses, and curly braces. Then we want our initial expression, which I'm going to say let I. I is very common variable to use in loops. So we'll say set that to 0. Then we want to put our semicolon, because these 3 expressions are separated with a semicolon. The condition that I want this loop, the code to run as long as this is met, is going to be as long as I is less than or equal to 10. Okay, so as long as that condition is met, this loop will run. And then lastly here, I'm going to put in the increment expression, which will be I++. So we learned about that in a past video. This will just increment by 1. All right, so basically it starts at 0. It's going to go through, then it's going to increment by 1. So I will then be equal to 1. It's going to go through again. It's going to run whatever code we put in here every time up until this is no longer true. So let's just do a console log in here. I'll just put a string, we'll say number, and then I'm just going to concatenate on the I variable. And we'll save that and run it. And you'll see we're going to get number 0 all the way up to number 10. Now it stops here because it no longer meets this condition. It goes through this last time and says, well, now I doesn't match this. It's not less than or equal to 10, so we're not going to run this again. Okay, if I change this to 11 and save, then it's going to go up to 11. If I change this initialization here from 0 to, let's say, 5, and then I save it, then it's going to start at 5. All right. And it's gonna just increment by 1 each time. If I wanted to, I could do something like I equals, let's say, I plus 2. If I save that, then we get 5. It's gonna skip 6, 7, skip 8, 9. So it's basically incrementing by 2. But most commonly, you're gonna see this. And let's just set that back to 0, and let's set this back to 10. Now, you might be asking why I'm using let, because you know that I use const unless I can't. So in this case, if I were to use const here and save that, I get assignment to constant variable, because remember, we're initializing I here as 0, but it's going to get changed in every iteration. So we can't have this as a constant. We use let. Now, I also showed you in a past video that we have block scope here. Right, so if I come outside of the loop and I console log I, I'm going to get an error unless I use var. Because remember, var is not block scoped. So if I do that, then I'm going to get 11. But I would highly recommend that you use let when you create for loops. Now you're going to have situations where you check to see if I is equal to something or greater than or less than something, and maybe do something else based on that. So for instance, if I want to say put in an if statement here, and if I say if I is equal to 7, and then let's say I just want to output and say 7 is my lucky number. So I want to output that if it's 7. And then if I didn't want number 7 to show, I just want this 7 is my lucky number, then I could put an else and then move this into here. So now if I save that, it's not going to show number 7, it's just going to show 7 is my lucky number instead. Now there will be times where you will nest loops, so I'm just going to show you that real quick, and it can get a little confusing when you have, you know, multiple levels of loops, but just to give you a simple example, let's do the same thing here where we set I, but let's set it to 1 and say as long as I is less than or equal to 10, and then I plus plus, we want to increment by 1, and we'll do the same kind of console log thing here. But still within this loop, I'm going to open up another for loop. Now when you do this, you want to make sure you don't use I again. You want to use something different, and it's common to use J. So we'll say let J equals 1. I'm going to do the same condition here. I'll say as long as I is less than or equal to 10, and I'm sorry, J. You don't want to do that. You want to do J. Yeah, or else you're going to get an infinite loop. And then let's increment J, and then in here what I want to do is show, I want this to do the console log like we already have here starting at 1, and under each number here I want to show that number times 1, that number times 2, all the way up to 10. That's what this represents right here. So let's console log a string that actually says like 1 times 1 equals 1, you know, 1 times 2 equals 2, etc. So we'll use a template string here, and I'll say I, and then we'll just put a asterisk here times J, and then an equal sign, and then the actual expression to be evaluated is going to be I times J. So if I save that, what we're going to see is well, actually, let me comment this one out. We're going to see number 1, and then under it 1 times all the way up to 10, then 2, and then 2 times all the way up to 10. And that's because of this. If I change this 10 to a 5, then it's going to show 1 times 1 all the way up to 5 for each of these. All right, and we could do as many as we want. If I put this first one to 100, it's going to show me all the way up to 100, and it's very fast. So that's a nested loop. So let me actually, it should say nested loops. And what I want to show you now is how we can use a for loop to loop through an array. Now, I don't do this very much because there's a ForEach method that we can use. It's a high order array method we're going to get into in a couple videos from now that we can use to loop through arrays and do the same thing, but it is possible to use a for loop as well. So let's say we have names or whatever, anything you want to put into an array. I'm just going to put a bunch of strings here with names, and we'll say John and I don't know, Tim. Okay, so we have some names. Now to loop through this, I'm going to say for, I'm going to initialize my variable, so we'll set let I, set that to 0, and then here for a condition we can say as long as I is less than the length of the array. So we'll say names dot length, and then we need to increment I, so we'll say I plus plus, and then within here we can access each one by its index. I is now going to represent its index, right? Because it starts at 0, so this will be 0, then that'll be 1, 2, 3, and 4. So let's just console log each one. We'll say names, and then we'll put the I as the index in here, and I'll save that, and now you see it's going to loop through and it's going to show each name. Now those of you that are just learning this for the first time, I want you to try a little challenge. So pick a name here, let's say Sarah, and instead of just printing Sarah, have it print Sarah is the best. So if you want to pause the video and try that out, you can do that now. But basically all we have to do, there's a few ways we could do it. If we know the index, which we do, we know Sarah is in the 0 index, so we could just say if I is equal, I'm sorry, the 2 index, if I is equal to 2, then let's do a console log, and we'll just say names I, which is just going to say Sarah, and then we'll concatenate onto that a string and say is the best, else then we just want it to log the name. So we'll put this up here, oops, and save, and now it says Sarah is the best. So you could do it like that. You could test for the value. So we could say if names and then I, if that is equal to, and then the value, let's say we want to do John is the best, then we can check for John, and now you see it says John is the best. All right, so that's pretty much the basics of for loops. Now, you're probably going to have times where you run into something called an infinite loop. That's a loop that just keeps going and never stops until it crashes your browser, in this case. And that can happen if you mess up the condition, or if you forget to increment. If you want to test it, I wouldn't recommend it, but if you want to test it, you'll just have to most likely force close your browser. But you could put infinity here. So if I did that, obviously I is always going to be less than infinity. That means that this is always going to run, but I'm not going to do that. So you probably will run into infinite loops at some point or another. But in the next video, we're going to talk about the break and continue statements. All right, so now we're going to look at the break and continue statements. So this should be a pretty quick video. Basically what break does is it allows us to do just that, break out of the loop. So usually you're going to check for a specific condition, and then you're going to break out. So let's say we'll set I to 0. Let's say as long as I is less than or equal to 20, and increment by 1. And then let's say we'll just do a console log of I. If I save that, you'll see it'll just show 0 through 20. But let's say we want to stop once we hit 15. So I'll just do a check here and say if I is equal to 15, then we'll console log, and let's just say breaking. And then right under that, we're going to put our break statement. So just break, semicolon. We'll save, and now you can see once it hits 15, it's going to break, and it just doesn't go on any longer. All right, so you might have cases where once you hit a certain condition, there's no need to keep going. You just break out of the loop. All right, now continue is a little different. So with continue, basically you can skip the rest of the code in a current iteration and then continue to the next iteration. So for instance, if we do the same thing here, we'll say let I equals 20, and as long as let I equals 0, and then as long as I is less than or equal to 20, we want to increment, and we'll do the same thing, just console log I. Let me just let's comment this out here. Okay, so we just get 0 through 20, and let's say we're a superstitious hotel and we want to skip the 13th floor. So let's say if, and say I is equal to 13, then let's do a console log, and we'll say skipping 13, which I think is crazy, and then we want to just continue. All right, so what's going to happen here, if I save this, is you'll see it's going to skip 13. So instead of like, I could have this same effect if I did this if, had this console log, and then else had this console log. But here, I'm just going to skip the rest of this, right? So whatever is going on down here, it's going to skip because of this continue. So here it breaks out of the entire loop, right? Here it breaks out of the iteration and then continues on. Okay, so hopefully that makes sense. All right, so now we're going to look at two more types of loops, the while loop and the do while loop. And these, along with the for loop, are kind of like old school ways of doing iteration. Now that we have high order array methods, we have for each, and then there's also other loops like for in and for of, which I'm going to go over as well. But it still is essential that you learn these, because these are like fundamentals, and not just in JavaScript, in just about every language. So with a while loop, it's a little different because all that we put in here is the condition. when we initialize and increment the variable, we don't do it within these parentheses. This is just the condition. So I'm going to initialize the I variable outside of the while loop. And then in here, I'll put the condition, say less than or equal to 20. And then I'll console log, let's just put a string number and then concatenate that number. Now this can be easy to forget the increment and then have an infinite loop because it's not as obvious. Whereas a for loop, you know you have the 3 parts to pass in. Here, you just have to remember to increment. So let's save that, and now it's going to print out 0 to 20. Okay, so that's the syntax of a while loop. Now, for many cases, you could use either a while or a for loop and achieve the same result. As you can see, it's very similar. It's just different syntax. But a common rule that many programmers follow is to use a for loop when you know the number of times that you want the loop to run, and then to use a while loop when the number of times the loop will run is unknown. Okay, that's not a mandatory convention or anything, but that's something a lot of people do. We can also use while loops to loop over arrays, just like we could use for loops. I'm just going to comment this one out. And then let's say const array, we'll set that to, let's say 10, 20, 30, 40. And then in here, we want our condition expression. So let's say while I is less than the array dot length, then we're going to console log and we'll say array. We want the index to be the I variable. And then this is really important. You want to add your increment or you're going to get an infinite loop. So if we save that, now we're going to see 10, 20, 30, 40. So it's printing out the values of this array. If I add 50, that'll get added as well. Now another thing that we can do is nest while loops, just like we can for loops. So let's say nesting while loops. And we'll do the same thing we did before. We'll have the multiplication thing. So let's use I. So we'll say as long as I is less than or equal to, let's do 5. And then in here, we'll just console log, we'll say number and plus whatever that I variable is. And then in here, I'm going to nest another while loop. So I need another variable, right? So we need to initialize another variable. So I'll use j and set that to 1. And then let's say while, and we want to say while j is less than or equal to, and this is for the multiplication part. So let's do 5. We'll do up to times 5. And then in here, we'll do our console log, and we'll make this a string where we can say I times j is equal to the expression of I times j. Now this is really important. We need to remember to increment both j and I. So let's say j plus plus, and then back outside into the parent loop, we want to do I plus plus. All right, so let's go ahead and try that. And now you'll see it's going to loop through 5, right? 1 through 5. Actually, it's going to start at 0 because of this. We can set that to 1. So now it's going to start at 1, and it's going to show 1 times 1 through 5, then 2, 2 times 1 through 5, 3, 4, and then 5. Okay, so that's how we can nest a while loop. Now, do while loops are a little different because the do while loop will always run at least once, even if the condition is false. So the answer to the question, when would I want to use a do while loop, is when you always want the block of code to run at least once, even if the condition is never met. So let me show you what I mean. I'm going to comment this out. And then let's say do. So this is the syntax. We say do, no parentheses after it, just curly braces. And then whatever we want to happen, let's say console log and number, and concatenate that. And then we want to increment, so I plus plus. And then here is where we're going to add while. And then that's where we want to add our condition. So let's say while I is less than or equal to 20. Okay, and I don't know why I opened parentheses here, curly braces, we don't want those. All right, so this is a do while loop. So let's run this, and as you can see, we get 1 through 20. Remember, this is set to 1. Now, like I said, the thing with this is this code right here is always going to run once, even if this is never true. So if I were to come up here and set I to 21, this condition is never met. However, if I save this, I get number 21. So it runs this code here no matter what. So that's the big difference with this. If I uncomment this, where is it? This right here, where it says I is less than or equal to 21, and I comment out the do while and save, we get nothing, right? Because this condition here is never met. This is 21, so this is not, whoops, this is 21, so this is never going to run, or this code is never going to run. Do while, it's going to run once, then it's going to check and see if it's to run again. So that's the big difference. And you can also use break and continue statements with these loops as well, just like you can with a for loop. All right, so when you go to get a job as a web developer and you go to different interviews, you may be given specific programming challenges to do on the computer or on a whiteboard. And it's good practice to do challenges like this, not only for job interviews, but it also just sharpens your skills in general. And you'll find that most challenges have some kind of iteration involved. And one of the most common ones that you'll run across is called FizzBuzz. And this has to do with loops and conditionals. So I think that this is a good point in the course to do the FizzBuzz challenge. And it's not very difficult. We've already gone over everything that you need to know. So as far as instructions, you need to print or log the numbers from 1 to 100. You guys know how to do that easily. And you can use different types of loops if you want. You can use for, while, whatever. And then for multiples of 3, you want to print fizz, the word fizz, in a string instead of the number for multiples of 3. For multiples of 5, you want to print the word buzz, okay, instead of the number. And then for numbers which are multiples of both 3 and 5, you want to print FizzBuzz, okay? So as far as hints go, if you've taken the course up to this point, then you know how to write a loop and output or log something for each iteration, right? So you can print the numbers. You also know how to check for a condition with if, else, else if. You also know how to get a remainder of a number using the modulus operator, which is the % sign. And this is really all you need to know to complete this challenge. I probably already told you too much. Now, if you don't get it, don't worry about it. Some people, including myself, are not that great with these types of challenges, especially if you can't, do any research. So try not to go and Google FizzBuzz challenge. Try this on your own and see if you can figure it out. All right, so let's get to the solution. Now I'm going to show you how to do this with a for loop and a while loop. So first thing we want to do is print or log the numbers from 1 to 100, which is very simple. So we'll say for, and let's initialize I with 1 because we're doing 1 to 100. The condition is going to be if I is less than or equal to 100, and then we want to increment I by 1. All right, and now in here, for now, let's just console log I. So it should just print 1 to 100. So the next step is to print the word fizz for multiples of 3. Now the way that we can figure out if it's a multiple of 3 is if the remainder is 0. And we can find the remainder using the modulus operator. So here, let's say if, and we'll say if whatever the current number is on the current iteration, and then modulus 3, if that is equal to 0, then we know it's a multiple of 3. So in that case, we're going to console log fizz. And then let's just do else, and then we'll move that console log of the number in there. So if I save that, and we come up here, you'll see that 3 is fizz, 6, 9, 12, 15, and so on. Now, if it's a multiple of 5, we want to print the word buzz. So what we can do is put let's go right here and say else if, or else space if, and then open up a curly brace and end our curly brace. And then in here we want to say if I, and then again we'll use the modulus operator, but 5 this time. If that's equal to 0, then we want to console log the word buzz. So let's save that. And now if we look, you'll see that 5 is buzz, right? 10 is buzz. But if we look at 15, it says fizz. And that's because 15 is a multiple of 3 and 5. And since this conditional was first, then it's going to log fizz. So for the condition of looking for them both, we can't do that under these ones because it's going to check those first. So we have to make sure that the first one we check is for both, right? So what we'll do is instead of putting this as an if, we're going to make that an else if, and then we're going to, let's see, we'll just push that over, and then we'll have our initial if statement here, like that. And then we can say if I modulus 3 equals 0, and if I modulus 5 is equal to 0, then we want to console log FizzBuzz. All right, so save that. And now if we look, we'll see 3 is fizz, 5 is buzz, 6 is fizz, 9 is fizz, 10 is buzz, 12 is fizz, 15 is FizzBuzz. The next one after that should be 30 is FizzBuzz. Next one after that should be 45 is FizzBuzz. All right, now a shorter way to do this, since 3 times 5 is 15, that means that anything that's divisible by 15 is also going to be divisible by both 3 and 5. So we can actually shorten this to just say, I'm sorry, that's not what we want. We want that to be 0, but we want this to be 15. All right, if I save that, we should get the same result. So FizzBuzz and then 15, FizzBuzz 30, FizzBuzz 45, FizzBuzz 60, and so on. All right, so that's the solution with a for loop. Now a while loop is going to pretty much be the same thing. We're going to have the same conditions. It's just formatted a little different. So let's say while loop. And remember, with a while loop, we need to set the variable outside of the loop. I'm going to use j for this since we already used I. And I'll say, even though I was scoped, but I'll say let j equals 1. And then we'll say while j is less than or equal to 100, then we want to do this block right here. So I'm going to grab that, paste that in. Now remember, with a while loop, it can be a little hard to remember that you have to increment. So make sure that you go outside of that if and you just increment I by 1. So I plus plus. All right, so let's save that. Whoops, I'm sorry, that should be j. So here, yeah, let's change that to j, that, and this. All right, so now actually let me comment out the for loop so that doesn't run, and we should get the same result. So 3 fizz, 6, 5 buzz, 6 fizz, get to 15, we get FizzBuzz, we get to 30, we get FizzBuzz. Okay, so this is how we would do it with a while loop, but basically the same thing. It's just structured in a different way. All right, so if you got it, great. If you got it and it's a slightly different from mine, that's fine. If you didn't get it, that's fine as well. You know, you'll learn more as we move along. All right, so in this video, we're going to look at a for of loop, which is a newer way to basically loop through iterable objects like arrays and even strings and maps and sets, which we haven't talked about yet. Not object literals. There's actually another loop called a for in that we're going to look at in the next video to show you how to loop through objects. but this is a cleaner way to loop through an array than a standard for loop or a while loop. So let me just create an array here. We'll just do items, and we'll put some random items in here. Let's say book, table, chair, and kite. And then I want to loop over these. Now, if you remember with a for loop, what we would do is we would initialize a variable here, set it to 0, and then we would do as long as I is less than whatever that array length, so items.length, and then we would increment that I variable. And then if we want to access each specific item, we would have to do items and pass in the variable as the index. All right, now a cleaner way to do this is with for of. So instead of doing all this in here, we can simply do, I'm using const, but you can use let if you want. But we can simply say const and then give a variable name for each individual item, which I'll just call item, and then say of items. All right, and then in here, I don't need to do this because we can just simply access the item variable. If I save that and run it, we get the same result, and this is much cleaner and just much more modern looking. And if we wanted to have an array with objects in it, like let's say users, and we'll set that to, let's say, an array of objects, and we'll just give these a name. So we'll say name Brad, and a couple more here. I'll say Kate, and say Steve. All right, and then let's comment this out, and we'll say for, and we'll say for const user of users, and then I'll console log user. Okay, so now we have all of our objects. If I want to access a specific property, then I would do user dot and then whatever that property, in this case name. Now, my first choice for looping through arrays is to use the ForEach method, which is a high order array method that you can use on directly on arrays, but I think this is a better way to do it than using a standard for loop or a while loop or a do while loop or anything like that. So we can also use this to loop over strings. Okay, let me just put a comment up here, and we'll say loop through arrays. All right, now for strings, let's say const, and we'll just say str, and we'll set that to, let's say, hello world. And then if I want to loop over that, I can simply do for and then give a variable, let's just say letter, because that's what we're going to get is a letter, and then of our string. And then if we console log here letter and save, then you'll see it's going to loop through and it's going to output each letter of that string. Another thing you can do is loop over maps, which we haven't talked about yet. I'll get into this later on, but just to give you a quick example, we can create a map, a variable called map, and set it to a new map, not a nap, although I could use one of those. But we'll set it to a new map, and then we can add key value pairs. So I could do map.set, and we could set, let's say, name to John, and then I could set, let's do an age. So we'll say age 30, and if I wanted to loop through these, I could do a for of. So I would do const. Now we can get the key and the value by putting brackets in here and just saying key value of the map. And now if I console log here, I'll go ahead and log both the key and the value. And now you'll see down here both the key value pairs, name John and age 30. So you can use it to loop over maps as well. Pretty much any iterable object. Now there is another type of loop called for in that allows you to loop through object literal values, which we'll talk about in the next video. All right, now there may be times where you want to actually loop through an object's values, and we can do that with the for in loop. So let's go ahead and create an object here. I'm just going to call this color object, and set that to some curly braces, and then we're going to do color1, set that to a string of red, and we'll do that for a few colors. Say color 2 is going to be blue, say orange, be color 3, color 4 we'll do green. All right, and we want to loop through and get these colors. So a for in loop is very similar to a for of loop. So we would just say for, and then inside here we're going to say const, and we can get the key. So if I do key in color object, and then we console log that key, we get color 1 through color 4. So we get the keys. Now if we want to get the value, all we have to do, actually we'll just log it here, is take the color object variable and then pass in here the key. If I do that, then you can see we get the values, red, blue, orange, and green. Now let's say we want to use this with an array, because we can use for in loops with arrays. So we'll say const and say color array, and we'll set that to an array with red, green, blue, and let's say yellow. All right, so we have this array of colors, and I'm going to do this. So we'll say for, and then we'll do const, let's say color, not of, we're going to do an in. So in the color array, and then let's console log color. If I save that, we're actually going to get 0, 1, 2, 3 instead of this. So what's happening here is it's giving us the keys. Okay, it's giving us the keys, which are, in this case, these are going to be numeric keys, 0, 1, 2, 3. So we can still get the values of an array here, but what we have to do is, let's change color, let's change that to key, and then we can say color array, and then just pass in the key like that. If I save that and run it, now you can see we're getting the values of the array. So you can also, there's so many different ways to iterate through arrays, but this is most commonly going to be used if you want to get either the keys and or the values of an object literal. So now in the next video, we're going to start to look at high order array methods, which are extremely helpful, and you're going to be using them all the time within JavaScript. And we're going to start with for each. All right, guys, so now we're going to get into high order array methods. In this particular video, we're going to look at for each, but there's a lot of these that can do different things. Now, they all work in a similar way in that they take in a function as an argument, which this is called a callback function. And in that callback function, we can pass in a variable for each element in that array or each item in that array. Now what a for each does is it just simply loops through. It doesn't return anything. It just loops through as if we were using a for or a for of loop to just go through the array and do something specific. All right, so let's go ahead and jump in here. And we just want to create an array of some sort. I'm going to call this socials, and I'm just going to have a bunch of strings in here. So Twitter, let's say LinkedIn, let's do Facebook, and let's do Instagram. All right, so we just have an array of strings, and this could be an array of anything. And before I show you the for each, I just want to console log here socials, and then the prototype chain, which is _proto _. And I think I showed you this back when we looked at some of the simple methods like push and pop. So you can see that those are here as well. So any methods or properties like length on the array are going to get shown here. And you can see we have for each right here. We have map, map, filter, find, reduce. These are all high order array methods, and they work in a similar way. So basically, let's go ahead and comment that out for now. Basically, what happens is we call the method, so in this case, for each, and then that method is going to take in a callback function, okay, an anonymous function. It's not going to be named, and we can do that in a few different ways. We could just use the standard function syntax, And then what gets passed in here, if we look at this documentation page here, what gets passed in, you can call it element like they did here, but you can call it anything. It just represents each item in the array. Okay, so here we just have ABC. For us, we have these strings here. So you can call it, I mean, a common thing I'll do is call it the singular version of the array, or I'll call it item. I don't usually use element, but again, you can call it whatever you want. And then you have access to that in here. So we can do console log item. Okay, so this function right here that we pass in is going to get run for every element or every item that we have in the array. So in this case, it's going to get run 4 times. And what we're doing is just logging it to the console. So if I save that and we take a look, we should see these in the console. All right, and if you want to kind of slow it down a little bit, you could go to sources and go to script. Okay, we looked at this debugger back when we looked at execution context and the call stack. But what I'm going to do is put a breakpoint right here on the for each, and then I'm going to reload the page. Okay, so nothing is run yet, but if I come down here to the step arrow and I hit that, and then it's going to go into the function. We're going to run the for each, run the console log, and now we get Twitter. Okay, if I go back again, it's going to run console log again because there's another item in the array. Again, Facebook, again, Instagram, and then it's going to end because there's no more items in the array. Okay, so that's kind of a step-by-step of what's happening. Let me just want to remove that breakpoint there. All right, and then we'll go back into the console. Now, like I said, you could pass in a function this way, or let's actually comment that out. Or you could, first of all, get rid of the function keyword and then add on our arrow. So this is valid, but since it's just a one-line expression, we can actually take away the curly braces as well. If I save that, we get the same thing. Now, in addition to the item that we pass into the callback, there are some other arguments that we can pass in. So I just want to go back here and we'll come down. So these are the parameters, right? We have our callback function, and then in that callback function, we have the item or element. But in addition to that, we can also pass in the index of the current element being processed in the array. And of course, it's going to start at 0. The array, so we can also get the entire array. There might be times where you need that within your function. So let's go ahead and pass in the index, and then we'll pass in the entire array. So those are the additional parameters. So here what I'll do is I'll console log. Let's just put in some backticks here, and of course we need to wrap the item in that. And then let's also do, before it, we'll do the index and then slash. So we'll say index dash and then the item dash, not a slash. And then if we look here, you can see the index starts at 0 and then increments. And then let's pass in, after the backtick here, we'll just pass in the entire array. So you can see that you have access to that as well. Now you can also pass in a named function rather than an anonymous callback. So for example, let's create a function called log socials, and that's going to take in an item, or we can just say like social, and then we just want to console log social. So we want this function to run for every item that's in the array. So what we can do is just take socials, call for each, and then simply pass in log socials. All right, and if I save that, let's just comment this one out. And if I save that, you'll see it's going to log all the social items here. Now, when you pass this in, you don't want to execute it, right? You don't want to pass in the parentheses. You want to just pass in the definition of the function, just like you do here. You know, you don't execute this function here. It's a callback. Now, the last thing I want to show you is with objects, because usually when you use for each, it's usually on an array of objects. So let's say social objects, and we'll set that to an array, and each object will have, let's say, a name, say Twitter, and a URL, say HTTPS twitter.com. And then what we'll do is copy this down a couple times. And let's change this one to Facebook. And what else? LinkedIn. And Instagram. All right, and you can have, I think I mentioned this before, but you can have trailing commas in your arrays. In fact, if I save, Prettier automatically keeps the trailing comma. So I want to comment this one out, and then I want to log each item here. So let's say social objects, and then dot for each, and then we're going to pass in our function, which is, we'll say item, and then let's just do a console log of that item. So in this case, it's going to give us objects, right? Each item in the array is a social object. So if we want to access a specific property, we would do item dot and then whatever, let's say URL. So now it will give us all the URLs. And then of course we could do whatever we want to that array. And we'll be using for each a lot more. But in the next video, I want to show you an example of another high order array method called filter. Okay, so now we're going to look at filter, which is another high order array method. For each is usually the first one you learn. Now the difference between for each and a lot of these other ones we're going to look at, like filter and map, is that filter, along with a bunch of other high order array methods, actually return something. In most cases, they're going to return an array or a modified array. So if we look at this example on MDN, you can see we have some words in an array, and then we have this variable result set to words.filter. So this is something that you're going to do because this returns something, right? For each does not. So you're typically not going to see a variable equal to something.forEach. You just run that for each, and then you do whatever you want in the function. In this case, what's going to happen is we pass in a function. Okay, this is a function. I know it looks a little weird because there's no parentheses around this, but remember, with arrow functions, you don't need to have parentheses if it's just one parameter. So what we're saying here is we're looping through, we can get each word, and then we're testing that word and seeing if the length is greater than 6. Okay, now what this is going to return, this line right here, is an array with only the words that pass this test, or only the elements in the array that pass this test. So the result will be these words right here because they're greater than 6. If they're not, then they're not going to be put into that array. So we're filtering out the words that don't pass this test. Okay, so let's try this on our own so that it's more clear. So we'll say cont numbers, and I'm going to set this to, let's just do 1 through 10, 9 and 10. And then let's say I want to filter out, and I only want filter out all the odd numbers. So I just want the even numbers. Now I'm going to create a variable because it's going to return something. So we'll say, let's say even numbers, and we're going to set it to the numbers array dot filter. And again, this will take in a function. I'll just do a long form for now. So we can say function and pass in here whatever variable we want to use for each individual element or number. So I'll just say number in this case. You could use item or whatever. Now what we want to do here is return from this function some kind of condition. Now if I want to get the even numbers, I can do this. I can say if the number and then modulus operator and then 2, if that is equal to 0. So if it's divisible by 2, then obviously it's even, right? If we have 0 remainder, then it's divisible by 2. So this is going to loop through, run this test on each of these, and whichever ones pass will be put into a new array in this variable. So let's go ahead and console log here, even numbers. And if we take a look in our console, you can see we get 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. If I add on to this 11 and 12, then 12 should be added. Now this is kind of the long way of doing this. The shorter way, let's say short short version, and then I'm just going to comment this out. So the short version would be to do even numbers equals numbers dot filter, and then we could pass in here just number, use an arrow, and then we just want the condition, which is if the number modulus 2 equals 0. Save that, we get the same thing. Okay, now if you wanted to do this with a for each, let's say same with for each, it'd be a little more complicated, right? If you want to pause the video and try it, you can, but let's take numbers, right, and then do a for each. So we're not going to set like anything equal to this. This is just to loop through. So what we can do is initialize a variable here. We'll just say let even numbers, and then we can loop through here and say number, and then we're going to have to do an if statement here if we want to test, right? So we'll say if the number modulus 2 equals 0, then we're going to take the even numbers variable, which is you know what, we want to set this to an empty array. So you can see how much more complicated this is. Then we would have to push onto it the number if it was even, right? So now if I save, and we'll get the same result. So this right here, this one line is the same, giving us the same as this right here. All right, and we could use const here since we're just pushing on, we're not reassigning anything. Yeah, so that's filter. Now I want to do this with an array that's slightly more complicated with some other conditions other than just testing for an even number. So let's comment this out, and then what I'm going to do is grab the array. So we're just going to use an array of company objects. All right, so each company has a name, a category, a start date, and an end date. So if you want, you can look at this as a challenge and pause the video and try to do this. They're all just using filter, but the first thing I want to do is get only retail companies. Okay, so I just want companies where the category is equal to retail. So if you want to pause the video and try that, go ahead and do it now. But what we'll do is create a variable, let's say retail companies. And you can imagine how useful this is. You know, if you think about a UI where you're filtering things, this comes in handy. So let's say companies. Okay, we want the companies array, and we want to filter. And then we're going to use a short form arrow function. So let's say company. So for each company, we want to test if the company dot category, because it's an object, so we want to access the category and say if that is equal to the string of retail. Right, so now if we console log retail companies, we should get three values. And let's take a look here. So we have company 2, company 4, and company 9. All right, so if we look here, company 2 is retail, company 4 is retail, and company 9 is retail. So let's do another one. Let's say we want to get the companies that started in or after 1980 and ended in or before 2005. Okay, so get companies that started in or after 1980 and ended in or before 2005. Okay, if you want to try it, you can do that. I'm going to create a variable. We'll just call it early companies. Why'd I put a space there? Early companies, and we're going to set that to, again, companies dot filter, and we should probably comment this console log out. All right, so companies filter, and in here we're going to have a function, pass in our variable of company, that's our item, and then we want to test to see if the company dot start is greater than or equal to 1980, right? And then, is that a string? No, it's not a string. And, okay, so we want to use the double ampersand. The company dot end is less than or equal to 2005. So that should do it. So let's console log early companies and save, and we get 3. So if we look at these, it's company 1, 7, and 9. So company 1 was 1981 to 2004. Company 7 was 86 to 96. And company 9 was 89 to, what was it? I'm sorry, 81 to 89. So those were all in the realm of 1980 to 2005. These other ones, like this was to 2008, this one was 2007, 2010. So it filtered out by this condition right here, this truth test. And then the last one we're going to do is to get companies that lasted, let's say, lasted 10 years or more. So to do that, we'll say const, and I'll just say long companies, and set that to companies.filter. And go on our function here, and it's going to say company, and then the truth test we want is if the company.end minus the company.start is greater than or equal to 10. That means that it lasted 10 years or more. So let's console log long companies, and let's comment this log out. And you can see we get 9. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Oh, this should be minus. Okay, so we get 5. 1, 2, 4, 6, 7. So if we look at like 3, that only lasted, what, 99 to 2007, so that's not quite 10 years. What else? 4, 5 didn't last 10 years, 2009 to 2014. So yeah. So hopefully this gives you an idea of how filter works. This is very useful, and you'll use it all the time in your interfaces. You know, when you have a search box and you're filtering down by whatever it is, location or anything like that, this is going to come in handy. All right, now in the next video, we're going to look at map, which allows us to basically return an array just like filter, but we can modify anything we want and return an array of anything we want. All right, so in the last video we looked at filter, which is a high order array method, and we saw how it returns a new array, and that's based on a function that returns true or false. Anything that was true would be put into that array. With map, this works a little differently, where the function that we pass in can return anything that we want to be put into this new array. In this example, let's make it a little bigger. In this example, we have some numbers in this array1 variable, and then we're setting this new variable of map1 to that array.map, and we're saying for each value, they're using x here, but you could use anything, we're taking that value and multiplying it by 2, so they're doubling it. And then that will get put into this new array. So essentially what we're doing is taking this array, and then we run it through map, and then we have an array of these numbers doubled. Okay, so what I'm going to do is give you a similar example, and then we'll use the same companies array that we used in the last video and do some stuff with that. So let's just create a numbers variable, and we'll set this to, we'll just do 1 through 5, and then let's create a variable here. We'll call it doubled numbers, make it a little bit more specific than the docs, and then we'll take the original numbers array and do a .map. That's going to take in a function, and we'll say for each number then we want to return, and you could either do the short syntax or you could have curly braces and you could use the return keyword, but this is shorter and cleaner. So let's say number times 2. All right, then we'll go ahead and console log here the doubled numbers. And if we go and we look, we should see 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. Now, what I'm returning from this function for each of these elements is each one times 2, but it could be anything. Like, for instance, if I wanted to return a string that had number, space, and then concatenate the number, if I do that, you'll see now it's going to run through the array, it's going to loop through and take each one and just prefix it with the string of number. So now I have an array of that. So you can do absolutely anything here. If I wanted to multiply it by 3 and triple it, we could do that as well. All right, now if you wanted to do this with a for each, I think it's useful to know how to do that. So let's say same with for each. So just like we did with filter when we used a for each, we have to first just create a variable. Let's say we'll say double numbers 2, set it to an empty array. And then we could take the original numbers array and loop through. So in here we want to say for each number, then we're going to take the double numbers 2 variable, which is an empty array, and push onto it the number times 2. And then if we console log double numbers 2, oh, I said doubled. Yeah, let's do doubled numbers 2. And now you see it's the same exact thing. So this line is a shorthand for doing this. But now what I want to do is use that companies array that we used in the last video to do a couple things. And again, if you want to pause the video and do some of this on your own, you can do that as well. I would encourage that. So let's say we want to get, or let's say create, an array of company names. Okay, so just an array with just the company name, no objects or anything, just strings. So let's say const company names, and we'll set that to companies, which is our array of objects, and then we want to map through and have a function where we say for each company we just want to return the company.name. Okay, so that'll run for each element, each object in the array, and get put into a new array. So then let's console log that new array. And there we go. So now we have just a simple array that has all of those company names inside an array with just numbered indexes. Now let's say we want to create a new object that has just the company and the category. So let's say create an array with just company and category. So if you want to pause and try it now, you can do that. So I'm going to call this company info, and let's set that to companies.map and say for each company, let's I'm just going to put a code block here because I'm going to return an object. I could just use parentheses and put my object in that, but instead I'm just going to say return an object, and then name is going to be the company.name, and then category is going to be the company.category. Okay, and then we'll go ahead and console log company info, and let me comment that one out. And you can see now we have an array with all of the companies, but only the category and the name. Okay, because that's all we chose. And there'll be plenty of times where you'll have a bunch of data, but you want to strip some of it out. Like maybe you don't need the start and end dates, so you can simply manipulate that array. Or I mean, this will create a shallow copy, and then you can manipulate that array to have whatever you want in it. Now let's create an array of the length of each company in years. So let's try that. We'll say create an array of the length of each company in years. So it'll just be an array of numbers. So for that, let's say const company years, and let's set that to companies.map. And we'll say for each company, I just want to take the company.end date and just subtract the company.start date. Actually, you know what? Let's make this a little more complicated. Let's say create an array of objects with the name and the length of company in years. So instead of doing what I just did, I think this is a little better. This will, yeah, so we'll do that. We'll say return an object with the name. So we have access to company with all the properties, so name. And then let's create a new property called length, and that's where we'll take the company dot, what is it? Company dot end, subtract the company dot start. Okay, so now let's do a console log of company years. And now we should have objects with the name and the length of years. So 23, 16. All right. And we can even just concatenate in here space years. So 23 years, 16 years. And just to validate that, if we look at company 1, it was from 81 to 2004. So 2001 would be 20, and then we have 3 more, 2, 3, 4. Yep, so that is correct. All right, now another thing that you can do is chain, let's say chain map methods. So you can have more than one map method. Let's say we want to square root, we want to take a number, we want to get the square root and then double it. So I'll call this square. We'll say square and double. And what we'll do is we'll set that to numbers.map. And the first thing I'm going to do is square it. So we'll say for each number, we want to use the math object, and then we'll use sqrt, so square root that number, right? So right now, if I console log this, let's say square and double. So if I do this right now, it's just going to give me the square root, right? Now I want to double it, so what I could do is add an additional map. So this map, which ends right here, just to make this a little cleaner looking, I'm going to put this dot map on the next line. This is what you'll commonly see. Get rid of that semicolon and continue on with a new map, which will take in the square root. And I could call this number if I want, but let's call it square root, because whatever you return from the first map, so this is going to be put into this parameter right here. So now I'm going to take that square root and I'm going to double it, so times 2. So now if we save that, we now have the number square root, and then we take that square root and then we double it. We multiply it by 2. All right, so hopefully that makes sense. And you can have as many of these as you want. Now, just to kind of make it clear on what's going on here, I'm going to give you the long version as well. So let's say const square and double 2. Set that to numbers.map. And what's going on, we're passing in a function, so I'm just going to put a long version in here and pass in here number, right? And then what we're doing from this first function is returning math.square root and passing in the number, okay, for each element in the array. And then when we can add the other map, so here we'll say, you know what, I'm going to put this on a new line as well. And then we'll add our new dot map, or our next dot map. And in here, we're going to put a function. And this is going to be the result of the last map, which will be the square root. So then here, we're going to return the square root multiplied by 2. Okay, so now if I console log square and double 2 and save, we're going to get the same result. So this right here is just a shorter version of this. Just remember, whatever you return from this map will go in here. If I were to have another dot map, whatever I return from here will go into there. In fact, I could say map again and pass in a function. And here, let's just say square root doubled, and then we'll return, let's say, I don't know, let's multiply that. Yeah, we'll just multiply that by 3 and save. Whoops, this should be square root doubled. Okay, I can't access like this variable, this right here, the square root, I can't access it here. What happens is whatever is returned is going to be put into here. Square root doubled. And there we go. All right, so you can also chain with other methods. It doesn't just have to be map. So let's say that we want to, first of all, filter out and just get the even numbers. Then we want to double those even numbers. So let's say chaining multiple or chaining different methods. So let's see, we still have this numbers right here, right? This numbers array. So that's what I want to use. So I'm going to say const and then even double. So first I want to take numbers and I'm going to filter. You know what? Let's make this 10. So 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay, so I'm going to say numbers filter, and then for each number I want to, remember we're using filter, so we want to say number, and then we're going to use modulus 2 equals 0. So that should just filter out and give us the even numbers. So let's console log even double. So right now it's just going to give us 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. But now I want to add on a dot map. So I'm going to put this on a new line, get rid of that semicolon, and then do a dot map. So I'm chaining these methods. Here I'm going to get, let's say, number, and it's going to be the result of this, which is going to be an array of, an array with the even numbers. So now I'm going to take those numbers, each one, and multiply it by 2. Save that. Now they've been doubled. And you can do this as much as you want. You can have 10 chained methods and they can all be different. All right, as long as it makes sense. So hopefully this is giving you an idea of how these methods work. And there's a lot more. We're not going to look at all of them right now. One more I do want to look at in the next video is reduce. All right, so now we're going to look at a method called reduce, which is used to reduce your array down to a single value. And this can be a little tricky to grasp. At least for me, it was a little trickier than some of the others. But a good use case for this and a good example is a shopping cart where you might have an array of products with different prices, and you want to reduce that down to a total of the prices for your shopping cart. That's somewhere where you'll see reduce a lot. So if we look at this example here, very simple example, there's 3 arguments that I want you to understand here. So basically, reduce takes in a function just like the rest of them. And there's 2 arguments here, previous value and current value. So previous value is basically what's returned from the last iteration or the last function that ran, last callback. This is also called the accumulator. So if you hear accumulator and previous value, those are both usually mean the same thing. And then the current value is whatever the current element we're on, okay? And then you can also pass in, as an additional argument here, the initial value, which is whatever you want the initial previous value to be, because obviously your first loop through, you're not going to have a previous value. So you can set that here. And in most cases, it's going to be set to 0. All right, so let's look at a very similar example, and then I'll show you like a shopping cart example. So let's say we have an array of just numbers, and we'll just use 1 to 10. Okay, and then I want to get the sum of all of these numbers. So I'm going to create a variable called sum, and let's use reduce on the numbers array. And like I said, it's going to take in a function just like the rest of these array methods. And actually, let's do a long version of the function first, just to kind of give you a better idea of what's going on. So the function will take in either the previous value or accumulator. I usually use accumulator, and then the current value. All right, and then to set the initial value, which isn't actually required, but if you want to set that, you can add it after the curly braces here. And let's say 0, set that to 0. Whoops. And then in here, what I want to do is return the accumulator. So every time this runs, I'm going to take the accumulator or the previous value and add it to the current value. And that should, in the end, give us a sum of all the numbers. So let's come down here and console log sum. And let's go to our console. And you see we get 55. So basically, it started at 0, because that's what we set here. Then it went through, ran a function for each element, took the previous value. So for instance, when it was on 2, it took 1, and then added the current value. So it added 2. Then the function ran again for the next element, and it took 3 and added the previous item or value, which is 2. And it kept doing that until we're done with the array. All right, and then of course you can shorten it up, and we could say const sum equals numbers dot reduce, and pass in here arrow function. And you could shorten it up to like ACC is commonly used, and then CURR or CUR for current value. And then we could just say we want the accumulator plus the current value. And then for the initial value, we'll pass in 0. And let's just change the variable name to sum2, and we'll console log sum2, and we should get the same thing. Now, if I take this initial value and I set that to, let's say, 10, and then I save that and run it, you'll see we get 65. And the reason for that is because now we're starting at 10, okay? Before we do anything, we're starting at 10, and that's what this accumulator is going to be on the first run through. So now we're going to get 10 more than we normally would. Okay, so I just want you to understand what these arguments are. Now, to make this even a little more clear, I'm going to do this with a for loop. So we'll say using a for loop, because there's so many different ways to do the same thing. And if you were to use a for loop instead of reduce, that's not wrong at all. It's just a little longer. So I'll even put this into a function. We'll use a function expression. So I'll say const sum3, and then set that to a function. So I'm going to initialize the accumulator. So we'll initialize that at 0, and then we'll do a for loop. And I'm actually going to use a for of, since we're going through an array. So we can say const, and we can call this number, or we can even call it CUR, like we did above, of numbers, because that's the name of the array. And then all we have to do is set the accumulator equal to the accumulator plus the current value. Okay, now an easier way to do this, or a shorter way to do this, is to use the plus equals syntax. We can just do that. All right, and then outside of the for loop, we'll go ahead and return whatever the accumulator is. And now if I come down here and I run a console log of sum3, whoops, this is a function. We need to make sure we add the parentheses, and now you can see we get 55. Okay, and there's just so many ways to do this. You could even do this same kind of thing within a for each. So hopefully that kind of puts this into perspective a little bit. Now, a more realistic example would be to have a shopping cart. So let's do that. We'll say we have this cart, which is an array of products. We'll say, let's give it an ID. We'll say ID and then name product 1 and then a price. Price, we'll say 130. And then let's say we have 3 products. So this will be 2, 3, and product 2, product 3, and then the pricing, let's do 150 and then 175. All right, so if you want to pause the video and try to use reduce to get the total of these prices, then you can do that now. So we're going to go ahead and create a variable of total and set that to cart.reduce. And we could either pass in a short arrow function, or we could do the long way, which I'm going to do here. And this is going to take in the accumulator, and it's going to take in the current value. Now, instead of using like CUR or current value, I'm just going to put in product, because that's what it is, right? We're looping through these products, and each value is going to be a product. So that makes more sense to me. And then we're going to just return from here the accumulator plus. Now, if I just do product, right, because that's what we did up here, we just plus the current value. It's not going to work here because these are objects. These the actual elements that we were looping through and running the function on were the numbers we were adding. In this case, it's a property of price. So you want to make sure that here you add dot price. All right, and then for the initial value, we'll set that to 0. And now if I go ahead and console log the total, we get 455. Okay, if I add, let's make this 200 and save, now it's 480. So this is something that's extremely common with things like shopping carts. All right, so that's reduce. Now there are other high order array methods, and I want to get to those. But I know that some of you are dying to just start to work with the DOM and actually put things in the browser and work with events and stuff. So we'll get to some of the other ones later when we can actually implement DOM elements. But before we do that, I just want to give you a couple challenges in the next video. Okay, so now we're going to do a couple challenges with array methods, and these aren't too difficult. If you watch the past 3 or 4 videos, then you should be able to get this, at least one of them. So the first challenge is you can see we have an array of people, has a first name, last name, email, phone, and age. So the instruction is to take the people array and create an array called young people that stores objects with only a name and email property of all the people that are under 25 or 25 and under. And the name property should have their first and last name. So basically, we need to convert this into an array that has just a single name property with both their first and last name, and only the people that are over, 25 and under. Okay, and you should just have a name and email property. And again, the name should have both the first and last name. So that's what we want to get from this array. Here's the expected result. So if we console log young people, then we're only going to get these 3 because they're all 25 or under. You can see we have a name property. All right, so if you want to try that out, go ahead and pause the video and you can do it on your own. All right, so I'm going to copy this array so we can use this. And then let's come over here and let's paste that in. All right, so we need to, first of all, well, I mean, you can do this in a different order, and you can use different methods. I'm going to go ahead and filter out the young people, or I should say filter out the older people so that I only have young people. So let's say const young people, and we're going to set that to the people array. We want to filter through that, right? So in filter, let's pass in a function, and we'll say for each person, we want to return only if the person is less than or equal to 25. All right, so we can go ahead and console log that. Let's say young people and save that, and I get nothing. let's see, what did I do wrong here? People.filter person. We want to return if they're less than, oh, I forgot the age. So I'm saying just person, which is the entire object. Of course, we want the age. And if we check it out, we get Jane, Sarah, and Jose. That looks correct. So Bob is 45, Jane is 25, so she's included. John is 30, he's not included. So it looks like we have them filtered down. Now, we still have all the properties. We want to narrow this down to only have a single name property with both first and last name and email. So what I'm going to do is chain on a map method here. So let's say map, and in here we're going to pass in the person. And remember, what I'm passing in here is going to be the return from this. So it'll be the filtered persons that I'm accessing here. And then I just want to basically rearrange it to just have the name and email. So I could do a couple things. I could do this and then use return the object, or since I'm just returning a straight object, I could put parentheses here and use my curly braces and do it this way and say name, and we're going to set that to the person dot first name, and then I'll just concatenate. You can use template strings if you want, but I'm just going to concatenate a space and then add on the person dot last name. And we also want the email, so we'll set email to person dot email. So we'll save that again, and let's see what we get. So now we have an array, and it only has the name and email, and the name has the first and last name. All right, so that's the first challenge. So the second challenge is to add all the positive numbers in the array. So here we have an array called numbers. It has both positive and negative. We want to be able to console log our variable that has our solution, and we should get 79. So 50 plus 20 plus 2 plus 7. All right, so you don't want to add the negative numbers. So again, if you want to pause the video and go for it, then you can do that now. So I'm just going to add a comment here. Say this is challenge 1, and then let's go down here and say challenge 2. So we have our numbers. Let's I'll actually just copy, just grab this. Okay, we'll paste that in there. All right, so we want to be able to add, we want to add all these numbers. So let's create a variable here called positive sum. And again, we're going to be filtering out some stuff here. So let's say numbers, and I'm going to go on to the next line and filter. And what we want to filter, let's pass in our function and say for each number, we want to, let's say, we're going to say if the number is greater than 0. So that's the truth test, right? If the number is greater than 0, then it's going to get put into the array. Now, if we console log this, positive sum, I get 2, 50, 27. So right now we just have an array of the positive numbers. Now we need to get the sum of those. Prettier fix this for me. I didn't want it fixed, but it's all right. Now I'm going to come down here and I'm going to use reduce to add them together. So remember, reduce is going to take in the accumulator or the initial value, and then the current value, and then we want to run our function, which is just going to take the accumulator and add on the current value, and we'll pass in 0 as the initial value. So now I'll save that, and there we go. We get the single value of 79. All right, for the next one, we're going to create, so we have this words array, coder, programmer, developer, all lowercase, and now we want to create a new array called capitalized words with the words from this array, but have the first letter capitalized. So this is the result that we should get. Okay, so shouldn't be too difficult. Let's go ahead and say challenge 3. And we want the words, so let's create that array first. So the words are coder and programmer, and these are all lowercase, and then developer. Okay, so now I'm going to create a new variable, just call it C words, so capitalized words. We want to set that to the original words array, and we want to map through, because that's what we want to do, is we want to map through and manipulate this and create a new array with the capitalized words. So this takes in a function. I'll use curly braces here and pass in word, because for each word we want to then return. And this is similar to a challenge we had, I think, in the first section, where I had you uppercase the first letter of a single word. Now we're doing it in an array. But what we did then was we used 2 uppercase. Now if I were to add 2 uppercase to the whole word, then and then let's return this, I'm sorry, console log this C words and save, then all of the letters are uppercase, which we don't want. We just want the first one uppercase. So there's a few ways we can do this. We could use the char method here, or we could just use the index, because even though it's a string, we can still use the index to get a specific character, and we want to get the first character. So if I save that, now you'll see that we're just getting the first character and it's uppercased. Now we just want to add on, concatenate on the rest of the word. And we can do that with slice. Remember, if we take the word and we use dot slice, we can return a specific part of the word. And this goes by index. So I'm just going to put a 1 in here, not a 2, a 1. And that will get basically from the 1 index, which is the second, it starts at 0, and it will get that over, okay, from there on. Or you could pass in a second argument to where you want to go, which would be the entire length of the word. So I could say word dot length as the second argument. So if we save that, now you'll see we get coder, programmer, and developer, and we have the first word uppercased. All right, so that's it. In the next section, we're finally going to get into working with the document object model and actually doing stuff within the body of the web page. I know we've been doing a ton of console stuff, but I think that what we've been doing is really, really important for you to understand before we move on to button events and doing, moving things around in the browser or whatever. I think the fundamentals, including iteration and control structures and data types, that's all really, really important for you to understand. All right, so let's move on to the next section. All right, guys, so in this section, we're going to start to look at the DOM, or the document object model. And I'm sure that a lot of you have been waiting for this section. Many of you may have even started the course here. I just want to mention that before you jump into the DOM, you should have a good understanding of the fundamentals. So things we've talked about, like data types, functions, flow control, loops, even array methods. I would suggest that you have a basic understanding of that stuff first. Now, I'll talk more about what the DOM is in the next video, but it's essentially an interface that allows us to interact with page elements dynamically from a language like JavaScript. And in this section, we're going to look at things like the properties and methods available on the document object, including methods to select elements. We're going to look at how to traverse the DOM and navigate it so that we can change and add and remove elements from the page dynamically, also change styles and attributes. So there's a lot of different methods and functions that you're going to learn, so I would suggest following along and keeping the sandbox handy so that you can reference it at any time. Now, after we learn how to manipulate the DOM, in the next section, we're going to start to get into events so that we can have even more dynamic functionality. All right, so let's get started. Okay, so now we're going to jump into the document object model, and we're going to spend half this video in some slides and trying to give you like a visualization of the DOM, and then I want to jump into some code and we'll look at the window object, which has a child object called the document object. Now, as far as what the DOM is, it is essentially a programming interface for web or HTML elements. We already know we can display the content of web pages using HTML tags with text, and we can style it using CSS. You guys should definitely know that at this point. And the DOM is the structure of the web page that we can interact with, we can interface with using JavaScript. And you can use other languages as well, but for the most part, you're going to be using JavaScript. And it generally includes all the HTML tags, so you have access to those, attributes, the text between tags, those are called text nodes. And when you visualize the DOM, you usually visualize it as like a tree structure, similar to what you see here on the right. And what you see on the right is a tree structure of this web page here, which is very simple. So we just have our HTML tags, head and body tags. We have a div, an H1, a paragraph. So over here, I'm going to talk about window and document in a few minutes. So let's just look at HTML. Now, this HTML element here represents this HTML tag in our page structure. Okay, and we'll be able to access that through the document object. And in that HTML tag, we have two children or child tags or elements. We have the head, and then we have the body. Now, in the head, we have another title element. And in that title element is a text node. So a lot of people, when they start out, a lot of them think that the DOM just refers to the tags, right? The elements. Well, it also refers to text nodes. It also refers to attributes. So you can see in the head tag, we have a meta tag, and that has a character set, a char set attribute on it, which we can easily access and do things to, add to, remove, or whatever. In the body, we have a div, and that div has an attribute on it of ID. And then in the div with the ID of main, we have an H1. That H1 has both an attribute, has a class on it, and it has a text node in it. All right, and then the paragraph has a text node in it as well. So when you look at HTML structure, you should be able to kind of picture this type of thing in your head when you're dealing with the DOM. All right, now I want to just jump into VS Code now and just kind of look at some of this real quick. So in the console, I've already showed you this. If we type in window, it's going to show us that the window object, which is the topmost or the global object in the browser that has a ton of stuff on it, including the document object. And we can, of course, access that from within our code as well. All right, that's going to give us the same thing. And in that window object is the document object. So right here. And that has a bunch of properties and a bunch of helpful methods that we can use as well. So we could do console log window.document, and I'm just going to comment this out. So now you'll see document, and since we did a console log to the document, it's going to just show us the element. If we want to see like the properties and methods and stuff, then we can do a console.dir. And now if we take a look, you can see all this stuff here. And I'm going to go over a lot of the different properties in the next video. Now, I'm just going to show you a couple things, and we're going to touch on all this stuff much more later on, but let's just do a console log here, and we'll say document. Now, we don't have to prefix it with window. You can, because it is on the window object, but since window is the top level object, you don't need to prefix this stuff with window. In fact, you'll very rarely see window.document. So as you can see over here, there's a body property here, and that references the body element. So if I say document.body and save that, it's going to show me the actual element. Okay, so you see the body element, you can see the H1 and the script tag. Some of this stuff is injected by live server, but we can see everything in the body, right? And then there's properties we can use on this, like let's say we just want the HTML in the body, we could use innerHTML. Save that, and now you can see we have an H1 and our script tag. And if we look at the HTML page, that's exactly what's there. If we wanted to get, let's say, just the text, we could use innerText. Save that, and we just get DOM intro. All right, if I were to add something else in here and just put a paragraph with hello, just the text is going to show here. If I go back to using innerHTML, it's going to show the paragraph as well. All right, now typically you don't access elements with direct properties like this, because there's methods like getElementById and querySelector that I'm going to show you very soon that helps you target what you want much more easily. But I do want to just show you some of the, I guess, the more difficult ways of doing it first. So let's say we want to get all the links on a page. All right, and I shouldn't say more difficult, but using properties rather than using the methods. So let's create a link here, and I'll just have it go to my site, traversymedia.com, and we'll say Traversy Media for the text. All right, and then let's say I wanted to access all the links. I could say console log and then document, and if we look over here in the properties, there should be a links. You can see there's images to access all the images, and then you also have links. Now, since there's more than one link on the page, what this gives us is something called an HTML collection, which is very similar to an array. You can access each link by index just like you could an array. So let's say document.links, and we'll console log that. In fact, let's comment out this stuff here. So as you can see, I get an HTML collection, and there's a single link in there. It has an index of 0. So if I want to access that, I can simply put brackets just like I would with an array, and then put the 0, and there it shows me the link. Okay, and if there was another link, I could use 1 as the index. There's not, so it's going to just be undefined. Now this, for instance, this document.body, this is not read only. I can change that from here. I could say document.body equals, or actually let's say document.body.innerHTML equals, and then we'll just put an h1 in here, and we'll say hello world. All right, so if I go ahead and save that, it's going to replace everything that's in the body with just this h1. Even if we had, you know, a ton of content on the page, if I set the body innerHTML to this h1, it just replaces it. Now I'm going to show you all kinds of methods to insert things where you want, but this is just saying, well, I just want the entire page to show this h1, which is something you're not going to do. Now there's also methods. I'm just going to comment that out. There's also methods on the document object. So one of them, which you don't see very much, is write. So write will actually take whatever you put in here and write it to the browser. So if I say hello from JS and I save, it gets added. Now the reason you don't see this used very much is because there's no targeting. It just basically puts it at the at the end of the file, and it's just not very helpful. But this is a method, right? It's a function. Now there's also methods to select certain elements in the DOM, and those are very, very helpful, and we'll be going over those, you know, in depth. But just to give you an idea, let's go to the HTML, and let's wrap, I'm going to wrap all this, the h1 and the link, with an ID of main. Okay, so I have this div with the ID of main, and I'm going to move the h1 and the link inside of that. And let's say I want to select that main ID. So I'm going to just console log document dot, and then the method I want to use is getElementById. Okay, so we'll say getElementById, and in here is going to be the ID I want to grab, which is main. If I save that, and you see it grabs that div with the ID of main. Now I can do what I want with that. I could say document.getElementById main. I could also put this into a variable. So for instance, const main equals that, and then I could say main.innerHTML equals, and then we'll put an h1 and we'll say hello from main. Okay, save that, and it's going to replace everything within that div with the ID of main with this h1. Okay, just like I replaced it up here, I replaced the body. This is just replacing this specific element. Okay, and there's even better selectors like querySelector, where you can select anything you want. So for example, if I wanted to select just the h1, I could say document.query, and don't worry, we're going to go over this much more in depth. So I could say querySelector and let's say I want the ID of main, so I would use the number sign here because you can choose classes or just straight elements, whatever. And then I want the H1. So it's basically like if you were styling this with CSS, you can put any selector in here. And let's say I want to take the inner, we'll do the inner text of that H1, and let's set it to hello. Save that, and now just the H1 gets changed. So this is just a very, very high level example of some of the things that we can do. All right, so in the next video, I want to look more at some of the properties on this document object. All right, so in the last video, we looked at the document object model and what that is. We looked at the actual document object that we have access to within the window object and some of its properties and some of the methods we can use. So I want to take a look at some more properties that's on that object that you have accessible to you, that you can access. You can also use to overwrite and add things through JavaScript. So a lot of these you're not really going to use because instead of selecting the elements with these properties, you're going to use methods like getElementById and query selector, but I do want you to at least know that they exist. All right, so you'll notice that we actually have some life in the browser finally. So this is a UI for the shopping list application that we're going to build in a little bit, and it's not functioning. You'll see I cannot add anything. I can't delete anything. That's because there's no JavaScript at all. It's just HTML and CSS. And you'll have this in the Sandbox. You'll also have it in, you should have it in the current video module that you're watching. All right, and just to take a quick look at the HTML, we're just bringing in Font Awesome, which is a library to use icons like this right here, I believe is, actually no, that's not part of Font Awesome. I think just the delete buttons are here. But yeah, so we're just bringing that in, bringing the CDN, and then we're linking in our style sheet. So this is just custom CSS, so very simple. We're not using like Tailwind or any CSS framework. And then we have our header, our container with our header, just has this little image and heading. And then the form here with the input to add an item, the button to add an item. Then we have a filter input as well, so we'll be able to filter these items down. Then we have the unordered list, which is the item list. And then we have the clear all button. So that's pretty much it. And then we're linking in a script.js, which is completely empty. That's why nothing works. Okay, and a little later on, we'll create this whole application and get it functioning, but I want to use it just as an example UI for the next few videos so that I can show you how to manipulate the DOM and access certain elements, change things, and so on. So again, I want to look at some of the properties on the document object. So I'm going to just initialize a variable here called output, so that I can console log different things. And let's open up our console over here. So the first property I'm going to show you is actually deprecated, but I still think you should know it, and that's document.all. So I want to set output to that so we can log it. Now you'll see it actually has a strike through in VS Code because it says it is deprecated. But if we look over here, what it gives us is an HTML all collection. So this is similar to an array, and you can see it has brackets, and it's basically an array or a collection of all of the different parts of this page, the DOM for this page. So HTML, tags, a script tag, head tag, everything in here, the form, the inputs, everything is going to be in this HTML all collection. And we can even access elements by index. So if I do 10, that gives us the body. If I do 11, that gives us the container. So you can access items or elements like this, but this is not like the way you want to do it. This is not very convenient. And this is the reason I wanted to teach you like what arrays are and how to use them and stuff, because if you didn't know what an array is, you wouldn't understand an index or what this is, right? So it's important to learn the basics. Now you can also use like the length property just like you can on a regular array. So you can see there's 38 items in there. but it is deprecated. I wouldn't suggest using it, but I want you to know what it is just in case you run into it. Now we also have, if you want to get everything that's in the HTML element or tag, you can use document element, and that will just give us the HTML tag and then everything in it, head, body, and so on. Then we can also access just the head or just the body. So if we say document.head and we save that, that gives us the head. We can do the body. I showed you that in the last video as well. Now if you want to get the children in the head or the body, so if you want to get the children in a collection, you can, let's actually do that. So you can just do .children. And now what we have here is a collection of everything that's in the head, the script tag, meta tag, link tag. We can do the same with the body. So if I do that, that gives us everything that's in directly in the body. That's why there's only a single div here, because if we look, there's this div with the class of container. Everything else, all the other HTML is inside of that. So it's only going to give you the parent, or I should say the direct child of the body. If I were to put an H1 in here and save that, that H1 will get added to this collection because it's at the top level, right, where container is. So that is .children, which you can use on the head or body. Now some other properties we can get are the doc type. So let's say output equals document.doc type if for some reason you need to get that. We also have the domain. Domain, I believe, is deprecated as well, but as you can see, we can get the domain, which for me is my local host. We can get the URL, the full URL as well. So that's going to be the domain plus any page that we're on. We can get the character set. So character set, which is UTF-8. So just some things that you can get for your application if you need them. The content type, so we can say document.content type, which is going to be text/HTML. Now, I showed you that we could get links as an HTML collection in the last video, and I'll go over that again in a minute, but we can also do that with forms. So I could say document.forms and save that. You see that gives me an HTML collection of the forms. If I want to access a specific form, I could use an index, because again, an HTML collection, it works like an array as far as indexes go. So you'll see I get my item form here. Now I can also get specific attributes on elements as well. So let's say I want to get the ID. I can say .id, and you'll see I get item form. Okay, I could get the method of the form. So we can say method, save that, and it's going to be get, because we don't have a method described here, but a form is always going to, it's always going to be get as the method unless you set it specifically, like if I set it to post. So if I say method post and save, then it's going to be post. And we'll get into what that means later on. There's also no action, which is where it submits to. If there isn't an action, it's going to submit to that page, but I could get the action with .action, and it should just be the same page, so the page that I'm on. Now, if I wanted to change the ID of the form, I could do that by saying document.forms and grab the first form in the document and take the ID and set it to, let's say, new-ID. Right? So if I save that now and I come over, let's go to the Elements tab and take a look at the form. I'm going to close that up. And you'll see form has an ID of new ID. So I set that from my JavaScript. All right. I'm just going to comment that out though. Now I could do the same thing with the links as I showed you in the last video. So I could say document.links, which, do I even have any links in here? Let's go back to the console here. Yeah, so it's just an empty collection because I don't have any links. If I put like, let's say HTTPS google.com, and I'm going to get rid of this after, but just to show you, if I have a link, then that's going to get added to the collection, and then I can access the first and only link with the index of 0. And if I want to access just the link, the href, I can use the href property. So I'll say .href, right? If I wanted to set an ID onto this link, I could say .id and set that to, let's say, Google-link. And if we go back into elements and we look at the link, which is, let's see, where is it? I think it's in here. Yeah, so ID Google link. I could even change the href. So let's copy that down and set that to https facebook.com and save. And now if we look again at the link right here, you'll see the href is now Facebook. Okay, and then for classes, like for the CSS classes, you could change. Now you can't do this. You can't say .class, but you can do class name, and I'll set it to, I don't know, Google class, and save. And now you'll see we have a class of Google class. And then if we want to access all of the classes, we can get a collection of those with class list. So let's say .class list, and I'm not going to set this. I just want to log it. So we'll save that and go to our console, and you'll see that now we have, it's actually called a DOM token list. So any classes on that element will be in this list. All right, now we can do the same with, let's see, we did forms, links. We can also do images. So let's say output equals document.images, which will give us an HTML collection, if I can spell this right, document. So that gives us an HTML collection of images. Let's get the first image. So there's index of 0, and that's going to be this right here, this note PNG, which is the first and only image. If I wanted to get the source of that image, we could use the source property. All right, so I just want you guys to know these different properties that we can use to access these elements. Now, this is not the best way to do this. If you want to access a form, if you want to select it for something, you don't really want to do this or this for links or this for images, but I want you to know that this does exist because you might run into it. And there might be some reason why you do have to use it. Now I'm just going to get rid of this Google link. It's going to throw an error because it's looking for links and I don't have any, so I'm just going to comment this block of code out. And then the last thing I want to mention is that what we're getting back when we do this, document forms, document images, is an HTML collection, which is array-like. We can access the specific forms, for instance, using an index, just like an array. But if we try to use a for each on it, it's not going to work. So let's actually try that out. If we say document, let's use forms. So we'll say document.forms.forEach. You guys should know this. We went over this in the last section. And this takes in a function. We'll say for each form. Then we just want to console.log the form. Right? Now if I save that, it's going to say that forEach or forms.forEach is not a function. Okay? Because forEach is not a function for what we have here, which is an HTML collection. Okay, later on when we use query selector, that actually gives us something called a node list, which is different than an HTML collection, and we can use for each on that. But for an HTML collection, if you do want to use for each, you would have to first convert it to an array, and you can do that with the array from method that we looked at a while back. So I could say const forms, right, create a variable called forms and set it to array, capital A, dot from, and then pass in our document.forms HTML collection, and then I should be able to take that forms array and then loop through it, and now you can see it's outputting this this form here. Okay, because we only have one form. If we had more, it would show them here because it's looping through and logging it. Okay, so I just want you to understand an HTML collection is array-like, but it's not actually an array. And this is how you can turn it into one. Now in the next video, we're going to start to look at methods that we can use to more easily select elements from the DOM. Alright guys, so in the last video we looked at many of the properties available on the document object, including properties that allowed us to select elements from the DOM in the form of HTML collections. Now in this video, we're going to look at a much more common and practical way to select elements. And the methods that we're going to use here are to select single elements on the page. So if you want to get, let's say, all of the paragraphs on the page, you wouldn't use these methods. We're going to look at those in the next video, methods to select multiple elements. For this is like if I wanted to select this particular H1 or this particular input, then we would use these methods. All right, so the first one has been around for a while, and it's going to be document.getElement by ID. So basically, it does just that. It'll allow us to get any element in the DOM by its ID. So if we look at, let's see, if we look at the Elements tab here and in the Dev Tools, you'll see that this H1 has an ID of app title. So I want to get that. Let's go ahead and we'll do a console log of it first. So document.getElement by ID. And it has an ID of app-title. So if I were to log that in the console, we're going to see that H1. Now there's going to be cases where you want to get a specific attribute. So what we could do is there are properties available such as ID, and there is an ID on this element, so I could just add on .id. Now that doesn't work for every single attribute. For instance, if I do .class, I get undefined. And I know there isn't actually a class on here, but I'll show you real quick. If I were to add a class onto this H1 of, say, hello, if I do that, we still get undefined because class is not a property. Now there is a class name property, and you'll see that does get it. But that's not always going to be the case. Get rid of that. So what you can do is use a method called getAttribute. So I'm going to copy this down, and instead of this .class name, I'm going to say .getAttribute, and that's a method. So it takes parentheses, and then we can pass in whatever attribute we want. I'll pass in ID, and you'll see now we get app title. Now there's going to be cases where you want to set attributes, not just get them. So there's a few ways to do that. So one is to grab the element. So let's say app-title. And let's say I wanted to change the ID. I could say .id and set that to, let's say, new-id. And if we look at the element, now it has an ID of new ID. Now if I keep this here and then I try to select by ID and I use app title again, it's not going to work because that's been changed. So let's change this to something else. We'll add a title attribute, and we'll just say shopping list. And a title will typically, if you hover over this, whatever the title is will show. All right, now, like I said, there's not always a property for that we can use. So there's also a set attribute method. So let's copy this down, and what we'll do is get rid of this, and we will just want to do .set attribute, and that's going to take in two things. The first is going to be the attribute you want to set. Let's just use class, and then what you want to set it to. So I'll say title, and if we look here, you see now class is equal to title. I could have said .class name equals title, so there's many ways to do the same thing, but I just want to show you that there's both get attribute and set attribute, and we'll talk more about this later as well. Now there's going to be times where you don't want to type all this out. Like if you have to use this selector more than once, you might want to put it into a variable. So we can do that by just setting a variable and then setting this to get element by ID and app-title. So now if I were to console log title, then that's going to give us the element. Now I know that this video is showing you these different selectors, and we've only looked at get element by ID. We're going to look at query selector next, but I want to show you some of the things that we can do when we bring these in, when we grab an element from the DOM. All right, and we'll go into some of this stuff more in depth later on. But one of the things you'll do is you either want to get or change or add the content that's within that element, right? So what we could do is say, well, let's console log first title, which is our element, our title element, and we could do text content, which is a property that will get the content inside of it. In this case, you can see shopping list. Okay. Now we can also change it as well by saying title.text content and setting that to something else. Let's just say hello world. Save that. Now you see we've changed that element's text. There also is inner text. So if I say inner text like that, and we'll just set it to hello again, that'll basically do the same thing. There are some differences between these two, but I'm not going to get into that right now. You'll most commonly see inner text, at least in my experience. Now, if you want to use HTML tags, then there's a property called innerHTML. So you'll use this a lot with vanilla JavaScript. But with this, I could set it to, let's add some strong tags, and we'll just set it back to shopping list. So let's say shopping list. Let's close our strong tag and save that. And now you can see now it's strong or bold. So another thing we can do is change styles. So we can actually edit our CSS from here. So for example, if I say title dot and then we use style and then whatever CSS property we want. So for instance, color, I'm going to set that to red. And you'll see I can change that color to red. Now it's important to know that if your style has, if your property has two words like let's say background color, in CSS you would do this, right? Dash color, background dash color. You can't have a hyphen here. So in JavaScript what you do is just use camel case like that. And then let's just set that to, we'll say black. Okay? And then maybe you want to add some padding, so we could change the property here to padding and set that to, let's say 10 pixels, right? And then we'll just do a border radius, say border radius, so it's two words, so it's camel case. Now you might be saying, well, why the hell would I want to use JavaScript to edit styles? Well, you wouldn't do it like this just to edit a static page, styles on a static page. When you want to have your interface be dynamic, that's when you do this type of thing. So for example, if you want to have a pop-up, if I were to hit this button and have something pop on the screen, a modal, you would be changing or adding CSS to your JavaScript, okay? Or you would just change classes. You would change a class to like show or hidden or whatever, and we'll get into that later. But I just want to show you now that you can select elements from the DOM and then you can change things or add or remove whatever you want. Okay, so you have full control of your interface through JavaScript and the DOM. So now we're going to move on to the other selector that you'll use for single elements, and that is document.querySelector. Now this was a game changer when it came out. Before that, if you're using vanilla JavaScript, we had to use getElementById. So whatever you selected, you had to have an ID on. And in some cases, you didn't have full control of the HTML. So that's where jQuery came in and gave us a big advantage because we could select anything. We could just select an H1 with no class or attribute. We could select by class. We could select by anything at all. So that's really what QuerySelector gives us. And this came along with the ES6 or ES 2015 update and kind of put jQuery out of business as like a DOM manipulator. So let's start off by we'll do a console log here and let's say document dot and then query selector. There's also query selector all, which is for multiple elements, and we'll get into that next in the next video. But if I want to select just by the selector, I can do that. So H1. And you'll see it's showing our H1 along with all the styling and all the stuff we did up here to it. Now, remember, this only selects single elements. That's kind of the difference between jQuery and this. If I did this with jQuery, it would select, I believe it would select all H1s. I haven't used it in so long, but I believe it would select all of them. In this case, it's going to select only the first one if there are multiple on the page. All right, but usually you're going to use this to select like a class or something like that, something that you know there's only one of. Otherwise, you'll use query selector all. So another thing we could select by is ID. So we could say app-title. Okay, so that's going to log the same thing, the H1 with that ID. We can select by class. So if I say dot container and we select that, you can see that we get the container. And you can do all this same stuff with query selector, right? You can change styles, content, and all that. We could even do it by attributes. So for instance, if we want to get the input that has a type of text, we could say input, and then in brackets here, I could say type equals text. Actually, that takes quotes, I believe. Okay, and if I go ahead and log that, you can see now it's grabbing this input here. Now we can even use pseudo selectors. So basically anything you can use within CSS. So let's get rid of this. And instead I'm going to say a list item. If I do this, it'll just give me the first list item by default. Let's say I want the second list item. So I could say li, and I could use the pseudo selector of nth-child and pass in here 2. So that should give me the second list item, which is orange juice. And let's we'll do the inner text. Save that, and there we go, orange juice. So you can select and you can target anything on the page you want. So let's do this. Let's take the document query selector and the inner text, and let's put that into a variable. So we'll say const, and I'll call it second item. And we'll set it to that. Okay, so that'll give us the inner text. Actually, you know what? Let's not do the inner text because I just want the element. And then let's set the inner text. So we'll say second item and then dot inner text. And let's set that to, let's say, apple juice. If I save, now we get apple juice. Okay, if I wanted to change the color of it, then I could take the second item and change the color. I'm sorry, we need style. So style dot color and set that to red. All right, and I would encourage you to maybe, after this video, try and change some things around with what you've learned. Try to change this interface up. Maybe change the color of the button, change the text of the button, things like that. Now, another thing that I want to mention is that you can use these methods on other elements other than the document. So for example, let's select the entire UL. So we'll say list, and then we'll set this to, let's say, document.query selector, and we're going to select the unordered list, okay, which is just this right here, right? Apples, apple juice, Oreos, etc. So that gives us the entire UL. If I console log list, it gives us the UL. Now, if I want to select something in that list, like say the first item, we can use query selector on list, okay? It doesn't have to be on the document. So let's take list, and then let's say query selector, and let's say we want to get, we'll just get the first list item, and yeah, we'll just do that. And then let's actually put that into a variable. We'll just call it, we'll call it first item. So first item equals that, and then we'll take first item, and let's change we'll just change the color. We'll say dot style dot color and set that to blue. Save, and now you'll see apples is now blue. So you can use query selector on any element. It doesn't have to be just on the document. All right, now in the next video, like I said, we're going to get into selecting multiple items. All right, so in the last video, we looked at getElementById and we looked at query selector, which are the two methods you can use to select single elements. Now, if you want to select multiple elements, like let's say all of these list items, then there's some other methods you can use. Now, query selector all is the method that you'll use probably 100% of the time. There's some older ones like getElementsByClassName and getElementsByTagName, which I will show you just so you know, but you're probably just going to use query selector all. So you can get by just using this and query selector for multiple elements. Now, as far as what this gives us, let's go ahead and I'm gonna create a variable here called list items. And what I want to put in here is all of these li tags, all of these list items. If I go to my elements tab here and click on that, you'll see that we have these li tags, and they have a class of item. I could use that as well for my selector, but let's say we want this to equal document.query selector all, and I could put li in here. I could also, like I said, I could do class item, and that will select all of those. Let's leave it at that, because if you were to add other li's on the page somewhere else, those would also get included if you just use li. Now, if I console log list items, I just want to show you what that gives us. So let's go to our console, and what it gives us is a node list. And a node list is an array-like structure, much like an HTML collection, which we saw in the past. In fact, the older methods I'm going to show you do return an HTML collection as opposed to a node list. Now, there are some differences. One key difference is you can use high-order array methods on a node list. You can't do it with an HTML collection. With an HTML collection, you would have to first convert it to an array. And I'll show you a for each loop in a minute, but I want to show you can also get, if you want an individual item, just like an array, you can use the bracket syntax. If I put a 1 in here, that gives me the second element. Let's say I just want the text. I could do, let's say, inner text. Okay, and that gives me orange juice because it's 0, 1, 2, 3. And I'm getting the index of 1, getting the inner text. So you can access individual elements like that, like an array. Now, if I were to, let's say I want to make all I want to make the color of these red. So I couldn't just do list items dot style dot color and set that to red. If I try that, that's not going to work because I'm trying to access style on a node list. Okay, style is for a specific element. Now I could do this. I could say 1 and that'll change just that. But what I would do if I wanted to change all of them is a for each loop, right? So I could say list items dot for each, and in here we'll say for each item, and then we'll take that specific item, and let's take the style, set the color to red, save that, and now they're all red. Okay, now this is different from jQuery for those of you that have worked with jQuery, because with jQuery you could in fact take the list items variable and do dot style color and they would all turn red, but it's a little different with vanilla JavaScript. And you can do whatever you want in here. Like we could say let's say if item, and remember we can access the index, so I could actually do this because we already know how for each works. We can pass in an index, and we'll say if the index is equal to 1, then let's take the item and let's remove it. So we'll say dot remove, and we'll get into methods like this later. But now you can see that that has been removed. Now let's say we wanted to change the text of the first one from apples to oranges. So we could do if, and then say if the index is equal to 0, then let's take this particular item and change the inner text. We'll change it to oranges. Save that. Now notice the text does change, but the delete button is also gone. Whenever you're working with elements, you have to know exactly what you're working with. If we look at a list item here, it doesn't only include the text, it also includes a delete button. So you have to take that into account. So what we could do is just take everything that's in the list item and copy it, and then here there is HTML in this, so we would say innerHTML, and then I'll use a template string just so it's easier. So we use some backticks here and paste this in, and then change apples to oranges, save, and now we have oranges and the delete button is also there. So you see a lot of stuff like this, template strings, within in vanilla JavaScript. All right, now I want to show you some of the other methods that we can use that you probably won't, but I do just want to show them to you. So I'm going to comment this out just so we have our original list back. And then let's say we want to select all these with the get elements by class name. So I'm going to say const list items, we'll call it list items 2, and say document dot, and then it's get elements by class name. Okay, and then we know that they all have a class of item, and this is kind of restrictive because you can only do classes, and you don't want the dot actually because it's always going to be a class. Just like with get element by ID, you don't put the number sign. Now if I console log list items 2, we get an HTML collection as opposed to a node list. Okay, we can still access individual items like we would with an array. Like if I put a 2 here and save, actually let's do 2 and then dot inner text, and we get Oreos. Okay, so you can pass in an index like this. But if I were to do a for each, so let's say list items 2 dot for each, say for each item, then we're going to let's just do a console log of that item and the inner text. Save that, and it says for each is not a function because it's not a function for this list items 2, which is an array, an HTML collection. Now what we could do is use array.from to convert it to an array. So I could say const list items, let's just call it list items array, and then set it to array.from, and then pass in our list items 2, which is an HTML collection. And then if we run the for each on list items array, then we're going to see that that works. All right, so just keep that in mind. If you have an HTML collection and you want to use for each or any other method, you want to first convert it to an array. Now, and then the last one I want to show you is similar to this, but it's called get elements by tag name. So I'll call this one list item 3, and let's say get elements by tag name, and then you would put in the tag like li, list item. So if I console log list items 3, again, it's an HTML collection. So if you wanted to use a for each, you would have to first turn it into an array. But you can access specific things, like let's say we wanted the first item, that gives us the first item. If we want to get the inner text, we get apples. Okay, and I'm not going to do much more with these because I'm pretty sure that this is the only time we're using these in the course. Okay, you want to stick with query selector all for most cases. So you can get by with just using query selector and query selector all. All right, so in the last few videos, we looked at how to select elements from the DOM and do whatever we want with them. Now, in this video, I want to start to look at the relationships between element nodes. Okay, everything in the DOM is a node, and there's other types of nodes like text node, comments nodes. We're going to talk about those in the next video because there's certain properties if you want to work with those types of nodes. In this video, we're specifically going to look at element nodes. Okay, so any HTML tag on the page is an element. And I also want you to just be familiar with relationships, which you should be if you know HTML. If we look at this, basically it's pretty simple to tell that this div is a parent of these 3 divs inside of it. And I even gave them the class names of parent and child. And then any div that is on the same level, such as these 3 children, are siblings, right? So these are sibling nodes or sibling elements. And I didn't want to use the shopping list UI just because I want something very, very simple so that I can explain these methods and show you how to use them. I'm sorry, not methods. These are actually properties. And the properties I'm talking about are these ones here. Okay, so we're going to look at all these. So we have our parent element, which we just saw. It was a div with the class of parent. And then we have our 3 child elements. And there's different properties for us to basically traverse the DOM, move up and down. So we have a property called parent element, which does just that. We have a first element child, a last element child, next element sibling, previous element sibling, and then we also have a property of children, which gives us, I believe it's a node list of all the children. All right, so let's start to look at this in our code. So I'm going to just close that up, and I have this open. I'm going to open up my script.js here, which is completely empty, and we're going to start to look at some of these. So what we're doing here is still just selecting stuff from the DOM, but in a way where we're not directly selecting it. We're using elements we've already selected. We're using properties on those to kind of navigate and traverse to the children, the parent, the siblings, etc. So the first thing I want to show you is how we can get child elements from the parent. So let's create a variable here. I guess we can call it parent, and let's say document dot and then query selector, and I want to get the div with the class of parent. Okay, so that gives me, if I console log parent, gives me that div. All right, now I just want to create an output variable. So let's say output, just because I'm going to be console logging quite a few things. So we can just then set it to output. All right, and what I want to show you is how to get the children property. So if we look at this diagram here, there's this children property that gives us an HTML collection of all the children. So let's say output and set that to parent and then children. Now this is a property or an attribute. It's not a method. If I put parentheses here, it's going to tell me that children is not a function, because it's not. It's a property. And what it gives me is an HTML collection, which is an array-like structure of all the divs in here, all the child divs. Now, since this is an array-like structure, I can access each individual element here with an index. So if I put a 1 in here, I'm going to get child 2, right? Because it's 0 base, so child 2 would be the 1 index. And I just want to show you, if instead of logging this, if I do a console dir, it'll show me like all the properties and methods that I can use on this. So we can access like the ID with .id, the class list, even the children of this. We can access just all this stuff here. So just to give you kind of an example, let's put this back to console log, and let's get the inner text. Save that, we get child 2. Right? If I do, let's say, class name, I get child, because remember, it has a class of child. We could even do like the node name, which will give us a div, because that's what this is. If I take this second one here and change it to an li, then node name is going to be li. All right, so we can treat it just like we could treat a directly selected element. Now I can change things as well. So if I want to grab, let's say, parent dot children and then 1, and let's set we'll say text, not text, inner text or text content, whichever one. Let's set that to, I'll just we'll say child, and then we'll spell out the word 2. So that should replace the child number 2. And I could also add styles to this. So I could say 1.style.color and set that to red. So we could do that as well. Now, in addition to the children HTML collection, there's also 2 other properties that we can use on our parent, and that is first element child and last element child. Now, there is just a first child. That's not what you want, because that isn't just element nodes. That's other nodes as well, which I'll talk about in the next video. What we want to use is first element child. Okay, so, and it's a property. It's not a method, so don't put parentheses. And let's just change this. Let's say dot text or inner text, and we'll set that to child1. Save that, and you'll see it changed the first one here. And again, just to reference this diagram, from the parent, we called this right here first element child. And as you can see, there's also a last element child. So if we come back here, let's copy this down. Let's change this one to child3 and change the property from first element child to last element child. And now you can see that that's been changed. So now what I want to show you is how we can get parent elements. So get parent elements from a child, because if we look at the diagram again, it goes the other way as well. These child they have a property of parent element, okay, and we can also access siblings as well, which I'll get to. So let's go ahead and select from the DOM. Let's select we'll say child and set that to document dot, and let's use query selector. And we're just going to select the first child. We're not going to use query selector all because I don't want that. I just want to get one of these elements and show you how we can access the parent from it. Okay, so we have the child. Now let's set output, because I want to show you how we can access, let's say child, and then we can use the parent element property. So if I save that and we output, now you'll see we're outputting the parent by using the child, by using this property on the child. Now let's say we wanted to add a border around the parent div from the child. So I could say parent element, and let's set .style.border, and we'll set that to, let's say, 1 pixel solid, and we'll do CCC for the color. And then let's say we wanted to add some padding. So we'll say 10 pixels and change this padding and save. And now you can see there's a border around the div with the class of parent. And I didn't apply that to parent directly that I selected. I selected a child, but then I used the parent element property to access and change the style of the parent. So now let's look at sibling elements. So sibling elements, whoops, put 2 L's in there. All right, so let's grab the second item, right? So I'm going to create a variable called second item, and we're going to use document.query selector. And remember, we can put any selector we want in here. So I'm going to say I want the class of child. Now remember, there's 3 of those. I want the second one, so I'm going to use the CSS pseudo selector of nth-child and pass in a 2 here. So that will give me the second item. All right, and just to show you, let's do output, set that to second item, and save that. And you'll see that now this gives us child 2, this one right here. Now if I want to access the next sibling from second item, which would be the third one, then I could use next sibling, right? So let's set output equal to second item, and then we're going to do dot next. I'm sorry, it's not next sibling. That will do the next node no matter what it is. Next element sibling will give you the next element sibling. So let's do that. Now you see we get child 3. And if I wanted to, let's see, let's just grab this and copy it. And we could do something to this like, I don't know, we'll say style.color, and we'll set that to green. Okay, so what I've done here is I've selected the second item directly using query selector, and then I use the next element sibling property to get the next sibling, and then I turned it green. Now we also have previous element sibling, so let's copy this down, and this one, let's say orange, and I'm going to change next element sibling to previous element sibling, and now you'll see that first one is now orange because that's the previous to the second item. Okay, so hopefully this just gives you an idea of how to navigate around if you select an item, but then you want to get its sibling or its parent or its child, there's different ways to do that. Now, as I said, there's other types of elements, other types of nodes other than elements. So we're going to start to look at that in the next video. Okay, now as I mentioned in the last video, when it comes to DOM nodes, there's different types. In the last video, we strictly worked with element nodes, and that's the most common type of node, basically an HTML tag. Now, if we look at this chart here, this is actually from W3 Schools, and you can see these are the different types of node types. There's 12 of them. Now, a lot of these you're not even going to need to know or work with. But as you can see, the first one here is an element node. It represents an element. And that's what we were looking at in the last video. And there's specific properties that we can use that pertain to element nodes. Now, some other types of nodes are attributes. Okay, an attribute like an ID or whatever it might be, an attribute on an HTML tag, those are attribute nodes. We also have text nodes, which represent textual content. Okay, so any text written within some HTML tags would be a text node. We also have this CData section, which represents a CData section in a document, which is text that will not be parsed by a parser. We also have entities and entity references. This stuff isn't really that important to you right now. Comments, so if you have a comment, that is also a separate type of node. So what I want to do is look at some of these other methods that are available to use with not just element nodes, but other types of nodes as well. And this looks pretty similar to what we already saw, but these are actually different methods. Okay, same structure. We have a parent with 3 children, but we have, for instance, first child instead of first element child, last child instead of last element child, parent node instead of parent element node, next sibling and previous sibling instead of next element and previous element sibling. And there's also a property, it's kind of cut off here, but it's child nodes instead of children. Okay, so just remember that this works with all nodes while this works with just element nodes, which is usually what you're going to be working with. What I'm going to show you here in this video, you're probably not going to use too much, but I do want to mention it. I want this to be a front-to-back course. All right, so the only difference between this HTML and the last is I simply have a comment here that says children, because I want to show you that a comment is looked at as a specific type of node. All right, so let's jump into the JavaScript here. And I think the first thing we'll do is look at the child nodes property, just like we had a children property. But we want to do that on the parent. So let's go ahead and again create parent document. We're going to query selector, and we want to select the class of parent. Okay, and then I'm also going to create a variable called output, and then we're going to console log that output. And let's just open up our console here. Okay, so right now that's undefined, but I'm going to set output equal to, and then take that parent element that we selected and look at not children, but child nodes. And it's a property, not a method, so no parentheses. And now you'll see what we get back is not an HTML collection, but a node list. And that node list includes all different types of nodes. So we have a text node, a comment. So what I want to do is go back here and kind of go through and show you what this pertains to. And this goes from where the parent class, this div with the parent class starts, which is right here, to where it ends, which is right here. So all of these nodes are in between that. And you might be saying, well, how? I mean, where the first one is a text node. Where is this? I don't see any text. Well, white space actually counts as text. So this comment goes on to the next line. So this right here is actually that first text node. Okay, if I were to, I'm going to have to disable format on save. So if I search for format, yeah, right here, format on save, otherwise it'll knock it on to the next line. But if I take this comment and I put this right here and get rid of that white space, see how right now this is 0 to 8, which is a length of 9, because the text node, if I save this and look at it now, there's no more text node, and it's a length of 8, 0 to 7. So that text node is gone because that white space is gone. If I put that back and I save it, then that text node is there again. So that's the first thing. Next is the comment. Okay, comments are their own nodes. If I get rid of this and save, then you can see that not only is the comment node gone, but also is the white space after it. Okay, this right here. If I put that back, it's going to go back to a length of 9, and the comment and the white space after it. Okay, this right here. Then we have our element node, which is a div with a child. Okay, div with the class of child. Then we have our white space, which is the text. Then another div element. Then another white space with text. Then another div, and then another white space. Okay, so that's what this is. So as you can see, this navigating this instead of just the elements like in the last video is much more difficult. So you probably won't be doing this that much unless you specifically need to access text nodes. All right, let me just put format on save back on. Okay, so now what I want to look at is we'll stick with child nodes just for a bit, just to kind of see what we can access here. So if I say output and set that to parent.child nodes and we grab 0, that's going to be the white space, the text node. As you can see, it gives us this text node, and we can get all this stuff from it, right? Like we can get let's say text content, not with a 0. And it's just nothing, right? If we look at, let's say, node name, that's going to be text, right? So we have access to all these properties. Let's look at a different one. So we'll copy this down and let's do 3, I believe was the first element. So if we do 3, yeah, 3 node name is div. If we just look at, let's say, the text content, we get child 1. If we look at we know that that's the element, so we can get the innerHTML, which is still child 1 because there's no HTML in it. If we want the HTML that surrounds it, we can use outer HTML, which is 1t. So now it gives us the div with the class of child and child 1. All right, so we're essentially doing the same thing. We just have access to all of the nodes and not just element nodes. If I wanted to change, let's say dot inner text, and I believe this should be the first one, so let's change it to child 1 spelt out. Yep. So if it's more difficult to figure out what you need to access because there's so many of these other types of nodes. What else? We could change the color. So we could do, I think 6 would be the second one. So 6.style.color equals red, or maybe not. Forget which one. Was it 7 or was it 5? Yeah, it was 5. So that's the second element. All right, now in addition to child nodes, we also have first child and last child. So let's say output equals parent.first child. Just like we had, remember we had first element child, but that's going to give us the text node, the white space, right? If I were to, I'm not going to turn off my format on save again, but if I were to put this up here, not that, if I were to put this up here, that would get rid of the text node and the comment would be the first one. But if I save, I have format on save, so it's not going to allow me to do that. All right, we also have last child, which is also a text node. What else? Let's see. And I could, since it's a text node, I could say parent dot last child dot text content and set that to hello. So that'll replace the text node, which was originally white space, with hello. So now I want to look at parent nodes, or getting parent nodes from the child, right? So what we'll do is create, just like we did in the last video, create a child. We'll use document.query selector, and we want to select a class of child. Okay, so what we're doing is selecting this right here. Now to get its parent node, we can use the parent node property. So let's say output equals child.parent node, and that's going to be the actual div. All right, and if we look back at this chart, what we're doing is accessing this parent node. Now it's going to be the same as parent element, right? Even though we have these other types of node like text and comment, the parent is still going to be the same. So if we were to, for instance, do here parent element and I save, we're going to get the same exact thing. So you could use either in this case. And if I wanted to say like child dot parent node dot style dot we'll say background color and set that to a hex value. Actually, let's do something a little darker. Yeah, so we could do that. All right, so that's pretty much it as far as accessing the parent, because there's only one parent node, right? When it comes to children, you have multiple children nodes. Now, as far as siblings, I'm gonna once again get the second item. So I'm going to do that with document.query selector, and we're going to get the class of child, but we want to get the nth. So nth child 2, that'll give us the second one. So just to make sure that's correct, let's set output equal to second item. Okay, so we have the second item. Now, if we were to get the, whoops, let's just bring this up here. So if we were to get the next sibling, right? Not next element sibling, but next sibling, it's a text node, okay? Because of that white space, because we're right here right now, and the next node, not the next element would be this, but the next node would be the white space here. If I were to take this and close that white space, then yes, the next one would be the element. And then just like we have next sibling, we also have previous sibling, which is also going to be a text node. So hopefully this gives you a good understanding of nodes in general versus element nodes, which is what we looked at in the last video. And for the most part, you're going to be working with element nodes. So the other properties we looked at, like next element sibling, previous element sibling, parent element, what else? Children as an HTML collection as opposed to these child nodes. So that stuff you'll probably be working with more. But again, I want this to be a front to back course. I want you to know everything, as far as I know. All right, so that's it. In the next video, we're going to be looking at actually creating elements from our JavaScript. Okay, so we can select elements from the DOM using multiple methods. We can navigate to related elements using certain properties, and we can manipulate elements by changing their inner text, inner HTML. We can change the styles. Now I want to show you how we can create elements in JavaScript. So we can create any DOM element that we want and then insert it into the document wherever we want using specific methods. So in many cases, you'll want to create a new element and then insert it into the document on some kind of event. So an example would be with this shopping list. Ultimately, we want to type something in here, click the button, add item, and have it get added to the list. Now, we're going to go over events in the next section, But the next few videos in this section, we're going to do some of the stuff that usually would happen after an event is fired off. All right, I just want you to know how to insert things, remove things, etc., create things. All right, so let's jump into our script.js for this section. And what I'm going to do is create a variable here called div, because that's what I want to do is I want to create a new div. So we can take our document object, and there's a method called CreateElement. So we're going to run that, but we need to pass in the type of element that we want to create. And of course, it's going to be a div, judging by the name of the variable. Now we can console log that div. And this doesn't do anything to the page just yet. All it does is basically just creates it in memory from our JavaScript. It's not placed in the page just yet. Now we can add attributes to this div. So I'll go right here and I'll say, let's do div dot, and we've already looked at some of these like class name. So let's say I want to add a class name of my element. And if I save now, you'll see that I have a div and it now has a class attribute of my element. If I wanted to add an ID, I could say div ID and set that to, we'll just use my element again. So now it has a class and an ID. We can also use the set attribute. Remember that set attribute method. So we can say div dot set attribute, and let's say we wanted to add a title to the div, and we'll just say my element. And if I save that, now you can see it also has a title. So you can create it, and then you can add whatever you want to it. Now, as far as what I want to put in it, because right now that it's just an empty div, so we can add something to it by using, well, there's a few ways to do it. The easy way to do it would be to use inner text. So we could do like div dot inner text and set that to whatever, hello world. If I save that, now you'll see in the console this div has the text of hello world. However, using inner text is not the best way to do this when creating a new element. It's really meant to, inner text is really meant to get and change the text of an already existing element. It's better to create a new text node with the create text node method and then append it to the element. Okay, because remember when we talked about nodes, there's element nodes, there's also text nodes, and we can create those. So what I'm going to do is just comment that out, and let's create a new variable called text and set that to document dot, and then let's say create text node. And then in here we'll put the text that we want in it, which will be hello world. Okay, and then we need to add that text node to our div, and we can do that by using the append child method. So we can say append child and then text. I save, and now down here you can see that hello world has been put into this div. Now, append child is a very important method that you're going to need to understand because you're going to use it all the time. And it's easy to understand. It appends a child to, whether that's an element or whether that's a text node, it appends it to or inserts it into whatever this is. So in this case, we're putting the text inside of the div. Now we want to use append child to put it on the page as well. And where you want to put it or what you want to append it to is up to you. It could be anything. So let's get rid of this console log. And let's say we just want to put it at the end of the body, or at the end of inside of the body. We could just do document.body append child and then pass in our div. And if I save that, you'll see that hello world is now put at the very bottom. So if we were to inspect our element here, it's right before the ending body tag. Okay, it's above the scripts and stuff and the live server stuff, but it's after everything else. All right, now if you wanted to put it, let's say, at the end of this UL, this unordered list, then instead of document.body, we could do document, and then we could select, let's say, query selector, and select the UL, and then we could just say append child, and then append the div there. I save, and now it's going to be inside of the UL at the very end. Now, what I want to do in the next video is actually insert an item that looks just like this with the text and the button. So I'm going to actually give that to you as a challenge, because everything you need to know we've already gone through, and most of it is right here for you to be able to do that. So we can do it as a challenge. If you don't want to, you just want to follow along, that's absolutely fine, but that's what we'll do next. Alright guys, in the last video we scratched the surface on creating elements and adding them to the DOM. And there's two main methods for that. One is CreateElement, which allows us to do just that, and then also Append Child, which will allow us to append whatever we want to any element that we want. Now in this video I want to get more deeper into that and show you how we can create a function to add a new list item to this shopping list. And it has to include not only the title of the item, but also the button. This is a button that has an icon within it. So it has to be the title and then the button, and then also this I tag along with these classes. And I'm going to show you two ways to do it. One is kind of a quick and dirty way of doing it, which is using innerHTML. And the second is a cleaner and more performant way of doing it, where you're creating all your elements, not only the LI, but also the button and the I tag here. All right. So, and I'm not saying using innerHTML and doing it the quick and dirty way is horrible. It's not. You see it all the time, but there is a better way to do it. So ultimately, we want to have a function, which I'll run down here, called CreateListItem, and we want to be able to pass in whatever we want, like let's say eggs. All right, so let's create the quick and dirty way first. So we'll say function CreateListItem. It's going to take in an item. Now, at the very least, you have to create your LI element, right? I can't do this. I can't say LI and set that to a string of, let's say, LI, add our LI tags here, and then put in, actually we would use backticks here, right? Because we want to put our item in here. Okay, so we just have a string with list items and the item. And then I want to append that to the unordered list. So I would say document dot, and then we'll use query selector to get the UL. We could do UL, but it has a class of items, so that's more specific. And then we can do append child. And if I put the LI variable in here, which is this string, let's see what happens. And this is what messes a lot of people up in the beginning. It says failed to execute append child on node because the parameter 1 is not the type of node. Okay, what I passed in here, this LI, is not a node, it's simply a string. So this has to be a node, meaning we have to actually create the element node. And we do that with CreateElement. So we want to pass in here LI. Now, the easy thing to do here, the cheap thing to do, is to just take LI and then set the inner HTML of that to a string or a template string. And then I could just copy like all of this, everything inside one of these LI tags, and then replace apples with whatever that item is. All right, if I save that, let's see, CreateElement. Oh, I forgot document. All right, so now if we look at the list, you see eggs has now been added. So we created an LI element node, and then we just said, well, we want the inner HTML to be this, and then we simply appended that LI node. So next I'm going to show you a better way of doing this, a cleaner way, and that is to create all of the elements, not just the LI, but also the button, also the I tag here, and add the classes. So let's call this something different so that we can run both. We'll just say create new item instead of create list item, and it's going to take in an item, and let's just call that down here. So we'll pass in, say, cheese, and we're going to call create new item. All right, now to start off here, it's going to start off the same. We need to create our list item. All right, so we'll say document.createElement, and we're going to create our list item. Now, we also have a button and an icon, so let's create the button as well. We'll say button equals document.createElement, and we're going to create a button. All right, and then that button has classes, so we can say button.className and set that to a string of classes, which are going to be these. So we'll grab those and paste those in, and we should be able to console log here if we want the button just to see. So we have a button with classes on it, right? Now we also want an icon. So let's say const icon and set that to document.createElement, and that's going to just be an I tag. And then that also has classes on it. So we'll say I.className and set that to, let's see, these two classes right here. So we get the X mark. All right, so we're setting that. I'm sorry, that should be icon. I was wondering why it was white. So now, oh, and one thing I forgot to do is the text. The text for the li is going to be a text node, right? So we're creating the li element, we're creating the text node, we're creating the button element, and we're creating the icon element instead of just setting the inner HTML to whatever. So for the text node, let's do, we'll just take the list item and then append. We're going to append child because the text node goes inside of it. And then we can say document.createTextNode. We could put this in a variable if you wanted to. And the text node is just going to be whatever the item that's passed in here. All right. So now we need to put the icon, right? The I tag needs to be appended inside of the button. So we can just say button.append child, and we're going to pass in here the icon. And then the button needs to go inside the list item, right? We have the list item, the button will be appended inside that. So let's say list item dot append child, and we want to pass in the button. All right, and if we do a console log right now of the list item, well, actually, let's look at the inner HTML. Inner HTML of the list item, and that's the text node. Then we have the button with the classes, and then the I tag with the classes. So the only thing left to do now is to append that to the DOM, to the UL, which is what we did at the end right here. So let's just paste that in and save, and now you see cheese is added. Now, is this a huge deal in this situation? No, it's not. Just know that using inner HTML, so using this first method, causes the web browser to reparse and recreate all the DOM nodes inside the UL element. So this is less efficient than creating new elements and appending them. So the second way is going to be more performant. Also, setting inner HTML will not automatically reattach event handlers to the new elements it creates. So you would have to keep track of them manually. I know we haven't gotten into events yet, but it can cause some issues with attaching event handlers. But again, I'm not going to sit here and tell you that this is a horrible way of doing it, and you will see this quite a bit. All right, now in the next video, I want to take it a step further, and instead of having just a single function, I want to create a separate function for creating the button and creating the icon, making it pretty reusable if you want to create other buttons and icons, and also just making it more readable. All right, guys, in the last video, I showed you a couple ways to add a new list item to our shopping list. And one of the ways was kind of a quick and dirty, where we just used inner HTML on an LI node. And then we also had this function here where we create the LI element, the button element, icon, text node, and we just append them all and then ultimately append to the DOM. So when it comes to clean code, I think a lot of it is preference. You know, so obviously some things are objectively wrong or right, but I think a lot of it, most of it, comes down to the developer's preference. So in this case, if you wanted to keep this as one function, that's fine. But to me, I think it's cleaner to cut it down where a function does one thing. So we'll have this create the item, but then we'll also have another function to create the button and another function to create the icon. And then it makes it more reusable if you want to create a button or an icon somewhere else. All right, so this is completely optional what I'm doing here. I just want to give you a couple different points of view, you know, so it's up to you on how you choose to write your code, but I want to give you the options. So let's create a function called createButton, okay, because I want this to be a separate function that takes in the classes, because each button has classes. And then also the same thing with icon. So let's create another function called createIcon. All right, and then basically all we want to do, these two lines here, we're creating the button and then we're adding the classes. I'm going to cut that, put this into here, and then the classes we're going to cut and then set button.className to the classes that are passed in as arguments. All right, and then ultimately from here we just want to return the button. And then what we can do in the create new item is just set a new variable of button to the return value of create button, and then we can pass our classes in. If I save that, we're going to get the same exact thing. Now I want to do the same thing with icons. With the icons, so I'm going to grab those two lines, and in our create icon, let's paste that in, and I'm going to cut these classes, set that to the classes that come in as arguments, and then return the icon. And then that way we could come up here. Now this is another thing that you have preference on. If you want to have the icon or create icon function called in here or in the button, because the icon is inside the button. So I'm going to choose to actually do it within here. So I'll say const icon, set that to create icon, and then pass in the classes. And then this line here where we're taking the icon and appending it to the button, that is going to go down here in this function. Okay, so now if I save this, we get the same result, but to me it's a little cleaner. Okay, we have a separate create button and a separate create icon. We're just setting the button to the return value of the create button. We're appending it to the list item, and then ultimately we're appending the list item to the UL and the DOM. All right, so if I were to call another function here, create new item, and we'll put in, I don't know, sauce. Save that, and you'll see that gets added. So it's completely up to you. I'll talk about like clean code practices and stuff throughout the course, but like I said, I think a lot of it is preference. All right, guys, so when it comes to inserting elements into the DOM, we've looked at append child, which is very common. You'll probably be using that a lot, but there are other methods as well that you can use, and I want to show you those in this video. So the first three they're all related. It's the only difference is what you're inserting. So we have this insert adjacent element if you're inserting a new custom element, insert adjacent text if you're inserting text, and insert adjacent HTML if you're inserting HTML. So the way these work is they take in a position, which is going to be one of these four. So here I just put this example of a paragraph, and if you choose to insert before begin, it's going to go above the paragraph, okay, or whatever element you're using as a reference. And then after begin would be directly inside of it at the top above all the content. And then before end would be after the content, but still within the paragraph. And after end would be after the entire paragraph or whatever element. All right, so let's start off with the insert adjacent element. And I'm just going to create separate functions to run for each of these. So this one we'll call insertElement, just so we're not in the global scope. And first thing we need is a reference element on the page. So where do we want to insert our new element? Let's say we want to do it before this filter items input. So we need to bring in that filter items input. So let's say document.querySelector, and I believe that has a div around it with the class of filter. So we want to choose that. All right, then we want to create our new element, and this could be whatever, anything you want to put on the page, whether it's a new list item or it's some data from an API, whatever it might be. In our case, I'm just going to create an H1. So let's say document.createElement, and we're going to create a new H1, and then I'm just going to add some text to that with text content. So let's set this, I'll just put the name of the method we're looking at as the text. All right, and then to insert it, we're going to take the filter, and then that's where we call insertAdjacentElement, and it's going to take in two things. The first is going to be the position, which is going to be one of these four. I'm going to choose before begin. All right, so that'll put it right above it. And the second is the element we want to insert. All right, so now let's just run this function so that this code runs, and we'll say insert element, save that. Oops. And you can see that my H1 has been put above the filter form. If I change this to, let's say, after end, it's going to be put below it. All right, so it's just another way to insert content onto the page through JavaScript. Now, the text, insert adjacent text, works in a very similar way. So let's create a function here called insert text, and we're going to figure out what text do we want to choose, or what element do we want to choose to put our text before or after. I'm going to choose the first list item here. So let's say const and say item and document.querySelector, and we'll just put in li here. We could do li colon first dash child. Either one is going to give us the first one. And then on that item, we're going to run the insert adjacent text method, and that's going to take in a position. Let's say we'll do after end, and then we can put in I'm sorry, not item, whatever text we want, which I'll just do the name of the method. Save that. Actually, we have to run it, so let's come down here, insert text, save that, and now you can see that it's after the first list item. If I change it to before begin, then it goes above it. I can also do after begin, that'll put it inside, or before end, which will put it inside at the bottom. And this is similar to what append child does, right? So for HTML, that's just pretty much the same thing. We'll say insert HTML, and let's choose the clear button down at the bottom. So we'll say clear btn and document.querySelector, and it has an ID of clear. And then on the clear button, let's say .insert adjacent HTML, and it's going to take in a position. So let's say before begin, and then we can just pass in basically a string with HTML. So let's put in H2, and we'll say insert adjacent HTML, and close our H2. Save that. I keep forgetting to run it. Insert HTML. There we go. So it's put before. If I do after, then it's put after. Okay, so again, these all work, and they work the same way. It just depends on what you're inserting: an element, a text, just regular text, or HTML. And this is insert HTML or insert adjacent HTML works like inner HTML. Now, there's another function or method that I want to show you called insertBefore, which is similar to append child and how it works, but it's a little more complicated because what you do is you define a parent, or you bring in a parent, and then you choose the item inside that parent that you want to insert your item before. All right, so let's create a function called insertBeforeItem. And we'll create the parent, or select the parent, which I'll use the unordered list. So let's say document dot query selector, and then we'll choose the UL. So that's the parent. Now we want to create the element we want to insert, which will be a list item. So we'll say document dot create element and create a list item. And I'm just going to add some text to that. So we'll say text content and set that to we'll set it to the name of the function method we're looking at. And then what we do is select an item inside the parent where we want to insert before. So let's select let's get the third item. So I'll say const third item, and we can do that with document.query selector, and then I'm going to do li, and then we'll use nth-child 3. Okay, so that will give me the third one, and what I want to do is insert my li. I want to put it before this third item, insert before that. What's weird about this is you call it on the parent, so on the UL is where I do my insert before. Insert before, and then that will take in your element, whatever we're putting in, which is our li, and then it takes in the reference, which is the third item. So if we run this, insert before text, or what is it, insert before item. Okay, and now you'll see that Oreos was the third one, right? This is the first one, second one, third one, and I chose to insert before that third item. So it put that, this is my element, my new li, it put it before that third item. What's kind of strange is that you call it on the parent. With append child, you don't do that. You just basically select, the item that you want to put it inside of, and then you call append child on that. Now you might think that since there's an insert before, where is it? Right here, insert before, that there'd be an insert after, but there isn't. So what we're going to do in the next video, and you guys can look at it as a challenge if you want to try it beforehand, is to create our own custom insert after. All right, so we'll do that next. All right, guys, so this video can be looked at as a challenge if you want to try it yourself, or you can just follow along like you would any other video. So we saw in the last video, the last lesson, that there's a bunch of different methods we can use to insert elements and other things like text and HTML onto the page. And insert before was one of those. Now, you might think that because there's an insert before, there's an insert after, but there isn't. So what I want you to do is create a custom insert after function where you can pass in a new element. If you look down here at this example code here, if you pass in a new element like this li that we created, and then some item that already exists in the DOM, your new item should get put after the existing. So in this case, I'm selecting the first li as the existing item, and I'm passing my li here in as the new item, so it should get put after apples, okay, after the first item. And you can use new L for your first parameter, and then existing L for the second. Now, as far as hints, you can remember some of the properties to get parent and sibling elements. Okay, remember we looked at that a few videos back. And you can combine some of those, I'm not going to say which one, with insert before. So if you combine these together, there is a pretty simple way that you can make this work, and you can insert a new element after an existing element. All right, so if you want to pause the video and try it, you can. If not, just follow along. And I'm actually going to copy Let's see, I want to go back to that because I just want to copy this code right here because I want to run this exact code. So we'll paste that in, and now we want to create our function, which is called insertAfter. So insertAfter, and that's being called right here, which is getting passed in this custom element that I want to add to the page. So we'll call that new element, and then the next thing we're passing in is an existing element, which is the first list item. So let's say existing element. All right, now remember some of the properties we looked at, such as parent element. So if I were to console log my existing element and then the parent element of that, I'm going to get the UL. Okay, so I have access to that unordered list. And you could use parent node in this case as well. If I do parent node, that'll give me the same thing. So what I want to do is take the parent element, so existing L.parent parent element, and then I'm going to call on that insert before. Okay, so remember this from the last video. What insert before takes in, it gets called on the parent, and then what it takes in is the new element that you want to insert, and then whatever you want to put it before. Now obviously we want to put it after, that's what this function is supposed to do, but we can go ahead and take the existing element. Now if I run that and save it, insert me after gets put, it actually gets put before apples, which obviously isn't what we want. We want this to insert it after. But all we have to do is simply add on to the existing element the next sibling property. Save that, and there we go. Now it's put after. Because if we put our new element before the existing element's next sibling, which is the next one, orange juice, that's the same as putting it after apples. Okay, so hopefully that makes sense. And that's why it's important to understand these properties like parent element and next sibling and methods like insert before. Now, I'm not saying you have to remember all these right now, but at least know that they exist, and know that you can go on the MDN docs and you can look them up if you need to. And I still need to reference this stuff. Even for this course, there's plenty of stuff that I had to go and reference, but I know it's there, and I know that these things are possible. And I'm sure that for some of you, this challenge seemed like really difficult, where you didn't even know where to start, but then you see the answer and it's like one line. It's easy. So hopefully this helps some of you guys out. Let's see, in the next video, we're going to start to look at replacing elements in the DOM. All right, guys, so we know how to insert elements into the DOM now using multiple methods. Now we're going to look at replacing elements and some of the methods that we can use for that. So we're going to be working with our shopping list UI again, and we're going to be replacing some of the list item elements in this shopping list. And there's, of course, more than one way to do this, so I'm going to show you a couple. Now I'm going to create a couple functions just because we're doing a few things, so I want to be able to run separate functions. So let's create a function, and we'll say replace first item. Okay, so I want this function to replace the first item, which right now is apples. So first we want to bring in the item we want to replace. So we'll call this first item, and we'll select that from the DOM with query selector, and just put in here. You could do li, or you could do first child. Either way, it's going to select the first one. And then we want to create our new element. So document.createElement. And notice we've been kind of repeating ourselves quite a bit throughout this section, and that's a good thing because it's drilling into your head. How do I select elements? How do I create them, insert them, and so on? Now we want to create a list item to replace it, and I'm just going to add some text content, and you can use text content or inner text. And let's just make that say replaced first. Now to replace, and this again, this is just one way, we're going to use the replace with function or replace with method. So we call that on our first item, because that's what we want to replace, and we're going to call replace with, and then simply pass in our new element. All right, so let's run this function, save that, and you'll see replaced first. Okay, so that's the first way of doing this, is using replace with. The next one, let's call this function replace second item. And in this function, we're going to use outer HTML. Okay, we've used inner HTML quite a bit, and that pertains to the HTML that's in the element. Outer HTML will also include the HTML for that element. So in this case, the li tags. So let's get the second item first of all. So second item, and we want to get that. Let's say query selector, and to get the second one, we could do li and then use nth child and 2. So that'll get the second item. And then on the second item, we're going to set the outer HTML and set that, let's say li, and then replaced second li. Okay, so it's similar to setting the inner HTML, except we're also setting the outer tags. If I save that, actually we have to run it, of course. So let's say replace second item, and now you'll see replace second. Now the next one I want to show you is how we can replace all of the items in the list. And there's not a specific method we're going to use for it. What we're going to do is loop through all the LIs with a for each, and then change the outer HTML for each one. And if you want to try this on your own, of course, you can do that as well. So let's call this replace all items. And what we want to do is get all of the list items. So we'll just call this LIs. And then we're going to use query selector all, since we're getting more than one. And we want to get all the li tags. All right. Now, since query selector all returns a node list, we can use a for each on that. So let's say for each, and we pass in our function here, and we're going to pass in, we'll call this item, but I also want to get the index as well. Okay, and then here what we'll do is just set the, let's say item, for each item we're going to set the outer HTML, and let's just set it to replace all. Okay, and then if we run that down here, let's say replace all items, and oh, I forgot the li tags. Okay, so we could do that. We could also use inner HTML, like I could do item.inner HTML, and in that case I would just do replace all, because I'm not replacing the li tags. So you see that does the same thing. If I wanted to choose a specific item and do something else, I could do that. So for instance, let's say if the index is equal to, let's do the second one, so we'll choose the index 1, then let's see, we'll put this, actually I'll just copy that, and then let's say this is the second item, else, then we're going to have replace all. So if I save that, now you'll see second item. Now why don't you guys go ahead and shorten this up. So this for each right here, we can have an implicit return. We don't need to use curly braces, and we can use a ternary instead of an if. Okay, so if you want to pause the video and try that, you can, but actually let's go under the for each. But all we have to do is say for each and pass in here our function. We'll say for each item, and we also want to get the index, and then here we'll just say the item dot, we'll use outer HTML. So we want to set that to a condition, okay, or a ternary. So we'll say if the index is equal to 1, then we want this outer HTML to be list item and then second item. Okay, else then we want this to be a list item and just say replace all, or we'll just say item like that. Okay, so if I comment this one out and save, then we get the same result. It's just a little cleaner and a little shorter. Now another way that we can replace something is by selecting the parent element and then using a method called replace child. So I'm going to create another function here. Let's call this replace child heading. And what I want to do, if we look at the HTML here, in the header there's an H1 that says shopping list. So I actually want to replace that with an H2. So the way this works is we select the parent, which is the header, we select the item we want to replace, and then we replace it with a new item. So let's go ahead and first of all select header. So that's going to be, let's say, document.query selector, and that has, we'll just select it by the element itself, which is header. And then let's get the H1. So H1, and we'll say header H1. And then let's create a new element. We'll call this variable H2. Say document.createElement, create an H2, and let's add an ID because I believe that has an ID, or it doesn't. Okay, but we can still add an ID. We'll say .id equals app-title, and then for the content, let's say text content, and I'm just going to keep the same shopping list. Okay, and then all we have to do is on the header we can do replace child, and we want the H2 to replace the H1. All right, so let's run that function, replace child heading, save that, and now this should be an H2. So if we check it out, there we go, H2, and it has the ID of app title. Okay, so those are some of the ways that we can replace elements. In the next video, I want to show you how we can remove elements. Okay, so now we're going to look at removing DOM elements. Now, just like with most of the stuff that we've talked about in this section, the things we're doing, we're usually going to do when we fire off an event, such as click this delete button right here, then we would remove this. All right, but I just want to show you the methods to manipulate the DOM before we get into events. And we'll get into events in the next section. So there's basically two methods I want to show you, remove and remove child. So they're pretty self-explanatory. Remove is going to be called on the element you want to remove. Remove child is called on the parent element, and then you pass in the item you want to remove. So I'm going to give you a couple examples in the form of functions. So let's say we want to remove the clear button. So all we have to do here is select, let's say, query selector, and we'll select the clear button, which has an ID of clear, and then we can just call remove. Okay, and then if I come down here and I say remove clear button, and now it's gone. And you could put this, you could put this into a variable, like say clear button, and then what you could do is just call on clear button variable, remove, same thing. All right, now the next one is remove child. So I'm going to create a function called, let's say remove first. We'll say remove first item. And we want to, since we're using remove child, we want to get the parent, which is the UL. So let's set that to document.query selector and select the UL, and then select the item we want to remove. I'm going to call this variable li, and then as a selector we'll pass in li, and we'll do first child, or you could just do li. So that'll select the first one, and then we want to call on the parent on UL, we want to call remove child, and then we'll pass in our LI. And then if I call that, let's say remove first item, and now you'll see apples is gone. So that's remove and remove child. Now we'll do a couple other things just to, explain it a little bit further. So let's create a function, and let's just call it remove. We'll just call it remove item, and then I want to pass in an item number or index, and it'll delete that item, right? So if you want to try this yourself, then you can pause the video and do that. But I'm going to comment out this remove first item so we have our apples back. And what we'll do is I'm going to show you a couple ways to do it. We'll use remove child in this one, so we'll get the UL. So UL equals document dot query selector. We want to get the UL. And then for the LI, let's see, I'll just copy this down. The LI, we want it to be the specific item number, and I want the item to be 1, 2, 3, 4. So what we could do, one of the ways we could do this is to put in backticks here for our selector, and then do LI, and then say nth dash child, and then in here we can put our variable of item number. So that way if we come down here and we call remove item and we pass in 1 and save, let's see, that didn't work. Oh, I didn't actually call the remove. So ul dot remove child and pass in the LI variable, and now apples is gone. If I pass in 2, then orange is gone. All right, now another way to do it is, let's see, I'll just copy this, but I'm going to call this remove item 2, I guess. And instead of, we'll still use remove child, but instead of passing the variable into this pseudo selector, I'm going to query selector all. Because remember, what that gives us, if I select all LIs, is an array-like structure called a node list, and we can access the index. So I can do this. And what this will do is put the very first one, the 0 index, which is apples, into this LI, and then I'll remove that. So to give you an example, let's say remove item 2, and it doesn't matter what I pass in just yet. I'll pass in 1, but apples is still gone because I have 0 here. So what I want to do is this item number, I'm going to put that in here. However, remember it's 0 base. So if I pass in 1 here, like I am right now, and I save, it gets rid of the second one, which is orange juice, because this is 0 base, but I'm not making this, like I don't want to pass in 0. So all we have to do is take that item number and just subtract 1 from it. So now if I pass in 1, apples is gone. If I pass in 2, then orange juice is gone. All right, now I'm going to give you one more example. So let's say function remove item, and we'll call this remove item 3. It's going to take in item number. Now I'm going to use remove in this one instead of remove child, so I don't need to get the parent. So what I'll do is I'll just copy this line here, and I'm going to get all of the list items. So I'm going to just get rid of these brackets here. So we're getting all the list items, and then we can simply do LI, which is a node list, which is array-like. So we can say item number, subtract 1 because it's 0 based, and then on that item or on that element, we're going to just call remove. So let's go ahead and say remove 3. We'll pass in a 1 here, and that should get rid of apples. If I pass in 2, gets rid of orange juice. Pass in 3, gets rid of Oreos. All right. And we can really shorten this up. Actually, we could say const remove item 3. Let's call it 4. So remove item 4, and let's make that an arrow function that takes in the item number, and then it's going to return, let's say, document dot query selector all. Right, so query selector all, and then we're going to pass in here item number -1, and then call dot remove. So if I come down here, we call remove item 4, and I pass in 1. That didn't work. Let's see. Oh, I forgot to put the actual li in here. And there we go. So now apples is gone. Now orange juice is gone, so this is just a shorter way of doing this. All right, so that's it. In the next section, we're going to start to look at events, which I'm sure a lot of you have been waiting for. All right, so what I want to do in this video is look at some of the properties we can use to manipulate CSS classes and just our CSS directly, which we've done a little bit of this already, but I want to really just drill it down here. So we're not using the shopping list UI. We just have we have a paragraph that has a class of card. I have just this background and border, and then a UL that has a class of item list and items, because I wanted to have something that has multiple classes, and then a button that says run. Now we're going to go over events in the next section, but I wanted to have an event, a button click here, because 99% of the time when you're changing classes and changing styles, it's going to be on some kind of event. It's not just when the page loads. You would use CSS to just simply add styles. When you use JavaScript with CSS is when you want to have dynamic functionality. If you click on something, like if you want to display a menu or something on click, like a hamburger menu, that's where you would use these kind of classes and style manipulation. As far as the style sheet, I just changed the font. I have a class of hidden with display none. You'll commonly see this if you want to hide something. Then we have a class of card that just designs this background here with the border, and a class of dark, which will give it a darker background. And I haven't used that yet anywhere in here. So let's jump into the script, and I just want to bring in what we need. So I'm going to bring in the paragraph. So let's say document.query selector, and we'll select the paragraph. All right, then we're going to, let's copy this down. We're going to grab the item list. So we could either put UL in here, but it's better to target a class or an ID. So let's say item list, and we'll call this item list. And then I also want to get all of the items, so we'll call this items. And then what I'll do is on the item list, I'll call query selector all, and we'll select all of the list items. All right, now as far as the click event goes, I'm going to select the button. So we'll say query selector and select button. Usually you should have some kind of ID because you probably have multiple buttons on your page, but in this case it's fine. And then I'm going to do .onClick. Okay, and again, I'm going to talk about events all in the next section. That's what the next section is based on. So don't worry about it right now if you don't understand it, but we're just going to set the onClick event to run a function called run. And you don't want to put parentheses here because that will automatically execute it. So up here, let's create a function called run. And if I just do a console log here, and then let's open up our console, and if I click it, you should see a 1. All right, now this is where I want to show you the different properties. So the first one is class name. So if I do a console log here of, let's take the item list, and let's say class name, and I click this, it's going to show me all of the class names. Okay, it's just basically gives you a string of all the class names. Now you can set the class name as well. Like I can say item list, and let's say dot class name, and let's say I set it to that dark class. All right, now actually, you know what? I want to use the paragraph for this, so the text. So if I click on run, notice it applies the dark class, and we can check that out right here. But it took the card class away. So this is always going to overwrite whatever classes you have there. So if you do it this way, you need to make sure that you also put the existing classes. So in that case, I could do that. and then that would keep the card class as well. All right, now a better way for dealing with this is to use the classless property, the classless object, which has different methods you can use on it to add and remove classes or even toggle classes. So let's look at class list. All right, now if I were to console log here, let's say item list dot class list. Okay, so I'll click, let me just, we'll comment this stuff out for now. So if I click that, you'll see what we get is it's actually called a DOM token list, which is similar to an array. It's basically an array of our classes. All right, and I could even loop through that. With a DOM token list, you can use methods like for each. So if we say item list dot class list dot for each, and I'll say for each class, then let's do a console.log of that class. So now if I, let me just comment this one out. So if I click run, now you'll see it's just going to log each class. So you can take each class and do whatever you want with it. In this case, I'm just logging it out. Now to add a class, like let's say we want to do this same thing. We want to add the class of dark, but we also want to keep the class of card. So I could take the text and say dot class list, and then there's an add method that we can use. And I want to add the class of dark. So now if I click that and that runs, you can see it still has the formatting from the card class. It just added the new class of dark. All right, now we also have a remove. So if we do, let's say dot remove, and let's remove the card class, which will take away the padding and the border and stuff. So what happened is it added the dark class and then it removed the card class, so there's no more padding. Now we also have a toggle class, which is very useful. So let's comment that out, and let's say text dot class list, and then we're going to use toggle, and let's toggle the dark class. So this is good if you want to have like a dark light switcher. A lot of websites have those. So if I click on run, it turns dark. If I click it again, it then removes the class. In fact, let's go ahead and take a look at that. You see this paragraph, click run, and dark gets added. Click it again, it gets removed. So that's something that is very useful when you're creating dynamic websites. Now, I could also do, let's say we want to toggle the hidden class. So what that'll do is when I click it, it goes away. Click it again, it comes back. So pretty cool. Now, there's also a replace class. So if I wanted to do, let's say text.classList, I don't use this one as much, but it is available. So if we wanted to replace, let's say we want to replace card with dark. So it's going to take in 2 arguments. So if I click, now you can see the card is gone, there's no padding, and the dark class has been applied. So it just replaced it. Now if I want to change the style directly, let's say change style, then we could use the style property, and we've already done this a few times, but let's say we want to take the, I don't know, we'll take the item list, and let's say style. And let's change the line height. Now in normal CSS you would do line dash height, but we can't do that here. So if you have multiple words, we just use camel case. So it would be line height like that. And we'll set that to, let's set it to 3. So now when I click the button, you'll see that the line height is applied. So you can do that with any CSS style or any CSS property. If I wanted to change, let's say I wanted to do something to all of these list items, what I could do is, there's a few ways to do this, but I could loop through these, right? So item list, I'm sorry, not item list, items, which is the query selector all. And let's say for each, actually I'll put some parentheses in here because I want the item and the index. And then for each item, you can do whatever you want. So let's say we want to style the color and set that to red. All right, so now I click that and all the items turn red. And you can target specific ones. Like let's say we want to say if the index is equal to 2, then let's make that item style color. We'll make that one blue. So now if I click it, you'll see that the third item is blue because that's the index of 2. All right, so that's really the basics of just dealing with classes and style in JavaScript. All right, guys, so now that we've looked at all kinds of methods and properties on the document object to be able to add, change, and remove things from the DOM, now we need to learn about the actions that the user takes to make these things happen, and those are called events. And any interaction that the user has with your web page, all the way down to the actual loading of the page, is an event. And we can listen for those events and create something called event handlers. So in this section, we're going to learn about all kinds of events, mouse and keyboard events, form submissions, event delegation and bubbling, and much more. So with the knowledge between this section and the last section, you'll be able to create some cool little front-end applications. And then after this section, we're going to start on the shopping list project, and we're going to build that from scratch. All right, so in this video, I want to show you how to listen for events. But first of all, what are events? So the official MDN explanation is that events are actions or occurrences that happen in the system you are programming, which the system tells you about so your code can react to them. So that's kind of an overkill of an explanation. Basically, an event is just when something happens, okay, or an action. And that could be anything from the web page loading to clicking on an element, typing into a text field, hovering over an element, submitting a form, closing a window, dragging an element, resizing an element, etc., etc. So just about anything is an event, and you can listen for those events. So that's what I want to show you how to do now. So I'm going to close that up, and I just have our good old shopping list UI here with an empty JavaScript file. And there's a few ways that we can add an event listener onto an element. So the first way I'm going to show you is not recommended. I don't think any JavaScript developer would recommend it because it's not flexible. It can also pose a security risk. And that is to put the listener in the HTML file as an attribute. So for example, this clear button, that's what I want to work with. So we could put in here an on-click attribute, and then I could actually put a JavaScript expression right in here. Like I could say alert and say clear. And now if I come down here and click the button, I'm going to get an alert box with clear. All right, now obviously you can only put so much JavaScript in here, so you could actually put a function like on-click, or let's call it on-clear. And as long as I have my script file linked to my HTML here, I can create a function called onClear, and then I can alert, and we'll say clear items. All right, so if I come over here and I click, again, we get an alert box with clear items. But again, this is not recommended. You don't want to have your HTML cluttered up with what are called inline event listeners. So we're going to get rid of that. And then I'm going to show you the second way, which is to use a JavaScript event listener. So with this, we can select our element. Let's see, I'm going to keep the on clear here, but I want to comment it out. But I'm going to bring in the clear button because I'm going to use it in a few different places. So let's say clear btn. We're going to select it with query selector, and it has an ID of clear. All right, so what we can do to add an event listener within our JavaScript is to say clear button, and then just do a dot on click. And on click is one of many event listeners. And then you would set that to a function, and then do what you want in here. So let's do we'll do an alert. So we'll say alert and clear items. Okay, so if I come over here, I click, and I get my alert box, and I didn't have to do anything in the HTML. So that's the second way. The third way is what I would recommend. It's the most modern way, and it's what we're going to do in this for the rest of this course, and that is to use the add event listener method. And what that does is it just allows you to do just that. You take an HTML element or a DOM element and you add a listener for a specific type of event. So let's comment this out for the moment, and let me just say add event listener. So we would once again just take the clear button or whatever we want to put the listener on and simply say add event listener. And then this takes in two arguments. It's going to take in the type of event, which in this case I want it to be a click, and then it takes in a callback function. So I'll just put an anonymous function in here, and then I'll do an alert, and we'll say clear items. Save that, and if I come over here and click, I get the same thing. All right, gives us the same result. Now you can shorten this up. We can go ahead and turn this into an arrow function. So we can do that, and since it's just a one-liner, we can even get rid of the curly braces like that, and that should still work. All right, so this is what I would recommend. And another kind of advantage with this is you can have as many event listeners as you want on the same event. And let me just show you. If I uncomment this and then I copy it, and then let's say I want another event listener on the clear button, and this time I'm going to just console.log clear items. All right, and I'm going to comment this out for a minute. So we have two event listeners, same event, same element, but they do two different things. So now I'll come down here and let's open our console and let's click, and you'll see we get our console log, but I never get that alert. Okay, if I comment this second one out, then we should get the alert. Now with add event listener, we can have as many as we want. So I'm going to just copy this down, and let's see, instead of on the second one, instead of alert, let's do console.log. And now if I click this, you'll see we do get the alert, and then once I clear that up, then it console logs. All right, and the reason that it doesn't run at the same time, like you don't see the log at the same time, is because an alert is a blocking operation. And I'll talk more about that when we get into synchronous versus asynchronous code, but just know that an alert it's synchronous and it's blocking, so nothing is going to happen until that's cleared up. All right, but it does run both of them. So that's an advantage of add event listener. Now for these, we put in just an anonymous function, but we can use a named function, such as onClear. So I'm going to just uncomment that, and I'll just comment one of these. And then instead of passing in this arrow function as the second argument, let's pass in the onClear function. Now, when you do this, you don't want to put parentheses. If I do that, it's just going to execute. Okay, the function gets invoked because we're using parentheses. So you just want to pass in the callback. You want to pass in the function name. So that way it only fires off when you fire the event. All right, now there is a remove event listener method, and you don't have to use it every time you add an event listener. Where you do want to use it is when you have an element that you're removing from the DOM, like we learned about the remove method, remove child. If you're doing that, then it's a good idea to remove the event listener first. So what I want to do is call remove event listener, but I want to call it 5 seconds after the browser after the page loads. And I'm going to use a function called set timeout to do that, which we haven't used yet. So it might be a little confusing, but we will get into set timeout, which is an asynchronous JavaScript function, and we'll get into that later. But basically it takes in two things, a function, and then it also takes in the number of milliseconds that I want to wait to fire this function off. And I'm going to say 5,000, which is 5 seconds. And then in here is where I want to remove the event listener. So I'll say clear btn dot remove event listener. And what I'm going to pass into this is the event, which is click. And then I also need the reference function, which is onClear. Okay, and which we have up here. Okay, so that's the function being passed in to add event listener, also the function being passed in to remove add event listener. So if I save that, you'll see that this works fine. I'm clicking it. It's the box is popping up, But once we get to 5 seconds, you can see I can no longer click it because that event listener has been removed. Now, the last thing I want to show you before we make this actually function and clear these items is that we can trigger an event programmatically. So if I wanted to have my script actually do the click instead of coming over here and clicking, I can do that. So I'm going to actually use set timeout again because I want this to happen after a certain amount of time. I'm going to comment this set timeout. And once again, we pass in a function and also the length of time. We'll do 5 seconds. And I'm going to take the clear button, and then from here I can do .click like that. Okay, so if I save that and then we just wait 5 seconds, there we go, we see the alert box. Okay, so we have this event, this click event, and here we're waiting 5 seconds, and then we're basically clicking this just from within our script rather than coming over to the browser and clicking the button. All right, because there might be some cases where you need to do that, where you need to actually fire off an event from, from your script. So now what I want to do, instead of just having this alert clear items, is make this actually work, where we click clear and all of these go away. So what I want you guys to do is pause the video and see if you can do it and see how many different ways you can make that happen. Just from what we've learned so far, there's many ways you could do it. So just pause the video and see if you can do that. All right, so the easiest way would be to just take the, not the clear button, we need to have the unordered list. So we'll say query selector, and we'll select the unordered list. Actually, I'm going to put this in a variable. Let's say item list. Okay, now when it comes to setting these in variables, it's all preference. If you're just using it once in one function, then I would probably just use document query selector and not put it in a variable. If you're using it a bunch of times in your function, then do something like this. If you're using it a bunch of times in the script, then put it at the top, in the global scope. But different people have different preferences. So what we could do is simply take that item list and set the inner HTML to nothing. That would be the easiest way to do this. Clear it. All right. It isn't the most performant, but you're not even going to notice a difference because it's such a simple task. So that's the first way of doing this. Second is to bring in the actual list items. So we'll say items, and we can set that to item list, and then use query selector all and select all of the list items. And then we could loop through the list items. So items dot, we could use a for each, and that's going to take in a function. We'll say for each item, then we want to do an item dot remove. Okay, so if I do that, I click clear, they're all going to go away. All right, and then the last one I want to show you is using a while loop, and I guess this is the most performant way to delete multiple items like this. So we'll say while. It's a way that I didn't really use before a little while ago. So we can say item list, and then we can use the first child property to just check to see if there's a first child. If there's a first child, that means that there's a list item. And then we can take the item list and use remove child. So let's say remove child, and then we can pass in the first child with item list dot first child. All right, so we're basically checking for the first li. If it's there, then we're going to remove it, and it's going to do that until there's no more children. And that just fired off because of this. Let me just comment that out. Okay, so I click and they go away. All right, so that's it. In the next video, I want to start to look at some other mouse events other than just click. Okay, so now we're going to get into some of the mouse events that we have that we can listen for. And we've already looked at click, but there's many others as well. So I'm going to just pick something on the page to assign these event listeners to. I'm going to use the logo. So I'll say document.query selector, and I'll just select the IMG because it's the only IMG on the page. And then I'm going to put all my event listeners at the bottom of the page, which is my preference. If I have my event listeners hooked to a function, I like to put the functions up top and the event listeners in the bottom. So let's do a click just to be consistent and have all the mouse events. I know we've already looked at it, but we're going to say add event listener, and we're going to listen for a click, and then we'll have a function called onClick. All right, and then we'll create that function up here. I'm going to use arrow functions just to keep them shorter. So we'll say const onClick, and then I'm just going to do a console.log and say click event. All right, so if I come over here to the logo and I click, I'm going to see click event. So the next one I'm going to show you is double click. Now, what we call the function, like right here, I can call it anything. I'll call this on double click. This is where you need to be specific. So double click is DBL click, and it's all lowercase. It's not like this, right? If you've used jQuery before and you used events there, it was camel case, but in this case, it's going to be all lower. So let's copy this down, and we'll say on double click, then let's say double click event. So now if I come over here and if I click once, I get click event. If I double click, I'm still going to get my two click events, but it's also going to fire off the double click event. All right, and just to make this a little more fun, let's actually put some curly braces here, make a code block, and let's have it do something else. So I would encourage you, if you're just learning this stuff, I'd encourage you to just create events and just do some weird stuff. You know, like maybe we can take the body background color and change it. So we'll say style dot background color, and we'll set that to purple. So now if I come over here onto the logo and I double click, we get a background of purple. And maybe we want to toggle it. So what we could do is put an if statement around this and say if it's not equal to purple, then we're going to make it purple, and we're also going to make the text white. So go like that, and then set the style color to white. Else, because we want to be able to toggle it, so else, then we're going to set the background to white, and we'll set the text color to black. All right, so now if I come over here and I double click, changes the background and the text color. I double click again, it goes back to white, and I can toggle it, right? Because we have an if statement, we're checking that background color. All right, so I mean, I know that's kind of pointless and stupid, but it helps you learn. So I would encourage you to just do stuff like this as you're learning. All right, the next, I know that was kind of a tangent, but the next one is if you want to right click, and the event is not called right click, it's called context menu, because that's what it usually does, is open up a context menu. But I'm going to call the function here on right click. And then I'll just, we'll grab that, and let's change this to on right click, and we'll say right click event. And again, if you want to do something else other than just a console log, you can, but you'll see now if I right click, the context menu opens up, but it also shows me the console log. Okay, the next one is the mouse down and mouse up. So let's do mouse down, and then we'll call this on mouse down. Now, we need to create our function. Let's say mouse down event, and we'll call this on mouse down. Okay, so what this pertains to is when you take your mouse and you just click and hold. See, I'm holding the left button down right now. That's the mouse down. Okay, when I let go, then it'll say click event, because a click consists of down and up. A mouse down is just when you hold it down, because you might have something, maybe you're creating a game where you like click and drag or something like that, and you want to have something happen when that, as soon as that mouse goes down. And at the same time, you can also have a mouse up. So let's say on mouse up, and we're going to listen for mouse up. And we'll just copy that, on mouse up and mouse up. All right, so now if I come over here and I click and hold, I can see the mouse down event. When I let go, we're going to see the click, but we also see the mouse up. Okay, so mouse down, mouse up. Next one is wheel. So if you want to have an event on the mouse wheel, and the event is called wheel. So we'll bring this down and let's say on mouse wheel. Okay, so now if I scroll and I'm not over that the logo, the item where this is on, then it's not going to do anything down here. But if I come over it and I scroll, now we'll see the mouse wheel event, and it's going to fire every time I do a little, a little scroll or whatever. So those are the events for the buttons. Now we also have events for hovering. There isn't an actual hover event. I know that for me, back in the day when I learned JavaScript, I also learned jQuery at the same time, which I wouldn't recommend. And there's a hover event in jQuery. But with JavaScript, you have mouse over and mouse out. So let's copy this down. And let's say mouse over, and then we'll say on mouse over, and then let's copy this down and say mouse over event, on mouse over. All right, so now you'll see that when I go into the logo, that mouse over event fires off. Okay, if I come out, it doesn't do anything. If I go back in, again, so every time I go in, then it's going to fire that off. Now the out does the opposite. So let's say on mouse out, and the event is called mouse out. And out. All right. So now if I go in, I get mouse over. If I come out, I get mouse out. All right, so that's how that works. And then the last couple I want to show you have to do with dragging. So we'll get more into drag and drop later, but the first one I want to show you is drag start. So we're going to say on drag start, and the event name is drag start. Oops. And then let's go up here and copy that down. We'll call this on drag start, drag start event. Okay, so now what I'm going to do is come over to the logo. I'm going to click and hold and then move it. Okay, so you see that it only fires off when I click and I drag it. It only fires once. It doesn't like keep going when I'm holding it and moving it around. That's the drag event. So that's what I want to show you next. So if we do, let's say on drag and just drag, and then we come up here and say on drag and drag event. So now as soon as I grab it and I pull, it's going to say drag start, but as long as I'm holding on to it, even if I don't move barely, it still is just going to keep firing off. And the faster I go, the faster, the event's going to go off. So that's drag. And then you also have drag end for when it ends. So let's say on drag end. And say drag on drag end. All right, so now if I grab it, so you can see drag, and then when I let go, well, we should get that drag end. Oh, I did camel case here. All right, so if I let go, there we go, drag end event. So it'll just keep dragging until I let go, and then we get the drag end. All right, so those are mouse events. In the next video, I want to, before we move on to like keyboard events and stuff, I want to look at the event object. So there's actually an object when we fire off an event that we can get as a parameter here that we can use to get all kinds of information. So I want to look at that in the next video. All right, guys, so in this video, I want to take a look at the event object that's available to us when we add an event listener and then we run a function. So these right here are just some of the properties on the event object that I want to take a look at. We'll get to that in a second. But first, let's go ahead and take an element from the DOM. Let's just do the logo again. So that's the image, and I'm going to add an event listener onto that. So logo.addEventListener. We'll just use a click event, and then I'll pass in a function here. Now, these functions that we pass in can take in an optional event object, and you might see it as E, you might see it as event, you might see it as EVT. E is usually what I use, it's just preference, but it could technically be anything. And then let's just do a console log of that event object. So now if I come over here and I click on the logo, we're going to see this in the console. So this is the event object with a bunch of different properties and methods on it. Okay, and these are all in here, but it's not all of them. I'm not going to go over every single one right now. Some of these you just will never use anyway. Now, this doesn't matter if you pass in an anonymous function like this, or if we create a separate function, like let's say function on click. So even if we do it this way, we're still going to have access to that event object. So what I'll do is just replace this with that named function of onClick, and if I click on the logo, we get the same thing. All right, now the first two that I want to show you are target and current target. So target is the element that triggered the event. All right, so basically the element that you click on. So let's go ahead and log e.target. In this case, when we click on the logo, we're going to see the image tag because that's what we clicked on. Now, the current target is the element that the event listener is attached to. Now, in this case, these are the same, right? So whether I do current target or if I do current target, so if I do that, I'm going to see image twice because it's the same thing, right? I clicked on the image and the event is also attached to the image. Now, it can be different. I'm going to show you that in a second, but I just want to mention that you can use this e.target or current target. Most of the time, you'll probably be using target, but you can use this to do certain things to that element. So for instance, I could take e.target and then take the style and change, let's say, the background color and set that to black. So if I click this now, you'll see that the background turns black. So if you need to access the event that's clicked on, you can use e.target and you can do anything to it as if it were just an element you brought in with query selector. All right, now as far as the difference here, I want to show you where it would be different. So if we put on the body, just document.body, and then we add an event listener, right? So add event listener, and we do a click event, and then we have a function, and then I'm going to copy both of these console logs here and paste this in. Now, if I click on, let's say this list item right here, if I click on that, oops, I forgot to pass in the event object. If I click on that, you'll see I get two different things here because the event is put onto the body, and that's what current target is. It's whatever the event is attached to. The target is whatever I clicked, and then in this case I clicked the li, which is in the body. So basically what happens is events bubble up. If I click on the list item, that event bubbles up to the parent, which would be the UL, and then bubbles up to that parent and that parent all the way up to the body, up to the HTML. And I'm going to go over event bubbling soon. But that causes us to get two different things for target and current target if we put a listener on something like the body. When we put it on the image, there's obviously nothing is nested inside of that we'd click on. We're clicking on the image, and that's where the event is. But there is a difference between those two. All right, so let's look at some of these other ones. We have type. So let's see, I'll just comment these out, and let's console log e.type. So now if I go and I click on the logo, the type is a click. So that's the type of event that was triggered. Okay, so if you want to access that, the timestamp. So I guess we'll just copy that down, and let's say timestamp. If I click on it, that gave me undefined. That's because it should be an uppercase S. Okay, so it gives us a timestamp, and that's going to change obviously whenever I click on it. But if you need to access that for some reason, then we also have these positioning coordinates. So client X and client Y, this is the X and Y position of the mouse click relative to the window. All right, so let's try that. Let's do e.client X. So the x-axis is always going to be horizontal. Okay, so it's from right to left. And then Y is going to be top to bottom. So if we save that, and let's click on the corner of this image right here, and you might get something slightly different, but what we get was 27 and 58. So what that means is my cursor, or my arrow, when I click, is 27 over from the left on the x-axis and 58 down from the y-axis. If I move down a little bit, you'll see now I get 26 for the x and I get 105 for the y because I'm further down. Okay, so that's what those coordinates are. Now we have some other ones as well, like offset x and offset y. That's going to be the mouse click relative to the element. All right, so what I'll do is let's copy these, and then what are we looking at? Offset. So we'll take these and change that to offset. And now if I click in the corner here, I get 10 and 11. So I'm slightly over to the left and down. If I go up a little bit and over to the left, 3 and 8. If I come way down here to this corner, 42, 53. So it's the coordinates of where I click within this element, okay? Not from the page like the client, but the offset is going to be within that element. Then we have the page X and Y, which is going to be the position of the mouse click relative to the page, okay? Not the window, but the page, which is going to be very similar. So if we were to, let's change this and this to page. And if we come over here and click, if I click like right here, it's going to be from the page, you know, from the Y, or the X is 29 and the Y is 61. Now if I make this bigger to where this is pushed way over and I click, now you'll see we get 503 on the X. So there's a lot of space right here, and still 62 here. That's not going to change unless I resize the browser the other way. All right, so that's getting the page. Now you can also do the screen. There's a screen X and screen Y, and that's going to be your entire monitor. So if we were to do that, and this is going to be different depending on the size of your screen. I have a ultra wide, so the X is going to be pretty large. So if I do that, so we get 366 from the top and 2916 from the left. All right, so, and there's other properties on here, but I'm not going to go over every single one right now. Let's see, I wanted to talk about the method prevent default. That's something that you're going to use quite a bit when you're dealing with forms. And what that does is it stops the prevent default of the behavior. And with a form, if you're dealing with front-end JavaScript for validation, or maybe you're making a fetch request or whatever it might be, and you don't want the form to actually submit to the page, then you would use prevent default. Okay, you could even use it on a link. So if we come over here to the HTML, and I'll just put a temporary link somewhere in here. All right, so let's just say we have a link to, say, Google, and save. So right now, if I click on that, obviously it takes me to Google. But let's say I want to put an event on that link and I want to stop that behavior of bringing me to google.com. So I'll say document.querySelector, and it's the only link on the page, so I'm just going to use A. And then let's add an event listener. Oops. Let's say we want a click event, and then we have our function, pass in our event object, and then instead of going to the page, I want to stop it with prevent default, which is a method, so we want our parentheses. Okay, and then let's say I just want to have a console log instead and just say link was clicked. So if I save that now and I come over here and I click the Google link, you'll see it doesn't take me anywhere because of this. It prevents the default behavior. And then it will do whatever JavaScript I have underneath. Okay, so like I said, that's really common when you have a form that you don't actually want to submit to a page, because you'll see it actually submits to this page. See how that changes to the spinner? You can stop that with event e.prevent default, which we'll be doing quite a bit throughout the course. Now, some of these values can be dynamic, like the client X, client Y. If we have, let's say, a drag event, then that will constantly change. So let me just give you an example here. So I'm gonna, let's see, we'll just add another event listener to the logo. Let's say logo.add event listener, and this time I'm going to listen for a drag event. Remember, we looked at that in the I think it was the last video. And then we'll do on drag. Oops, I don't want to do that. So we'll create a function here called on drag, and we'll pass in our event object. And then what I want to do here, we could console log, but let's go ahead and add it to the page. So we'll select, let's say, query selector, and we'll select the H1, and then let's set the text content and set it to some backticks, so a template string, and then we can say, we'll say X, and then we'll give the X value by putting in a variable or a JavaScript expression here of e.client X. Remember, because we have access to that event object, so we can use that for anything. All right, then we'll do Y, and let's put in here e.client Y. So now if I save and then I click on this and drag it, you'll see that the H1 now changes to the X and Y values. So that's how you can create really dynamic stuff within the browser, like games and so on. It's tracking positions and using events. But this is what I mean when I say just try out like stupid little things like this, which obviously doesn't make much sense. You wouldn't have this in a real project, but it gives you practice on everything, really. Creating events, selecting items or elements, using the event object, whatever. Okay, so that is the event object. We'll be using much more of it throughout the course. In the next video, we're going to look at some keyboard events. All right, guys, so now we're going to look at some keyboard events. We're also going to look at certain properties on the event object when we use these keyboard events. And the element that I'm going to work with is this item input right here. So when we type in here, we want to basically detect these keyboard events. And there's three main ones that I'm going to show you: key down, key up, and key press. So let's start off by bringing in that input. I'm going to call this item input. And I'm just going to use getElementById just to switch things up a little bit, because it has an ID of item input, item dash input. All right, so we have this element, and now I'm going to take that item input and add an event listener onto it, and let's listen for the key press event. And when that fires off, then we're going to run a function called onKeyPress. All right, we'll come up here and let's create a function. I'm just going to use an arrow function, and we'll say onKeyPress. And remember, when you use an arrow function, if you only have one parameter here, you don't need parentheses around it. Although my editor will add them automatically when I save. But let's go ahead and just console log here. For now, we'll just say key press, so we know when that's fired off. And I'm going to go in here, I'm going to just hit any key and hold it down. So I'll hit the letter K, and you'll see it fires off. If I let go, nothing else happens. It's basically as when you tap any key, and it doesn't matter if you just tap it quickly or hold it down, it fires off that event just once. All right, now the next two, key up and key down, let's comment this one out, and let's look at key up first. So we'll say on key up. It's the key up event, and then I'm just going to copy this down. Say, whoops, on key up and key up. Okay, so now what I'm going to do is, again, just hit a key and hold it, and nothing happens yet, but when I release, then that fires the key up event. All right, and that function gets called. So when you release is when this is this event. Now let's go ahead and do the key down. So key down, and I'll just, whoops, that's not what we want. I want to copy this down, and we'll call this on key down, key down. Okay, now I'm going to choose a key. I'll just do the letter H, and I'm going to hold it down. Now notice it fires off, but it keeps firing off as I'm holding it down until I release, and then it stops. So that's the difference between key press and key down. Key press is basically just as if you were to tap it once, where key down, it's going to keep going if you hold it down. Now, there's a couple properties on this event object where you can get the key that's pressed, because in many cases you're going to need to know that. Let's say you're creating a game where you can hit the arrow keys and you can move something in different directions. So obviously you need to know what arrows, which keys are being pressed. Or you might simply have an input field without a submit button, and you want to know when they hit enter so that you can do something. So there's many cases where you'll need to do this. So what we're going to do is, first of all, let me just put the comments in here. So there's actually three we can use. There's key, there's key code, and there's code. All right, now key is probably the easiest. However, there are some older browsers that don't support this. I think you'd probably be fine using it, but you might want to use another one in combination or instead of it. But let's just do a console log here of e.key. So I'll just type in, let's say B, so you can see it's logging in the console whatever I'm typing. And you could do whatever you want with this. Like we could say document dot, I'm not going to keep this, but just to show you real quick, if I select the H1, and then we could set the, let's say, inner text equal to e.key. And now if I type in here BRAD, it's gonna replace it. It's not going to append it. We could have it appended if we wanted to, but it's just going to replace with whatever I type. All right, so again, just something kind of cool you can experiment with. But let's get rid of this, and I just want to show you, if you want to test for a certain key, what you could do is you could just put this in an if statement, and we could say if key equals, let's say, enter, capital E, enter. And then we want to do an alert, and we'll say you pressed enter. All right, now in this case, if I hit enter, it actually is going to submit the form to the page. However, alerts they're blocking events, so it will fire the alert before it actually tries to submit. So if I hit enter, you'll see that I get the alert. If I type anything else, it doesn't until I hit enter. All right, so that's key. Now for key code, it's a little bit different. It's going to give you an actual number, a key code. So I'm going to paste this link in here, and this is a link to a page that will give you the key codes. So you can see like enter is 13, shift is 16. So every key on the keyboard has one of these codes, these key codes. So if I wanted to, for instance, check for enter, I could say if, and then say e.keycode. So if e keycode is equal to the number 13, then we'll just, same thing, we'll just alert and say you pressed enter. And I'm just going to comment this one out. All right, so if I save that, I type in here and I hit enter, you can see that's another way we can test it. And then we also have code. So for this, it's going to look like, we'll console log e.code. So if I hit like the letter F, it says key F, key D. If I hit the number 1, we get digit 1. So of course, if we wanted to check for that, we could say if, and let's say we want to check for if we hit the number 1. So we could say equal to, and then the string of digit 1. And then we'll do a console log and say you pressed 1. So now if I hit in here, if I go 2, 3, 4, but if I hit 1, then we get the console log. All right, now there's also a repeat property, and you're going to usually use this on the key down, because what it does is it lets your script know if you're holding a key down or not. All right, so if you just tap a key, it's going to be false. If you hold the key down, then it's going to be true. So what we can do is, let's just do an if here, and we'll say if e.repeat, and that's going to be true or false, so we can just pass that in. Then we'll console log and we'll say you are holding down, and then I'm just going to concatenate on that e.key. So now if I click in here and I just tap, let's say the letter L, you'll see that nothing happens in the console. However, if I hit and hold L, we get you are holding down L, because that repeat property is true as long as I'm holding a key down. So you can really just tell like whatever the user's pressing as well as how they're pressing it. You can also test to see if they're holding shift or control or alt. So let's come down here, and I'm just going to console log these. So these are properties. We have shift key, control key, and alt key. So let's console log, and I'm just going to put the text shift, and we'll do shift colon, and then I'm going to just concatenate on the shift, so shift key property. All right, so now if I come over here, if I just hit the letter D, we get shift false. If I hold shift and hit D, we get shift true. Okay, so that you can tell if they're doing these combinations. Same thing with control and alt. So if we say, what is it, CTRL. So control, and then we also have alt, which would be option on a Mac. So this will be alt key. All right, so I'll come over here and I'll do, just hit L, everything's false. If I do control L, you can see control is true. If I do option or alt L, true. So you can tell the key combinations, and you could do an if statement here as well, and of course you could say if e dot, let's say e dot shift key, and we want to check if, let's say, e dot key is equal to k, and then we'll just do a console log here and say you hit shift plus k. So now I'm going to come in here and I'm going to hold shift and hit K, and it says you hit shift plus K. All right, so those are keyboard events along with these different properties you can use to figure out which key is actually being pressed. All right, guys, so now we're going to actually build a little project using the key code information that we learned in the last video. So this is actually a production application at toptal.com/developer/keycode, and it says press any key to get the JavaScript event keycode info, which is the stuff we looked at in the last video. So I'm just going to hit a random key. I'll use the letter L, and what it's going to give us, this 76, this is actually the event.keycode. Remember, we have a number for every key. And then down here, you can see what you get for event.key, which would be L. You have event.code, which would be key L. We're not going to do these other things, which you could, because these are also on the event object. But what I want to do is kind of recreate this application and just show the event.key, the event.keycode, and the event.code. All right, now, what you'll have in the starter files is simply the HTML and CSS. If I hit a key, nothing's going to happen right now because it's just HTML and CSS. Now, this is actually from my 50 projects in 50 days course. However, in the course, we did it kind of the quick and dirty way where we just used innerHTML and then set these three, basically these three divs. Okay, I'm going to show you that way, but I'm also going to show you a better, cleaner, more performant way where we actually create each of these key elements in the DOM and then we insert them. And we're going to be using a for in loop. We're going to be using an object. We're going to be, doing stuff. We're going to use pretty much everything we've been talking about up to this point. So I think it's a good project for this point in time. Now, if we go to the HTML, you can see I just have everything hard-coded, right? And there is some styling, just some very basic styling here. I didn't want to go through the CSS or type out the CSS, but just background color on the body. And then each of these boxes are going to be a div with the class of key. So I have the border, the background, and then we have a small tag, which is going to be each of these. So if we look at our HTML, each of those titles are in small tags. Okay, but what we want this to do is be dynamic so that this changes, and this changes based on whatever key we hit. Now, if you want to pause the video and try this on your own, I would encourage you to do that. But it's understandable if you're just learning this stuff, you might not be able to do that just yet. So, and again, I'm going to show you two ways of doing it. The first way is really simple, but I would actually recommend the second way. So let's say I'm just going to call this method 1 of doing this. And there's so many different ways you could do it. So we're going to take, what I'm going to do is just listen on the window for an event. All right, because I don't want, we're not going to have a specific element where you push a key like we did in the last video with the input form. As long as it's on the window, then we want to fire this off. So let's say window.addEventListener. And we want to listen for a key down event. And then I'm going to call a function. Actually, for this one, I'll just put the function right in here. And I'll use an arrow function. So we want to pass in our event object. And then what I'm going to do is take the insert element, this right here, and pretty much just create all this HTML, but with having this dynamic, these three items here. These should be they should come from those KeyCode properties. So let's I guess, yeah, we'll just bring the insert in right here. So let's say insert equals document dot, and we'll just use get element by D and insert. And then I'm simply going to take insert and just edit the inner HTML. So I'm going to set that to some backticks. And then all we really have to do is bring in this stuff as a template. So I'm going to just grab these three divs with the class of key and cut those. And for now, as far as when you just first come to the page, we'll just have a message that says press any key to get the key code. Okay, so when we come to this to the website, it'll just show us this. All right, and then I'm going to just paste in those three divs here, and you might just have to kind of format this a little bit to look a little better. So we'll just push these over. All right, now we just want to replace these three. So the first one is going to be the e.key. So let's simply replace that with our syntax, our $ curly braces, and just say e.key. And then we'll come down here and replace this and make this dynamic. So this will be e.keyCode. And then this one will be, whoops, that should be a money sign. It should be e.code. All right, and that should actually do it. And if I come over here and I hit, let's say, the F key, you see I get F for the key property, 70 for the key code, and key F for the code. If I hit W, if I hit N, if I hit Enter, if I hit the digit 1. Now, the one thing that you want to look out for is with the space. So with the space button, the key is actually just an empty string or a space in the string. So what we can do here is just say, right in here, we'll say if the, we'll have a condition. So we'll say if this is equal to a space like that, then let's just have the word space. Else, then we'll show whatever the key is. So now if we hit space, now space will get put in there instead of just an empty string. I shouldn't say an empty string, but a space. All right, so that's kind of the easy, quick and dirty way of doing it, and there's nothing wrong with this. I'm not like one of those sticklers that thinks everything has to be perfect. This works just fine, but I do want to show you an alternate way of doing it as well. So let's go ahead and just comment this out. And then I'm going to come down here and we'll say method 2. And this is going to show us not just, we're going to touch on a lot of things that we've talked about so far. So again, we're going to add on the window object, we're going to add an event listener, and we want to listen for key down. And then I'll put this in a separate function. Let's call it show key codes. If you want to keep it in, you know, just a regular anonymous function, that's fine. Oops, we definitely don't want those. So let's come up here and let's say function and show key codes. Okay, we want to pass in our event object. And then we want to select the insert again. So I'm just going to grab that. Okay, so we have our insert. That's what we're obviously where we want to insert these keys into. And then the way that I'm going to do this, remember there's so many ways to do the same thing, but what I'm going to do is create an object, kind of a map. I could even use a JavaScript map, but we haven't gone over that yet. So let's say key codes, set that to an object literal, and then for the key, I want to use, you know, e.key, e.keycode, etc. But since there's a dot, we have to, if we want this to work as an object with key value pairs, we have to put quotes around that. Okay, because that's the key, it's the title. The actual key is going to go in here, so e.key. Now we do want to test for space again, so basically we can do this same thing that we did right here. So I'll just put that in there. It's just going to test to see if it's an empty space. If it is, it'll just replace it with a string space. So next we want the key code property. So for the title here, we'll just say key code. Make sure you put quotes around that. And the value is going to be e.keycode, which will be the actual value. And then we also want e.code. The value for that is going to be e.code. So what we'll do now is let's just do a console log of key codes and see what that gives us. So if I come over here and we open up our console, and if I just type something in, I'll hit the letter F. So now we're going to get an object that has our key code, and our code. If I hit the enter, so any key, it's going to just give us this object. Now I want to actually loop through this object, and remember, to do that we can use a for in loop, because the idea here is to loop through them and create one of those divs, but one of these divs for each of these. All right, so a div with the class of key for each of these. We want to create that. We want to insert the text node, which will be the whatever the value is. Also, we'll create a small tag and append that into the key and add a text node to small as well. So we're basically like we're building it up. Okay, we're building it from scratch rather than just replacing the HTML. So to do that, let's say for, and what we want to have in here is, let's say let key in key codes, which is the name of the object. And I want to start to build up our elements. So let's say const div, and we'll set that to document dot, and we want to create a new element. So create element, we want to create a div element. Okay, and then let's add the key class to that. So we'll say div dot class name, and we'll set that to key. right? Now we also want a small element, so I'm going to create that as well. Say small equals document dot and then create element, and that's going to be a small tag. All right, now for the text that we want to put in here, I'm going to create a variable for, let's say, key text. Okay, so this is basically let's see, it's this right here. So what we want to be in the small text. Okay, so let's say key text and set that to document dot, and we want to create a text node and then pass in here just key. Okay, because remember, when we say let key in KeyCode, that pertains to this. And this is a little confusing because when you look at an object, it's a key value, but we're also looking at key properties, so it is a little confusing. You could call this something else if you want. Now we also want the text for the actual key code that comes from the event object, so that will be the value, right? It'll be this, the value of the object. This is the key, this is the value. So let's call this one, we'll call this one value text. And then what we want to pass in here to get the value, we can say key codes and then use the index of the key. Right, so we could say key codes and then in brackets put any of these, and it will give us the value. And that's going to go in here. Now we just want to append the text nodes to the elements. So let's take the small element and let's say append child. And we want to append into the small the key text, which is like the title, which is this right here. Okay, then we want to put the actual value into the key div. So let's say div dot append child, and we're going to add in here the value text. All right, and then we need to append the small element into the div element. So let's say div append child again, and we want to pass in here the small. And then the last thing to do is to add the div to the DOM. So we're going to take that insert element and we're going to append child, and then we're going to put the div in there. All right, so let's try that. I'm going to save, come over here. I'm going to hit just, we'll hit the letter K. Now, couple things. One, we don't want this to show. Two, if I hit another key, it just adds to it, right? Every time it's just going to keep adding. So what I'm going to do is just clear the innerHTML of insert before we do anything. So we'll say insert dot innerHTML, and we'll set that to just nothing. Okay, so now when I hit a key, let's say the letter L, the welcome message goes away. Also, if I hit another one, it replaces it. Okay, because what we're doing is clearing everything before we actually, before we go on and do any of this. All right, now obviously this is much easier than doing this. But here we created, we looped through what we need, the data here, and then we just created a new div element for each one and then inserted it into the DOM. So in my opinion, this is a better way of doing it. But again, I'm not bashing this way either. All right, so hopefully you enjoyed this little project, and we'll do more of these throughout the course as we go. All right, guys, so now we're going to look at input events and how you can get the values for a form input. And just for this video, I've added a couple additional inputs. So we had the text field right here, which is this input, and then I added this select list. So just for a priority, like a shopping item priority, and basically I just have an ID of priority input, and each option has a value 0, 1, 2, 3. And then I also just added a checkbox here. So we want to be able to tell if this is checked or not. Now, if you're submitting a form to some kind of back-end technology like PHP or Node.js, you would probably have like an action in your form and then submit to a page. And then to access the value from the back end, you would usually use this name attribute. So whatever you have assigned to that. Now in front-end JavaScript, it's a little bit different. You would not have it submit to a backend, because you would basically take over in your JavaScript and do whatever. And in that case, you need to be able to get these inputs. All right, so let's go into our script.js here, and I'm gonna bring in those inputs. So let's say item input, and I'm going to use document.getElement by ID. That has an ID of item-input. Okay, and then I'll just copy this down a few times. The next one has an ID of priority input. That's going to be the select list. So we'll call this priority input. And then this one here, let's call it checkbox. And that has an ID, I believe, of checkbox. And then I'm also going to select the heading, the shopping list heading, just so we can use it to output something if we need. So we'll call this heading. And that, I don't think it has an ID, so I'm going to use query selector on that one. And just select the H1. All right, so let's start off with the text input, or the item input. So we'll say item input, and I'm going to add an event listener onto it. Now there's a few different types of events, or different events that you can use to be able to get the value and work with this input. So you may see key down used. So I'll say key down. I'm going to create a function called onInput and run that. So let's say function on input, pass in our event object, and then for now we'll just console log input. So now when I come in here and I start to type, you'll see it's going to fire off every time I hit a key, every time I type in the field. All right, now you can use key down, but I would suggest not. I'd suggest using the input event, which in this case will do the same thing. It fires off whenever we type in, but you can also use this on other input fields, like a select list. Like a key down isn't going to work for a select list because you're not pushing any key. So I would suggest using input for most of your input fields. Now to get the value, remember we have access to e.target, which will give us the actual target. So if I start to type, every time I hit a key, it gives me the target element, which is the input tag itself. Now, of course, we don't want that. We want the value that's typed in. So there's a value property that we can access with e.target.value. So now if I start to type in here, you'll see that it'll give me whatever is in the form field. And it's giving me the entire input. It's not just giving me the key that I press, like we saw in the video before last. In fact, if I were to do e.key here, it shouldn't even, it gives me undefined because it's an input event. If I do like a key press event, then I can get the individual keys. But see how it's not like accumulating, it's not appending on to the last, because it's just giving me the key. With this e.target value, it's giving me whatever is in the input. So that's what you want to use in this case. All right, now before I move on to the next input, we'll set the heading just to show you. We can take this heading and let's take the text content and let's bind whatever is typed in that form, which will make this dynamic where we can type and it gets put into the heading in real time, which is cool, but not very useful. I mean, it might be useful in some cases, but yeah, and obviously that's only on your own machine, and that's only in your browser. And if you reload, that's going to come back. Now, the next thing, let's look at the priority input, which is the select list. So let's change this to priority input, and then change. Actually, no, we'll just leave it like that. Oh, I spelled this wrong. Okay, so now if I select something here, what's going to happen is it's going to fire this input event, and this is going to run, and I can still get the target.value with this select list. So if I choose 2, you'll see now the H1 is actually outputting 2, 3, so whatever I choose. And it's always going to be the value, obviously, in the HTML. It's not going to be what you put in the middle here. That's just for the user to see. This is the actual value that's being chosen. Okay, now You can use input for this, but there's also and that's probably what I would recommend, but there's also a change event that you can use on a select list as well, which will do the same thing in this case. Okay, but I'd suggest using input, but I'll just leave it at change just so it's there and you can come back to it. Now, checkboxes work a little differently. Instead of using e.target.value, there's actually a checked, e.target.checked. So what I'm going to do is on the checkbox, let's say checkbox, and we're going to listen for an event. So let's listen for, we're going to use input here. But I'm not going to do the on input. I'm going to do on checked. Okay, and then we'll come over here and we'll say function on checked, pass in our event object. And then I'm just going to console log here e.target.checked. Okay, now when I select it, you'll see that we get true. If I unselect it, then we get false. So it's as simple as that to get if the checkbox is checked or not. So what we could do is we could take the, let's say heading, and we'll say text, content, and let's say if the checkbox, how should we do this? We could put this in a variable. We could say const is checked and set that to that value, and then say if is checked, then we'll say checked, else we'll say not checked. So let's save that, and then I'm going to go ahead and check it, and now you'll see the H1 changes to checked. Uncheck it, we get not checked. All right, now there's two other input events that I want to show you, and that's focus and blur, which has to do with clicking in and activating the input and clicking out of it and unactivating. So clicking in it is going to be focus, and clicking outside will be blur. So let's use this on the item input. So what I'll do is change, let's do focus, and I'll change this to say on focus, and we'll actually just copy this down, and let's say on blur, and let's change that to blur, and then we'll come up here and let's create a function called on focus. And usually the reason that you would use this is like if you want to have a specific outline or something like that. And I'll just do a console log here first and say input is focused, right? So, oh, I have to create my on blur as well. So we'll say function on blur, and we'll say, do a console log and say input is not focused. Okay, so if I click inside, I get input is focused. If I click outside, I get input is not focused. But again, usually what you would use this for is for styling. So I could say item input and say style, and we'll say outline style, and let's set that to solid. Okay, and then we'll do, let's copy that down, and then in addition to outline style, let's do the outline width, and we'll set that to say 1 pixel, and then we can also set the outline color, and let's set that to green. And then on blur, what I'm going to do is just set the outline style. So outline style, we're going to set that to none. All right, so now if I come over here and I click in here, now you see I get this green outline. If I click out of it, then it goes away. We can change it to red. Okay, so this is good for just visual effects and UI. And this is what I mean earlier when I said, you're not going to use JavaScript just to change the style of a web page, a static web page that doesn't do anything, but you use it to make your page dynamic, to have things happen, to have styles change and borders added and stuff like that. But yeah, so that's focus and blur. Now, in the next video, I want to look at form submission. So how do we, catch when we submit this? Because if I just submit it as is, it actually submits it to the page, which you could have it submit to like a back-end PHP page or something like that. But of course, we're dealing with front-end JavaScript. So I'm going to show you how to prevent it from doing that and then doing what you want. All right, guys, so now we're going to look at form submission. In the last video, we looked at events on specific inputs so that you could do something when something in that input changed. Now we're dealing with actually submitting the form. Now, as I mentioned in the end of the last video, if you're working with a backend technology like, let's say, Node.js or PHP or something like that, then your form tag may have an action that submits to some file on your back end. It could be Node.js, it could be PHP, or whatever it might be. But we're dealing with front-end JavaScript. So what we want to do is go into our script file and let's get the form. And I think the form has an ID. Yeah, it has an ID of item form. So let's say const, and we'll get our form. We'll set that to document.getElementById, and it has an ID of item-form. All right, so now we just want to add an event listener to that form, and we want to listen for the submit event. And when that happens, we'll have a function called onSubmit fire off. So let's add that. Let's say function onSubmit, pass in our event object. Okay, now I'm just going to do a console log here, and we'll say submit. And I'm going to open up the console. And by the way, I still have the priority select list here because I want to use that as well. But you'll see if I put something in here and I click add item, watch down here. So notice how it just flashed submit real quick. That's because it did do the console log, but then it submitted to the actual file. If you don't have an action attribute on your form where you're submitting to some kind of back end, then it's going to submit to the same page. All right, now to stop that, you can just say e.prevent default. Okay, we looked at this a while back. This prevents the default behavior. So now if I put something in here and I click add item, it doesn't submit to the file. Okay, it stops, and then it does whatever I want in the front end JavaScript, which in this case is just a console log. Now, obviously, if you're doing this, you're going to want to get the values that are being submitted to the form. So there's actually a few ways to do that. I'm going to show you the first way, which I really already showed you, and that's to use the value, target.value. But there's also a form data object that you can use as well. So to use the value, what I'll do is I'll put basically we have the item and we have the priority. So we have two fields. So I'm going to set item to document dot, and we'll say get element by ID, and that has an ID of item dash input. And then we also want the priority input. And I'll just set this variable to priority. Okay, so to get the value, now obviously like if I console log here, let's do item and priority. Whoops. Okay, and if I put something in here, milk 1, so it's giving me the actual element, which I don't want. So we can just add on to this dot value. You could do it like this, where you set the initial variable to value and then print it, or you can set it to the element, and then when you're ready to use it, you can then say dot value. So both of these will work. If I put milk 1 and add, we get milk and 1. So it's up to you on how you want to do this. I usually do it this way, but of course there's all kinds of different scenarios. Now, this is where, your front-end JavaScript, this is where you'll do some validation, and you should have both front-end and back-end validation. If you're submitting to some kind of back-end API, you should do validation here, but you should also do it on the server side. So whatever route you're submitting to, you want to check your form fields and stuff like that on the server as well. I'm just going to add .value here just to be consistent. All right, and then what I want to do is just check, let's say if, and we'll say if item, we just want to make sure it's filled. So we'll say if item equals nothing, and then we also want to check, we want to do an or here, not an and, because we want to check either or. And priority, if that is equal to, in this case, let's say 0, because it has an initial value, right? If we look at the form here, select priority, we don't want this to be selected, and that has a value of 0, so we want to just check for that. And then if either of those are true, then let's just alert, and we'll say, let's say please fill in all fields, and then we're just going to return from that. Okay, so if I leave both empty and I click add item, I get please fill in all fields. If I just do milk and I don't select the priority, I get the fill in all fields. And notice it's not console logging these because I returned from the function here. So let's choose a priority and make sure we have that filled in, and now we don't get the alert and we get the console log. So this is just very, very simple form validation. Now, I also want to show you how to use the form data object. So what I'm going to do is create another function, and I'll call this onSubmit2. And let's have this now submit to that function. And we still want to prevent the default behavior. And then what I'll do is initialize a form data variable and set that to new, and then form data with a capital F. Okay, and then we want to pass in our form, which we have up here. So this is in the global scope, meaning I can access it anywhere else. So I'll just pass in my form here. And then what I want to do is just console log that form data and see and show you what that gives us. All right, so if we submit this with milk priority 1, and if we look in here, it might not work how you may think. We don't just have direct access to the values like an object of values, but in the prototype you can see that there's a bunch of methods here. So if you just want to get each individual entry, then you can use the get method. So let's do that. Let's say const item, and we're going to set that to our form data variable, and then there's a get method, and what we'll do is pass in the item into here. All right, now this item is actually the name. So if we look at the input here, the name. So if you're using the form data object, you want to make sure you have a name for these. The name for this one is priority. So the next one, let's copy that down and set that to priority because that's the name that we assigned. And this is a newer way of doing this and getting values. So console log item and priority. So now I'm going to, again, just choose milk, choose 1, and add item, and now I'm getting those values. Now we can also get all of the entries using the entries method, which is a little weird, but I'll show you how that works. So let's say const entries, and we're going to set that to our form data variable, and then dot entries with parentheses because it's a method. And then I'm just going to comment these out, and then let's console log what entries gives us. So again, I'll choose milk 1 and add, and what we get is an iterator. So this iterator, basically it allows us to loop through it or to iterate through it. So an easy way of doing this is to use a for of. So we could come down here and say for, and let's say let entry, so that's what we'll call each entry of, and then the iterator, which is entries. Okay, and then in here, if I console log entry, let's comment this one out and select milk and 1. So what it gives me is for each input or each item, it gives me an array that has both the name and the value. So if I wanted to access the value, I could do, let's say, entry and 1, because this is just a simple array with a 0 index and a 1 index. So if I do that and I submit this again, then I get milk and I get 1. And of course you can get the title as well, or I should say the name, so item and priority, so you can get either one of those. And there's a lot more to the form data object that we might get into later, but I wanted to show you at least the basics of that. But in most cases, for something simple like this, I mean, just using .value is fine. Now in the next video, we're going to get into something that's pretty important, and that's called event bubbling. So in this video, we're going to talk about something that is pretty important when it comes to handling events, and that's event bubbling. So when we add an event listener onto an element, that event moves up the DOM tree, and if it finds a parent element that has a listener for that event, it'll fire that as well. So even if we click on the button, it'll bubble all the way up to the document. Okay, now that's a little hard to understand with just me explaining it, so I'm going to show you how that works. So let's grab this button right here in the form. So we'll say const, and we'll just call this button, and we'll set document.querySelector, and I'll just say form, and then I want to grab the button in the form. All right, and then I want to add an event listener onto that button, so add event listener. And we're going to listen for a click, and then we'll just put the function right in here, and let's do an alert and say the button was clicked. All right, so very simple. If we click that, we get button was clicked. Now what we're going to do is bring in the parent to that button. So if we go to our index.html and we look at that button, so right here, this was the button that we clicked, and the parent to that would be this div, which is the second div in the form, so we can target it like that. So I'm going to come up here and I'll say const, and we'll just call this div and set that to document.querySelector, and let's say in the form we want the second div, so we'll say div and then nth-child and pass in 2. So that'll give us that second div. And then what I'm going to do is add an event listener onto that. So click, we want to click event, and then let's just do an alert here, and this time we'll say div was clicked. All right, so now what I'm going to do is come over here to just to the right of the button, and I'm going to click that, because that's the parent. It says div was clicked. But now you'll see if I click the button, I get button was clicked. If I click OK, I get div was clicked. So what's happening here is we're firing off this click event here, and then it's bubbling up, and then any of its parents that have a click event listener, it's going to fire that as well. Okay, now to demonstrate this even further, let's bring in the form, because the form is a parent to the div. So let's say form and set that to document.querySelector, and we'll get the form. And then I'm going to do the same thing. I'll just change that to form, and let's say form was clicked. So now if I click on the form, I get form was clicked. If I click on the button, I get button was clicked. It's going to bubble up. Div was clicked. It's going to bubble up. Form was clicked. Okay, so we can even go a step further and say document.body and add an event listener onto that and say click, and then we'll say, let's do alert and say body was clicked. So now if I click on the button, we get button was clicked, div was clicked, form was clicked, body was clicked. So this pertains to this diagram right here where we click the button, and that event is going to bubble up through all of its parents. And anything that has a click event on it, that will also get fired off. Now, there might be cases where you don't want this to happen because it will just kind of mess your application up. So that's where the stop propagation method comes in, and that's part of the event object. So if we go back up to where we have our button, let's pass in our event object here, and I'm just going to go after the alert and say e.stopPropagation. Okay, so now if I come over here and I click the button, we get button was clicked, and then nothing happens after that. Okay, so event bubbling is really not that difficult to understand. I know it does intimidate a lot of people that are getting started with JavaScript, but it's just that. It just bubbles up, and if you have another click event on a parent, that's going to fire off unless you stop propagation. Now, you should only call stop propagation if you have a reason for it. For instance, if we actually had a parent and child with that, with the same event listener. Don't just call it for the hell of it. And then there's also a method called stop immediate propagation, and this is used if you have multiple handlers on a single event and you want to stop the event for all of them. But yeah, so that's event bubbling. Now, in the next video, I want to talk about something called event delegation. All right, so we've talked about events quite a bit, and we know how to add an event listener onto a single element, but what about when there's multiple elements? And a good example is for these list items. If you want to delete these, we have multiple delete buttons where we would want to add an event listener to. Now, there's a few ways we can do this. We could basically select all of the li tags or all of the buttons, whatever it is we want to click on, and then add an event listener for every single one, which isn't really efficient. So this is where event delegation comes into play, which is a powerful event handling pattern. So I'm going to show you the first way, which is to basically just add an event listener onto every one. So let's do that by selecting the list items. And we're going to say document. We want to use query selector all because we're selecting all of the li tags. All right, and then what we can do is we can list through or loop through the list items and say for each item. And then just to show you, if I console log here, we're actually going to want to, well, no, let's add the list. Let's add the event listener first. So I'll say for each item, let's add an event listener for click, and then we'll have our function here, and I'm going to just console log e.target. So if I click on these, you'll see it'll give me whatever list item I'm clicking on. So now I can take that target and I can remove whatever that element is, whatever I'm clicking on. So I could say e.target.remove, and we learned about the remove method a couple sections back. So now if I click on, let's say orange juice, goes away, click on milk, Oreos, apples, and of course this is just in the DOM. It's just in our browser. If I reload, that all comes back. That's because we're not persisting the data or persisting those actions to any database or anything like that. All right, now, as I said, this isn't really efficient, especially if you have a ton of elements that you're putting a listener on. Instead, we can use event delegation to basically add just a single event listener onto the parent and then target whichever one we want to delete. So let me just show you what that looks like. So we're going to select the parent, which is the UL. So let's say document.query selector, and we're going to select the UL. And I'm just going to comment this out for now. And we want to put the event listener on the parent. So list.add event listener, and listen for a click, and then we'll have a function. All right, so now I'm going to go ahead and just console log here, and then I want to log e.target. So I'm going to come in here and click, and notice it's still giving me the list item, right? I have the event listener on the UL, so even if I click like right here, then it gives me the UL if I'm not clicking on the list item. So what I can do is just target the list item that I'm clicking on, this e.target. And remember, target is going to give you what you click on. Current target is going to give you what the event listener is on. So if I do current, if we say e.current target and I click on the list item, it's still going to give me the UL. So you want to make sure that you're dealing with target. And what we can do is just test and say if e.target.tag name or class or whatever it is that you want to check, if that is equal to, in this case, li, then we can just take that e.target, which is what we click on, and we can remove it from the DOM. So now if I click on any one of these, it just deletes them. And now instead of adding multiple event listeners, I'm just simply adding one, and then I'm testing whatever it is I'm clicking on and then deleting that. And of course, you're not limited to just deleting. If I wanted to, let's say instead of a click, we do a mouse over. And again, we just want to check to make sure it's a list item. And then instead of removing it, let's change the style.color, and we'll set that to red. So now if I come over here and I hover over a list item, you see it'll change the ones that I hover over to red. All right, so that's how you want to handle adding an event listener onto multiple elements, is using event delegation. Now in this case, we just use the list item, so if I click anywhere, it deletes. When we actually build our project, which is very soon, we're going to have to target the button, which is going to be a little bit more difficult because we have to kind of navigate to the child, to the button, and then there's an icon in the button. So it'll be a little more difficult, but it'll be fun, and you'll learn quite a bit going through this project. In the next video, though, I want to talk a little bit about some of the events that we can use on the window, and about just the window object in general. All right, so the window object we've looked at a few times, and I think it was the execution context section where I showed you that that's the first thing the execution context does, is it loads this global window object that has a ton of properties and methods and APIs and also events. Now, the first events that I want to talk about are page loading events on this window object. So you'll notice that in the HTML for this section, or for this lesson, I have the script tag in the head. And this was something that was very common practice back in like the 2000s. So I just want to show you, if we keep the script tag in the head, and then we select, let's say, query selector, and all I have on this page is just an H1 and some paragraphs. So I'm going to select the H1, and I'll set the text content to hello world, and I'm going to save. So you'll notice that we get an error in the console. It says cannot set properties of null setting text content. So what it's saying is that this is null, and the reason for that is when we put our script tag in the head like this, we're running our JavaScript before the page is loaded and before the DOM is loaded, so it doesn't know what this is yet. So a common practice would be to use the load event. So we could say on window, we could say .add. Actually, I'll show you the onload, which was what we saw a lot of back then. So window.onload, and this was kind of a hack to do window onload, set it to a function and then put our code in there. So you'll see if I save now, the H1 is replaced and we don't get an error anymore. So by using onLoad, we're waiting for the entire page to load, and that includes resources like images and stuff like that. And of course, we could use add-event-listener, which wasn't around back then when I'm talking about, but you can use this with load as well. So we'll just put a function in here, and let's just copy that and paste that in. I'll comment that out, and you'll see that, just get rid of that semicolon, that does the same thing. Now there's also an event called DOM content loaded. So what I'm going to do is copy this and then paste it in. I'm going to change load to DOM, all caps, and then content loaded. And then I'll save, and we get the same result. Now the difference between load and DOM content loaded is load waits for the entire page to load, including all resources such as images, where DOM content loaded runs as soon as the DOM is parsed and loaded. So if I were to run both of these, let's actually, you know what we'll do is, let's just replace this with a console log. So I'm going to say console log, and we'll say page loaded. And then I'm going to replace this one with a console log, and we'll say here DOM, what happened here? Let's say DOM loaded. And notice that the DOM gets loaded first, obviously, because the page load includes the DOM and everything else. Obviously, there's no images here, but any other resources that need to be loaded. Now, if I were to do a console log in the global scope down here, and we'll just say run me, if I save that, that gets run before either of these, because we're not in any of these events where we're waiting for the page to load, which is fine when the script is down, under the page, down above the ending body tag. But if you have to access any DOM elements from the global scope, then you're going to get an error if the script tag is in the head. Now, the exception to this is if you use the fairly new defer attribute. So if I come to the script that's in the head here, and then I add on to it defer like that, and I save, and then let's come over here and we'll take, let's just go back into the global scope here and say document, and we'll select the H1, and then let's set the inner text and set that to hello world. And if I save that, you'll notice that it works. Okay, so I'm not getting the error, even though my script is in the head, but I use this defer attribute, which basically will do just that. It will defer the JavaScript code from running until it can run, until the pages or the DOM is loaded. So this is pretty new. I don't know when exactly this was available, but if you want to do it this way and put your scripts in the head, that's absolutely fine. Just make sure you use defer. I still prefer to keep my scripts down above the ending body tag, but from this point on, if you want to use defer and put them in the head, that's fine. Now there's just a couple other events that I want to show you that we can use on the window. So let's say window.add-event-listener, and we can listen for a resize. Okay, so there's a resize event, and what I'm going to do here is I'm going to actually take this and move this into here, but I'm going to set the text to show the size of the window. So we'll put some backticks in here, and we'll say resized to, and we can remember we can get the inner width and the inner height on the window object. So let's say window.inner width, and then we'll also put the window.inner height. So I'm going to save that, and now if I resize, it's going to change the H1 to show the inner width and inner height, and you'll see it keeps changing because that event just fires off every time the browser is resized. Also, it stayed at 276 because we didn't change the height. If I move this console, then that's going to change the height. All right, now we can also listen for a scroll event. So this can be helpful for certain UI effects that you want to create. So I'm going to add an event listener onto the window, and I'm going to listen for scroll. And of course, you could do window.onScroll equals a function if you want to do it like that. And then let's create a function. And what I'm going to do is console log, and we'll use some backticks, and we'll say scrolled. And let's add in here, because on the window object, we have access to scroll X, which is the position when you're scrolling horizontal, and then we also have the scroll Y, so window dot scroll Y. And now if I scroll down, you'll see the X is going to stay at 0 because I'm not scrolling horizontal at all, but the more I scroll down, you'll see the higher that scroll Y value gets. And we could do some cool stuff here, like if you have a navigation bar at the top and you want to have it be like translucent or something when you start to scroll, you can just test where that scroll Y value is. So in fact, we could do something like this. We could say if the window dot scroll Y is, let's say, greater than 70, then let's take the document body, and on the style, we'll take the color, or let's do background. So background color, and we'll set that to black. And then we'll set the color to white, the text color. So change that to color. All right, if I do that, and then I start to scroll, as soon as it hits 70, the background turns black. Now it's going to stay black because I didn't specify anything else, but I could put an else on here, and then we could take this and then just change this back to white and change the text back to black. So now if I come down, I hit 70, it turns black. I go back up, it turns white. So this is the start of learning how to create really cool dynamic functionality or dynamic effects within your UI. So what else? We also have focus and blur. And just to give you a quick example of that, we'll say window.add event listener. And just like you have on inputs, we focus and blur. It's just when you click in and when you click out. So let's just mess around with this for a second. And let's take document.query selector, and we'll select the paragraph. Actually, let's select all paragraphs. So we'll say all, and then let's loop through those. So we'll say for each P, so for each paragraph. Then let's say p.style.color and set that to blue. And then let's put one for blur. So on blur, which is when you click out of the window, then we'll set it to black, back to black. So now if I click in here, you can see the scroll thing's still working too, but you can see that it's all blue. If I click outside of the window, so anywhere else, then it turns black, back to black. And there's other events on the window object as well. If you want to check the MDN docs, of course you can do that. But yeah, so those are window events and also the page loading events.